Chapter 569. Life of a Stone Falling into the River in the Sky 1. Greetings, Sir Su Ming. Please accept our greetings. Sir Su Ming. The crowd that had been asked to attack the screen of light moments ago were standing before Su Ming and looking at him with respect on their faces. Some of these people had seen him before, and right then, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings, but they did not dare reveal it. Their faces were filled with extreme respect instead. No matter what race it was, all powerful warriors would be respected. This respect might be sincere, and it might also be due to fear. The strong reign supreme. This was a universal law that would never change. The crowd before Su Ming's eyes acted precisely this way. They were the survivors left behind after Heaven Gate collapsed, and they had seen how Su Ming had murdered his way through the numerous layers. As their words traveled into the air, Su Ming's gaze landed on them, and the people lowered their heads, not having the courage to look at him. Su Ming's gaze was not that fierce, but simply a clear gaze filled with a profound look. Yet this ordinary look in his eyes made all the people who saw it feel as if their inner thoughts had been seen through, and it felt as if they could keep no secrets from him. Shock filled their hearts within that instant. As they lowered their heads, Su Ming looked at them. There were some among them whom he could recognize vaguely, but he could not remember their names. These were the people he had met by pure chance when he still stayed in the Ninth Summit. After all, to the people who knew Su Ming, only 20-something years had passed. 20 years might bring about many changes, but to those who walked down the path of cultivation, their memories would not have faded away too much. But Su Ming had gone through a countless amount of reincarnations in the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world. His will might have become stronger, but unless his memories were about certain people and certain incidents, everything else had faded away, as if they were lifetimes apart. In fact, even the emotions and feelings he had harbored for certain relationships in the past had largely faded away, just like how he felt towards a certain person. He stood in midair and swept his gaze across the crowd before his eyes fell on a person in white, who was as beautiful as she had been all those years ago, whose loud snores would still occasionally travel through the air. His voice broke the silence that fell among the crowd due to Su Ming's appearance. Su Ming lifted his foot and took a step towards the Ninth Summit. When his foot landed, he vanished before reappearing in the sky above the Ninth Summit. When he took another step, he stood at the peak of the mountain. Besides Bai Su and her father, there were some other Heaven Gate survivors who had ran to the mountain. One of them was the old man in white robes, who was one of the lords of Heaven Gate, who had his life force scattered and had fallen into a state of unconsciousness, as if he had died. The berserker threads in the old man's body had not vanished after Sima Qian died, but had instead buried themselves deep into his body and stayed there still and unmoving, as if they had lost their life. The old man might be injured badly and had his life force scattered, but he was also gradually waking up. After all, if he had dared to take such a risk, then he would naturally have a way to recover his life force. In fact, everything that had happened to him beforehand might have just been an illusion. At that moment, the reawakened old man in white saw Su Ming arriving, and with an excited look on his face, he went up and wrapped his fist in his palm before he bowed deeply towards him. I am Lin Haizi. Greetings, Lord of Freezing Skies, Great Frozen Plains. Once the old man said these words, the rest of the people on the Ninth Summit, besides Bai Su and her father, wrapped their fists in their palms and greeted Su Ming. Greetings, Lord of Freezing Skies, Great Frozen Plains. These words were voiced by many and turned into a wave of sound that echoed in the air above the surface of the sea, refusing to fade away even after a long time. After the crowd did this, Bai Su's father, who was the old man with the complicated expression on his face, also lowered his head and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. At that moment, all the people in the area were voicing their respect towards Su Ming with voices filled with admiration. They might not know what had happened in the sea, but when the threads from the berserker seeds in their bodies sank into silence as if they had lost their lives, these people sensed Sima Qian's death and felt the threads controlling their fates over the past years abruptly snapping. As Su Ming walked out from the sea, all the people in the mountain understood that no matter what the process had been, the fight between Su Ming and Sima Qian had ended, with Sima Qian's death. Lord of Freezing Skies, Great Frozen Plains, Sir Su Ming, what has happened to Sima Qian? The old man in white hesitated for a moment before finally asking. Sima Qian might be dead according to what he could sense, but the old man still felt a little wary. He wanted to hear it from Su Ming's own mouth. Sima Qian is dead. Su Ming stated slowly, not too bothered by the old man attaching the title of Lord of Freezing Skies, Great Frozen Plains to his name. At the instant he heard Su Ming's words, the old man sucked in a deep breath, and an excited expression appeared briefly on his face. He looked at Su Ming and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards him once more. As Su Ming returned and reported Sima Xian's death, the remnants of Heaven Gate felt at a loss in the midst of their excitement. They were lost as to where they should go next, and lost as to where their destinies laid. When the night arrived, Su Ming sat outside Hu Zi's cave abode in the 9th summit, who was still in deep sleep. Besides a white figure beside him, there was no one else around. The entire area was very quiet, and only the swishing sounds of waves could be heard faintly, along with Hu Zi's snores that would occasionally travel outwards. The remnants of Heaven Gate were scattered everywhere on the mountain. They did not get closer to this spot. Occasionally, someone would lift their heads and automatically look towards the figure under the moon at the top of the mountain. When they looked over, their gazes would be filled with gratitude and respect. Baisu sat beside Su Ming. They had been sitting side by side for almost 2 hours while watching the sky gradually turn dark and the sea turn dim. Neither of them spoke. In truth, they were not the only ones there. Not too far away was a cliff, and at the edge of the cliff was a bald crane, who was lying on the ground in a lackadaisical manner. There was a shining stone in its claws. It continued looking at it, and occasionally, its beak would curl up in a smug grin, and it would let out cackling sound. Are you going to leave again? After a long while, when the bald crane looked away from the stone and cast a few scrutinizing glances towards Su Ming and Baisu broke the silence. I will head off to Eastern Wastelands. Su Ming looked at the black seawater and spoke unhurriedly. I wish you a good life. Baisu lowered her head and looked at the seawater, as well, while speaking softly. Su Ming did not speak. He turned around and looked towards Baisu. Her dark locks were incredibly long and covered her face, blocking her countenance from his gaze, and also hid away the hideous scar on her face. I was immature in the past. Thank you for being tolerant towards me. I'm very happy to have met you again. Baisu spoke softly. She did not look at Su Ming, but lowered her head to look at the sea. There was a gentle smile on her face, and it contained a hint of being carefree along with a hint of nostalgia. After a long time, she stood up and walked past Su Ming. The 9th summit is your home. Leave at peace. I will stay here and take care of the place. If the day comes that I'm no longer in the world, I will leave my body behind and atone for the harm I've done to you in the past, she said quietly. The instant she walked past Su Ming, he suddenly lifted his hand and grabbed her arm. She trembled lightly. She did not break free from his grip and simply allowed him to hold her arm, but she kept her head turned downwards. Su Ming stood up and looked at Baisu, then lifted his right hand and moved away the dark locks on her face. She clearly flinched and moved away slightly, but he still saw the hideous scar on her face. Baisu closed her eyes, and tears fell down her cheeks. She lowered her head, as if she did not want him to see that ugly scar. You don't need to atone for anything. What has happened belongs solely to the past. I only want to see the adorable girl from all those years ago, the girl who had the wild beauty within her, he said softly while looking at Baisu. People grow up eventually, don't they? I'm no longer who I was in the past, and neither are you. Baisu opened her eyes and looked at Su Ming. Her gaze no longer contained the wild nature from his memories, but had turned into signs of age and time. There was also a deeply rooted fatigue and a look screaming that she was helplessly struggling against fate within her. My pa once told me that I'm burdened with the life of a stone falling into the river in the sky. The splashes when the stone fell into the river have turned into me, and I'm destined to have tears as my companions. I'm destined to only be the splashes from the river forever. Baisu looked at Su Ming and struggled violently against the hold on her right hand, as if she wanted to break free from his hand. Wait for me. I'll search for a way to return to the alliance of the Western region, and if I find it, come with me to the Western region. Su Ming did not let go. He looked at Baisu, at this woman, and spoke slowly. The stone falling into the river in the sky is destined to be alone forever due to the fall. Even if there are splashes in the river, no one will be able to find the stone, because there is simply too much water in the river, and I am merely a few drops within it. Su Ming, I will stay here and take care of the 9th summit for you, but I will not leave with you. Baisu turned her head around and broke free from his grasp. When she turned around once more, her dark locks danced in the air, cutting through some of the tears that fell from her eyes. causing the broken droplets to scatter into the air. When they floated past Su Ming's eyes, Bai Su left into the distance. Su Ming quietly looked at her figure disappearing from his sight. Then, dark mountains Beiling and the celestial maiden from the world of 9 manifested in his head. The figures of these 3 women seemed to have fused together at that instant. The life of the stone falling into the river in the sky will only appear when the falling stone appears, will only be special because of that falling stone, and will be alone because of itself. In the end, the splashes caused by that falling stone will fuse into the river, and no one will be able to find the stone ever again. An old voice spoke from the other side of the mountain. Along with it came a pale old man with a complicated expression on his face. The old man's life force was dim, as if there was not much life within him, and as if all traces of his life could be wiped away at any given moment. He walked towards Su Ming. The old man was Bai Su's father, and he'd been a middle-aged man with a great reputation in Heaven Gate all those years ago. 20 years had gone by, and time had left too many of its tracks on his body. This is her life. If she cannot break free from it, then she is bound to end up that way. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Life of a stone falling into the river in the sky, with capital L for life. Tian 1 He 2 Luo 4 Sure 4. Originally translated as falling stone in galaxy, because that was what Tian means, which is another name for Milky Way, by the way, but when I read the description for Bai Su's life, I changed my mind and decided to go for stone falling into the river in the sky instead. Sounded more accurate that way. Do remember that life equals life/vitality plus fate. Chapter 570. Life? What is life? Su Ming looked at the black sea and sky in the distance and asked calmly. The sounds of footsteps grew closer. Bai Su's father, the old man whose face was now burned with age, stopped several dozens of feet away. He looked at the sea and sky Su Ming was staring at. There was only darkness there. He fell silent for a moment before he spoke hoarsely. All things in the world have lives, and this life does not mean the state of being alive, but is the manifestation of what we have sensed from our past lives in our current lives. How did you determine that Bai Su's life was to be a stone falling into the river in the sky? Su Ming still did not look at the man as he asked lightly. Because all of us descendants of the Bai family have the lives of the river in the sky. We are to be hurt by love and are to be alone. Only our children will remain and stay with us until we grow old and die. The river in the sky is made of starlight, and there are a lot of stars that shine in the sky. When they fuse together, the river can be seen clearly, but when you try to look carefully, you won't be able to differentiate each one. This is my life, and so it was for my younger brother Bai Chongzai, and my daughter Bai Su is burdened with the same fate. The entire Bai family has been burdened with the same life for generations. But Bai Su is a little different. Her life has been changed because of the stone. That stone is Sima, and is also you. Bai Su's father spoke slowly, and his voice was deep as it echoed in the area, and this is dark night. Nonsense. Su Ming turned his head around and cast a cold glance towards Bai Su's father. Sima's life is different. Those with his life are the light from the dew on grass that appears when it reflects the light from the morning sun. He should have originally been green grass, but due to the dew on his body, he became a striking figure under the sunlight. This is borrowing life. I don't know what his original life was supposed to be, but the reason behind why he had such great power and serendipity was all because of the reflection of light on the dew. But this reflection can be cut off and turned against him. That is why I had been certain that if he died, he would definitely die because of the reflection of light. The person who can kill him will definitely be the one who gave him that dew, the one who lent his life to him. The eyes of Bai Su's father were originally dull and lifeless, but when he said those words, they started sparkling brilliantly, as if they were reflecting light. He looked towards Su Ming. I deduced your life in the past. You had the life of the veins within grass, wood, and stones. All of them contain veins, and they support their entire bodies. Those who have this life are bound to be controlled like puppets, and they cannot escape. They are not suited for Bai Su's life. But when I looked for your life again now, it has changed greatly. I can no longer see any signs of life on you. Bai Su's father looked at Su Ming and took a few steps forward. His voice gained an anxious edge. This shouldn't be possible. All manner of being in the world has life, and even those who have died will have life. Their lives will not disappear. But you. Bai Su's father stared at Su Ming, and a brilliant light appeared in his eyes. Su Ming stared at the old man before him coldly. The life this old man spoke about seemed to be connected to the life cultivation he had come to understand, but was even more subjective, and Su Ming could not find himself believing in him. Besides, life cultivation was a new realm after the Berserker soul realm. Perhaps there were truly people who had managed to step into that realm, but they were incredibly rare. Even those who had managed to arrive at its doorsteps would surely be only a few. Su Ming did not believe that this old man had managed to find his way to the door leading to life cultivation, or else, why would he be humiliated and oppressed by Sima Qian? However, even if Su Ming did not believe in his words, the meaning behind them had made his heart move slightly. Sima Qian turned into a puppet after he died. That puppet had a strand of hair from when I was still an infant and a drop of my blood at the center of its brows. And then there are the altars I saw because of that strand of hair scattered all over the continent. The reflection of light on dew. Not a hint of what Su Ming was thinking was revealed on his face. He looked at the old man, and his gaze was still filled with cold detachment. I know that you won't believe in this so-called art of life so easily, but every single thing I said is the truth. Bai Su's father said once again. The words he said previously about Su Ming's life echoed in his head, especially in regards to the first half of his words, when he was talking about the life of the veins in grass, wood, and stones, and that he was supposed to be controlled like a puppet. These things caused a barely noticeable constriction in his pupils. Then what is your life? My life is. There was a slight hint of anguish on Bai Su's father's face, but when he looked at Su Ming, there was a strange glint contained within that pain in his eyes. My life is that of the fish suffocating outside the river in the sky. Those with this life cannot run into emptiness, because once they do, they will definitely die. They are just like fish that have left water, they will not live long. I had never understood what it meant until I met you again. You have no life, so you are emptiness itself. Bai Su's father looked at Su Ming and spoke with mixed feelings. Are you saying that you don't have a long time left? Su Ming asked slowly and calmly. I may have only a few moments, or it could be a couple days, but no more. Then I will die. Bai Su's father said with a low voice, and sighed. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, how did you manage to look into other people's lives? About that, Bai Su's father hesitated for a moment before he cast a glance at Su Ming, and then he gritted his teeth. The Bai family has a long history with Freezing Sky Clan, and we are closely connected to them. Our ancestor, Bai Yuan Hua, was one of the creators of Freezing Sky Clan, and during his time, his level of cultivation could be said to be so famous that his name rang through the entire South Morning. We don't know where he is now, since once he built Freezing Sky Clan, he left South Morning. But before he left, he once isolated himself for 100 years, and when he left behind a life scroll. It is damaged and in tatters, and our ancestor obtained it by chance. He should have left because he wanted to search for the other life scrolls, and in fact, the great power from his cultivation base might have come from the epiphany he gained from that life scroll. But us descendants of the Bai family do not have our ancestors' wisdom, and up to now, there is no one who has managed to understand that scroll completely. And since we were afraid of getting into trouble for what we have, this thing has always been a secret within the Bai family. A long time ago, my younger brother, Bai Chongzai, had gained the most understanding from that scroll, but he still could not gain a deep enough one. As for me, I only possess superficial knowledge about the contents in that scroll, and I can only make simple deductions and calculations. Bai Su's father was filled with sincerity, and his voice echoed in the darkness, able to cause all those who heard it to feel an ancient air about him. This is absolutely true. I have no reason to lie to you. I can give you the life scroll that is the legacy passed down in the Bai family, but I want to ask you for a favor. When Bai Su's father said these words, he swiftly lifted his right hand and pointed at the center of his brows. Immediately, dark light shone at the spot where his fingers touched. His body immediately started trembling, and he began withering away right before Su Ming's eyes. As he withered away, the skin on his face started squirming as if there was something moving within his body. He sucked in a deep breath at that moment and lifted his left hand to swing at the air. Immediately, a lit incense appeared before him. The wisps of smoke from the incense curled up into the air, and as it rose upwards, Bai Su's father sucked in a deep breath in its direction, and it immediately turned into 7 wisps of smoke that crawled into his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. This was an incredibly bizarre sight, and a focused look appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he watched. Once Bai Su's father sucked in those 7 wisps of smoke, he began trembling, and a crack tore through the center of his brows. No blood flowed, and it looked as if it had existed for many years but had been hidden away, usually so no one could see it. Only when Bai Su's father used a secret art would this crack appear. Right then, Su Ming immediately sensed a presence that shook his soul, spreading out. It was difficult to describe this presence with words. It was like a sweet scent that would make people feel delighted the moment they took a sniff of it, their bodies relaxing. In fact, those who took a whiff of it would even find their own cultivation base increasing slightly, and joy would appear within the depths of their hearts, as if they had just experienced an incredibly joyous occasion, and they would be unable to control themselves and smile. It would make these people try to sense more. Yet when unable to help themselves, they would open up to get in touch with that presence. They would find that it was no longer sweet, having turned into a nauseating feeling. It would make them feel as if they were about to throw up all their organs in their bodies. It was as if what they had sensed earlier was just an illusion, and this was the real deal. However, if that was merely the case, then this presence would not really be that strange. What shocked Su Ming was the bitterness that gradually emerged from within that presence once the nauseating feeling was gone. That bitter taste was as if he had just swallowed the thickest gallbladder in the world, and it had turned into an extreme bitterness as the taste traveled from within his body to his skin. This complex and varying presence caused Su Ming's mind to be shaken, and at the same time, he saw Bai Su's father lifting his right hand, pushing it into the crack at the center of his brows. There was a strange look on his face, as if he was laughing and crying at the same time, when he slowly pulled out a black wooden block from within. This wooden block was only the breadth of 2 fingers and half a palm long. The presence that had caused Su Ming's mind to be shaken came precisely from it. This item is the life scroll our family's ancestor left behind when he left all those years ago. This scroll is not a scroll, because it has turned itself into a piece of wood with its own art. The black wooden block's image appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The instant his gaze was trained on it, the cries of infants seemed to echo in his ears, along with the sorrowful mourning of women and the grief-filled voices of men, as well as the sounds of tears falling on robes as the elderly cried. Those were the wailing sounds of people from different periods of time. Su Ming's pupils shrank. With his current level of cultivation, it was rare for his facial expression to change visibly, but at that moment, he was visibly moved, and all of it was because of this small piece of wood. This item is definitely nothing ordinary. This was the only thought that appeared in Su Ming's head at that moment, because while he heard crying sounds, he saw illusory shadows surrounding the block of wood, and they were all men and women married to each other. They were smiling in all sorts of situations, smiling during birthdays, during childbirth, during their marriages, their wedding night, and all sorts of other situations. There were all sorts of people among those illusions, and they were all smiling happily. I give this to you, and for this, I just have one request. Promise me, if the day comes where you possess the ability to change the principles of life, help my daughter Bai Su change her life. Before you possess this ability, then I wish for her to be safe in this chaotic world. Bai Su's father sat down cross-legged on the ground, and his voice grew weaker. Once he finished saying those words, he swung his right hand in the air, and the black wooden block immediately started drifting slowly towards Su Ming. It continued until it arrived right before him. Su Ming looked at that wooden block, and after a long while, he slowly nodded. He might still have doubts regarding the old man's words towards the art of life, but he still chose to agree to his request. The instant he nodded, Bai Su's father smiled faintly. He lifted his head and looked towards the dark sky and sea in the distance. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen a woman walking towards him from the air, stretching her hand towards him. Qian, is that you? A dazed expression appeared on Bai Su's father's face, and when he uttered that question softly, he closed his eyes, and the presence and life force within his body disappeared at that instant. ******. Translator's notes. Principles of life, Beiling, Ming 4 Li 3, actually just known as Chinese fortune-telling or Chinese divination, but I highly doubt it. Maybe I haven't been able to find the official translation for it, but I gave it the name according to Life series, so we have here Principles of Life. The basic meaning of this Fleetingness is the principles that govern a person's fate. This fate has 2 meanings. One of them is the state of being alive, and the other is the 8 characters/8 words, Bao, that form your inborn natal chart, or what we call here life matrix. This apparently shows what sort of stages you will go through in life, which is the life mentioned earlier, and whether you will live your life in a series of blessings or disasters, which is fate. Chapter 571. The Enemies Arrive. The black wooden block floated before Su Ming while spreading out a dim light. His gaze fell on by Su's father, and saw a dazed smile still lingering on his lifeless body. Su Ming originally would not believe him so easily, but at that moment, the words the old man had said previously surfaced in his head, and when he looked at his lifeless body, all of these things made him become uncertain about this art of life. Su Ming closed his eyes, and when he reopened them some time later, he looked towards the black wooden block before him and lifted his right hand swiftly to seize it. A sparkle of surprise appeared in his eyes. At the instant he touched that wooden block, he vaguely saw the sights of all sorts of people going through the cycle of life, of being born, getting old, getting sick, and dying right before his eyes. The sights of those people going through their cycles of life flashed by his eyes. Those unfamiliar faces and unfamiliar voices all turned into a huge smiling face in the end. However, that smiling face was crying and rushed towards Su Ming abruptly, causing his heart to lurch forward, and at the same time, the dazed look in his eyes disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Bai Su's father remained seated cross-legged on the ground. It was still dark all around him, and the sounds of waves crashing on the surface of the sea would occasionally travel into his ears from the distance, fusing with the contrasting silence in the area. However, Su Ming could not calm down his emotions, because right in the depths of his heart, that instant when the smiling and crying face charged towards him kept repeating itself in his head, along with a faded voice saying the same words again and again. What is life? It was a question. The voice did not seem to be seeking for an answer from someone else, but was a question the speaker had asked himself as he was in the process of gaining an epiphany. Due to a special fluctuation of power, that epiphany had filled the black wooden block, and it was precisely because of this epiphany gathering itself on the black piece of wood that it became extraordinary. Su Ming had asked himself that question when he gained possession of that one thread of presence belonging to life cultivation. However, at that time, that question had been brought up with uncertainty and confusion. Yet now, the faded voice traveling from the black wooden block brought with it insight. It was a question directed to the speaker itself once he gained that epiphany, and within that voice was a hint of nostalgia and sentiment. The words were the same, but the meaning was largely different. Su Ming understood, but he forgot the answer. He could not answer that question, because he was even more at a loss. What is life? Su Ming remained silent. He had a sudden feeling that the epiphany he had gained earlier through some of the thought processes he had went through were rather insignificant, judging by what was happening now. The three words from the black wooden block sounded like a question directed to the speaker himself, but in truth, the feeling Su Ming obtained from those three words was that the speaker was actually expressing himself after he had come to an understanding of the question and had gained an epiphany. Bai family's ancestor gained a great epiphany as he trained with this life scroll, and he came to understand heaven art, principles of life. All of this might be because of these three words. Su Ming closed his eyes, and those three words kept repeating themselves in his head. The voice uttering those three words was ancient and gave off a feeling of endless time. It contained a boundless amount of wisdom and sentiment, causing those who heard it to be unable to help themselves but fall into an absent-minded state, and even their minds would sink into that voice. Su Ming sat just like that on the mountain rock, with his eyes closed and the voice echoing in his head. He did not want to wake up. Time trickled by. When the second morning arrived, a halo of light spread out from the thick clouds in the distance, causing the sea and the sky to look slightly brighter and the darkness in the area to slowly be hidden away. Su Ming did not wake up. He continued sitting there to slowly reflect on those words, slowly mulling over them. He forgot about the passage of time. Huzi finally woke up 3 days later. He yawned as if he was still sleepy. When he opened his eyes, he saw the bald crane and was momentarily stunned. Then he began to let his mind wander. That bald crane was also looking at Huzi. The man and crane stared into each other's eyes for some time before the bald crane suddenly realized that this man seemed a little dumb. A twinkle appeared in its eyes before it slowly opened its mouth to speak with a solemn expression on its face. You're finally awake. I've been waiting for you for many years. Boy, do you have any idea just how much strength I've had to spend so that I could wake you up? The bald crane spoke slowly, with an intimidating air within its voice, but almost the moment that presence appeared, Huzi glared over, lifted his hand, and slapped the bald crane. That slap came too suddenly, and the bird absolutely did not notice it. In fact, it had even been deceived by Huzi's expression. When that slap struck its face, its body was instantly flung off to the side with a huge force. "You little rascal, your grandpa, who is the smartest person in the Ninth Summit. How dare you try and lie to me?" Huzi glared at the crane with his eyes wide open, then stood up while rolling up his sleeves before he started shouting at the bald crane. "I was wondering why I kept feeling someone scratching an itch on my body. So it's you, you baldy. I'm going to strangle you." As Huzi spoke, he became fueled with rage and strode towards the bald crane that was nearly stunned by the blow. When it saw Huzi glaring at it while walking closer with wide steps, as he fumed in rage, the bald crane immediately screamed and was also overcome by rage. The few remaining feathers immediately stood up, and it even flapped its wings a few times. How could you do this to me, boy? If you don't give me 10,000 crystals for this, I won't forgive you, even if that boy Su Ming is around." While screaming, the bald crane started flapping its wings like a chick. By the looks of it, it did not want to get closer to Huzi, but wanted to leave his cave abode. Huzi's expression was filled with disdain. When he lifted his right hand, a crystal immediately appeared in it, and he threw it towards the ground. A clear sound rang in the air when that crystal fell on the ground. Just as the bald crane was about to leave, it heard the sound, and almost instinctively, it pounced on the crystal. There was no hesitation in its actions. It was really just acting on impulse. Yet the instant it pounced on the crystal, Huzi had already lifted his right fist and punched towards it. "Look at you. I had started playing these sort of tricks when I was 3. How dare you try scheme against me?" On the third day since Su Ming immersed himself in his absent-minded state to gain his epiphany, Bai Su took away her father's corpse, as if she knew long ago that this would happen. There was no hint of surprise on her face, only grief and the tears that she could not hide away no matter what she did. Some of the people who had sought refuge on the Ninth Summit chose to leave during these few days. Every single one of those who left would cast a respectful glance towards the spot where Su Ming had chosen to isolate himself for his meditation. They left the Ninth Summit to search for their homes, which might have drowned or might perhaps still exist in the land. The Berserker threads within these people's bodies still had yet to disappear, buried deep in their bodies after they lost their lives. As the people left, they brought the threads with them. The people who chose to stay on the Ninth Summit chose to settle themselves at the middle section quietly, with the old man in white as their leader. They no longer had any homes and did not know where to go. This place was their only home. Once Huzi learned of everything that had happened in Heaven Gate over the past few days, the shock in his heart turned into a foolish grin on his face before it eventually settled into pride. The Ninth Summit belonged to Su Ming and Huzi. In this place, he was the master, and the others were just guests, and because of Su Ming's existence, all the people who chose to stay on the Ninth Summit were extremely polite to Huzi. No one dared offend him, including the Lord of Heaven Gate, the old man in white. As for the bald crane, the two of them would glower at each other every single day, but every time Huzi flung away a crystal, it would immediately smile and charge towards that crystal. However, once, Huzi threw a stone that was gathered together from discarded crystal powder which he'd made many years ago through much research, and the bald crane pounced on that stone. It looked just like a crystal and even had an incredibly similar presence to a crystal, but was not actually one. Just like always, the bird rushed over and did not even notice that anything was off. A prideful feeling rose in Huzi's heart as he scoffed at that bald crane. What an idiot. As expected, I'm just so smart. Haha. Does he really think I don't know that this is a fake crystal? But even if it's a fake crystal, I can still use it to trick other people. Why shouldn't I take it? The man and crane continued toying with each other happily on the Ninth Summit as Su Ming continued immersing himself in his epiphany. Besides Huzi, there was another existence that stood out among all the others on the Ninth Summit, and that was Bai Su. The matter between her and Su Ming was not a secret for Heaven Gate members. Many people even treated her as some sort of master within the Ninth Summit. Time passed. 1 month went by, and Su Ming still did not wake up. He was immersed in his state to gain his epiphany, still lingering around the tone contained within the 3 words. He was trying to search for the person who had branded these 3 words on this black wooden life scroll as he spoke them, and was trying to find out what sort of epiphany he had gained that would make him say those 3 words with such sentiment. Bai family's ancestor had once walked down the path Su Ming traveled all those years ago, and as he continued understanding the meaning of life, he managed to possess such great power that he became one of the creators of Freezing Sky Clan. It was this path that Su Ming was moving through. However, epiphanies differed for each individual. When different people went on to understand the same sentence in the same tone, they would gain different results. As Su Ming continued trying to understand the words, as the remaining people who chose to stay behind in the ninth summit continued living their lives peacefully, as Hu Zi and the bald crane continued playing with each other, and as Bai Su stood at the top of the mountain quietly, while her black locks were lifted by the wind to reveal her beautiful figure at that moment, right outside the protective screen of life surrounding the gigantic island where Freezing Sky Clan was located, far from the tranquil scene in the ninth summit. The Dead Sea roared and raged with waves surging into the sky. Hundreds of gigantic heads emerged from the surface of the sea. Their eyes shone with a cold and detached dark light as they stared at the protective screen of light while continuously closing in on it. Behind them were aquatic dragons that would occasionally reveal their gigantic bodies. As their roars filled the sky, a gigantic ship of 100,000 feet long appeared at the furthermost corner of the Dead Sea. At the top of the ship was a slender figure. His face could not be seen clearly, only his heartless and prideful eye, which were sparkling like brilliant stars. There was a woman keeping him company by his side. The woman's dark locks danced in the sea breeze, and she was an incredibly elegant sight. She looked at the island behind the protective screen of light and asked softly, "Big Brother Beiling One, is this South Morning's Freezing Sky Clan?" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Beiling is a major spoiler. Holy crap. Remember Beiling? From Dark Mountain Tribe? Yeah, their names are written slightly differently. Beiling is written as Beiling, and Beiling is written Bing. If you look at it, only the second word is slightly different, which the part we call the Chinese radicals. Also, due to a wordplay and spoiler later, Beiling has not been translated as North Hill, and neither has Beiling been translated as North Icicle, because I can't do that wordplay later on if I did that. But do they have a connection? Oh my, I don't know. Look at my innocent eyes, oh well. Also, he won't be the only one. Su Ming and Destiny, though, is a different matter, despite their names being homophones as well. You know, what with Tian treating him like an object instead of a person. Chapter 572, The Immortals Prodigy. This is one of the 3 big islands in South Morning that was formed after Eastern Wastelands crashed into the continent. The man with the heartless and prideful eyes stood on the warship and lifted his right hand before swinging his arm forward. Immediately, a jade slip appeared in his hand. That jade slip sparkled and projected an illusory map before the man and the woman. On the map was an impressive projection of the complete Eastern Wastelands and the islands that were formed after South Morning was split apart, as well as the duo's current location. They could clearly see 3 words written on the island before them on the map. Freezing Sky Clan. The 3 big islands in South Morning are the strongest forces among the Berserker remnants now. This should be where the Immortals from Great Leaf Immortal Sect descend. But from what our sect leader has deduced, Great Leaf Immortal Sect has suffered quite a lot of damage in the land of the Berserkers this time. Tian's projection has died, and there is absolutely no news about the sect elder of Great Leaf Immortal Sect here, so he must have run into an accident. Big Brother Beiling, you shouldn't meet much resistance when we get there. This trip shouldn't be hard. The woman looked at the protective screen of light, not too far away, and spoke softly. If we don't meet much resistance, then it also means that this place might not be the spot where the second god of Berserker's left hand was sealed. The man called Beiling spoke slowly, as his gaze turned even more aloof. There is a third of a chance that the second god of Berserker's left hand is sealed in this place. We need luck for this. Besides, compared to the island where the Ocean Sky Sect descends in Sky Mist Zhao, as well as South Morning's third island, which is controlled by Hidden Dragon Sect, I believe that this place has the highest possibility for us to find that arm. The woman said softly, Ater pondering it for a moment. Beiling let out a cold harumph and did not speak, which was a sign of him agreeing to the woman's words. He lifted his right hand and pointed towards the growing closer island where Freezing Sky Clan was located. Immediately, the Dead Sea roared. The hundreds of Dead Sea giants before them opened their mouths wide and simultaneously let out low roars. As they did so, they swiftly emerged from a large area of the sea, and anyone who cast a glance towards the area would find hundreds of giants taking large strides and swiftly closing in on the screen of light around Freezing Sky Clan's island. The waves roared, and as the sea churned, it turned into a vortex with the island located right at the center. With a loud bang, the vortex started turning. Big Brother Beiling, don't worry. The person who went to search for the second god of Berserkers' left hand in the Ocean Sea Sect's island, which is where the Immortals descend in Sky Mist Dao 6, is Sikong 1. He might have extraordinary power, but he's arrogant and too prideful. He'll definitely run into a lot of obstacles. It's still uncertain whether he'll be able to successfully occupy the place. This time, all of you prodigies will be ranked according to your achievements, and you, Big Brother Beiling, will definitely have a high rank. The woman looked at him, and there was a gentle look on her face. Sikong isn't a problem, but the person who is going to Hidden Dragon Sect's third island is Qian too. He's the one enemy I'm the most worried about this time. Beiling stated calmly. The moment he mentioned Qian's name, a hint of wariness appeared on his face. Sikong, Qian, and then there's Eastern Wastelands Bicifrian. Justice Heaven Dao's Yi Wang 4. Beiling narrowed his eyes. When he uttered that last name, his face darkened. Yi Wang. The woman also frowned. Clearly, that name had left a deep impression in her mind. The woman hesitated for a moment before she spoke softly. Yi Wang, the best among all the disciples of this generation, and acknowledged by all the Immortals sects. The 5 Immortals, 7, offered him protection right from his birth and even opened up his Tao for him. He was fated to become an immortal. It is said that when he was born, 10 immortal spirits who had originally passed away were resurrected, and they were given to him by heaven to protect him. Beiling remained silent and did not speak, but a will to fight burned in his eyes. He might be looking at the hundreds of dead sea giants attacking the protective screen of light, but he was not too bothered by it. What truly caught his attention was the competition among all the prodigies from each of the sects that had descended in the land of the Berserkers. I'll leave the screen of light to you. Junior Sister Chen 5. Beiling closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged at the bow of the warship. The woman beside him nodded gently and looked at him. This person had been in her heart ever since she was young. She was willing to give up everything for him. However, Beiling's cold and aloof attitude had caused her to feel dejected. Chen sighed in her heart, then lifted her hand. There was a jade bracelet on her wrist. It was letting out a gentle light at that moment, and it covered her entire body. One ray of light broke off to shoot through the Dead Sea. Once it connected with the protective screen of light, runic symbols used for deduction immediately appeared in her eyes. Time trickled by. On the second day, the warship and the hundreds of Dead Sea giants appeared next to the protective screen of light, and hundreds of long arcs flew up from beyond the ninth summit. The people within them were those who had left the mountain. These people's faces were panic-stricken as they charged into the air. They flew towards the ninth summit to bring the people their shocking news. There were enemies approaching the island, and they were trying to break their screen of light. Hundreds of Dead Sea giants, powerful aquatic dragons, and 100,000 feet long ship. These pieces of news caused all the people on the ninth summit to wake up from their meditation. It was especially so for the Lord of Heaven Gate. The old man in white immediately issued a few orders with a grave face. A dozen-something long arcs left the ninth summit, and when night arrived, they returned. Not too far away from Su Ming's isolation grounds, by Su, Huzi, the Lord of Heaven Gate, and the other powerful warriors from the other tribes in the ninth summit silently looked at an illusionary picture before them. Within that picture were the Dead Sea giants, the aquatic dragons, the gigantic, terrifying ship, and also the black-haired man sitting on it. They also saw the continuously fading protective screen of light, and also the petite figure standing beside the man with her arms wide open. She was clearly the cause for their protection screen waning. A person who can control the creatures in the Dead Sea. Who could she be? Could she be from Eastern Wastelands? To hell with them. No matter who they are, if they dare touch the ninth summit, then I'll let them have a few pieces of my mind. Huzi gave the picture a few glares and roared. The bald crane cast a disdainful, sideways glance towards him, and started wondering how it should run away if the entire ninth summit were not these people's opponents. Miss Bai Su, do you know when Sir Su Ming will wake up? The old man in white hesitated for a moment before he looked towards Bai Su. She looked towards the spot where Su Ming sat, looked at him, then shook her head gently. When she did so, a muffled rumble suddenly came from the distance and traveled to them swiftly. No one could tell precisely where that sound originated, because it came from all directions at the same time, as if it had rang into the air at the same time all around them. That sound came incredibly suddenly, and almost the moment it reached their ears, they saw cracks appearing in the sky. They made it seem as if the sky itself was being torn apart, but if anyone took a closer look, they would find that the cracks had appeared on the invisible screen of light around them. Due to the booming sounds and the cracks, the expression on the old man in white changed, and several people around him immediately stood up with incredibly grave expressions as well. Whistles and moans from a gust of wind resounded in the air at that moment. A stench that did not belong to the icy sea in this area, but the Dead Sea traveled into the area along with that gust of wind as well. The screen of light had shattered. The strength of that screen of light had made even Su Ming frown, and it was able to withstand the calamity of the eastern wastelands. But now, in just one day, it had crumbled. At that moment, all the people in the Ninth Summit who were awake felt their hearts tremble, and they gained a rough estimation of their enemy's strength. However, it swiftly turned into anguish. When the protective screen of light shattered and disappeared, blood trickled out of the corners of Qian's mouth as she stood beyond the island. Her face turned pale, and she even had a dull and lifeless look about her. She took a few staggering steps backwards. Big Brother Beiling, I can only intercept the protection here for 3 days. 3 days later, it'll appear again. That's why. You have only that time. Beiling had already stood up beside her. A bitingly cold air surrounded him, and there was a freezing look in his eyes. He did not look at Qian, but lifted his right hand and formed a seal, then pointed forward. The hundreds of Dead Sea giants immediately roared and rushed towards the island, right where Freezing Sky Clan was located. They strode towards the island with loud, booming steps. As the waves from the Dead Sea rose and fell, it submerged the edges of the island. Aquatic dragons of tens of thousands of feet rose into the air, occasionally revealing their black bodies within the clouds in the sky. Their roars also reverberated in the air, spreading in all directions. There were 9 aquatic dragons who were charging towards Freezing Sky Clan as they tumbled through the layers of clouds in the sky. Beiling was standing at the bow of the ship, and the ship beneath him was tearing through the sea. At the instant it closed in on the island, it charged out of the sea and started rushing forward in midair. At that moment, the entire area where Freezing Sky Clan's island was located was covered by roars and a ruthless, as well as a harsh aura. I'm the immortal Beiling, and I have come to retrieve the second god of Berserkers' left arm. All you Berserkers, kneel down and prostrate yourselves before me. You will be allowed to live if you accept being soul-sought, and if any of you resist, I will kill without exception. His voice rang in the air like thunder, and as it traveled forth, all of those in the Ninth Summit could hear his words buzzing in their ears. Almost at the same time Beiling spoke up, a great divine sense spread out abruptly from his body. That divine sense did not spread out in a large area, but once the ship beneath his body absorbed it, that divine sense spread out abruptly with the ship as its center. Once the divine sense was transformed by the ship, it managed to spread out to an incredibly wide area. Almost in an instant, it covered the entire island. Immediately, a picture appeared within the air above the ship and right before Beiling, and it was a shrunken map depicting the entire island where Freezing Sky Clan was located. It did not matter whether it was the land itself or the icy sea right in the middle. Everything was shown clearly on the picture. There were 100-something flashing spots within that illusionary map, and each of those flashing spots represented a berserker, and on this map, the number of these white flashing spots was the most on the Ninth Summit. There were also some who were scattered here and there. As Beiling lifted his right hand and swung forward, dozens of Dead Sea giants underneath immediately spread out and charged forward, as if they knew exactly where the white flashing spots at the edges were located. Beiling swept his gaze past the Ninth Summit on his map, and his expression remained as cold and detached as ever. There was even a hint of impatience on his face. To him, this place was just a part of the uncultured and barren land of the Berserkers. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Sikong. Hey, remember the guy who tried to kill Su Ming when he went to search for Beiling and her tribe? Isn't his name Sikong? This time, we have Sikong, Sukong, and Sikong, Song. Sikong means thinking and emptiness, and Sikong is Si, surname, plus emptiness. 2. Chinchong. G. Do you remember the charisma incarnate called Chinchong, from Windstream tribe? Chinchong is his counterpart, and Chinchong means surname plus vigor, while Chinchong means house/mansion/star plus vigor. 3. Baisu. The counterpart is Baisu, the jerk from Black Mountain tribe. Baisu Biso, means surname/finish plus white, and by Su, Biso, means surname/finish plus serious. 4. Yuang. His counterpart is Yi Wang, the genius from Sky Mist tribe, tied with Su Ming during the stair climbing contest. And you know something? Their names are written exactly the same. I wonder what that means. Yuang, for both Yi Wang from Windstream tribe and Yi Wang from Justice Heaven Dao, means leaf/surname plus watch. 5. Chen. Her counterpart is the girl engaged to Beiling when they were all in Dark Mountain tribe. Chen is Chen, meaning surname plus joy, and Chen Xine, Chen, is another surname plus joy. Wow, the amount of wordplay here. I wonder what that means. Oh well. Please remember that you are supposed to pronounce their names in the exact same manner. All their names, including Beiling/Beilings. 6. Sky Mist and Justice Heaven Dao. In this sense, it means this group of people uphold a certain brand of Dao. Sky Mist and Justice Heaven is just a name they call their own group. They are by no means Dao. 7. 5 Immortals is a legend in Guangzhou. In the past, Guangzhou had a series of famine, and everything was barren. This shocked 5 Immortals from South Sea/South China Sea. These 5 Immortals rode 5 colored goats and descended on Guangzhou to provide grain for the hard-working folk and bless them. Chapter 573, Beiling. This was a part of their test. In fact, it could even be said that this was just the first step to their test. Even if this place had basked in incredible glory in the past, but now, it was just the uncultured and barren land of the Berserkers, filled with a bunch of uncivilized people. They could only become the crushed stepping stones of the immortal prodigies in the process of their growth. The Immortals needed to crush these people under their feet so that they could build their own indestructible tower. It did not matter whether it was the scattered Berserkers in this place or those who had gathered at the mountain on the surface of the sea. Beiling paid no attention to any of them. The only thing that was worthy of his attention was whether this place was the spot where the second god of Berserkers' left hand was sealed. As the dozen-something Dead Sea giants spread out, the Berserkers who had left the ninth summit would come to face an incredible danger. Even if they managed to survive the attack, they would be unable to escape Beiling's divine sense. In the end, they would end up getting killed after catching the slightest bit of his attention. The 9 aquatic dragons in the sky flew incredibly quickly. The Dead Sea giants on the ground strode on the ground as they roared. The 100,000 feet ship sliced through the sky, and as they charged forth, a vast expanse of sea appeared before them. This sea was not the Dead Sea, but was formed after the ice melted, and right at the center of this sea was the 9th summit. The aquatic dragons moved through the clouds, and thunder roared in the sky as lightning crackled. The ground trembled under the feet of the Dead Sea giants. Waves had even begun surging into the sky from the icy sea as they closed in. A powerful, overbearing presence spread out from the ship in the sky, and wherever that presence went, the world would lose its color. At that moment, most of the Berserkers on the 9th summit were seized by terror, and anguish filled their hearts. They had just gone through the disaster within Heaven Gate, and had finally settled themselves after much difficulty. But now, they had to go through yet another life-threatening crisis. They would occasionally cast their gazes towards that person sitting at the top of the mountain. Right then, this person was their only hope. But Su Ming was immersed in gaining his epiphany and was completely unaware of the things happening outside. In his mind, the words, "What is life?" were echoing repeatedly. Gradually, he seemed to have understood the meaning behind them slightly, but he still did not have a clear notion about it. When he tried to dig deeper into it, he would find that he seemed to have gained nothing. As the overbearing presence from the world closed in on the 9th summit, and as the seawater roared, the old man in white, the Lord of Heaven Gate, smiled bitterly and stood up. He was the person with the highest level of cultivation in this place, and when he looked at the 9th summit, he knew that he had no way out. This was, after all, a part of Freezing Sky Clan. If he left, then it would mean that he would truly lose his home. "I won't leave. Even if I die, I will die in Freezing Sky Clan. You lot, if you want to leave, then go." Baisu stood up quietly and looked at the sea and the sky in the distance. She did not speak, but the hint of calmness in her eyes showed exactly what she was thinking in her heart. The people who chose to stay in the 9th summit fell silent. None of them spoke. A depressing atmosphere instantly fell on the mountain. Even Huzi was glaring at the sky with clenched fists. He was the least fitting person to leave this place. Not only was this place his home, The fact that Su Ming was meditating in this place meant that he would absolutely not allow anyone to harm him even the tiniest bit, unless they walked over his corpse. Hu Zi clenched his fists. Without bothering with the people around him, he quickly walked towards Su Ming and stood before him. His sturdy body covered the sunlight from the clouds, shining on Su Ming like a hill, turning into a dark shadow that enveloped him within. It was right at that moment that the clouds in the sky started tumbling about intensely. The aquatic dragons were the first to arrive. They started circling in the sky above the ninth summit, revealing their huge heads as they roared towards the direction beneath them. The roars from the aquatic dragon shook the sky and the earth, causing the surface of the sea to shake and even greater waves to rise into the sky. The Dead Sea Giants also arrived at that moment, and their harsh breathing along with their low roars shook the people's hearts and souls. Is Freezing Sky Clan before us? A cold voice traveled forth from the incoming ship behind the Dead Sea Giants. Beiling, who was standing at the bow of the ship, took a step into midair. In an instant, he stood in the sky and lowered his head to look at the people below coldly. He did not see Su Ming, because Hu Zi's body had already covered him completely. The third senior brother was glaring at the sky. The Lord of Heaven Gate, the old man in white, swung his arm and rose into the air with an extremely solemn expression. As the aquatic dragons in the sky howled and the Dead Sea Giants from the sea roared, he looked at Beiling, who was standing several thousands of feet away, and lowered his straight back, bowing towards him with his fist wrapped in his palm. This is indeed Freezing Sky Clan. Sir, I wonder. Before he managed to finish speaking, Beiling's cold and detached gaze gathered on him. The Immortals Prodigy cut his words off. Leave this mountain and stand to the left. Once I've finished performing Soulseek on you and find that you are without any problems, I will not cause trouble for you. There was a tone to Beiling's voice that did not allow refusal, and it sounded like if they did not agree to it, they would have to face death. Once Beiling said everything, he lifted his right hand and positioned two of his fingers into the shape of a sword. Immediately, sword aura shot out from his fingertips. A sword glint appeared from his fingers, and it instantly grew to a piercing degree. At that moment, Beiling swung his right hand down on the sea in a slashing motion. The instant he cut down, loud rumbling sounds came from the sea. A strong gust of wind charged forth and swept through all directions. The surface of the sea trembled, and a gigantic crack tore through the surface. That crack was 100-something feet wide and thousands of feet long. It was as if a small part of the sea had been cut off, and the crack was so deep that they could even see the bottom of the sea. All the people saw this scene, and a chill instantly emerged from the depths of their hearts. The might of that one slash was definitely not something a normal person could withstand. I will not repeat my words. Beiling swept his gaze across the ninth summit, speaking slowly. The entire ninth summit instantly fell silent. Several breaths later, 3 long arcs shot into the air, leaving the ninth summit to stand on Beiling's left side. Once someone took the lead, even if the remaining people felt humiliated, the courage to fight back would not rise within them when they were in the face of absolute power. All of them turned into long arcs and left the ninth summit to fly towards Beiling's left. Incredibly complicated expressions could be seen on their faces as they stood in silence. The Lord of Heaven Gate looked at the crowd, leaving the ninth summit silently. At that moment, there were only 3 people left on the mountain. One of them was Su Ming, another was Hu Zi, who stood before Su Ming to hide him away, and the last one was Bai Su. The ninth summit is part of Freezing Sky Clan, and it is the only part remaining of Freezing Sky Clan now. I'm the Lord of Heaven Gate, and I will not allow you to perform a Soulseek as you please. The old man sucked in a deep breath, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. As he lifted his right hand, the power in his body instantly erupted forth to turn into a whirlwind that surrounded him. He had his own dignity, and he had already been humiliated when Sima Qian planted his Berserker thread in him. However, Sima Qian was still a member of Freezing Sky Clan, and because of that, he could endure the humiliation. Yet now, this person before him was incredibly unfamiliar, and if he continued enduring through this, then he would have failed Freezing Sky Clan and his status as Lord of Heaven Gate. If we were still the Freezing Sky Clan of the past, we would never have let others humiliate us so with the number of powerful warriors we had. The old man felt pain in his heart. He might value his life, but at the moment, compared to his dignity, his life was nothing. Almost the moment his power erupted, he lifted his right hand. Immediately, rumbling sounds echoed behind him, and a gigantic statue of the god of Berserkers appeared. You overestimate yourself. As Beiling spoke flatly, the 9 aquatic dragons in the sky roared and charged together towards the old man. Each of these creatures possessed the power equivalent to those who had reached the initial stage of the Berserker soul realm. Their bodies were also far stronger than that of a Berserker. As they rushed forth, they instantly surrounded the old man in white. Loud rumbling sounds shook the sky. The old man was trapped among the aquatic dragons, and it was incredibly difficult for him to be able to break free. He could only grit his teeth and execute his divine abilities to fight against the 9 creatures. Or more accurately, they were not just 9 aquatic dragons, but 10. At some unknown point of time, another one had appeared, swimming around the other 9 while roaring. However, its eyes were moving around quickly, as if it was searching for a chance to leave. Beiling did not pay any attention to this additional aquatic dragon. Instead, he took a step towards the 9th summit. His pride had caused him to be incredibly tyrannical and overbearing when he did things. Besides, if he wanted to make all the Berserkers here submit to him, he definitely had to do this. You will need to make the souls of this uncivilized race tremble and make even their bones shiver. This is the only way to make them submit to you. Once they submitted to him, he still had to search through all of their memories and see if he could find any clues. After that, he would still have to think of a way to search for the second god of Berserker's left hand. He was used to this sort of submissive display towards him. This might be the first time he came to the land of the Berserkers, but he had already experienced many battles and performed many subjugations as he traveled through the stars that belonged to the Immortals. He could already be said to be incredibly familiar with this sort of thing. Qian looked at Beiling from the ship. In her memories, he was not like this in the past. In fact, he had only begun to be arrogant and cold over the past few years, losing every single shred of emotion within him. She sighed inwardly, and when her gaze fell on the old man in white trapped by the aquatic dragons as rumbling sounds traveled through the air, she was momentarily taken aback. She took a few closer looks, then frowned. She noticed that there were 10 aquatic dragons, not 9. Qian did not open her mouth to say anything, but instead chose to pay close attention to the 10 creatures. A light of deduction appeared in her eyes, as if she was trying to find out which was the extra 10th dragon. Beiling took a step forward and stood on the 9th summit. Then his cold and detached gaze fell on Baisu. I don't kill women. When Beiling looked at her, his expression remained as aloof as ever, before he turned around to walk towards Huzi. There's someone behind you. The fact that you're protecting that person shows your loyalty. For being such a loyal person, I will grant you a dignified death. When Beiling said that, his speed abruptly increased. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Huzi, and he lifted 2 of his fingers of his right hand. The sword aura that had cut apart the sea just moments ago emerged once again, and he cut towards the stoic man. Huzi let out a low roar and clenched his right hand into a fist. Ripples immediately came from his body. As they fluctuated, they surrounded the entire area, turning into an existence that was akin to the surface of water. Then, he lifted his right hand and hurled his fist towards Beiling. Get lost. Chapter 574. Waking up, a light rumble traveled forth. As the surface of the water before Huzi flashed violently and eventually crumbled, his fist struck the air a foot before Beiling, and his fist felt as if he had just landed on cotton, not managing to cause any effect. Instead, a sharp sword aura spread through his entire body, causing Huzi's body to tremble, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He took a few steps back. Su Ming was right behind him as he moved back, but Huzi would rather be injured even more than move away from the spot where Su Ming was. You are a loyal one indeed, but your power is simply too weak. Beiling averted his gaze from Huzi and looked towards Su Ming sitting on the mountain rock cross-legged. A barely noticeable glint appeared in his eyes. No wonder I didn't notice him much earlier. So he has sealed himself off. Beiling lifted his right hand and positioned his palm straight before moving towards Su Ming. He would have his hand land on Su Ming's head the moment he closed in. He wanted to search through this person's memories, but right when his hand was about to fall on Su Ming's head, Baisu turned into a long arc and closed in on him. Huzi also roared as he struggled to his feet and lunged at him once again while flinging all caution to the wind. Beiling let out a cold harumph. The sound was like thunder, and when it traveled forward, it turned into a loud bang in Huzi's ears, causing his footsteps to freeze, and he coughed up blood once again, but he did not move back. Instead, he rushed in between Beiling and Su Ming. standing before his junior brother once again to use his body to protect him. He let out a roar straight from his soul, his eyes entirely bloodshot. Baisu shuddered. As the rumbling sounds echoed in the air, blood trickled down the corners of her lips. Her vision blurred out, and when she could look clearly, she saw an endless desert stretching out before her. To the others, Beiling's harumph had caused a dazed expression to instantly appear on Baisu's face. She stood there, unmoving. But Huzi had clearly not sunk into that illusion. Instead, with bloodshot eyes, he charged towards Beiling once again in a mad dash. "If you hurt my junior brother, I will not stop hounding you till I die." Huzi roared furiously, and without caring for the injuries on his body, he lifted his fist and charged forward. Beiling frowned and looked at the man blocking his path. He had originally admired his loyalty, but once he heard his words, he was visibly moved. "I see. So he is your junior brother. This is righteousness. Oh well, if you can still stand before me after withstanding 3 of my sword strikes, then I will forgive your disrespect." As Beiling spoke, he lifted his right hand again, and with 2 of his fingers in the position of a sword, he swung his hand towards the roaring Huzi charging towards him. In the process of his hand swinging down, a piercing sword glare abruptly rose into the air and rushed out in the shape of an arc. Huzi roared and lifted his right hand to strike that sword glare. An illusory wave of distortions also spread out from his body, causing the air around him to become indistinct as well, and during that moment, a berserker mark appeared on his face. That berserker mark was a mountain, and that mountain was the 9th summit. The 9th summit is my home, and the person behind me is my junior brother. When I'm around, it doesn't matter whether it is the sky or the earth. It doesn't matter whether it is any person or any living creature. None of you are allowed to hurt even a hair on my junior brother's head." As Huzi roared, he hurled his right fist forward, and his punch crashed into Beiling's sword glare. Loud booming sounds shook the skies at that instant. Beiling did not move. In fact, his robes did not even flutter, but Huzi took 3 steps back. He would have taken a 4th step, but he could not, because right behind him was his junior brother. He forced himself to stop and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The flesh on his right hand was torn and bloodied, and there was even a deep sword gash at his chest. Blood was gushing out of it. There was a dull and lifeless look on his face, but there was a ball of fire burning in his heart. At that moment, he looked as if he would burn everything within him, all for the sake of protecting his junior brother. Su Ming, even if he died, he would still be without regrets. Again, Huzi wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips, but since his right hand was already a bloodied mess, when he wiped his lips, even more blood was smeared over there. He shivered. He could already feel death creeping up towards him, but he still did not withdraw even the tiniest bit. "We will all eventually die, and if I die for my junior brother, it's worth it." Huzi clenched his left hand and struck his chest. More red appeared in his eyes. A dreamlike presence abruptly spread out from his body and fused with his berserker mark. It actually gave Beiling the false impression that he was looking at a huge mountain. He looked at Huzi and declared slowly, "You are the second person I've met that deserves my respect, but I'd like to see just how long you can last." Beiling lifted his right hand, but he no longer had 2 fingers in the position of a sword. This time, he had 3 fingers. He looked as if he was forming a seal, and once he made it, he pointed towards the incoming Huzi. In that instant, an illusory long sword appeared before Beiling. Once it manifested, it let out a piercing sword whistle as it charged straight towards Huzi. The man and sword crashed into each other during that instant. Huzi let out a muffled groan, and the illusory version of the 9th summit before him collapsed while twisting in the air. The dreamlike presence spreading out from his body also scattered away. His left hand shattered with a bang. When he coughed up blood, his body began swaying and his face turned pale, but he forced his falling body to stop. Blood filled his mouth, his eyes were red, and his breathing gradually weakened. The sword continued floating in midair, but it had shattered and was no longer in the form of a sword. "You still have to endure one more strike. I will tell you this. I've only used 2/10 of my strength previously. Now, I will use an 8/10 of my strength to show my respect towards you. Tell me your name. You have the right for me to ask you that question." Beiling lifted his right hand, and this time he had his entire palm positioned in the form of a sword. A sword glare spread out from Beiling's right hand. That sword was 7 feet long and did not look like an illusion, but instead looked incredibly real. "I'm your grandpa. Hu Zi gave a weak, vicious grin. With his torn and bloodied right hand, he seized at the air in the direction of his bosom, and a pot of wine appeared in his hand. It had been a long time since he drank, but now, as death loomed over his head, he brought that pot of wine to his lips and took a big swig from it. Beiling frowned and swung his right hand towards Hu Zi. Immediately, the illusory long sword in his hand spun into the air, and with an astonishing, sharp presence, it tore through the air, forming a crack in space, and charged straight towards his opponent. Hu Zi's expression was calm. He stood his ground, protecting Su Ming behind him, and he closed his eyes. However, there was a ball of fire burning within him at that moment. He was burning his own life so that he could use it to withstand this slash and protect his junior brother. Youngest junior brother, farewell. The sword came charging towards him with a howl, while invisible flames engulfed Hu Zi's body. Right at that moment, a hand pressed against his back. When that palm touched him, an abundant amount of life force surged into Hu Zi's body like a flowing stream, extinguishing the flames burning in him and replenishing the life force he'd lost, even recovering the injuries he'd sustained slightly. All of this happened within an instant. Just as Hu Zi was taken aback by this, the long sword closed in, and during that moment, Su Ming, who had been sitting behind Hu Zi while meditating, stood up with a dark look on his face. He took a step forward, and at the same moment he exchanged places with Hu Zi, he lifted his right hand and pointed towards the incoming longsword. All of this might seem to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth, only an instant had passed since the moment Su Ming woke up to the moment he pointed forward. That finger touched the long sword, and an indescribably loud bang exploded into the air. Because of it, Beiling withdrew for the first time ever, and this time, he even took a dozen-something steps backwards. With each step, a deep footprint would be left behind on the ground, and it even made the entire mountain tremble. When he took his final step, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood with a pale face. He lifted his head swiftly, with shock evident on his face. Su Ming was not forced to take even a step backwards. He stood right where he was, and behind him was Hu Zi, his senior brother, the senior brother who had used his life to protect and defend him just moments ago. This senior brother of his might, like laughing and grinning foolishly, might think of himself as an incredibly intelligent person, might be so straightforward in his actions that he would at times cause others to not know how to deal with him. But he was his senior brother, the man who had used everything within him to protect his junior brother. This was Hu Zi, Su Ming's third senior brother. Senior brother, I'm here. Su Ming did not look at Beiling. He looked instead at Hu Zi, and as he spoke gently, he pressed his left hand on his chest, and immediately, a vast amount of life force surged into his body once again. Hu Zi grinned foolishly and looked back at him. That honest expression made Su Ming's heart clench in pain, because the injuries on Hu Zi's chest were incredibly grievous at the moment. His hands were also torn into bloody ribbons. His pale face, his honest, straightforward smile, and his mountain-like build were things that Su Ming would never forget in his life. Junior brother, am I going to die? If I'm going to die, then let me die. I'm not afraid. Remember, you have to look for master. It was becoming hard for Hu Zi to breathe, and his voice was disjointed. You won't die, Su Ming stated stubbornly. At that moment, Beiling, who was forced back a dozen-something steps, stared at Su Ming. An incredibly grim look appeared on his face. He swiftly lifted his right hand, and a large amount of sword shadows appeared around him, and they looked as if they numbered to nearly 100. As he pointed forward with his right hand, those sword shadows whistled in the air, tore through space, and rushed towards Su Ming. You won't die. If anyone dares to take your life, I will search for them throughout heaven and earth, and I will destroy their clans, wipe their sects, and eradicate their families. Su Ming declared through gritted teeth, and when he lifted his left hand from Hu Zi's chest, a blue glow appeared in his eyes. He formed a strange seal with his hand, and that seal looked like the word life. You won't die, because I will seize life for you. Su Ming swiftly pressed his left hand on the center of Hu Zi's brows, and at the same time, he lifted his right hand and pushed in the direction towards the near 100 sword shadows charging towards him. With that one push, a power of time reversal swiftly erupted from his right hand. Chapter 575, Beiling, without any space in between one. The instant this power that reversed time burst forth, the 100 sword shadows that were charging towards Su Ming from behind him froze and abruptly started tumbling backwards. Beiling's pupils shrank. Almost the instant those swords fell back and his body started retreating against his will, he bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Right at the moment this blood appeared, it turned into a blood-red chain that surrounded the area, turning the place into a vortex made of chains. The vortex crashed into the invisible power, causing time to reverse, and created a violent bang. The chain crumbled in an instant. The 100-sword shadows completely vanished, and Beiling took 2 steps backwards, but in the midst of time reversing, he forced himself to move forward. At the instant he did so, Su Ming lifted his left hand from the center of Hu Zi's brows and turned around. Then, for the first time, he looked at Beiling face to face. Behind him, Hu Zi had closed his eyes and fallen asleep. His chest rose and fell, still alive, a mark similar to the word life at the center of his brows. That mark sparkled at the same rhythm as Hu Zi's breathing. Su Ming looked at Beiling, with a complicated emotion hidden within his eyes. In truth, right at the moment he woke up, he had already seen this figure that once existed only in his memories. They were exactly the same. If he had to say that there was a difference between them, then the Beiling in his memories was a young teenager, and the person standing before him right then had the marks of time on his body. He might not look ancient, but there was an extreme arrogance and coldness about him. If Su Ming had been his previous self from many years ago, then he would definitely be incredibly excited and worked up the moment he saw Beiling. But now, after going through the striking resemblance between Bai Su and Beiling, then experiencing the matter between Sima Qian and the corpse on the altar located on the continent in that galaxy, and once he learned of many other secrets, he was no longer excited. There were only mixed feelings within him. Beiling did not know him. Su Ming expected this since a long time ago. He looked at Beiling, and the man looked at him. At the moment their gazes met each other, Beiling felt his heart tremble. He had a sudden feeling that even though the person before him was an unfamiliar sight, but his gaze gave him an incredibly familiar feeling, and that sense of familiarity caused him to be momentarily stunned. Beiling, it's been a long time, said Su Ming calmly. A glint appeared in Beiling's eyes. He stared at him. You know me? Is your name spelled B-I, space, L-I-N-G? Su Ming asked slowly. There was no way out of this. He had to take responsibility for what this person did. There's no space in between. Beiling said coldly. The ship in the distance closed in slowly, and the woman standing at the bow of the ship stared at Su Ming with a dumbfounded look in her eyes. Gradually, disbelief appeared on her face, and her breathing quickened. You too, Chen Qian, it's been a long time. Su Ming moved his gaze away from Beiling and looked towards the woman as he spoke softly. You are. Chen widened her eyes and looked at Su Ming. Beiling saw the disbelief in her eyes, and it caused him to look closely into his opponent's eyes. It doesn't matter who I am. Beiling, let's fight. A sharp glare shone in Su Ming's eyes, covering the complicated look in his eyes. When he looked towards Beiling, he lifted his right hand and swung it to the side. This time, I will not fight for myself. I will fight, because you injured my senior brother. Beiling fell silent. A chilling glare appeared swiftly in his eyes, and with a solemn expression, he lifted his right hand and seized something behind his head. He looked as if he had seized at air, but in truth, he had grabbed onto something that no one else could see. Then, as if a sword was slowly being pulled out from behind his back, the chilling glare in his eyes shone, and he lifted his right foot to take a step towards Su Ming. At the instant he took that step, an anxious look appeared on Qian's face. She immediately flew out from the ship, and her voice rang in the air. Beiling, he's quiet. Beiling did not turn his head back, and with a low growl, he cut off Qian's words. Then, with an extreme speed, he closed the gap between him and Su Ming until there was less than 100 feet left between them. A red glare suddenly appeared in the air above his right hand, and a red longsword turned into a burning long arc as he let go of it before charging towards Su Ming like a shooting star. At the same time, Beiling began forming seals with his hands and pointed towards the sky. Immediately, the clouds in the sky tumbled about, and the aquatic dragons that had trapped the old man in white let out a roar together, leaving the old man to charge towards Beiling before turning into a robe with embroidered pythons too, above his head. That python robe danced in the air as if there was someone invisible wearing it, and it swung its sleeve at Su Ming. But that was not enough to show just how powerful Beiling was. He pressed his left hand to the ground, and the seawater beneath them immediately started churning, turning into a huge face. That face was exactly the same as Beiling's and was made entirely of seawater. At that moment, it opened its mouth wide and rose swiftly from the depths of the sea to rush towards Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the sword charging towards him. Behind him was Hu Zi, and right behind that divine ability before him was his companion from Dark Mountain, the companion existing in his memories. Su Ming would not forget his memories about Dark Mountain, and neither would he forget Hu Zi's camaraderie. "I don't owe you anything," he mumbled. In the face of the sword coming straight towards him, he closed his eyes. At the instant he closed his eyes, the red sword glare closed in on him and stabbed his chest, right where his heart was. That sword was brimming with killing intent, and it was a sword that moved to kill Su Ming. A bang rang in the air and spread through the entire area. Su Ming took a step back. A small portion of the sword in the long arc had pierced into his chest, but could no longer plunge itself deeper into him, as if his body possessed incomparable durability, and this sword alone could not hope to pierce through him. With this sword, the debt of you teaching me the bow and arrow is over. Su Ming opened his eyes and lifted his right hand to press against the sword in his chest. Once he held it, he squeezed it tightly, and golden light swiftly shone on his entire body. That golden light came from every inch of his flesh and blood, originating from every single piece of his bone. There was a snapping sound once Su Ming squeezed down on the red sword, and it started shattering inch by inch before turning into a large amount of broken fragments that scattered into the sea. Almost the instant Su Ming crushed the sword, the invisible person wearing the python robe closed in on him, and as the robe waved its sleeve, the illusions of the 9 aquatic dragons manifested to open their mouths wide towards Su Ming. At the moment they snapped their jaws shut, they wrapped their bodies around him, and as they pulled their bodies tighter around him, a great force aiming to tear him limb from limb appeared. Su Ming did not move. Yet no matter how much the aquatic dragons roared, they could only make his face turn slightly pale. His body still remained standing with his back straight on the ground. He was not torn apart. With this strike, our friendship since we were children is over. Su Ming lowered his head and whispered softly. At the instant these words fell from his lips, the golden light spreading out of his body swiftly exploded. When he lifted his right hand, wherever the golden light went, shrill screams of pain would come from the 9 aquatic dragons. Banging sounds reverberated in the air, and the dragons shattered simultaneously. As their broken bodies fell down, they turned into pieces of cloth with embroidered pythons. Su Ming's words fell into Beiling's ears, but not a single change of emotion could be detected on his face. Instead, his expression turned even more aloof. At that moment, the third divine ability he had executed, the huge face formed of seawater, closed in, and with a loud rumble it completely enveloped Su Ming and the entire 9th summit within. Anyone looking from the distance would no longer see the 9th summit. They would only see a gigantic head. That head was tens of thousands of feet tall as it stood erect on the surface of the sea. Within it was the 9th summit. With this seawater, you drowned our memories in Dark Mountain. Beiling, from now on, you are Beiling. I, Su Ming, have never owed you anything. I have never owed you anything in the past, and now, I still do not owe you anything. You've injured my senior brother. Now, I will make you pay. The instant Su Ming's voice traveled out from the pillar of seawater, a loud rumble that shook the sky and earth swiftly rose into the air, and violent ripples came from within. As those ripples spread out and the rumbling sounds roared in the air, the pillars swiftly collapsed. The seawater formed a ring and started shooting outwards in all directions, like a wave of impact. At that same moment, a blurry figure shot out and closed in on Beiling. It pointed towards him, a presence that belonged to life cultivation swiftly surrounding Su Ming's fingertip. This presence of life cultivation was a power that could shake souls and crush life matrices. The reason behind life cultivation's great power was precisely because it could allow the cultivator to rattle another's life matrix, to alter his own fate, to turn the universe upside down, and even to overturn the divine force that created all lives. Su Ming had possessed a hint of presence belonging to life cultivation earlier, but that presence had been dull and lifeless due to his confusion, chaotic due to his uncertainty. Even so, that presence had been incredibly astonishing. Yet now, even though he still had yet to obtain his full answer, Su Ming had a sort of understanding in his heart. He might be unable to use words to describe that understanding, but he could still sense its presence. That was a comprehension towards the word, life. It was precisely because of this that the presence of life cultivation coming from Su Ming's body could make Beiling become visibly moved and shock to appear on his cold face. He could clearly sense it. His soul started shaking because of that finger. This finger is your punishment for stepping on the 9th summit. Beiling did not have time to hesitate. In haste, he quickly retreated, and as he lifted his right hand, all the pores in his body opened up, and wisps of sword aura burst out to swiftly stand against Su Ming's incoming finger. A loud bang echoed in the air. Beiling coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered several hundreds of feet back. A sharp wave of pain filled every single nook and cranny of his body, and the large amount of sword aura that had spread out from his body crumbled and shattered nonstop. A tiny wound appeared on the pad of Su Ming's finger. Fresh blood flowed, but he did not stop. With large strides, he walked towards Beiling. As Su Ming closed in, he swung his arm and clenched his right hand into a fist before hurling it straight towards Beiling through the air. When he delivered that punch, the golden light on his entire body seemed to have gathered on his fist, and from the distance, Su Ming's right fist looked like a golden sun. Illuminating the entire area, it rushed towards his opponent. Beiling did not have time to wipe the blood from his mouth. His pride would never allow him to accept this sort of defeat, especially losing against Su Ming. This made him lift his right hand to swiftly press against the top of his skull. His entire body started trembling, and right before Su Ming's eyes, a sword manifested itself in Beiling's body. That sword was within him and only about the size of his palm. At the moment Beiling struck the top of his skull, the sword flew out. *****. Translator's notes. 1. Beiling, without any space in between. Just a reminder, Beiling North Icicle and Beiling North Hill. Both pronounced as Bei 3 Ling 2. Here is the original version of the title and the exchange between Su Ming and Beiling, for those who would like to know. The original only really makes sense and works if you can read the Chinese version. Su Ming, does the Bei in your name mean north, and the Ling in your name mean icicle? Beiling, that Ling means hill. 2. Robe with embroidered pythons/python robe is actually supposed to be called Mang robe. They are worn by Qing dynasty officials. Some sources say they are also worn by Ming dynasty officials, and some say otherwise. The patterns are a little different. Mang robe was scrapped because I feel like it's just an abuse of pinyin in this case. Chapter 576. The answer is, it is fake. At the instant the sword flew out, the sword aura that raged through the entire world swiftly reverberated in the air. As Beiling pointed forward, a black and white glow shot out from the sword and charged towards Su Ming with a howl. This punch is your punishment for hurting my senior brother. Su Ming's fist crashed into that small sword. A rumbling sound shot through the air, a wave of impact spread out. Beiling coughed up blood once again and took a few steps backwards. As his face turned pale, he saw Su Ming standing in his spot. He did not even budge a single inch. Instead, he unfurled his fist and casually grabbed the black and white small sword. Beiling, your strongest forte isn't the sword, but the arrow. You don't use swords like this. Su Ming shook the small sword in his grip a little, and his divine sense abruptly rose up to fuse with his powerful will before he sent it charging into the small sword. A shrill sword whistle shot out from the sword, as if it wanted to struggle against him and was calling for its master. However, that sword whistle did not last for more than 10 breaths before it died away, and as Su Ming gave that sword a light wave, it grew to be 3 feet long. As he held the sword in his hand, his comprehension towards swords, which Hong Luo had gained as part of his inheritance as a member of the Immortals royalty and which Su Ming had inherited from him, emerged in his head. This was a way of wielding the sword. However, Hong Luo himself did not use swords, and that was why he did not practice this skill. Su Ming had also tested it out with the small Virescent sword before, but the sword had been unable to handle this different manner of control. At that moment, as he held Beiling's sword in hand, Su Ming took a step forward and closed in on his opponent in an instant. He swung his sword towards him. Beiling continued retreating. At that moment, his eyes were sparkling as he lifted his right hand to form a few seals before he moved his left hand to seize the afterimages left behind by those seals. A low growl fell from his lips. Explosion from the crushed seal. As those words were spoken and Beiling relaxed his left hand, a long string of loud rumbling sounds immediately came from in front of him. They sounded like muffled thunderclaps. Turning into a wave of impact, they rushed towards Su Ming. He remained calm. At the instant that impact came towards him, He lifted his left hand and flicked the sword. It started trembling violently, and a piercing hum sounded in the air. The sharp hum turned into a wave of sound that crashed into the rumbling sounds. The space between them instantly collapsed and shattered, turning into a void that could absorb anything. At the same time, Su Ming bit the tip of his left hand. When blood flowed out, he smeared it on the body of the sword, and a murderous aura swiftly rose from it. Holding the sword in his hand, he swung it towards Beiling in a violent lash-like swing, as there were hundreds of feet between them. A hum sounded in the air, and a red glare was flung out of the sword to swiftly strike Beiling in a whipping motion. When he coughed up blood, Su Ming shook his head and let go of the weapon in his hand. A fine crack appeared on the sword. There were few swords in the world that could withstand this extreme vibration caused by that one flick before they turned into a wave of sound, and that lash that was as flexible as a whip. Even Beiling's sword had begun sporting cracks. If it had been Su Ming's Virescent sword, that full-force flick would have been enough to make it explode. This art was also supposed to be cast with the 9 transfigurations, 10 transformations, and 1 voice art, according to Hong Luo's inheritance. By then, the effects of this strike would be incredibly terrifying. Once Su Ming let go of Beiling's sword, he lifted his right foot and moved forward, then stomped the ground before him. With that one step, the world rumbled. The clouds above them churned, and the illusion of a huge footprint gathered together before charging towards Beiling with an astonishing presence. A loud bang rang in the air, and Su Ming lifted his foot again. Once he took 7 consecutive steps forward, the clouds in the whole sky started tumbling violently. The banging sounds continued non-stop, and Beiling coughed up fresh blood once again. As he fell back, his hair spilled all over his shoulders, betraying his pathetic state. The cold look on his face was no longer around, replaced by disbelief and dumbfounded shock. Once Su Ming took those 7 steps, he appeared before Beiling, then lifted his right hand and slapped the other's right arm. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air, and Beiling's right arm was torn to bloody pieces, splattering his already gravely wounded body. Su Ming did not stop. He tapped Beiling's left arm, and the man's left arm was shattered, with blood spilling into the air. There was deep gash on Beiling's chest, and his arms were a bloody mess. At that moment, his injuries were the exact same as those of Hu Zi. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and as his opponent staggered backwards, he grabbed Beiling's throat. As he looked at this person silently, the complicated look from before appeared on his face once again. Su Ming. An anxious voice called out to him. It was Chen. She had traveled to this place without care for anything else. When she saw Su Ming seizing Beiling with his hand, tears fell from her eyes. Beiling also looked at Su Ming, and a broken smile appeared on his face. Su Ming. Su Ming looked at Beiling. This was the first time he heard Beiling saying his name once he woke up. So you still remember me, he stated softly. Su Ming, we bear no ill will. I didn't know you were here. I. Chen cried. As she looked at Su Ming, sharp pain stabbed her heart. The 2 men before her had left incredibly deep memories within her, and she could not forget either of them. We're different from the others. There's no way we could possibly forget you. Chen looked at Su Ming. She originally did not think that she would meet Su Ming so quickly in the Berserkers world. She had also thought about all sorts of possible scenarios that might occur when she ran into him again, but she had never expected they would meet again under such circumstances. You too came from the land of the Immortals. Tell me, what was Dark Mountain? Su Ming asked softly as he looked at Beiling and Chen. Is Wu La not dead? Is Beiling still around? Is Lei Chen well? Where did Elder come from? Yi Wang, Chen Chong, Wu San, and all the other people I met in Dark Mountain. Are they going to appear in my world one after another? Is the world where Dark Mountain lies true or fake? He wondered in a mumble. Do you really want to know? The person who answered Su Ming was not Chen, but Beiling. He looked at him with a complicated expression on his face as he spoke hoarsely and with great difficulty. Su Ming fell silent. Anguish and loneliness appeared on his face, and he slowly let go of his grip around Beiling's neck. I already know the answer. Both of you leave. Su Ming turned around and no longer looked at Beiling and Chen. He walked towards the 9th summit silently, and behind him Beiling's expression turned even more complicated. Chen wept beside him, and as she looked at Su Ming's back, pity appeared in her eyes. Su Ming, we are who we are, but we are also not who we are, Beiling said softly, and turned around before moving towards the ship. Qian looked at Su Ming and closed her eyes before she left with Beiling. Once these two people landed on the ship, it turned into a long arc and gradually left into the distance. Only the Dead Sea giants in the area continued roaring. The answer is, it is fake, Su Ming said softly while standing on the ninth summit. The sea breeze lifted his hair and covered his eyes. Chapter 577, Seizing Life. Is it important whether it is real or fake? Su Ming looked at the sea and sky in the distance as he mumbled softly under his breath. Is it important? How could it not be important? Those were his most beautiful memories. That was his dark mountain. Those were memories left behind on nostalgia-filled books, their yellowed pages lifted by a gentle, quiet breeze. No, it's not important. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he reopened them after a long while, he felt a little tired. That tiredness did not come from his body, but from his soul. It was like all lamps had been blown out in a buried city. When he extended his hand out, he would not be touching darkness, but would be touching the unfamiliar sights he could not see. He would also be looking at the sun that belonged to someone else, the faces that belonged to someone else, and the dozen-something years of his childhood that belonged to someone else. The memories after he left Dark Mountain surfaced in his head. In the end, they turned into a huge ball of tangled threads that no one could see through, figure out, or unravel. The fatigue that sprouted in Su Ming's heart grew deeper as time passed, and when it filled his entire core, it turned into a hint of lonely desolation. Wind blew past the surface of the sea. The crystalline sparkles on the waves were the result of light coming from the darkening clouds in the sky. That light came from the setting sun beyond the clouds, and it was a charming sight to look upon. In the midst of it all, Su Ming looked as if he was drifting in a sea of memories, as he wrapped his arms tightly around a wooden raft called loneliness. But no matter what, he could not get out of this sea, and he could not bring himself to let go. He stood there, and as his hair was lifted by the wind, it looked as if the strands were dancing to a tune called life. The wind that blew through the gaps between his hair brought with it a sound, and it turned into the saddest song of a sun in the passage of time. When Beiling and Qian left, Baisu woke up from the illusion. The instant her world became clear once again, she saw Su Ming standing and looking at the sea and sky. It was quiet all around them. The old man in white and all the others who had chosen to stand to the left moments ago were all silent. The fatigue in Su Ming's heart was like a quiet song. It spread out, causing everyone to be immersed in that silence, and no one was willing to make any sound to break it. However, no one had any idea who had managed to hear the coda to this song singing about Dark Mountain. It had been a long time since Su Ming cried, but at that moment, tears gradually flowed down his eyes, yet he did not know about them. It was as if he had already forgotten about their existence. Those tears were transparent, but when they trickled down his cheeks, they looked as if they had been dyed by his loneliness, causing them to gain a bitter, astringent taste when they reached his lips. Perhaps everyone's tears are tasteless when they initially flow out, tasting just like the drops of rain that fell from the clouds. Then, as everyone lives through their lives, their tears gradually change, gaining the color of their cheeks, and they would slowly turn bitter. At some unknown point of time, Baisu arrived beside Su Ming. Her face was a little pale when she looked at him. She lifted her hand gently and wet her fingertips with his tears. "Thank you," Su Ming whispered softly. The warmth of those fingertips that touched his face made him open his eyes. The light from the sunset seeping through the clouds was crimson red. It scattered on the surface of the sea, giving it a brilliant glow while giving the water a muddy look so that they could no longer peer into the sea. This scene was incredibly beautiful. The slender Su Ming, the beautiful Baisu, the wind lifting their hairs together, and also the heads of the giants that popped up to the surface of the sea all around them. However, the roars from the Dead Sea giants ruined this beautiful scene and broke the silent atmosphere. Their low growls and howls had not disappeared due to Beiling's departure. Almost the instant the Dead Sea giants started roaring, Su Ming lifted his hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky gently, but instead of the sky, the sea was the one that moved. The seawater started rotating with loud booming sounds, turning into an incomparably huge whirlpool. As it spun with loud booming sounds, the Dead Sea giants within struggled, but in the end, even their roars were drowned out by the sound of waves. Gradually, the people's gazes became filled with great respect as they looked at Su Ming. There was also a hint of fear within their eyes, because the whirlpool in the sea was spinning faster with each passing moment, and eventually, Under that extreme speed, the wind that was stirred up and the water that was swept into the whirlpool all turned into blades that could sever bones and cut through flesh and blood. The shrill screams of pain and the giants' struggles as they tried to escape were all useless under the whirlpool's spinning. They could only turn into a pool of fresh, red blood, and also pieces of flesh that were ripped off from their bones. Eventually, not a single intact dead sea giant could be found on the surface of the sea. When all of them were reduced to crushed bones that filled the red ocean, Su Ming slowly furled his right hand together. At the instant he clenched his fist, drops of blood floated up from the rotating sea. They gathered together to merge into a gigantic ball before Su Ming. Once it formed, the seawater returned to its original color. The souls of the near 100 dead sea giants flashed in the ball of blood that floated before Su Ming. Occasionally, they would let out shrill cries that could only be sensed with the mind. The ball of blood looked as if it was boiling. As it continued gathering together, it began contracting and slowly shrinking. Eventually, it turned into an object that looked like a fingernail shining with a strangely enchanting shade of red as it floated towards Su Ming. He lifted his head swiftly. The loneliness in his eyes and the forlornness on his face were hidden in the depths of his heart. What was shown was his usual composure. He lifted his right hand swiftly, and when he swiped his index finger past that condensed blood, it looked as if it got glued to it. It was as if his fingertip had turned into a pen, and he started making stroke after stroke in midair. Su Ming did not know how many strokes he drew in the end, but eventually, a complex runic symbol floated before him. It shone with a bloody glow and exuded an abundant amount of life force. That was the accumulation of all the lives of the Dead Sea Giants. Seizing life. The word seize alone could already mean everything. Su Ming did not know how to tamper with lives. But while he had not completely understood the concept, because he had woken up halfway through fumbling about as he continued trying to gain an epiphany through that black wooden block, he still had managed to touch the surface of a passage he had not known in the past. Life. Everyone had different lives. That was the matrix guiding their lives. It was the most brilliant light within a living being. Not everyone could see it, but if it was extinguished, then that life would be forfeit. If that light was changed, then the fate of that life would show a transformation of a degree that could turn the world upside down. This was part of the principles of life. In Su Ming's head, Hu Zi's smiling face appeared, along with his simple and honest expression, and also the figure that had stood like a mountain in defense to the end. I might have a faint inkling of what life is, but I still don't know what life truly means. I cannot tamper with the principles of life, and I can't revive the dead. But since my blood and hair can give life to see Ma Xian's puppet, and since my life is such a mysterious existence in Death region, then with my life, I can use other life forces and blood as a lead to let my senior brother recover. Su Ming mumbled in his heart. The runic symbol he drew had been the only thing that had appeared in his head during the entire process of trying to gain an epiphany from that black wooden block, and that symbol had appeared right at the instant before he woke up. It had appeared when Su Ming gained his epiphany, and when it appeared, he had a vague sense of familiarity towards it. This familiarity made him feel as if the runic symbol was he himself. This was the mark that was formed from his principles of life. Su Ming could sense it was not complete, but even so, it still contained his life. Once he drew that runic symbol, the clouds in the sky looked as if they had frozen up and no longer moved. The sea was also mysteriously void of waves. It was as if they had just gained life, and now they did not dare to show themselves. An incredibly powerful presence of life cultivation spread out from Su Ming's body at that instant. It spread out through the entire area, and right when it surged into the clouds, the thick coverage in the sky faded a little. Gradually, it thinned out greatly, causing the light from the setting sun to shine down even stronger on the spot where Su Ming sat, compared to the other areas around him. Bai Su stared at him with a dumbfounded expression as his hair gradually gained an ancient color. It was grayish-white, a boundless expanse of snow. Su Ming continued drawing line after line, and when he drew his final line, he bit the tip of his tongue to cough up a mouthful of blood. It spilled on the blood-red runic symbol, causing it to instantly possess a spirited air. When Su Ming lifted his right hand, he dragged it along the symbol, which was shining with a piercing light, and took a step towards where Hu Zi lay on the ground. With a step, Su Ming arrived before him. He tapped swiftly on the center of Hu Zi's brows, with the blood-red runic symbol and his own vitality on his right index finger. At the instant he did so, a large number of hair on Su Ming's head swiftly turned white, right from their roots. Hu Zi shuddered, and the runic symbol was left on the center of his brows. As it shone, it looked as if it had branded itself on the man's body and soul. A bloody red shade shone at the center of Hu Zi's brows, then started spreading. When it reached his chest, the hideous gash there was wiped away. The red hue then continued flowing through him, and when it spread to his entire body, the bloody mess that was Hu Zi's arms was repaired to its original state. Snores tumbled out of Hu Zi's mouth, sounding like thunderclaps that shook the sky and earth. Hu Zi's life had not been cut short. He had simply suffered a grave injury that was difficult to cure, and so he had lost all his life force. This sort of restoration was much simpler compared to stealing life from the heavens itself, but it was definitely not something a normal person could do. Only those who walked down the path of life cultivation could completely restore the lives of people with such injuries. Su Ming did not have the ability to change Hu Zi's principles of life, but he could use his own principles of life to provide nourishment for his third senior brother so that he could wake up. Yet no matter what, Su Ming had not truly stepped into the path of life cultivation. He was only lingering about at the door to this path, hence he had to pay an incredible price to cure Hu Zi. However, even if he had to pay an even greater price than this, Su Ming would not have hesitated for even a single moment, because this was Hu Zi. This was his third senior brother. Once Su Ming heard Hu Zi's snores, a faint smile appeared on his pale face. At that moment, as the clouds in the sky continued thinning away, a ray of golden-red light shone down through a gap. That light fell on Su Ming's body and illuminated his hair. It was a mixture of black and white now, and also had an ancientness to it that made it look as if it was gray though it was actually not. The light made it look as if Su Ming was a lone flame which had no home to return to. Or perhaps, it was just unable to find its way there. Chapter 578, Smoke. Su Ming left. When Hu Zi was safe, still deep asleep though, he chose to leave. Along with him, he brought the bald crane that had quietly turned back into itself from the aquatic dragon. Departure is also a form of longing, which is not strictly limited to being between men and women. There are many times when longing is born due to the friendship between brothers. The ninth summit stood tall above the surface of the sea. At the top of the mountain, a presence that belonged to life cultivation filled a gigantic stone monument. It was something Su Ming decided to leave behind, so it would be an eternal presence that would protect the ninth summit. He was the one who erected that stone monument, and he was also the one who carved the words on it. There were not many, merely a few lines. Kill those who have harmed even a single plant of ninth summit. Kill those who have harmed even a single follower of ninth summit. Kill the entire tribe of the person who harmed even a single disciple of the ninth summit. These 3 lines exuded a great killing intent, as well as a powerful and intimidating air that filled the entire sky and earth in the area. Perhaps this alone would not be enough to intimidate the truly powerful warriors, but the hint of Su Ming's presence belonging to life cultivation contained in those 3 lines of words were enough to terrify even those who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm. It was enough to shock even the Immortals. Those words meant that there was someone in the ninth summit who had managed to arrive at the door leading to the path of life cultivation. It meant that this person was one of the incredible people who had managed to truly break through the limits in the Berserkers' cultivation method after the god of Berserkers had died. More importantly, those words meant that whoever did things mentioned in them would have to face a terrifying enemy who will exact a burning vengeance that would not wane for as long as he lived. This was a blatant threat, and exactly what Su Ming was feeling. Moreover, he had not just left behind his aura and words on that mountain rock. There was also a drop his blood on it. It could lend life to Qian. It could let Hu Zi recover. It contained his will, and once it erupted, it could bring out the power of one strike from Su Ming at his full power. Because Su Ming's principles of life were gathered in that drop of blood. That drop of blood was imprinted on the stone monument, but the control over it was in Hu Zi's hands. With it around, Su Ming would be able to notice if the ninth summit ran into a disaster that was too difficult for them to face. On the day he left, Bai Su stood at the top of the mountain and watched quietly as his figure gradually disappeared from her sight. She liked Su Ming. She had not known about it in the past, but her feelings had only become more deeply engraved in her bones after they parted ways. However, everything had changed. The mirages created by the reflections on the lake were no longer of the moon or the blossoming flowers. As a member of the Bai family, Baisu had inherited the principles of life that belonged to the river in the sky. She might not have practiced that strange art in the black wooden block, but she had heard many things about it, which was why she knew that all members in the Bai family were bound to be alone for life. This was already set in stone. Perhaps it was possible to change their fate, and perhaps it was not possible. If they tried persisting against their fate, the names that were etched into the Bai family records would die, and their corpses would turn into bloody proofs of the Bai family's life of being part of the river of the sky. The water in the river comes from the sky, and in its loneliness, it would eventually return to the sky as well. Those with this life are bound to be like the flowing water in the river, especially for those with the life of the stone falling into the river. They would only have a short period of happiness and would only reflect the colors of the water under the sun for an equally brief moment before they were gone the next instant. Su Ming's departure caused the ninth summit to sink into silence. The protective screen of light around the island appeared once again and continued protecting those within it. Su Ming had no idea who was the one who created this screen of light. He had asked the old man in white before, but he did not know the answer either. He only knew that on the day the disaster arrived, and the instant heaven gate rose into the sky, disappearing, this screen of light had appeared suddenly right at the moment all the people thought that their deaths were imminent. No one knew why it had appeared. Neither had anyone seen who it was who laid it down. In the midst of the tranquility, the people who had been humiliated by Beiling's oppression returned to the ninth summit and found place there. Su Ming did not chase them away, but instead gave them a home. He was also a person without a home, so why should he make things hard for people bearing the same plight? Su Ming left. He walked out of the screen of light and cast his eyes towards the east. That was where Eastern Wastelands was located. As he stood above the Dead Sea, not a single soul could be detected around him. Only the waves from the sea and the moaning winds were his companions, and the loneliness buried in the depths of his heart increased. He flew forward quietly, heading into the distance, towards Eastern Wastelands. The Dead Sea beneath him covered all land. There were several places Su Ming was familiar with that were now buried deep in the depths of the sea, just like this spot. Han Mountain City was buried under the water here, as well as the chains of Han Mountain. A day later, Su Ming stopped calmly in midair. He had not met anyone on his way to this place. It was as if the entire world had died, and he was the only one left on this planet. Only the wind and the waves were his companions. Su Ming looked at the Dead Sea beneath him. In his memories, Han Mountain City laid in this area, but he knew that Han Mountain could not be found presently in the depths of the sea. The destruction of the continent was like a mirror being shattered. The distance between the broken pieces of land also differed. The location in his memories was only a recollection. The real place could be anywhere, just not here. If he wanted to search for the place now, then he would have to dive deep into the bottom of the sea and search for it slowly in all directions. All along the way, the bald crane had noticed the dispirited air looming around Su Ming. It did not bother him. Instead, as they flew, its eyes would wander around, occasionally looking towards the sea and everything around it, attracted by everything that shined. 3 days passed by before they knew it. Su Ming did not travel too quickly. As he walked in midair, the scenes in his memories slowly, but surely, started fading, replaced by what he saw now. In time, there were hardly anything left of the past. At one point, he saw a small island on the Dead Sea. They were already incredibly far away from Freezing Sky Clan. Judging by their current location, they should be close to the borders separating the Berserkers and Shamans in South Morning all those years ago. That island was a lonely existence on the Dead Sea. No screens of light offered any sort of protection, neither were there any other defenses. If no one looked closely during the dark night, they would not be able to notice it. That island was simply too small. Su Ming had seen some of these islands along the way, and none of them contained any signs of life. Dead silence filled them. Even if there were any creatures, they had only been alive in the past, and were now just skeletons scattered around the grounds. Su Ming averted his gaze from the island and took a large step forward, turning into a long arc. The bald crane followed behind him, and at the instant the man and crane were about to fly past the island, Su Ming's body came to an abrupt halt. He whipped his head around, and when he looked downwards again, he was momentarily stunned. A dim light from a fire sparkled like a star in the sky in the midst of the darkness on the island, and it was not just one ball of light. There were about a dozen of them. Joyful laughter could be heard traveling faintly into the air at that moment, and those sounds spread through the area, mixing with the crashing of the waves. Su Ming could remember clearly that there had been no light when he looked towards the island just now. He did not think that any Berserker tribe would be able to survive in this sort of island over the past few years on the Dead Sea without any sort of protection. This should not be possible. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He cast his divine sense outward and covered the island. But what he saw within his divine sense was emptiness. There was not a single soul there. But everything his eyes saw seemed so real. In silence, Su Ming charged towards the island. The bald crane fluttered by the side and cast a sideways glance towards the place before following him while mumbling under its breath. After a moment, Su Ming landed on the ground. The sea breeze filled the air, bringing with it the stench of the sea. Besides the dim light, everything else was shrouded in a layer of darkness. With a calm expression, Su Ming strode towards the place with the fire. The island was tiny. Before long, he distinctly saw the light burning in the distance. Clear sounds of laughter rang by his ears, along with the sounds of children playing. Su Ming continued walking, until he saw a tribe before him. He shuddered. This was a small tribe, and there was a simple fence built around it. Bonfires were burning brilliantly within it, and there were male and female berserkers dancing and singing. Children were playing tag by the bonfires, and their bell-like laughter flew clearly in the air. Nursery rhymes could even be heard tumbling out of the mouths of these children as they continued chasing each other, and their young voices filled the entire tribe. They blended together with the joyful looks of the adults occasionally turning their heads to look at their children, causing the nursery rhymes to give Su Ming an indefinable feeling in his chest as they fell into his ears. A flower in blossom for 1,000 years watches the world change alone as time passes. She watches with a smile for 1,000 years to find that her beloved is already beside her. 1. As those naive voices sounded, the moaning sounds of a sun also came from a beast-skin tent in the tribe. The sun's tune was filled with sadness, but harmonized perfectly with these singing, causing Su Ming to stop walking and just stand outside the tribe quietly. He listened, only listened. He was familiar with this tribe. How could he not be? He came to this place twice in the past. The first time, he had come with his master, Tian, and the second time, he came alone. This was his third time. Su Ming had originally forgotten this place. A small tribe like this would not be able to survive through the disaster. Yet now, on this island, in this dark night, in this place where his divine sense found nothing, but his eyes saw light burning, Su Ming returned. A flower in blossom for 1,000 years. She watches with a smile for 1,000 years. He mumbled. This was the tribe where the old Sun Maker lived. Su Ming moved quietly into the tribe. The children playing tag did not seem to see him. As they laughed, they ran towards him and phased right through his body as they continued playing. The people gathered around the bonfire also did not seem to see Su Ming. It was as if they did not exist in the same world as he did. At times, prosperity did not mean living in luxury, but a bustle of activity. In the middle of this bustling atmosphere, Su Ming's loneliness was an emptiness that could not be hidden by the light and smoke around him, no matter how hard they tried. Su Ming moved through the crowd. As he looked at the happy, smiling faces and listened to the adorable voices around him, he arrived quietly outside the tent from which the sad song of the sun was coming. After a moment of silence, he lifted the tent flap. *****. Translator's notes. 1. A flower in blossom for 1,000 years watches the world change alone as time passes. She watches with a smile for 1,000 years to find that her beloved is already beside her. Is an excerpt from a poem, and here is the meaning. Line 1. A woman waits for her beloved. Line 2. But he does not appear. Line 3. Oh, how naive is she. Line 4. She has been waiting for so long, only to find he was right beside her all along. There is another meaning to this excerpt, but this is the meaning I subscribe to. The other one is just too sad. Look, I'm a sap, okay? Translation of the meaning was done entirely by me. That's why the structure was done entirely by me. That's why you see a very much failed attempt at a poem. Chapter 579, Big Brother Lasso. 1. When Su Ming lifted the flap of the tent, a gentle light from a lamp spread out from within. It looked like light beams shining on his body. The sound of the sun became clearer once the flap of the tent was lifted. An old man sat inside. He held a bone sun in his hands and had it placed against his lips. His eyes were closed while playing a sorrowful tune. As the notes filled the air, Su Ming felt as if he had been separated from the world. He walked into the tent quietly and sat before the old man. He closed his eyes and listened to the song. His heart soared with the melody, flying to some unknown place. But perhaps it was actually just wandering around. Time trickled by, but Su Ming's eyes remained closed. His soul continued wandering about, as if it could not find a place to stay. The bald crane's feathers were all standing on its body, as it remained outside the small tribe. It continued looking around with wide eyes. Terror was evident on its face. In its eyes, this entire area was empty, and besides Su Ming, no other person could be found. Su Ming had sat down in the distance on this vast mass of empty land, and had even closed his eyes, occupied by his thoughts. If it was just that, the bald crane would not have been terrified. What caused it fear was the strange power within the island. It was invisible, and made the crane unable to move even a single inch. The entire area should be empty, but it could occasionally hear the sounds of children playing and laughter ringing by its ears. It was as if there was a bunch of children it could not see playing tag around. At times, a cold chill would also travel through the bald crane's heart, as if the playing children had just phased through where it stood. Its beak snapped open and closed a few times, but it could not move its body. It looked at Su Ming, looked at its surroundings, and a wave of fear towards the island stemmed right from the bottom of its heart. Su Ming did not know how much time had passed. The sky was still dark, as if it would never know daylight. The song of the Sun gradually weakened, and when it eventually faded away completely, an old voice reached his ears. "You still came." Su Ming opened his eyes and saw the old man putting down the sun in his hand. There was a kind smile on his face, and his eyes looked like those of a normal person. But Su Ming knew that he was blind. "You knew I would come, senior?" Su Ming asked softly. This was the third time he had come to this place, and he had gained a different experience each of the previous 2 times. "It's because of your confusion that you are constantly wandering about. That is why you come here." The old man looked over. The smile on his lips was incredibly kindly when he said words that Su Ming could not understand. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he suddenly asked, "What do you mean by wandering? If you do not have a place in your heart you call home, you will wander no matter where you are." Su Ming's heart trembled. The words reverberated in his soul, causing him to be stunned for a long, long time as he sat there. He did indeed not have a place he could call home in his heart. Dark Mountain was fake, and besides Huzi, the 9th summit was deserted. He had always been wandering in his life. He did not know where his home was, did not know the laws of causality affecting all these things, and neither did he know where the start of this entire cycle lay. "Who are you?" After some time, a brilliant sparkle shone in Su Ming's eyes. "When you know who you are, you will know who I am." The old man shook his head and caressed the bronze sun in his hand. His fingers scraped the surface of the sun, creating scratching sounds. That sound echoed in the tent before spreading outside. "You saw what is outside, my child. Tell me, what did you see?" The old man turned his eyes towards Su Ming, but they looked blankly at the tent. "This place doesn't exist. The island is empty. All the members of the tribe outside should be dead. There's a large amount of specters occupying this land, and you should be one of them, senior," Su Ming said calmly. "What you see might not be the truth, and what you believe doesn't exist might not necessarily not exist." The old man closed his eyes while speaking. Confusion appeared in Su Ming's eyes. That confusion ran deep, filling up his entire heart and surrounding his soul, refusing to leave. "They exist. You saw them, but you refuse to believe. Outsiders cannot see them, and they will be afraid. It is as if thousands upon thousands of people are asleep, but you are the only one who has opened your eyes. You are fortunate, but also unfortunate, because you don't believe in what you see, and because the moment you believe, the world will no longer accept you. Because you will have woken from your slumber," the old man said gently. There seemed to be a deeper meaning to his words, and it caused Su Ming to be uncertain about his words. "Thousands upon thousands are awake, but you are still asleep. Is it because you don't want to wake up, or is it because you believe yourself to be awake? What does it mean to be asleep, and what does it mean to be awake? All of this is just the world you see, and no one else can see it," the old man said slowly. There was an ancient air to his voice, and if anyone heard it, they would feel as if they had just heard time itself. It is like fate. You can choose to submit to it or to fight against it. It is like life, where moments of joy and sadness exist together. It is like you and I. What I see, you cannot see, and what you see, I cannot see. Do you understand, my child? The old man opened his eyes and turned his blank eyes towards Su Ming as if he was looking at him as he smiled kindly. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he lifted his head and looked at the old man. A hint of understanding dawned in his eyes as he said slowly, "If I'm not bothered by my past, then why should I be bothered by my future? If I don't cling to the idea of who I am, then why should I think about who is me? The high winds may be strong, but they cannot extinguish the flames in my heart. Sooner or later, they will set the world ablaze." When the old man heard Su Ming's words, delight appeared in his smile, and a hint of praise even bloomed on his face. Sooner or later, this world will be set ablaze. This is life. It is not your life, not anyone else's life, but the world's life. Even the word life itself goes through the same fate. Why cling to it? In truth, you still don't understand. The old man smiled. Su Ming fell silent. When you learn who you are no longer you. When you no longer know who you will be you. The old man lifted his right hand, and the bone sun in his hand immediately flew up to float next to Su Ming. Take it. It will be the guide pointing you back home. The old man's voice echoed in the air, while Su Ming looked at the bone sun floating before him. More accurately speaking, the instrument was a beast's spine, and the surface of it was incredibly smooth. The signs of time could be found on it as well. It will help you fend a disaster you are bound to face in your life. This disaster is about to arrive soon. If you can live through it, then another line will be added into your life, too, and from then on, it will be difficult for anyone else to control your fate. The old man looked at Su Ming with a smile, then closed his eyes. We've met each other thrice now, but it is as if our meetings were in 3 separate cycles of our lives. The moment you walk out of this tent, I will give you a 3-day-long serendipity to activate the basis for you to build your Berserker soul. The old man's voice was hoarse as it echoed in the air. Su Ming's gaze fell on the bone sun, and he silently took hold of it. When he looked at the old man, a slight hint of confusion appeared on his face. After a long time, when the old man no longer spoke, Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm towards the old man and bowed deeply. He might not know his name or his origins, but he could sense the wisdom and the ancient air about the old man. After quietly bowing towards him, Su Ming looked as if he had straightened his thoughts a little. He turned around to walk out of the tent. When he lifted the tent flap and was just about to lift his foot to walk out, a shudder suddenly ran through his body, and he looked as if time had stopped for him. He even forgot to place his lifted right foot down. His body trembled. His soul shuddered from what he saw, and disbelief appeared in his eyes. His heart also began racing in his chest at that moment. Because the moment he lifted the tent flap, he did not see the island, nor the black sky, and neither did he see the thick clouds that had covered the moons, much less the waves tumbling about in the sea around. He did not hear the roars of the waves either, and neither did he see the light around him. He did not smell the stench from the sea breeze or the bitter sting of loneliness in the air. The disbelief in Su Ming's eyes made him unable to believe in what he saw, heard, and smelled. He turned around swiftly, wanting to see the old man in the tent, but he only saw emptiness. There was no tent behind him. A 3-day-long serendipity. The old man's words rang again in Su Ming's head. In silence, he closed his eyes, and tears flowed down. He saw a clear blue sky, and under that blue sky was a mountain with 5 summits that looked like 5 fingers, the dark mountain from his memories. He smelled the presence of home, heard, "Big brother Lasu, I found you. So you were hiding here. You lost. Now it's our turn to hide, and yours to search." A young voice filled with joy reached Su Ming's ears. Among the fog in the clouds, eastern wastelands might share the same sky as south morning, but the weather in the 2 lands was completely different. The sky above eastern wastelands was filled with moving clouds and wind, which made it look like the fog had fused together with the sky. Not all places were filled with rolling clouds, though. There were quite a number of them where light would shine on the ground during the day, and from the distance, these scenes were filled with astonishing beauty. The dark clouds and powerful light formed the sky above eastern wastelands. The Dead Sea filled the area around the eastern wastelands. The waves roared and surged into the air as if they contained the power to destroy the world, but they could not even shake eastern wastelands. They could only continue howling and roaring by the edge, unable to cause too much change to the gigantic continent. Ever since the land of the Berserkers was torn apart all those years ago, the eastern wastelands had become the biggest continent, and also an incredibly powerful existence. At the center of Eastern Wastelands was a mountain that towered into the clouds, while in another spot, close to the edge of the continent, located near South Morning, was another important ground. At that moment, the world rumbled, and at the same time, two powerful rays of light descended from the endless sky with a presence that was able to cause an endless amount of people to be stunned with shock and to freeze the circulation of the power in their bodies. One of the two powerful rays of light descended on the mountain at the center of Eastern Wastelands. At its base were 10,000 people prostrating themselves on the ground in worship. There was a big hall at the top of the mountain. As rumbling sounds shook the mountain, the powerful ray of light, which was about several thousands of feet wide and connected the earth and sky, shrouded the hall. *****. Translator's notes. 1. Lasu. The term used to call those who didn't manage to become berserkers. Also what the little girl from Su Ming's tribe called him. 2. Life matrix is created by 8 characters/8 words forming a pattern which depicts your fate. When they say another line is added, it means that another line is added to this pattern, and it will make your entire life matrix become unpredictable. Chapter 580. Tian descended. The other ray of powerful light landed on a flat plain at the edge close to South Morning. At the instant it touched the ground, it caused the land to shake, and a ring-shaped wave of force made all the Eastern Wastelanders in the region, along with all the islanders near the continent, to feel as if tens upon thousands of mountains had pressed down on their bodies. They coughed up blood. Some of them even exploded, unable to withstand this mighty pressure that suddenly appeared. This was the sign of a powerful warrior descending. The appearance of the rays of light shook the entire Eastern Wastelands and attracted a large amount of attention. It also caught the gazes of all the powerful warriors. It was especially so for a certain presence lying in the east of Eastern Wastelands. At that moment, a layer of fog that surged into the sky appeared out of nowhere. It swept through the land and spread out with a bang. The fog instantly covered a circular area of 100,000 lis, and as it covered the world, it turned into a huge face that had its eyes fixed on the two pillars of light. Tian, the human in the fog, let out a shocking roar which traveled in all directions. At the moment he spoke, the pillar of light at the hall in the mountain, located at the center of Eastern Wastelands and worshipped by 10,000 people, shone even more brilliantly. As it filled the air, a person descended. His face could not be seen. The worshippers could only see the person disappearing within the hall in a flash. After a moment, the door to the hall swung open abruptly, and a person slowly walked out. It was a middle-aged man, and he had a stern, awe-inspiring appearance. His black hair spilled over his shoulders, and he wore a striking emperor's robe, but he did not wear any crown. His eyes were long and narrow, revealing a murderous aura that could make all those who saw it feel terrified. He walked out slowly, and the moment he arrived outside the hall, he swung his arms, then lifted his head to look at the sky in the distance, and took a deep breath. The long-awaited death's air. The moment these words left his mouth, the 10,000 people worshipping at the foot of the mountain put on incredibly respectful expressions as they spoke together, and their voices traveled in all directions in waves. We are the disciples of Great Leaf Immortal Sect. Greetings, progenitor Tian. We welcome your clone to the Berserkers' Eastern Wastelands. The booming voices were deafening to the ears. The middle-aged man completely ignored the people showing their respect. He breathed in the air, and slowly, the murderous aura in his eyes grew stronger. A thin layer of fog also spread out from his body. As it surrounded him, it surged into the sky, causing all the clouds above to disintegrate. It created a white pillar of fog that covered a circular area of 100,000 lis and became an incredibly striking existence above Eastern Wastelands. The man was Tian. He was another of Tian's clones that had once again landed in the land of the Berserkers after the numerous years since he sent the previous one. Things did not end there. The instant Tian's clone descended on the mountain at the center of Eastern Wastelands, and a large amount of people coughed up blood and even died due to the shock they experienced, there was another pillar of light. A shadow descended it in a flash in the plains near the continent's edge. Almost the instant the shadow touched the ground, coming into contact with the ground, the entire plains shattered with a bang. Huge cracks tore through the land, and layers of earth tumbled about before they started sweeping outwards in all directions. Shocking booms became a constant, turning into echoes that repeated themselves again and again. After some time, When they gradually started fading away, the planes were gone, and what appeared in their place was a gigantic pit. It was as if a shooting star had fallen from the sky and crashed onto the ground. The pit covered an area of several tens of thousands of feet. Once the powerful light gradually disappeared, a shadow slowly floated out of the pit. It was a middle-aged man wearing a crown and an emperor's robe. There was a cold and detached expression on his handsome face, along with an ancient air. The emperor's robe gave him a mighty, awe-inspiring air. The moment he floated upwards, he looked towards south morning calmly, and a chilling glare that could freeze heaven itself appeared in his eyes. "Destiny, you can't escape," he stated in hoarse voice. He lifted his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the sky with all 5 fingers. Immediately, an invisible layer of ripples surrounding him swept outwards in all directions. The ripples continued spreading outwards. 100,000 lis, 1,000,000 lis, 10 million lis, and they continued spreading until they covered a small half of eastern wastelands. No one could notice the spots covered by the ripples, and it would not bring about any effect to the living creatures in those regions. However, the ripples had covered most of the land that had branched out of South Morning and was close to eastern wastelands. Unless someone took a big circle around the Dead Sea and landed on eastern wastelands from another direction, then this middle-aged man in the emperor's robe would definitely be alerted to their presence. Moreover, even if there was someone who truly managed to move around these ripples and land on eastern wastelands, the middle-aged man would definitely be prepared for them with the large variety of methods he had at his disposal. This person had the exact same appearance as the person who landed in the hall on the mountain at the center of eastern wastelands. He was also Tian's clone. This time, Tian had not just sent one clone to the land of the Berserkers, but 2. Tian's thoughts could be understood from the spots chosen to descend. The one who landed on the mountain at the center of the land would be used to defend Great Leaf Immortal Sect's branch in this land, and also to fight against the evil Black Fog in the east of eastern wastelands. As for the clone who had landed at the edge, close to South Morning, he was clearly there, for one person, and that was Su Ming. This crown-bearing clone looked in the direction of South Morning and moved towards the outer parts of the pit. When he rose to the edge, there were 4 eastern wastelands berserkers standing thousands of feet away from him. At that moment, their faces were pale as they looked towards him in shock. There were 3 exploded corpses lying by their side. There were originally 7 of them, but 3 had been unable to withstand the pressure and died. The other 4 had coughed up blood, and their entire cultivation base had broken down and collapsed, but they did not die. Tian's face was chilly as he looked at South Morning, but there was a frown on his face. During the moment he arrived, he had sent his divine sense sweeping across the land, but he had been unable to discover Destiny's presence or the fluctuations of his qi. He could not find him. After a moment of pensive silence, Tian let out a cold harumph and decided to sit down. At the moment he did so, the 4 people several thousands of feet away coughed out blood. Their heads exploded, and they fell to the ground dead. The 7 corpses were all missing heads. Only their bodies remained. Their blood dyed the entire area, causing the place to be filled with a deathly silence. Tian did not pay any attention to any of this. He only lifted his right hand to form a seal before he flung his hand outwards. Immediately, the 7 corpses shuddered, and they started crawling to their feet. Once they climbed up, they ripped open their clothes to reveal their chests. An indistinct face of a ghost appeared on each one, and they all looked like they were screaming. The next moment, the 7 corpses stormed towards 7 different directions. Everyone who came later due to their curiosity towards the pillar of light all found their heads exploding once they saw Tian, and when the face of the ghost appeared on their corpses, they would leave. All of them left in different directions. I'll continue searching with my divine sense. I'd like to see how long you can hide from me. Tian closed his eyes and remained still. This was the disaster the old Sun Maker had told Su Ming about. The disaster had already arrived, yet during that moment, Su Ming was still on the tiny island in the Dead Sea. He stood there quietly, as if he had lost his soul. A layer of fog gradually appeared around him, covering his body. It even covered the bald crane, and eventually, once it enveloped the entire island, looked as if it had disappeared from the Dead Sea. Su Ming stared at the little girl standing before him, hugging a doll in her arms while looking at him with adorable, wide eyes. There was joy on the girl's face, and it clearly showed just how happy she was at the moment. Tong tong. Su Ming stared at the girl before him blankly, and his body shivered. He did not just see this girl, but also saw the incredibly familiar tribe around him that was etched deeply in his memories. Dark Mountain Tribe. The grass, the trees, the houses, everything, and even the familiar air. This was clearly the Dark Mountain from his memories, the place he thought he could no longer return to. That fictitious place. Yet even though he knew it was fake, even though he had seen Beiling and Qian and went through all the changes, at that moment, he could not deceive himself. So even though what he saw could not deceive him, it was still the place he longed for dearly, his home. Dark Mountain. He saw Beiling standing in the distance, practicing with his bow and arrow. He also saw the tall, towering figure of Dark Mountain's head of the guards, who was teaching his son how to fire the strongest arrow. He saw Qian sitting by the side, looking at Beiling with a gentle gaze in her eyes. There was a bowl filled with water in her hands, and she looked as if she was about to walk up and hand that bowl over to Beiling, who was sweating buckets. He saw Wu La, who had died in his arms as she mumbled Mo Su's name until she breathed her last. This stubborn girl was surrounded by a bunch of children, and she was telling them stories. The lively changes in her expressions and her bombastic words caused them to let out tinkling laughter, and within that laughter was an air of happiness that came from the depths of their hearts. Su Ming also saw Lei Chen. His best friend and brother-in-all, but blood had a dejected look on his lowered head at the moment, as he was being scolded non-stop by a middle-aged woman. Su Ming stared at all of this blankly. He had already forgotten everything. His mind was empty. Tong Tong's words seemed to have gone off into the distance, and he could no longer hear them clearly. Then, he saw two men walking out of a big wooden house. One of them was Dark Mountain's tribe leader, Chen Long. He had a frown between his brows, and looked as if he was troubled by something. The man following behind him was one that had carved himself deeply in Su Ming's memories. Shan Hen. The hunter was just as Su Ming remembered him. He was gloomy and as averse to speaking as ever. When he cast his gaze to his surroundings, his emotions could not be seen on his face, and he was just like a beast that had hid away its presence. Chapter 581. In your dreams, can you remember that you are just a guest? But once Su Ming walked past the children surrounding Wu La, the gloomy presence about Shan Hen vanished. His expression did not change, but he did bring out a beautifully carved beast bone from his bosom and gave it to the children, earning delighted cheers as his reward. Su Ming saw Shan Hen smile. That smile might be incredibly faint and only lasted for an instant, but he saw it. Just for a brief moment, a happy smile appeared on Shan Hen's lips. As the chief of the hunters and leader of Dark Mountain Tribe's hunting team, he had to constantly be cold and aloof. He had to make others fear him. The murderous aura and bloodlust on him had to be the thickest. Only then could he intimidate outsiders and the miscreants in the tribe, and only then could he protect his home. The world before Su Ming gradually became clear. This clarity was something he could sense in his heart. It was not that his vision had become clear, because the things before had been clear since the start. Slowly, the voices by his ears no longer remained indistinct as well. Su Ming stood there and lowered his head. He looked at his own body. It was the body of a teenager. Big brother La Su. As Su Ming looked at his own body, Tong Tong's rather excited voice rang in his ears. When he lifted his head to look at her, he saw her pouting, and there was a rather glum look on her face. You're cheating. I already found you, but you're pretending not to hear me. I'm not playing with you anymore. The little lassie was clearly fuming. At that moment, she pouted and ignored Su Ming, hugging her doll and running far away. Pippi quickly followed behind her, hopping as it followed its master into the distance. A 3-day-long serendipity. Are you telling me that I can stay in my home for 3 days? Su Ming closed his eyes, but immediately opened them after several breaths. He did not want to waste his time with closed eyes. He wanted to use every single moment. He had to remember everything and carve them all deep into his memories. It did not matter whether they were real or false. This is my home. Su Ming took large strides and walked briskly forward. He wanted to see his elder. This feeling spread out endlessly in his heart until it filled his entire being. He moved past Lei Chen, who had his head lowered as his mother scolded him. When he saw Su Ming walking past him, he made a face at him, as if he was resigned to his fate. Yet this expression was seen by his mother, somehow, and she became even angrier. She grabbed Lei Chen by the ear and began another round of scolding. Su Ming walked past Wu La and the children. His arrival caused the kids to be filled with joy. When they called out to him, Tong Tong, who had just arrived, puffed up her cheeks and started mumbling under her breath with a displeased look on her face. Big brother Lasu cheated. He promised me, but he refused to play. There was a hint of disdain on Wu Lei's face, and she did not bother herself with Su Ming. He did not bother himself with that. He smiled at the children, and as anxiety burned in his heart, he moved past them until he arrived outside a house, his elder's house. He stood at the door and lifted his right hand, but could not bring himself to open it. He was afraid. He was afraid that all of this was just a dream, and all of it was fake. He was afraid that if he pushed open the door, he would only see emptiness, and there would be nothing inside. He shivered. He was afraid. My young Su Ming, is that you? Why are you standing outside? Come in. In the midst of his fear and anxiety from losing his home, a familiar voice reached his ears from the house, and it instantly caused the corners of Su Ming's eyes to turn red. That voice was as gentle and kind as the one in his memories. It was as loving as he remembered, just like how a parent would speak to his or her child. At the instant Su Ming heard that voice, he could no longer contain himself. He pushed open the door and saw the old man sitting in the house with his legs crossed as he looked at Su Ming with a smile. His elder, Imo sang. The wrinkles on the elder's face was something Su Ming would never forget. The white in his hair was also something that could never be erased from his memories. The gentle voice, the familiar presence, all of these things caused Su Ming's tears to flow from his eyes the moment he saw his elder. At that moment, he was no longer the murderer who could kill without blinking an eye. He was not the lord of the great frozen plains who had brought about Heaven Gate's collapse, not the person whom the fated Qian worshipped, and not the destiny who had been away for years, learning how to be cold as well as hide his emotions. He was simply a wanderer who had finally returned home after leaving for many years, and was now looking at his family. Elder. At that moment, Su Ming's body was that of a teenager. Tears fell from his eyes uncontrollably, and he swiftly ran to his elder's side, wrapping his arms around him, saying, Elder, I miss you. I miss our tribe. I miss everything here, Elder. The anguish he had suffered for years, the longing he had carried for years, the tears that he had not been able to shed for years, and the deduction he made that his home was a mere fiction were no longer things Su Ming cared about. Neither did he want to think about them. He only had one thought in his mind at that moment, and that was to hug his elder. He did not want to let go. This was the one place that was filled with the most warmth in his life. This was his family, his home. Even if it was fake, even if they did not exist, Su Ming did not want to think about it. He told himself that all of it was real. This warmth was also real. Everything here was real. Mo Sang was momentarily stunned. He looked at Su Ming crying as he hugged him, and a questioning look appeared on his face, but he said nothing. Instead, he patted Su Ming's back, and the smile on his face became even more loving. My little Lasu, why are you crying? That's not like you. Come, tell me, who bullied you? I'll go teach them a lesson. Su Ming had thousands upon thousands of words he wanted to say at that moment, but he could not give voice to any of his thoughts. Could he tell the elder about what had happened over the years? He did not want to destroy this warmth. This gentle warmth would only last for 3 days, and it was very dear to him. A deep wave of fatigue rose swiftly in Su Ming's heart, but he did not want to sleep, because he could not find it in himself to part with this. After a long while, he wiped away his tears and let go of the elder slowly. He looked at this old man who was a little younger than in his memories with a dumbfounded expression, then spoke softly. Elder, it's nothing. I just had a dream. What dream could it be that it made my little Lasu so scared that he even cried while hugging me like he did a few years ago? The elder smiled kindly and stroked Su Ming's head. I dreamed that a few years later, our tribe will fight against Black Mountain Tribe. I dreamed of our tribe's migration and my departure. I even dreamed of myself wandering outside, alone. Su Ming mumbled under his breath, telling the elder about his experiences, the content in his words very condensed. However, every single word spoke of his entire life. As Su Ming spoke, the smile on the elder's face gradually changed to one of seriousness. Slowly, he began to look at Su Ming with a dumbfounded expression, and after a long while, when Su Ming finished recounting his dream, the elder frowned. Is it true or false? The elder let his eyelids fall slightly, and after some time, when he opened his eyes, he looked at Su Ming. It was just a dream. You're awake now, so don't bother about all that happened in the dream. I can tell you this. I am real. Su Ming nodded his head quietly as he looked at his elder. He had an endless amount of things he wanted to tell him. When the sky outside gradually grew dark and a hint of tiredness appeared on the elder's face, Su Ming stood up quietly and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing to the elder. With an unwillingness to part and a reluctance to leave, he walked out of the house. The sun was setting in the west. Gentle rays of sunlight scattered on the ground, causing shadows from the houses in Dark Mountain tribe to appear on the ground. Chimney smoke rose into the air due to the members of the tribe preparing dinner. The wisps of smoke curled in the sky, fusing with the clouds in the sunset, causing them to become an incredibly beautiful sight when the people looked towards them. The warmth that Su Ming had never experienced ever since he left Dark Mountain rose in his heart at that moment. This warmth was different from the one in Ninth Summit. That place showed him kindness, gave him friendship, showered him with a teacher's love for his disciple. But in this place was the scent of his hometown. As he looked at his tribe members occupying themselves through the evening, looked at the gates to the tribe being thrown open to welcome their warriors who had returned from their hunt, looked at all the things around him, he suddenly could no longer differentiate what was real. He could no longer tell whether the him just a day ago was just a dream, or whether what he was seeing was a dream. Su Ming stood on the spot with a blank expression until a hand slapped him powerfully between his shoulders. His pupils instinctively shrank. He lifted his left hand and grabbed the hand on his shoulder. The instant he turned around, a freezing glare rose swiftly in his eyes, and he pointed towards the person behind him with his right index finger. This was an almost instinctive action. It was developed through the years Su Ming had wandered outside, but right at the moment he executed this attack, he immediately pulled that finger back and turned his right hand into a fist before lightly punching the other person's shoulder. Lei Chen. This punch was a greeting between brothers, a meeting born from the longing. The person who had just slapped Su Ming was naturally Lei Chen. He laughed boisterously and let the punch land on his body. A smug expression appeared on his face. Even if you hit me a few more times, that puny fist of yours won't do anything to me. What are you doing here? What are you daydreaming about? My mom asked me to call you over for dinner. Su Ming looked at Lei Chen, and a smile appeared on his face. He walked up and hugged his friend tightly. This was a different hug from the one he gave his elder. This was a symbol of friendship between brothers. What's wrong? You're really strange today. Lei Chen was momentarily stunned, but simply allowed Su Ming to hug him. After a moment, when Su Ming looked at him again, Lei Chen saw something ageless in his eyes, as if they had not met each other for years. He scratched his head and looked at Su Ming with a questioning look. He even lifted his hand to touch his friend's forehead. There's something off about you. Are you sick? As Lei Chen mumbled, he lifted his hand, and just as he was about to touch the center of Su Ming's brows, he suddenly froze and cast a few scrutinizing looks. There's something really off about you. You're not moving away. You're the one who's sick. Su Ming let out a wry laugh and blurted out those words. Yeah, that's the normal Su Ming I know. Lei Chen grinned and patted his friend's shoulder before giving a few thumps on his chest. Su Ming, I'm a berserker now. Don't worry. Everything I told you before is true. I'll beat down whoever dares to bully you. Once I become the tribe leader. Haha. At that time I'll protect you. And then, the both of us will drink and eat meat every single day. I'll have Beiling go out hunting for us every day, and then I'll have Qian. I'll just have her accompany you. Lei Chen walked before him with a smile and brought Su Ming back to the path leading to his house. Chapter 582, Heaven and Earth. The sun gradually disappeared, setting in the west. The golden ray of dusk also vanished slowly. As the sky turned pitch black, the stars drew out the outline of the starry sky in Su Ming's memories. The brilliant moon also made those who looked at it unable to help themselves, but yearned for their homes as they continued looking above. But how could a person in his hometown yearn for his home? Su Ming did not know. He only knew that on the first night he returned to Dark Mountain, he still missed this place as he looked at the moon. He saw the elder. He saw Lei Chen. He saw all the people in his memories, and Su Ming's heart gradually calmed down. All the grass and trees in this place were so incredibly familiar to him. Everything here had etched themselves into his heart, and he could never forget them in his life. Beiling was still as cold as ever to him. Qian still held a degree of care towards him, shown by how he could still not find a single speck of dust in his house. Perhaps it was love, but it might also have nothing to do with love. Qian might have liked him before, yet perhaps she liked Beiling even more. In his memories, Wu La, the girl who was not incredibly beautiful, had fallen into his arms as she mumbled Mo Su's name under her breath before she died. When she did so, her beauty had surpassed everything else, and it was deeply ingrained in Su Ming's heart, causing him to be unable to forget her. When he saw Wu Lei's disdain once again, he could only feel warmth in his heart, and nothing else. Lei Chen's hearty laughter, and the oath he swore, let Su Ming feel a heartfelt warmth between brothers. All of these things made him absolutely refuse to believe that these were fake. The elder's kindness and his warm embrace made Su Ming willing to believe that he had just had a dream the previous night, a dream that had nothing to do with love, but brought with it blood, a dream spanning a lengthy passage of time. A cruel dream. Perhaps now, he had woken up from his dream. Su Ming sat outside his house and lifted his head to look at the moon in the sky. The dinner he had in Lei Chen's house had reminded him of many, many things. There were a few lamps lit in the tribe at night. It was quiet all around him. There was no wind this night. Mournful notes from the sun drifted through the night. This was a song played by a member of Su Ming's tribe. It was a song he could not never forget. Perhaps it is not just 3 days. Perhaps by tomorrow, I will find that everything that happened to me was just a dream. Perhaps I can continue staying in Dark Mountain, Su Ming mumbled. Lei Chen was not with him. During the night, he had been scolded by his mother and was forced to stay home. He even had to pretend that he was asleep. Su Ming looked at the moon in the sky quietly and listened to the song of the sun, just like a person who did not know he was a mere guest in his own dream. He was suddenly struck by a strong urge to go and see Beiling, who might not even know him at this point. When he thought about her, a sharp stab of pain struck his heart. That broken promise which had lasted for eternity after he left. When he turned his head back, he could only hear a sigh. They could no longer see each other. Su Ming stood up and walked towards the gate of the tribe, but the moment he reached it and was just about to walk through, his footsteps came to a halt, because a person had just stepped out of the darkness before him. "Who are you?" a ghastly voice asked. It came from the person who gradually walked out of the shadows to stand under the moonlight. He was, naturally, Qian. A dark, cold look appeared in his eyes when he looked at Su Ming. When he spoke, a ripple of power appeared faintly on his right hand, making it look as if it was about to gather together into a blade. "You're not Su Ming. You can lie to the others, but you can't lie to me. The gaze Su Ming uses when he looks at me is different from yours." Qian glared at Su Ming as he spoke with a dark voice. Su Ming looked at him quietly. This was the senior in his tribe whom he had killed with his own hands in his memories. "I am Su Ming," Su Ming said softly and walked forward. Qian's expression changed and he lifted his right hand swiftly, but the moment he did so, Su Ming had already walked past him with light footsteps. Qian's entire body trembled. He could not even put down his right hand. During that instant, the moment Su Ming walked past him with a speed so fast his eyes could not catch, he felt a wave of ripples so great that he almost suffocated. Those ripples were incredibly faint and only spread out to 5 feet. He was the only one who could sense them, but to him, the strength of that chi was so strong that it surpassed all berserkers he had ever met, and even those in the awakening realm. He had a strong feeling that with just a single thought, this person could destroy him, could even wipe out the entire tribe and the entire land. In his shock, Qian became drenched in sweat. After a long while, he turned his head around slowly, but he could no longer see the teenager. Su Ming walked on the path to the mountain. His footsteps were unhurried as he moved in the middle of night. With a single step at a time, he walked towards Beiling's tribe. He came to a stop at some point of time. Hesitating for a moment, he looked at Dark Mountain standing tall during the night, and suddenly lifted his right hand before placing it by his mouth. He blew a clear whistle. Its sound echoed in the air and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Su Ming walked quietly. An hour later, a fire-red shadow suddenly shot out from the forest in the distance. Along with that figure was a series of happy screeches ringing in the air. The fire-red shadow was Xiaohong. It charged forth and soon appeared before Su Ming with an excited look on its face. Once it jumped and danced merrily around him several times. It sat down squarely on his shoulders and grabbed Su Ming's hair with its paws, playing with it non-stop. "Xiaohong." Su Ming looked at the little monkey on his shoulders and simply allowed it to play with his hair. He lifted his hand and gently patted the little animal with a sentimental and complicated smile on his lips. "We meet again." Xiaohong let out a few screeches, looking as if it was saying that they had indeed met again, then glared at Su Ming before gesticulating frantically with its hands, showing off its anger, as if it was grumbling to him that he had not come to see him for a very long time. Eventually, Xiao Hong showed him 3 fingers. Su Ming knew the meaning, 3 days. Or perhaps it was 3 months, or 3 years, 30 years, or even longer. Xiao Hong itself was the only one who knew just how long it had been. As he stroked the fur on Xiao Hong's body, Su Ming strode forward and turned into a long arc that charged towards Beiling's tribe. Before long, the gigantic fence that belonged to Dark Dragon tribe appeared before him. There were also erect long spears placed on the fence, the tribe's defenses. Su Ming looked at Dark Dragon tribe and walked towards it. His arrival went unnoticed by all. When he eventually stepped into the tribe, he spread his divine sense outwards in search of the figure in his memories that always made his heart clench in pain. He found Beiling's house. She had already fallen asleep on this dark night. Her beautiful face was peaceful, and it was a look that was rather different compared to the wild beauty she possessed when she was awake. Su Ming stood quietly by her bed and looked at this beautiful girl, the faint smile on the corners of her lips. She seemed to be dreaming about something happy. Su Ming's heart ached greatly. The scenes in his memories rose before his eyes, in the space between him and Beiling. Their meeting during the night of the blood moon, them walking around in circles during the snowy night, their low whispers as they told each other their stories, and in the end, their snow-covered hair. Those memories continued playing until Su Ming saw the promise he did not keep. All of these things turned into a wave of grief that filled his heart. He looked at Beiling blankly, at the girl who had branded the image of herself deeply in his heart. This girl was his first love. Ling Er, I'm back, Su Ming whispered softly. With a gentle look in his eyes, he lifted his hand to softly touch her cheek. His actions were incredibly light, but the instant his hand almost touched her cheek, her eyes flew open. Beiling looked at Su Ming quietly, but the wildness in her eyes was a light that he would never forget. Su Ming's hand froze for a moment, but only a moment. Then, without any hesitation, he touched her cheek. Her face was rather cold, but incredibly soft. It made his gaze turn even gentler. Beiling did not move away. Instead, her eyes went wider and she looked at him completely stunned. When Su Ming eventually lifted his hand, the gentle look in his eyes still remained. He cast a deep look at Beiling and stood up, turning his head away. Just as he was about to leave. Who are you? Beiling's frightened and delicate voice came from behind him. Su Ming. Su Ming walked towards the door of her house. The moment he touched Beiling, the chill on her cheeks had made him understand many things in the midst of his anguish. This was not real. This was an illusion. This was the serendipity the old Sun Maker had mentioned. This was an illusory world created based on Su Ming's memories. This was a void space one. Because in this sweltering season, Beiling's face was cold, and that cold came from Su Ming's memories, from the last sensation he remembered of her when they were on the snowing plains. All of this was fake. This 3-day-long serendipity was so that Su Ming could understand the existence of fate in the world in his memories. You could choose not to believe it. You could think that the dark mountain in your memories is fake. As long as you attack and kill all the people you are familiar with here, your elder, Lei Chun, Beiling, Wu La, Chen Xian, Beiling, and all the rest of them, you'll be able to know the truth. When you attack, you will naturally see the face they will show when you kill them with your own hands. At that time, you will be able to tell whether all of this is real or fake. At that moment, you can also overturn Dark Mountain and forget everything about it. From then on, you will no longer have any ties binding you, and there will no longer be anything that will affect your heart. Then, in the future, if anyone tries to use Dark Mountain as a setup to make you do something, it will no longer matter. As long as you take action, everything will be turned to dust. Then, you will be as if you were truly awake. You will crush the world you believe is unreal, along with the person who is manipulating your fate behind all of this, as if you have truly woken up. If you believe, then you must have the determination to bear with the series of difficulties, the sorrows and farewells you will have to say when Dark Mountain appears before you again. It did not matter what he chose, he would still be able to arrive at a brief period of completion. During it, Su Ming would be able to take half of the final step required to move from the Bone Sacrifice realm into the Berserker Soul realm. Because this state of completion could turn into a resolve that would make Su Ming no longer be caught in a state of confusion in which he stepped into the Berserker Soul realm, and the possibility of his success would increase. Why do I feel like you are so familiar to me? Beiling's voice reached Su Ming's ears, and behind him, she had already sat up to look at him blankly. Don't go, she said softly and walked over from her bed. then leaned gently into his back. Starlight shone through her house and scattered into her abode in a dim, nebulous light. It fused together with the moonlight, and Su Ming could not tell which belonged to the stars and which belonged to the moon. He could not tell what was a dream and what was reality. He could not tell what made him happy, what made him sad, and what exactly he yearned for. And he could even less differentiate just which of them was crying. It was as if they had promised each other a fleeting love, but they could not take with them this state of being together once one of them woke up. This sort of attachment would only travel further and further away. It would have been better had they not met at all. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Void space. First mentioned in Chapter 214, when Tian Xiezi isolated a dimension to talk to Su Ming before they went to Freezing Sky Clan. Chapter 583. All things come to an end. Su Ming should leave. Even if he did not leave, he should still treasure the serendipity the old Sun Maker had given to him, because this 3-day-long serendipity could help him fight against the great disaster he was about to face in the near future. He should destroy the beauty of this fictitious world, kill all of these possibly created characters, including his family, his friends, his love, and everyone else, to obtain a resolve to give up everything so that he could become strong and fight against fate. He would be remolded once he destroyed everything, and would obtain the cold callousness that belongs to the strong. This was the true meaning behind the 3-day-long serendipity. It was also something the silent old Sun Maker wished Su Ming could do. He would have to cut away his emotions and his memories. He would have to be unbothered by his past and his future, then remodel himself by replacing all his memories. He would have to turn cold and merciless to complete this incredibly important metamorphosis. This metamorphosis was the great completion of the bone sacrifice realm. It was a transition for him to become a powerful berserker in the berserker soul realm. This was his serendipity. As Su Ming came to understand this, his mind gradually cleared up. He had managed to guess the old Sun Maker's way of helping him. He also had a vague feeling that if he walked down the path the old Sun Maker laid out for him and destroyed everything so that he could remodel his life, then it would mean that he would have seized the control over his own fate. The moment he started rebuilding himself, the state of completion he gained in his heart would also affect his soul. Then, as his soul gained completion, at the moment he built his life, he would be able to create his very own statue of the god of Berserkers. It also meant that when he walked out of this world, he would no longer be in the bone sacrifice realm. He would rise to become a powerful berserker in the berserker soul realm amid this strange power and this serendipity that might have been brought forth by the old Sun Maker paying a heavy price. After that, he would have to face that great disaster in his life. The old Sun Maker had laid out a path for him. Su Ming might not know who he was, but he could tell that the old man bore no ill will towards him. But this serendipity and gift was something Su Ming could not accept, because the price for it was the complete annihilation of everything in this world. Could he kill Beiling, who was hugging him from the back? Could he end his elder's life while he was asleep? Could he murder Qian just so that he could gain completion? Could he kill Lei Chen, kill his parents, and destroy everything that was Dark Mountain Tribe? I can't. Su Ming smiled brokenly. He could feel Beiling's warmth coming from behind him. He could not do it. Time trickled by. Su Ming stood there, and Beiling continued staying with her arms wrapped around him. The darkness in the sky gradually went away, replaced by a faint veil of light. During the whole night, the two people just stood. They did not speak to each other. Beiling had her head buried in Su Ming's back, and for some unknown reason, the heartbeat she felt against her cheek made her cry tears of love. They might be from a longing desire between lovers, but she could not wipe them away. They stained Su Ming's clothes. When morning arrived, Su Ming chose to leave. Beiling lay down on her bed quietly, looking as if she had fallen asleep, but the tears at the corners of her eyes remained. One fell to her pillow and disappeared. That single tear contained an endless amount of recollections, an endless amount of longing, and an endless amount of sighs. Perhaps even Beiling could not count them anymore. Su Ming left Dark Dragon Tribe when it was already morning. He moved quietly through the forest and looked at the rays of sunlight turning into light beams that shone on the ground. The leaves from the trees fell as he moved past them. Xiaohong seemed to have sensed the complicated feelings within Su Ming's heart, as it sat on his shoulders and did not make a sound. This was the first day. There were still 2 days left for Su Ming to make his choice. He had originally wanted to go to Windstream Tribe, but had lost that desire by now. He looked at Dark Mountain basking under the sun, yet he did not have the thought to go and see the Fire Berserkers' ruins. A feeling of fatigue filled his entire being. He chose to go home. He went back to Dark Mountain Tribe, back to his own home. In the morning, Dark Mountain Tribe was like a world where everything had just risen from slumber. His tribe members went about their individual tasks in the midst of chimney smoke rising into the air, and the children looked as if they would never know exhaustion. They looked forward to each new day, to playing with their friends. Su Ming came back. He looked at the familiar tribe and sat down quietly outside his house. He looked at the blue sky and the white clouds, looked at the sunlight shining down on the ground, and looked at all the things that existed in his memories about his tribe. He wanted to engrave everything deeply into his mind once again, to carve this scene into his heart and soul. Must I destroy everything here to control my own fate? Su Ming whispered to himself softly. This sort of destruction might perhaps truly allow me to control my own fate, because a cold and callous heart cannot contain even a single shred of tenderness. If there is no more love, then no matter what else other people do, they would be unable to find a place to stay in my heart. But Su Ming looked at the children running around in the empty space before him and closed his eyes. Are they also fake? The sky gradually darkened. Dusk left, and moonlight shone on the ground. Su Ming continued sitting there, watching everything within his tribe. He did not think, merely looked at the sun rising and setting. He knew that when the sun rose again, he would welcome the last day he could be here in Dark Mountain. He had no idea when he would be able to come back. Perhaps never. Su Ming closed his eyes. The song of the sun echoed in his ears as it sang in the tribe. The night went by. The sky was no longer clear when the next morning arrived. There were dark clouds up ahead, and it started drizzling, but Su Ming did not think about anything on his last day in this place. He smiled and stayed by the elder's side, chatting with him, happily went to help Grandpa and Song sort out the herbal storage, and even played with the children as if he was one himself. He told them stories, and the occasional bell-like laughter tumbling out of their mouths turned into the most pleasing sound in the tribe. He fought against Lei Chun while laughing, just as he did all those years ago, when he was ignorant about the world outside. In fact, he was just like a teenager that did not need to think. He had his friends, his family, and he was happy, without a single care in the world. Wu La might still be incredibly disdainful towards Su Ming, but he faced her with a smile and without a single complaint. He helped the girl with her tasks, and that smile on his face caught even Wu La by surprise. Her cold exterior gradually warmed up, and as if Su Ming did not know the meaning of fatigue, he acted extremely politely and courteously towards Beiling on his final day, all while thinking of the help Beiling had given him during his childhood and his kindness for teaching him the bow. Even the cold Beiling gave him a complicated nod after a moment of silence, and the both of them started firing their arrows side by side, just as they had done many years ago. As for Qian, she smiled happily as she sat by the side, watching the two men who had walked into her heart. She would occasionally walk up to hand them water, her laughter ringing in the air. All the people in the tribe could sense something different about Su Ming on this day. During it, he busied himself from morning till dusk and straight down to midnight. The smile on his face remained as a constant presence, but as night fell and moonlight scattered on the ground, the reluctance to part behind his smile was left unseen. When night came, Su Ming's smile turned into one of pain. He looked at the lights in the tribe gradually extinguishing, one by one, looked at the bustle of activity in the tribe falling into silence, and felt sharp stab of pain in his heart. Is it time? Su Ming mumbled. He knew that when the sun rose again, he would disappear from this beautiful world. The pain on his face slowly morphed into a faint smile. He had to smile. He wanted to smile. Even if he was about to leave, these 3 days had already made him incredibly content. As he smiled, Su Ming did not look at the moonlight, and neither did he look at the darkness and the tribe around him. Instead, he pushed open the door to his house and walked in before lying down on his small bed. He looked at the familiar sights around him, and with a smile on his face, he slowly closed his eyes. Sleep. Perhaps when I wake up, I will still be here, he whispered softly. In the end, he did not choose to walk down the path the old Sun Maker had pointed out for him, even if he would have been able to arrive at the Berserker Soul Realm if he did it, and even if he would be able to obtain the power to fight against the disaster that would soon come. Even so, he still chose to walk down his own path. All that people said was real or false might not truly be real or false. The reflection of the moon and flowers in the lake was also the moon and the flowers themselves. He could create a new life if he destroyed everything. But it did not mean that he could not create a new life if he kept everything here intact and turned them all into the most beautiful moments in the deepest parts of his memories. He could make his heart not turn cold, make his love never fade, and he could still build a new life. My fate is my own. I will choose it myself. If I say it is real, then in my heart, it is real. Su Ming closed his eyes, and gradually, he fell asleep. Goodbye, my dear Dark Mountain. Goodbye, my dear family. My friends, my love, everything in my childhood. You will forever remain in my heart. You will forever be the warmth in the deepest parts of my heart. Farewell. This was the sleep he had never been able to find after he left Dark Mountain, and even when he was on the ninth summit. This feeling was a scent in his memories. Since Su Ming fell asleep, he did not hear a sigh echoing faintly in the air. That sigh contained a tone within it that would make people feel unclear as to what it meant, and they would be unable to tell just what it was. The world was gradually shrouded in fog. It slowly faded into nothing. When Su Ming opened his eyes once again, the first thing he heard was the sound of the sea, the first thing he smelled was the stench from the sea, and the first thing he saw was the lonely island. There was no Dark Mountain, no tribe, and not a single soul around him. The only living creature that could be found lying there was the bald crane that was opening its eyes blearily. Su Ming stood there for a long time until he closed his eyes again. After a moment, he reopened them slowly. The dream has ended. Su Ming could still see the things that had happened during those 3 days. A wave of sadness weaved itself into his bearing, and it was one of grief from the soul and pain of longing for home. It was a bitterness that wind could not blow away. This was the beautiful moment he chose. Su Ming sighed. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply and respectfully towards the island under his feet. He was bowing towards the old Sun Maker, thanking him for the 3-day-long serendipity. Once he bowed, he lifted his head and took a step forward. He seized the bald crane, turned into a long arc, and charged into the sky. The island slowly vanished behind him. Only a sad song from a sun could be heard echoing in the air, as if it was sending Su Ming off, and it remained until he left into the distance. Chapter 584, Ambush. Almost the moment Su Ming flew out of the island, the face of a ghost suddenly appeared on the surface of the Dead Sea. It was a corpse that was hidden under the surface of the sea. It had no head, and the ghost face had formed on its bare chest. In the Dead Sea at the edge of eastern wastelands were more than a dozen of ghost-face corpses like this one. The ghost faces on their bodies shone with a dark light right then, and shrill howls that no one could hear started echoing in the air. Immediately after, the clone that was sitting and meditating at the edge of eastern wastelands opened his eyes swiftly, and a cold chill flashed past his eyes. A cold, callous smile appeared on his lips. You finally appeared, my son. He stood up slowly. But just as he was about to take a step forward into the sky, he suddenly frowned, and after a pensive moment of silence, he sat down again. Someone completely hid Destiny's presence away from me earlier, and I was unable to detect him. If it was done by someone, then this person's power is definitely nothing to be scoffed at. South morning. Tian's eyes shone, and a cold sneer appeared on his lips. At that moment, Su Ming was flying calmly in the sky. However, his sorrow was a presence in his soul that simply could not be hidden away. It surrounded his entire body, causing all others to be unable to get close to him, or else they would be lost in his world and have their whole being affected by his sadness. A great disaster. The only thing that can be considered a great disaster and is aimed solely at me in Death region is Tian. Su Ming's pupils shrank, but killing intent shone within them. Judging at the time, it is also about time Tian sent his clone down here. There's a high possibility that this great disaster comes from him. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes, and a burning fighting spirit rose in his heart. To him, Tian might be a great disaster, but similarly, Su Ming harbored a resolve that he would absolutely kill him. If Tian did not die, then it would be difficult for Su Ming to control his own actions. Having an enemy like this was a driving force for Su Ming himself. Only when he killed Tian's clone would he be able to control his own fate in the land of the Berserkers. The real Tian might be incredibly strong, but over the years, he only sent his clones to this place. Maybe it's because he can't come here on his own. But this is just a guess. If who I fight this time is also his clone, then it means that my guess is correct. If it's really his clone, then I might have a chance against him. Su Ming dipped his head down and looked at his right index finger. Wrapped around, it was a tiny part of the hair from the first god of Berserkers. I killed Tian's first clone all those years ago, and today, I will kill his second. I had been unable to tell just how powerful Tian was in the past, and neither had I been able to gauge Hong Luo's level of cultivation. I only knew that they had surpassed the Berserkers' Berserker Soul Realm. But now that I think about it, Hong Luo's level of cultivation is clearly equivalent to those who are walking down the path of life cultivation. By the looks of it, he didn't seem to know about the missing element in his life, so he shouldn't have reached life privation. He had only arrived at the level of life matrix. Perhaps when he was at the pinnacle of his strength, he was stronger, but when he was me, he was indeed only at that level. As for Tian's clone, his level of cultivation had clearly surpassed the life matrix realm, since he could kill Hong Luo, but he shouldn't have reached Life Palace just yet. Life Palace, to understand all the changes in the world, to know the regrets of the universe, to learn of the power of law. If he had reached Life Palace, then he shouldn't have been injured when he killed Hong Luo. I'm certain that his clone was at the life privation realm. Life Matrix, Life Privation, Life Palace, World of Life. These are the four great realms in life cultivation. Right now, from the understanding I've gained, I have managed to reach the borders of Life Matrix, but I haven't reached the Berserker Soul Realm in terms of my level of cultivation. That's why I only have the presence of life cultivation but can't truly step onto its path. But it's not as if I have nothing to use when I fight against his clone. Su Ming flew incredibly quickly, and as he charged across the sea, his eyes sparkled with a pensive light. All of these are just my guesses. If Tian himself came here this time, then I won't be able to run away from this disaster. And if his clone this time is much stronger than the one he sent in the past, then this battle is also pretty much sealed in his favor. Great disaster. In silence, Su Ming went past the fuzzy borders of South Morning and arrived at the vast dead sea right outside them. As he continued rushing across the sea, a ruthless glare gradually appeared in his eyes. He charged down towards the surface of the sea. Right before him was a small island. It was not big, but not incredibly small either. Judging by its area, it was about the same size as the island that belonged to his fated kin. The island was the same as all the other islands Su Ming had met on the way. There was not a sign of life that could be found on it. It was empty, and not a single hint of green could be located. It looked just like a bump in the sea. Su Ming charged down and landed on the island. With a glint in his eyes, he spread his divine sense and covered the entire island. Once he did so, he went to the center and sat down. Since the disaster is bound to come, then I might as well choose my own battlefield. I will wait here for the disaster to arrive. A chilling glare shone brilliantly in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and seized the air before pushing his palm flat against the ground. With it, the ground started shaking, and immediately after, a brilliant shade of red appeared at the spot where Su Ming's palm had met the ground. Once the red meadow appeared, it started spreading outwards rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had already spread to an area of several hundreds of feet. Su Ming bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood that landed on the grass. Immediately, the red grass started sashaying around in a strange fashion and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the meadow covered the entire island and even spread out to cover the surface of the sea. This was the first time Su Ming had used his full strength to activate that red meadow by making it absorb a sufficient amount of blood and life. As it spread into the sea, that absorption of life reached its full capacity. The entire island had turned completely red. When Su Ming lifted his right hand, a black flagpole appeared on his palm. It had been a long time since he used this thing. This was one of the treasures he had obtained from Han Mountain City, and it was one of the divine abilities that belonged to Han Mountain's ancestor. Su Ming did not know the details, but he could still bring out some of its power and could make it explode. This was the first counterattack he prepared for his enemy. Su Ming placed the flagpole by the side, then patted his storage bag. Immediately, a large stone monument flew out. It was the legacy left behind by the first god of Berserkers. No one among the Berserkers could obtain any sort of inheritance from it any longer, but its existence itself brought about a terrifying force that could frighten all the Immortals. If Tian truly came here, then the moment he saw this stone monument, he would definitely be surprised and horrified. This was the second strike Su Ming prepared for Tian. When he erected this stone monument on the island, a flicker of light flashed in his eyes. He lifted his right hand and slapped his storage bag, and immediately, a transparent mountain rock flew out. Within it was naturally the small black humanoid that had lost one of its fingers. The creature had its eyes closed, as if it was sleeping. I have an offer. Will you take it? Su Ming looked at the small black humanoid and asked flatly. The creature did not move, but after several breaths, its eyes flew open and it stared at Su Ming, with its eyes shining with a strange light. What offer? Its voice was rather piercing to the ears. With your full strength, help me kill a person. It doesn't matter whether I live or die in the end. I will return you your freedom. The small black humanoid was silent for a moment before it suddenly spoke. Why should I believe you? My seal is on your body. It depends entirely on you whether you want to take this offer. I will only offer this once, and I will never make it again, Su Ming stated calmly. The small black humanoid struggled for a moment, and a hint of madness appeared briefly in its eyes before it gave a nod. Su Ming swiftly lifted his right hand and slapped the transparent mountain rock, and the seal on the mountain rock immediately vanished. Right then, Su Ming cast his divine sense on the small black humanoid, and after a swift scan, the creature flew out of the mountain rock. The instant it was out, it lifted its head and let out a piercing roar towards the sky before it looked swiftly towards Su Ming, who remained as composed as ever while looking at the small black humanoid coldly. The creature was silent for a moment, then wrapped its fist in its palm towards Su Ming. I'll trust in your words, and I don't want to be your enemy either. Our goals are both the same. We both want to leave this place. After it spoke, it disappeared into the air with a single step, vanishing from Su Ming's eyes. Even if Su Ming swept his divine sense through the area, had he not left his will in the creature acting as a seal, it would be difficult for him to find it. This was the third gift Su Ming prepared for Tian. Tian. Su Ming lifted his right hand and flung his arm. Immediately, a piece of debris from one of Great Yu Dynasty's palaces appeared before him. He had obtained this item in the frozen world, and when he brought it out, he pressed his right hand on it, and the meadow around him instantly covered it up. Su Ming's divine sense was connected to the debris. When he first fought against old Mo Luo on Scour Civ Island, a thought had appeared in his head regarding the art he used to bring out Great Yu's illusion. Afterwards, he had done some experiments, and, keeping in mind that he had gone to the real Great Yu Dynasty before, if he cast this illusion, its might would definitely be great. This was the fourth present he prepared. Once Su Ming finished doing all these things, he fell into a brief period of pensive silence before he brought out the Virescent sword. He looked at it, and a hint of reluctance appeared in his eyes, but it soon disappeared, to be replaced by a solemn expression. With his right hand holding the sword, he lifted his left hand and gently brushed his finger across the blade. As he did so, a strange glare appeared in his eyes, and a string of complicated-sounding words tumbled out of his mouth. He even had his nascent divinity disperse to fuse into the sword slowly as he swept his finger across the blade. The small Virescent sword trembled and let out a piercing whistle. After a moment, a blinding glare came from its blade, and a tragic air of sadness spread out from within sword. That presence was filled with a reluctance to part with Su Ming, along with affection. This was the fifth present Su Ming prepared for Tian. With the special method he obtained from Hong Luo, he would offer up this sword and have the power of its soul erupt forth so that it could withstand his might when he flicked the blade. Chapter 585. Tian's Clone. Su Ming used the Virescent sword in his hand and stabbed it into the meadow. Once it sank into the ground, he closed his eyes slightly, and as bell chimes echoed within him, Han Mountain Bell manifested itself outside his body. Once it flew out, the picture of the nine-headed dragon on it gained a vivid edge, and it sounded as if its roars filled the world. Nine-headed dragon. Su Ming whispered softly. Candle dragon. The instant he said these two words, the small candle dragon at his collar immediately flew out, and with a leap, crawled into the meadow, disappearing. At the same time, the bell in the sky grew larger, and as it grew endlessly, it replaced the sky above Su Ming before rushing into the thick, dark clouds above and hiding itself away from sight. This was the sixth gift Su Ming prepared for that disaster. And the seventh. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He looked at the mark of the crimson dragon on his arm. The crimson dragon had opened its eyes at the moment and was also looking at Su Ming. There was resolution in its gaze. Without even needing Su Ming to speak, the crimson dragon on his arm manifested itself, then lifted its head and roared before it charged into the sky with its gigantic body. It disappeared swiftly into the clouds and vanished from sight. but it was still there. Su Ming could tell that with just a single thought from him, the Crimson Dragon would have its strongest power erupt from its body to destroy the entire world. This was his 7th gift. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. When he lifted his hands, the power of lightning erupted from the lightning crystal of inheritance within him. This power surrounded his body, and as he watched the endless amount of lightning sparks swimming on his skin, he closed his eyes and struck his chest with his right hand. As lightning crackled all over his body, Su Ming opened his mouth and spat out an item. This item was black and was a cauldron-shaped object with 9 holes in it. This thing had always been in Su Ming's body, and it was the item that was formed when he absorbed the lightning from the world as he awakened in Han Mountain City. There had never been much changes within this item, as it resided in his body, up till the moment he absorbed the lightning Berserker's inheritance. Su Ming had sensed something different within it, as if there were thousands upon thousands of threads connecting this item to the lightning Berserker. In fact, even if the black stone fragment had played the largest role in him being able to obtain the lightning Berserker's inheritance, without this cauldron-shaped thing, the stone fragment would not have been able to find a guide to bring out lightning. The instant Su Ming spat out the 9-holed cauldron-shaped thing that was his origin vessel, the lightning around him charged into the item and disappeared without a trace, causing one of the 9 holes to be filled to the brim with lightning. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. With a swing of his arm, the item charged into the clouds in the sky. At the instant it buried itself there, thunder rumbled, and an infinite amount of lightning started swimming in all directions in the sky, then gathered within the 9-holed cauldron. That was not the end. Su Ming started forming various seals with his hands and had his nascent divinity cover his entire body. He was, at that moment, casting the Immortals' 9 transformations from the 9 transformations, 10 transfigurations, 1 voice art. The first transformation, the second transformation, the third transformation. Every single time Su Ming changed the seal with his hand, he would send that transformation into the seal. With each transformation, the lightning in the sky would increase by a countless amount, which resulted in the second hole within the 9-holed cauldron to be filled, and the third hole was also gradually filling up with lightning. Su Ming's limit arrived at the 7th transformation due to his level of cultivation. At that moment, 4 holes within the 9-holed cauldron in the clouds had already been filled with lightning. This was the 8th gift he prepared for the person who would bring him his disaster. One more. Su Ming looked at his left hand. Under his gaze, it gradually turned black, and soon, that dark shade filled his entire palm. However, before long, that black shade gradually started fading away, and only the palm lines on his left hand remained black. Compared to his normal skin color, those black lines were quite a terrifying sight. The curse. When Su Ming mumbled under his breath, his gaze fell on his right hand. There was a black glare shining on his right hand at the moment, but it soon disappeared, as if it had hidden itself in his right hand. This is the 9th gift. Tian, let's hope you're really the one who will be bringing me this disaster. I will wait for you here, with these 9 gifts. Su Ming closed his eyes and calmed his breathing. He started waiting in silence. He had already laid out the entire board for the battlefield, and would now absolutely not leave this place. If this disaster was truly Tian, he would definitely come. Su Ming waited for 3 days. During them, he did not move a single inch and kept his eyes closed as he meditated, and by doing so, his condition continued improving until he reached his strongest state. He knew that the disaster this time would be incredibly difficult, but he could not back down from this fight, and neither did he have any space to withdraw. He could only fight. He had to fight. He had to slaughter his way through, to clear a path for himself to control his own fate. He had to kill until everything changed. Fight. Red capillaries gradually appeared beneath Su Ming's shut eyes. A battle spirit and killing intent that surged into the sky rose in his body, and like a storm, it started sweeping through the entire area. He wanted to fight. He wanted to fight against Tian, fight against his fate, fight against his confusion, and fight against his whole life. When the 5th day arrived and Su Ming's battle spirit reached its peak, a wave of distortions appeared in the sky in the distance, and a person walked out from within. That person was dressed in an emperor's robe and wore a crown. With an aloof look on his face, he cast a cold glance at Su Ming sitting on the island beneath him. Naturally, that person was Tian. After waiting for several days, he had noticed that Su Ming was no longer heading toward eastern wastelands. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to not wait any longer and come to Su Ming himself. To him, changing destiny's path would not be too hard. Even though he had run into a period lacking control during all his years of observing Su Ming. But he believed that this period of emptiness, where he did not see him, was not enough for his plans to fall. Tian did not even say a single word when he saw Su Ming. He simply took a step towards the island where he was. At that moment, his aloof appearance and his emotionless expression gave a loud voice to his tyrannical behavior. Along with the emperor's robe, the awe-inspiring presence caused Tian to look as if he was the sovereign in this world, as if every single piece of land under the sky was his domain, and with an overbearing presence that screamed of him being the only sovereign that could exist in this world, his foot landed. The world roared, and the Dead Sea beneath him started churning and tumbling backwards, as if it could not withstand the pressure of his arrival. At that moment, the imposing presence of Tian was the exact same as the clones who had fought against Hong Luo all those years ago. It's not his real seal. At the instant Tian took that one step and the world started roaring, Su Ming's eyes flew open. With a single move, his body flew up, and the Undertaker of Evil's armor covered his body. Once it did so, the spear appeared in his hand. All of these things happened in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had already equipped the Undertaker of Evil's armor. Tian completely ignored the armor's appearance. Once he took the first step, he lifted his right hand and swung his arm towards Su Ming through the air. An astonishing wave of fog started churning, and as if it wanted to cover the entire world within, it rushed forward towards Su Ming. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. At the instant his body rose into the sky, he took a step forward. When his foot landed, the air roared. This was not a normal step, it was Su Ming's god of Berserkers' 7 steps. The first step. With it, the layers of clouds above Tian's head thinned out, and a huge footprint appeared. With a piercing howl, it charged towards Tian. Once Su Ming took that step, he immediately took another. He did not stop moving his feet and walked another 6 steps forward. Once he was finished, 6 footprints that were each bigger than the last appeared and replaced the entire sky above Tian's head. With loud rumbles, they sank down and crashed into the vast fog that had appeared when Tian swung his arm. At the instant a shocking roar reverberated through the air, Su Ming took his 7th step, and with it, the biggest footprint abruptly descended, causing the rumbling sounds, which had already been shocking enough, to become much louder. When Su Ming finished executing the god of Berserkers' 7 steps, his speed reached an unimaginable extent. When the piercing roars continued shaking the world and space itself was still being torn apart, he had already charged through the air with the Undertaker of Evil's spear in hand. Like a long arc that shot through space, he appeared before Tian and sent his spear straight towards the center of the clone's brows. This was Su Ming. He took the initiative to attack, no longer merely resisting like he did all those years ago. This spear symbolized his fight against fate. This spear represented the resolve in his heart. This spear contained his hate towards Tian. The significance behind his change from being forced to fight back and attacking on his own was great, and the change itself was as huge as the world being overturned. A loud bang that buried all other sounds spread out swiftly, but Tian's gaze was as calm as ever. Not a single hint of change could be seen in his composed expression. In fact, he did not even take half a step backwards. He merely lifted his right hand and tapped the tip of Su Ming's spear. A bang reverberated in the air, and Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards before turning into an arc that fell on the island. He failed with this strike. The strength of Tian's clone was so great that he only needed one finger to injure Su Ming, but there was a price to it. A thin gash appeared on the pad of Tian's finger. Looks like you've improved by quite a large margin over the years, considering that you were able to injure my clone. But you still need to walk down your predestined path so that I won't be disappointed. As Tian spoke, he closed in on the island. However, right at the instant Su Ming fell on the ground, a strange, faint smile appeared on the corners of his lips. There were 3 reasons behind Su Ming launching his attack. One of them was due to his resolve and the change in his attitude. The other was to test just how much his body could handle. The final reason was to lure Tian to this island. Now his adversary was here. Tian, Su Ming roared. He lifted his right hand and swiftly pressed it on the seemingly ordinary-looking stone monument. the monument that the first god of Berserkers had left behind containing his inheritance that would only last until the third god of Berserkers. At the instant Su Ming's palm fell, a hum came from the monument, and a presence belonging to the first god of Berserkers manifested within the world, causing Tian's expression to change for the very first time as he walked over. This is Lai Shanxiu's presence. Chapter 586. Devastating. Lai Shanxiu's presence should not possess a powerful might, because it was originally not very strong. It was rather faint, in truth. After all, it was an inheritance that lasted only till the third god of Berserkers. There was not much left. However, if the monument's power to instill fear was used against the Immortals who had trembled under Lai Shanxiu's might all those years ago, then the effect of this presence would reach a terrifying degree. This was not a suppression ono one's cultivation base, neither was it going to cause Tian any physical damage. Instead, it was something that would affect his heart, a mighty pressure that came from the soul itself. This mighty pressure would be stronger the greater was the immortal who had trembled in fear due to Lai Shanxiu's might. They would be like terrified birds who were injured by an arrow once and from then on would fall when they heard the sound of the bow again. Right then, Tian behaved in the exact same way. Before he had made his name known, he had watched the first god of Berserkers raining slaughter on the Immortals. That mighty power and that terrifying massacre was his eternal nightmare. At the instant he sensed Lai Shanxiu's presence, Tian's heart trembled, a sight rarely seen on him. That shock caused his mind and expression to go blank for a brief instant. That brief state of blankness was to Su Ming the chance he had been waiting for after all the preparations he'd made. It was also the reason behind why he prepared all the gifts for Tian. At the instant the clone went into a daze, Su Ming pressed both his arms on the ground, and the red meadow immediately surged into the sky, and an area of more than thousands of feet could be seen surging up into the sky. Red fog seeped out from the meadow, and the instant it filled the air, Su Ming grabbed the flagpole and stabbed it into the ground. When he did so, the red fog that had spread out immediately gathered together to turn into a gigantic shadow, and with a huge roar, it charged towards Tian. At the same time, with a yank from Su Ming's right hand, all the grass from the meadow flew up and enveloped Tian. Explode! Su Ming let out a low roar, and the instant the meadow enveloped the dazed Tian, the flagpole let out a loud bang and exploded. The impact formed from it charged straight towards the clone. Almost the instant the red meadow collapsed, the shadow in the red fog grabbed Tian's body, and right when it looked as if it was about to devour him, a look of struggle appeared on Tian's face. Clearly, he was about to wake up from the sudden shock the first god of Berserkers' presence had brought on him. There was no way Su Ming would waste this chance he had seized after so much difficulty. He formed a seal with both hands and swiftly pointed forward. Illusion of Great Yu. As he pointed forward, his nascent divinity swiftly spread out and fused into the debris from one of Great Yu's palaces in the collapsed meadow. The debris swiftly let out a powerful dark light, and as it shone, the dark light instantly enveloped Tian within. The absent-minded look appeared once again, the signs of Tian waking up disappearing. This happened because he had sank into the illusion of Great Yu. It was the Great Yu dynasty that Su Ming had brought up from his own thoughts after seeing the country itself with his own eyes. The level of authenticity in it was unparalleled. Right at the instant Tian became dazed once again, Su Ming let out a low roar. Right then, a flash of black suddenly appeared, and that black light was naturally the killing move Su Ming had prepared, the small black humanoid. This creature was of unknown origins and had a mysterious background. Its strength could also not be deduced, but at the moment it appeared, it instantly entered Tian's body. Su Ming seized the ground through the air with his right hand, and his body shot up. At the same moment he flew up, a virescent sword quickly charged towards him, and once Su Ming held it in his hand, he swiftly closed in on Tian. The murderous aura from the sword in his hand rose into the sky and fused with the sword's aura itself. As it swept through the air, Su Ming cracked the sword like a whip on Tian's body, but right at the moment the sword's strike was about to reach him, a freezing glare appeared in Tian's dazed eyes, and they became filled with clarity. There was not a hint of blankness in him. The illusion of Great Yu dynasty. I had personally joined in the fight to destroy the Great Yu dynasty all those years ago, and had even brought you away from it. This illusion is too weak. As Tian spoke calmly, He formed a seal with his right hand and pressed towards the incoming sword aura. I am the heavens. All manner of living exists beneath the sky. Under my rule, all the living are given different souls. If I am unwilling, I can retrieve those souls. Heavenly deprival of souls. At the moment these cool words that did not hold a hint of emotion tumbled out of Tian's lips, he pointed at the sword aura with his right index finger. At the instant his finger touched the sword, Su Ming heard a shrill scream of pain coming from the small virescent sword in his hand. The sword also became dimmer in an instant, as if its soul was rapidly disappearing from within. That one finger shot through the sword aura and charged straight towards Su Ming. In the time of crisis, he swiftly lifted the sword in his hand and bit his left index finger. At the same moment he started fighting against Tian's finger, he swiped his left index finger across the blade. By the time he drew that line of blood, Tian's finger had already touched the sword. A clear sound rang in the air, and a large amount of cracks appeared on the sword. A strange power came from it, and with a force that seemed as if it could separate a person's soul from its body, that power swept towards Su Ming. Without any hesitation, Su Ming flicked the sword, and a sharp sword whistle reverberated through the air. A wave of sound from the sword also swept towards Tian. The sword started shattering, inch by inch, and broke down in Su Ming's hands, but all the sword pieces swept towards Tian and crashed into his incoming finger. Loud, booming bangs echoed in the air. Su Ming coughed up blood, and his body fell backwards. Tian's face grew slightly colder and darker. You do have a few tricks up your sleeve, but do you have any left now? Tian spoke coldly, and took a step towards the pale and rapidly retreating Su Ming. But at the moment he took his second step, Su Ming's body came to an abrupt halt, and a dark light shone in his eyes. Tian frowned. Then, a roar shot out from the clouds in the sky. It was a dragon's roar, the Crimson Dragon's roar. A crimson dragon of 10,000 feet peered out from the clouds in the sky at that moment and glared at Tian. It did not know him, but it could sense that presence of the person who had killed its previous owner stained his body. Roaring, the Crimson Dragon charged towards Tian, but with a calm face, the clone lifted his right hand and swung it forward. The dragon's soul formed by Hong Luo's earthen aura divine ability, dust to dust, earth to earth. There will be no second sovereign in the world. He spoke calmly, but the moment his words were voiced, a shudder ran through his body, and a look of disbelief appeared in his face. The divine ability he had just cast had not been brought outwards, but had instead appeared within him. It was like self-mutilation, as if someone had just cast the exact same art right in his face. It was used right back on him, and during that instant, Tian's body became slightly faded out. The Crimson Dragon let out a low roar, and seizing that chance, it closed in on Tian, with its mouth wide open. As it roared, its body swept through the land. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew exactly what had happened to Tian, because during moments before, he had sensed a hint of the small black humanoid's presence. He did not have time to think about how the small black humanoid had managed to do this, though, because he could not waste this chance. Closing in, Su Ming lifted his right hand. At the instant he raised his right index finger and closed in on Tian, his finger touched the center of the clone's brows. However, right when his finger touched him, a powerful rebound crashed straight into his body. Blood trickled out of the corner of Su Ming's lips, and his body fell backwards. The Crimson Dragon went through the same series of events. As the power crashed into it, and it was sent flying backwards, the waves of power that came from the earthen aura dragon vein had not even managed to injure a single hair on Tian's body. Instead, the Crimson Dragon had suffered a powerful rebound, but it went charging right back at him again and was sent hurtling back once more. After a few times, its body shrank greatly, and it even showed signs of withering away. Tian's face grew as dark as thunderclouds. He simply allowed Su Ming and the Crimson Dragon to attack, not bothering with them. Instead, he lifted his right hand and struck his chest. With it, a shrill scream of pain came from within his body. Then, right from his back, a small black humanoid started being forced out, its body crumbling. Just as it was about to be completely kicked out, "Nine-headed dragon," Su Ming shouted, and immediately, an endless amount of bell chimes came from the clouds in the sky. When another chime sounded, as the clouds in the sky tumbled in the air, a bell that was several thousands of feet in size descended rapidly and covered Tian within it. At the same time, The nine-headed dragon's illusion manifested in the sky. The awakened heads roared and spat out an innumerable amount of vengeful souls right at Han Mountain Bell. The vengeful spirits filled the sky and earth, surrounded Han Mountain Bell, and even shot through the bell to charge towards Tian. At that moment, Tian lifted his head and roared. Immediately, the small black humanoid broke down and was completely forced out of his body, but during that instant, a red glare that even Tian himself did not notice charged straight towards him. The red glare was too fast and had already reached a distance of less than 3 feet from Tian. The clone waved his arm, and the red glare distorted slightly before it started using its body to resist the power from Tian's swing. But, with a bang, that red glare broke down and turned into a bloody mess. It was the small snake. Yet even though its body had broken down, its head still remained. It bit down on Tian's hand, causing his left hand to instantly turn black. Tian's face filled with rage. He had never been in such a pathetic state before, and it was especially humiliating since his level of cultivation surpassed Su Ming's by quite a large margin. But right then, due to his many moves, Tian had been injured. Men's revolution can be replaced by the heavens. This is what it means for the heavens to take over men. Tian's voice echoed in the air, and the power within him erupted. This caused the small snake that had managed to injure him to shatter. The awakened heads from the nine-headed dragon rushed into Han Mountain Bell right as the small snake was about to die, and opened their mouths wide to devour Tian. A loud, violent bang reverberated in the world for a long, long time and did not disappear. Instead, that sound became even greater. For the first time, a large amount of damage appeared on Han Mountain Bell, and it shattered. Its broken pieces could be gathered together once again, but clearly, they no longer contained the spiritual aura the bell once possessed. The nine-headed dragon let out a shrill cry of pain and exploded, turning into wisps of fog that surged out in all directions. Chapter 587, The Ninth Gift. Han Mountain Bell was sent back. The nine-headed dragon disintegrated. The small candle dragon only had its head remaining and not much life force left. At that moment, it was tossed far away. Anger appeared on Tian's face. This sort of disheveled state was something that was incredibly rarely seen on his person. You're just an imitation of the great eastern wasteland desert bell. How dare you try and seal me? Tian's hair was a mess. His left hand had originally been black, but was rapidly regaining its actual skin color. Black liquid fell from the 2 wounds from the small snake, and by the looks of it, before long, he would be completely recovered. Right at the moment Tian took a huge step forward, and in his anger was fully intent to end what he believed was a farce, a chilling glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Immediately, as the clouds in the sky tumbled, a shocking, thunderous roar traveled forth. At the instant it sounded, a gigantic bolt of lightning crashed on Tian with an unbelievable speed and loud, rumbling sounds. Tian's pupils shrank, and he instantly vanished. Right then, a deafening thunderclap rose into the air, and the place where Tian had been standing shattered completely. Su Ming seized the air with his right hand, but at that moment, a great sense of danger rose swiftly within him. Without a single bit of hesitation, the welcoming of deities immediately appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it. At that moment, Tian walked out from the space behind him and lifted his right hand. Then, with a superior might that could not be withstood, he pushed his palm straight towards the top of Su Ming's skull. The space around Su Ming was completely sealed off by this attack, causing it to be absolutely impossible for him to dodge the fatal blow. Once he was struck, he would lose all his memories. When he woke up again, perhaps he would still be him. But he would also no longer be himself. The hand came towards him, and Su Ming's fate seemed to be sealed. However, there was no absolute certainty in the world, and accidents could happen in every situation, including those that seemed certain. Almost at the instant Tian thought his palm would hit Su Ming without a single obstacle. It was less than 3 inches away from the top of his skull. After all, suddenly, a ray of golden light swiftly spread out from Su Ming's body. There were 5 layers to this golden light, and when it spread out, the first layer that touched Tian's hand shattered, but within the circle that was closer to Su Ming, another layer appeared. As the light screens shattered, more would appear, and they continuously spread out. Within that short instant, the layers had shattered several tens of thousands of times, but they never disintegrated. The seal always stayed. This golden screen of light that would eternally exist with those 5 layers reappearing in an endless cycle was naturally the 5-direction seal that held down the second god of Berserker's left hand. If this seal could hold down the god of Berserker's left hand, then there was no way that Tian's clone would be able to break its might within a short period of time. Su Ming's qi continuously rose within the screen of light. At that moment, the qi that was spreading out from his body after he swallowed the welcoming of deities was that belonging to the second god of Berserkers. Tian was incredibly familiar with it, and his expression changed. But right at the moment his expression changed, the 9-holed cauldron appeared once again from the clouds in the sky. As of then, only 3 of the 4 original filled holes were brimming with lightning. Once it appeared, a red flash of lightning came crackling down from the sky and charged towards Tian. I didn't expect that you would have Divine Will's lightning. As I thought, Destiny, I can really give you no chance. But this Divine Will's lightning and that 5-direction seal should be your last tricks. I'd like to see just how you will fight against me when I break your 5-direction seal. So, the second god of Berserker's inheritance, With his intellect, Tian could tell with just a glance that this 5-direction seal was not under Su Ming's control. This thing had appeared to protect him just because the second god of Berserker's qi had risen within Su Ming's body at that moment. He might be referring to it as a protection, but it was in truth sealing Su Ming within. The person inside could not get out, but the people outside could not get in either. Yet to Tian, the 5-direction seal's existence was protecting Su Ming at that moment. That was why even though he knew that this thing was actually a seal, he still chose to try and break it open. With his power, perhaps he would be unable to do so within a short amount of time, but when he lifted his head and cast a glance at the lightning in the sky, a cold sneer appeared on his lips. He lifted his right hand, pointed towards the lightning, then lifted his left hand and pushed it towards the screen of light that belonged to the 5-direction seal. With a loud bang, the red lightning struck Tian. He jolted forward, and lightning filled his entire body in an instant. It swam through him and left through his left hand, crashing onto the 5-direction seal. Soon after, another bolt of lightning crashed down. Tian let out a low growl and clenched his left hand into a fist. At the moment the lightning sparks gathered on his body, he rammed his fist against the 5-direction seal. It had begun cracking due to the lightning earlier, and as it continuously crumbled and shattered, when that punch landed, its speed as it repaired itself started showing signs that it could not keep up with the rate of destruction. There were no longer 5 layers of light that appeared outside. Only 3 remained. Su Ming could not dodge. He might be in the 5-direction seal, but the area around him was frozen up, resulting in him being unable to retreat, unable to resist, unable to struggle, but he did not plan to do so. Instead, with calm eyes, he stared at Tian's actions. The black stone fragment on his neck was flashing. Within this temporary period of safety, Su Ming had time to change his plans. At that moment, the final bolt of lightning came crashing down. Right when it came in contact with Tian, a glint appeared in the clone's eyes. He lifted his right hand, about to touch the screen of light, and have this Divine Will's lightning add to the power of his cultivation base before channeling it to Su Ming so that he would get a taste of his own medicine, while Tian himself remained uninjured. An event that was completely out of his expectations happened. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips, and during the instant Tian wanted to have him suffer the might of the divine lightning. A dark ray of light surrounded his body, and he disappeared without a trace. Once he disappeared, the 5-direction seal dissipated, and because of that, the place where Tian was about to send the power from the divine lightning was gone. Tian's pupils shrank. Lightning erupted abruptly within his body and filled him entirely, causing blood to flow out from his mouth for the first time ever since the battle had started. Because of the lightning, his body also became numb, and during that instant, his cultivation base froze for a moment. If it had been any other moment, this would not have mattered, but right then, almost the moment Tian's plan failed, Su Ming reappeared in midair. He had stepped into the dimension in the stone fragment, and had taken out the welcoming of deities when he was in it. That was why the 5-direction seal did not stop him when he reappeared. With a single move, he charged towards Tian. Tian, this is the 9th gift I've prepared for you. Su Ming's face was freezing cold. Killing intent shone in his eyes, and he pressed his left hand, with the black lines, straight at the center of Tian's brows. A loud boom that shook the skies reverberated in the air. As Tian roared in anger, Su Ming coughed up blood, but just when it seemed like he was about to be sent flying off by the rebound, he lifted his right hand, and a black bone spike took shape. This was the god of Berserkers' spike. It was the one and only god of Berserkers' spike Sima Xian had hold on to. The instant Su Ming was sent back, he warped, and without caring about the injuries on his body, he sent that god of Berserkers' spike straight into Tian's chest. Chapter 588, Difficult. The god of Berserkers' spike was entirely black. A chilling air spread out from its body, and a chilling drop of water was also forced out from within it. It exuded a wave of bitterness and madness that surged into the skies. That bitterness came from the second god of Berserkers, his unwillingness to die, and the madness came from the pain when he was torn apart. That bone spike contained the second god of Berserkers' bitterness and madness, and its might was astonishing. At that moment, Su Ming drove that spike into Tian's chest while throwing all caution to the wind. The spike pierced through the Emperor's robe on Tian's body, and plunging 3 inches into him, entered his flesh and blood. During that instant, the god of Berserkers' bitterness and madness surged into Tian's body with a bang, causing him to shudder. At the same time, a muffled groan escaped his lips, and his face turned pale. This could not be seen with the naked eye, but with the divine sense, Su Ming could sense a shadow appearing next to Tian's body. The appearance of it was indistinct, but at that moment, it surrounded the clone's entire body. It had its arms wrapped around Tian, as if it had seized his soul and wanted to yank it straight out of his body. That shadow was formed from the second god of Berserker's bitterness. It did not have any will, but clearly had a hate towards Tian that was engraved straight into the core of its being. As it surrounded him, it let out roars that could only be heard by divine senses. The god of Berserker's spike melted swiftly, seeping rapidly into the wound on Tian's chest, but right when it was about to fully do so, a strong ray of golden light swiftly flashed from Tian's body. Due to it, Su Ming saw a jade pendant hanging right above Tian's chest. That jade was entirely gold, and it was naturally the thing that was letting out that strong ray of golden light. It spread out, and a wave of power that caused Su Ming to tremble exploded abruptly. Under the golden light, the melted god of Berserker's spike tumbled backwards, forced out. The second's bitterness-filled spirit that was wrapped around Tian was also forced back as that golden light spread out. As it shone on Su Ming, a bang went off in his head. He involuntarily took a few steps back, then bit down hard on the tip of his tongue and made himself immediately regain his senses. At the same time, he seized the air, and the spiked club manifested itself. He grabbed it, lifted, and then sent down crashing right down on Tian. At that moment, his eyes were filled with red, and he looked incredibly pathetic, but there was a presence that screamed of an unwillingness to submit about him. When he lifted the spiked club, he sent it straight down on Tian with a sharp whistling sound that pierced the ears. With a loud bang, the spiked club struck Tian, but it had been seized by the clone when he lifted his left hand. Su Ming did not hesitate. Almost the moment Tian grabbed the spiked club, a low growl tumbled out of Su Ming's lips. Explode. Su Ming endured the pain in his heart for having to do so and activated the divine since he had left in the spiked club, causing it to explode with a loud bang, and the impact that was formed swept towards Tian. Su Ming could not move forward as that impact swept towards his opponent. He was forced to take a few steps back. When he did so, Tian also sank into a disheveled state. He had endured the full impact of that spiked club's explosion, but even though the golden light was spreading through the area, none of it shone directly on him. At that moment, he was still standing in midair, but there was a deep gash on his chest, and it could be seen that his face was pale. "You're asking for it," Tian roared. With golden light shining all over him, he took a step towards Su Ming. At the instant his foot landed, Su Ming's heart let out a thump and almost collapsed. If he had not offered his entire body up as a sacrifice during the bone sacrifice realm, that one step would have caused his heart to explode. Yet even so, Su Ming still staggered. While he took a few steps backwards once again, Tian had already closed in on him. The clone did not cast any divine abilities, but instead lifted his right hand and went on to seize Su Ming's throat. He was so quick that his hand closed in on him in an instant. But right when he was about to take hold of the neck, Su Ming's right hand swiftly shot up to fight against him. Due to that one block, Su Ming's right hand was grabbed by Tian, and all his bones in that hand crushed. Then, Tian swung him into the air and tossed him towards the island underneath. Su Ming's body was sent charging down like a shooting star, and he crashed onto the ground with a bang. The island started trembling violently, and its edges completely shattered, then were swallowed by the sea. Did you honestly think that I wouldn't kill you? Tian cast a glance at his own chest. The sharp stab of pain was still there, and during that instant just now, Su Ming had actually managed to make the shadow of death loom over his head. If his real self had not given him a treasure to protect his body before he descended, even if he had not died from that god of Berserkers' spike, he would have definitely been gravely wounded. Su Ming's level of cultivation might not pose much of a threat to him, but the attacks he executed and the items he had brought had caused Tian to be shocked. The instant Su Ming's body touched the ground, he lifted his right hand and pushed it towards the ground. As a rumbling sound echoed in the air, blood trickled out of his mouth, and he resisted against the force of Tian's throw with much difficulty. His entire right hand was twisted out of shape, and a sharp pain shot through his entire being, making cold sweat break out on his forehead. As he dispersed the power of Tian's throw, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood once again, and his face gained an even paler shade, making him look just like a dead person. The great difference between their power caused it to be absolutely impossible for Su Ming to win against Tian's clone. As he retreated, Tian closed in on him once again with a dark expression. His eyes were cold, merciless. However, there was no despair on Su Ming's face. Instead, an even greater fighting spirit surged up within him, and his eyes looked as if a ball of fire had kindled within them. Almost at the same moment Tian closed in, Su Ming lifted his right hand and swung it forward. With this move, the time around his right hand reversed, and it started reverting to its original state from the distorted mess it was at the moment. He was not healing himself, merely forcing the dislocated and fractured parts of his bones back to where they belonged with the power of bone sacrifice. That sort of pain was even stronger than the pain he suffered when he was injured. If you want my life, then you will have to pay a price you cannot endure. While enduring the intense pain, Su Ming swung his lifted right hand at the sky. Sun Genesis. With that one swing, wind immediately started blowing among the clouds in the sky. As it howled, it filled the entire area before forming a gigantic whirlwind that charged straight towards Tian. Lunar Burial. Su Ming pushed his left hand down on the ground, and once it looked as if he had seized the ground, he yanked his hand upwards. With it, the second whirlwind stirred up out of nowhere and swept up everything around it, causing the seawater around the island to be pushed back and a violent gust of wind to come charging forward. Right at the center between the whirlwind from the land and the whirlwind from the sky was Tian. As the two whirlwinds howled in the air, they swiftly crashed into each other. At the instant they did so, Tian let out a cold harumph. With my orders, I will make the sky not possess a second sun and the earth to not move in another direction. This is what it means to have no second sovereign. All dust and earth, all wind and clouds, all space and air, listen to my orders. Scatter. As Tian spoke, he formed a seal with his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, a loud sound came from the sky. That sound was deafening to the ears, and it sounded as if the sky was roaring, as if all lives in the world were howling, and there was only one word within this sound: scatter. That word sounded like the entire heaven's will, like an emperor's orders that would not allow anyone to question his will. It sounded like all the lives in the world roaring at the same time, and at the moment that sound appeared, the whirlwinds from the sky and earth crashed into each other. But before any form of sound could come from their crash, the two gusts of wind turned into nothingness and vanished right before Su Ming's eyes. The island where Su Ming was standing also vanished, turning into emptiness. The entire sky also disappeared at that instant, as if it had ceased to exist. Su Ming did not even have a chance to cast the third style of wind separation. When the first two styles turned into broken pieces and died away, Tian closed in on him from this emptiness, and a hand pressed down on the top of Su Ming's skull. A hoarse, stern voice reverberated in this completely empty world. All that has been changed will now be wiped away. Su Ming simply did not have a chance to resist. His body seemed to be frozen in midair, and even if he did possess more divine abilities, he could not resist. The hand had already pressed down on the top of his skull. All the mistakes in your path will now be rectified. With a loud bang, a massive amount of power surged into Su Ming's head to seal up and sweep away everything. to go about bringing order to this so-called chaos. All of your memories in this life will scatter. The memories gradually became mixed up, as if this power was throwing everything into chaos. It left Su Ming's will in chaos, causing his mind to go blank once again, after layers of seals were placed on him. I will now grant you him. Before Tian could finish speaking, a cry of surprise suddenly came from him. The thing that caused this was nothing else but the scenes from the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world, which he saw while wiping away Su Ming's memories. The undying and imperishable world, the resistance brought forth by his will, the desire to continue living, the roars that continued reminding him to never forget who he was, and the repeated, "I am Su Ming," carved millions of times onto the Candle Dragon's gigantic stone statue. This caused a great resistance to burst forth from Su Ming's body, as Tian continued trying to wipe his memories away. This resistance was Su Ming's will, the unwillingness to submit and forget his own mind during those reincarnations and struggles, and was also his roar of rage towards fate. I am Su Ming. No one can wipe away my memories. No one can make me sink into that blankness once again. No one can snatch away everything that belongs to me. A loud bang went off in Su Ming's head, and during that instant, he regained consciousness. The world before his eyes shattered, and the empty sky turned into clouds. The disappeared island appeared under his feet once more. The sounds of the waves reverberated in his ears again, and everything except the whirlwinds returned to normal. Chapter 589, Powerful. If it was not for the Candle Dragon's undying and imperishable world, Su Ming would have, at this point, sunk down, and he would be able to do nothing about it. Perhaps, when he woke up, he would be facing an unfamiliar dark mountain, and it might not even be known as Dark Mountain anymore, but there would still be some place waiting for him to rouse from his sleep. Then, he would continue growing. Perhaps he would also experience destruction and go through many other things. Perhaps he would also discover a pair of eyes watching him in the dark. Perhaps he would be able to arrive to the point where he was now again. But perhaps he would have to walk on the path others dictated for him and become destiny again. However, Hong Luo's appearance was like a perfectly laid-out plan. A sudden accident happened, and it caught everyone by surprise. No one had been able to predict it beforehand. That was why Tian's first clone had spared no pains in appearing, and all of it was for the sake of returning things to their original course. He succeeded because Hong Luo died, but he also failed because Su Ming rose from his slumber. The awakened Su Ming completely broke off from Tian's control. From then on, all the things he experienced were due to his own luck, and not because of anyone else's plans. It was especially so for the undying and imperishable world. The actions which Tian's servant had thought were clever, in fact, made the will of this person, who fought and struggled and crawled his way out of those cycles of reincarnations, to be incredibly rare. When Su Ming regained his consciousness, the shock in Tian's heart caused him to look at Su Ming with an incredibly grave expression on his face. This young man had given him far too many surprises during their meeting this time. First, he had been able to injure him, and then had managed to regain his consciousness after he had sunk into oblivion. All of these things caused that grave expression on Tian's face, and at the same time, one thought in his mind grew stronger. No matter what, I will have to make him change today, or else, if he has more time, then unless my real self comes. Only a few years have went by, and he's already changed so much. Destiny, as expected of Destiny, a member of the Abyss Builders. A freezing glare shone in Tian's eyes, and he lifted his right hand swiftly to point at Su Ming, who had begun swiftly retreating once he regained his senses. The wanderer who has returned to his path, the fog shall be your eye, and the heavens shall be your guide. This shall be Heaven Maze. Tian's voice was filled with a strange rhythm. Right when he swept his finger through the air, a ball of green manifested around him. Green threads swiftly shot out and covered the entire area in the blink of an eye. It looked like a giant ball of threads, and they enveloped the entire area, filling up the world. It seemed as if they were traveling incredibly slowly, but were in truth spreading outwards at an extremely fast pace towards Su Ming, looking as if they wanted to wrap him up in multiple layers. Su Ming could no longer see Tian before him. The entire area around him was filled with the incoming green threads, and he could not run from them, could not hide from them. Su Ming's face was pale, and his right hand was still throbbing with intense pain. His breathing was ragged, but there was not a hint of despair in his eyes. The sparkling light within them was like starlight, and they were burning brilliantly, showing off his fighting spirit. It was a demeanor that cried out that even if he died, he would die standing, would laugh, and have absolutely no regrets. I can die, but even if I die, I will make you pay. If I die, I will make you immortals bleed seas of blood that will reach the sky. If I die, I will make this heaven be deprived of all thoughts forever. Su Ming laughed loudly. The green threads quickly spread out, and right at the instant they were less than 100 feet away from him, he lifted his right hand, opened his mouth, and spat something out. A fan immediately appeared in his hand. It looked as if it was formed from an endless amount of feathers, and light was spilling out from it. With a swing, the fan immediately grew larger, and holding it, Su Ming swung his hand in the direction in front of him. That fan was indeed the one he had snatched from Sima Qian, and it was a treasure that was created personally by the second god of Berserkers. It was also an item that belonged to Su Ming. The three barren arts of heaven, earth, and man, heaven barrenness. With that one swing of the fan, a deafening roar came from the sky covered by the rolling clouds. The sky shattered, inch by inch, and it turned pitch black. That swing of the fan looked as if it had caused the sky to tumble backwards, layer by layer. The shattered spots looked as if they had been swept up, causing the entire sky to look as if it had been completely lifted. The broken pieces fused with the power of the sky, and as they were swept up by the fan, they all charged towards the green threads. Loud rumbling echoed in the air. The power of heaven barrenness had lifted the sky as if it was just a curtain, dragging up the green threads as it did. In the midst of the rumbling, the green threads that had spread out all around Su Ming trembled simultaneously. The three great barren arts of heaven, earth, and man, earth barrenness. Su Ming swung the fan in his hand once again, and vibrations shook through the fan. As it trembled, the island under his body let out a loud bang. Then, as the seawater roared and churned, it was swept up from the sea as Su Ming swung that fan upwards. The island had shrank, but it was still an island and a small mass of land. Rumbling sounds surged into the sky, and with a buzzing sound, the island flew up right from the surface of the sea, bringing with it an endless amount of seawater that poured down just like a curtain of rain. Moments after, the ground on the island shattered, turning into an uncountable amount of crushed stone pieces that crashed into the green threads once again. The strongest bang came from under the sky and above the earth. It brought forth a presence that could destroy everything, and with Su Ming at its center, it swept through all directions. Su Ming's face turned a lot paler, but he did not stop moving his hands. Instead, he swung the fan again, and this time, he brought out the final style and the divine ability contained within this weapon, the style that even Sima Qian had not been able to cast. The three great barren arts of heaven, earth, and man, man barrenness. At the moment this art was cast, the shattered world roared. The endless amount of crushed stone shot through the green threads and charged towards Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body and gathered into a gigantic head, with Su Ming at its center. The face it showed was the exact same as his. The shattered sky also fused into the gigantic earthen head's eyes, causing them to shine with a brilliant light. At the instant the head was formed, Su Ming opened his mouth and breathed out a puff of air towards the sullen Tian, standing not too far away from him. That puff of air turned into black wind that swept towards the clone, and it could break the sky, destroy the earth, and extinguish the flames of life. The second god of Berserkers' divine ability. Tian looked darkly at Su Ming. As he watched the black gust of wind Su Ming had breathed out turning into a layer of black fog as it closed in on him, Tian let out a cold harumph. A pity. If the second had been the one to cast this, then this body of mine that is merely a clone would have been unable to fight against it. But if you are the one to cast it, then it will simply be too weak. As Tian spoke, he lifted his left hand and cut down towards the black fog coming towards him. With that single slash, the black fog started trembling swiftly. Its middle portion instantly caved in, opening up a crack due to the invisible slash. At the same time this happened, Tian took a step towards that fog, and he was so fast that he moved through in an instant, appearing right before the gigantic earthen head that Su Ming had brought out. He lifted his right hand and pushed his palm against the center of its brows. "Cloud sweep," Tian said flatly. At the instant his hand touched the gigantic head, his entire body sank into it. Without a single pause, Once he went through, he moved towards the deeper parts of the head. A loud bang traveled out from the head at that moment, and countless cracks marred its surface. Eventually, it was torn to pieces and exploded. Yet the moment it exploded, the fingers of Tian's right hand touched the 5-layered golden screen of light. It flashed viciously, but even as it continuously shattered and broke, it managed to force Tian back. Numerous crushed stones fell from the sky. Golden light filled the air, with Su Ming standing within it, and the presence that belonged to the second god of Berserkers could be clearly felt from him. During that most critical period, Su Ming did not hesitate to fuse with the welcoming of deities once again, causing his presence and body to change. He looked just like the second god of Berserkers. This again. As Tian retreated, his facial expression turned incredibly dark. Su Ming's 5-direction seal was an incredible headache to him. It was precisely because of this that Su Ming had managed to drive the god of Berserkers' spike into his body. In fact, even up to now, that wound had yet to heal, and was even continuously worsening, up to the point where it was already affecting his ability to bring out his power. Do you really think I can't break this art? If it was the seal that was placed all those years ago by Sir Dao Chun, I wouldn't be able to break it, but now, the soul in this item has long since dissipated, it won't be difficult for me to open it. Heaven protects and establishes thee, that in everything thou dost prosper. May thy blessings come to thee tall alike the high hills, and alike the mountain masses, eternal alike the topmost ridges, alike the greatest bulks, and alike the stream ever coming on, that there may none of thee that shall not increase. Thou art alike the moon in the sky eternal, never waning, alike the sun rising in the east, never falling, alike the southern hills enjoying longevity, never ruined or destroyed. Thou art alike the luxuriant fir and cypress. May good fortune and longevity be with thee. 2. The 9 alikes as spoken in heaven's protections will be what I shall bestow upon you. Tian formed seals with both his hands, and as he said those words, each time he said the word alike, he would swiftly change a seal, and only once he finished saying the 9 alikes did he finish forming all the seals. As he pushed the art forward, 9 gigantic alikes appeared in the air before him. Alike. These 9 words exuded an ancient air, along with a primitive presence. At the same time they appeared, Tian's clone aged by quite a few years. Clearly, this art of the 9 alikes as spoken in heaven's protections was something extraordinary. Or else he would not have used Su Ming's divine will's lightning to try and break the seal earlier, instead of casting this art himself. As Tian pointed forward, the 9 words charged towards Su Ming in a flash. Su Ming did not dodge. Instead, with a glint in his eyes, he allowed the 9 words to crash onto the screen of light of the 5-direction seal. At the instant these 9 words pressed down, the screen of light stopped shining. Instead, it swiftly disappeared from around Su Ming's body. He did not understand the principle behind its disappearance, but he sensed the presence of life from those 9 words. The instant the screen of light of the 5-direction seal disappeared, Tian walked over. As for Su Ming, he lifted his head swiftly. The blood at the corners of his lips had yet to dry, but he had been waiting for the moment this screen of light would disappear. This seal might be used for defense, but Su Ming did not want to defend. He wanted to attack. That was why he allowed Tian to stifle the screen of light. When it disappeared and Tian came over, Su Ming lifted his head, opened his mouth, and with his body that had now turned into the second god of Berserkers, he let out a roar. The god of Berserkers roar. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Dao Chun is written as Ao Chun, Dao Fortune 2, and literally means Dao plus morning, dawn/birth of a new life. But that's metaphorical, which means morning Dao. I'm sure you're all familiar with this. His is the same case as Mo Luo and Scour Civ Island. Person's name Dao Chun. Everything else is morning Dao. It also makes my eyes bleed to see just because that person decided to name things after his own name. And then I'll be calling Mo Luo Island this, Great Daochen World that. Then the novel will be littered with pinyin all over the place, and it's a pain to read, even for me. So we have here the combination of the two. I hope you'll accept it. 2. This whole entire thing is an excerpt from the Tian in the Book of Odes/Shi Jing. It has been translated by Jean Elizabeth, who is a poet laureate ward. This is the one and only translated version of the Book of Odes. It's very, very beautiful. Much better than the shitty version up there. The reason behind why she's a poet laureate ward. And while I could copy plus paste the poem here, the structures in Jean Elizabeth's poem don't quite suit Tian's structure of attack. I have to admit, though, I kind of refer to hers, so a lot of her wording and structure influenced my own translation. Asterisk Psi. Here's a link to the original. http://www.100.text/shijing/shijingleg/shi02.htm. Oh wait, there should be a reference, no in-text citation though. Elizabeth, J. 2008. Lulu Press. Morrisville, North Carolina, pages 89 to 90. Chapter 590, Abyss Sword. It was not as if Su Ming had never thought about running before, but while the world might be big, where would he be able to run to? For how long would he be able to run? Putting aside the fact that it was already incredibly difficult for him to run away from Tian, just this great disaster itself was already something impossible for him to escape. This was a disaster. He could not run from it, and neither did he want to run from it. It was not as if he was doomed, beyond redemption because of this disaster, and neither was it a form of suppression where he did not have an ounce of strength to fight back, because he could fight back. In fact, he had even managed to injure Tian. He was even just a hairbreadth away from dealing a heavy blow on his opponent. This chance might not happen again, but Su Ming would not retreat. Why should I be afraid of death? Even if I die, my will shall wake up again when I am reincarnated. Even if I die, I will still stand here and fight against fate. At the instant the screen of light dissipated, Su Ming's roar turned into a sound wave resisting against fate. It contained his will, his life, and all the unwillingness to submit to fate born throughout his life. Roar. Even someone as powerful as Tian was also forced to come to a halt under that sound wave. His robes fluttered, and his hair danced in the air. What shocked him was not the power of that roar, but the presence of unwillingness to submit contained within it. Unwilling. Once you sink, once you become obedient, I will make you willing. Tian narrowed his eyes and walked towards Su Ming. He had grown impatient by now and decided to end this battle with brute force. With his fastest speed, he would restore the chaos in Su Ming, thus allowing himself to feel at ease and fight with the other clone against his clan's archenemy, the evil Sect in Eastern Wastelands. When he moved forward, a black sea of fire appeared under his feet. It burned furiously and covered the entire area. Wherever it went, everything would be burned to ashes. The Dead Sea also started boiling, and a large amount of steam filled the air like fog. With an incredibly domineering presence, Tian stormed towards Su Ming as the black sea of fire spread out. With each step, his presence would surge like waves, as if there was no power in the world that could make him stop at that moment. Su Ming lifted his left hand and pushed at the sky. With it, an ancient glow appeared in his eyes. He remembered the second god of Berserkers' warm left hand. God of Berserkers, palm lines, Su Ming said softly, as his words traveled forth and Tian closed in on him. As the black sea of fire surged into the sky between the two of them, black trails swiftly appeared. They intersected with each other, looking like black fine threads. As they filled the air, they turned into gigantic palm lines. They formed the outline of a palm, and that was the god of Berserkers' palm. As Tian approached, and as the black sea of fire spread out, the huge hand formed by the palm lines in the sky pressed down on him. It was so quick that it closed in on him in an instant. From the distance, this was a shocking picture to see. The hand was pressing downwards, and right from within the flames surging into the sky, Tian was walking out. He did not even bother looking at the palm lines in the sky. When he walked towards Su Ming, he simply allowed them to close in. However, the sea of fire by his side rose up all around him, charging straight towards the sky to crash into those palm lines. The clash between the god of Berserkers' palm lines and the sea of fire caused the booming sounds in the world to reach their extreme. This was a fight between two forces of power. At the instant they came into contact with each other, booming sounds shook the entire area, stirring up a wave of impact that swept towards the Dead Sea underneath, sweeping sideways across its surface, and causing a huge whirlpool right under Su Ming and Tian. The whirlpool spun with loud, rumbling sounds, and the submerged ground could even be seen deep underneath. Your growth might have exceeded my expectations, but you are still too weak. With each step Tian took, the palm lines in the sky collapsed under the sea of fire's impact. Blood trickled out of Su Ming's mouth, and as he retreated, Tian vanished. When he reappeared, He was already standing right behind Su Ming. He lifted his right hand and waved his arm. Immediately, Su Ming's body started going towards Tian against his will. Let's end this battle. But right at that moment, Tian's pupils shrank, and he moved 4 steps backwards without any hesitation. At the instant he retreated, flames covered every single inch of Su Ming's body. He was burning. He had just set his blood ablaze, lit fire on his own cultivation base. Just as Qian had done before, Su Ming had set his blood ablaze to stimulate the strongest power within the inheritance from the second god of Berserkers. It could be said to be the god of Berserkers' transformation. Fusing with the welcoming of deities had just allowed him to obtain the inheritance so that he could use the god of Berserkers' divine abilities. If he wanted to bring out their full potential, Su Ming would need time to grow, just like Qian. If he wanted to execute those divine abilities forcefully, then he would need to go through the god of Berserkers' transformation, to set his blood ablaze and turn into the god of Berserkers. As Su Ming was engulfed by flames, the color of his hair started interchanging between black and white. His body was wrecked by Shiver's wind, and when he lifted his head, cold callousness, along with madness, could be seen in his eyes. With a single step, he appeared right before Tian and hurled his fist towards him. At the instant he did so, Tian frowned, lifted his foot, and kicked Su Ming's leg. With a bang, Su Ming retreated several steps back, but his fist had already landed on Tian's body. However, right at that instant, golden light shone on the clone's body, and he was completely uninjured. Tian narrowed his eyes and walked towards Su Ming. He suddenly had a huge fondness towards Su Ming's current behavior. The more unwilling he was to submit, the more interested he was in making him submit. This made him feel incredibly good. He did not move quickly at that moment, but with each step he took, a layer of ripples would appear in the air, as if the sky itself had turned into water. When Su Ming fell backwards, he lifted his right hand and pressed his palm against his chest. The blood he coughed up was sent into the sky with a swing of his arm. God of Berserkers' alteration towards the stars, sun, and moon, disaster of the stars. As Su Ming spoke, an entire group of stars immediately appeared in the torn clouds and the darkened sky. These stars glowed, and once they covered the entire sky, starlight descended swiftly, as if the stars itself had fallen, causing a wave of murderous aura to swiftly fill up the entire area. Along with that murderous aura was the seemingly corporeal starlight. As it shone on the ground, a strange picture took shape. Within it were all the rays of starlight twisting and distorting before they all charged towards Tian like sharp arrows. Anyone looking over would find the sight the arrows that were formed from the starlight that filled the entire sky dazzling. The murderous aura would also surge into their bodies and cause their cultivation bases to freeze. Tian's pupils shrank. Almost at the instant the murderous aura and the sharp arrows closed in on him, he opened his mouth and spoke. Stars have their own courses, and starlight has places where even it cannot shine. With my orders, I, Tian, announce this place where no starlight will shine. This is what it means to have each word I say turned into law. Once he finished, every single word he uttered turned into a runic symbol that flew out of his mouth and disappeared into nothingness. Right then, the murderous aura from the disaster of the stars which Su Ming had executed vanished without a trace. The starlight also turned into darkness in an instant, and even the starry sky became indistinct. It was as if a law had been changed, causing Su Ming's divine ability to be forcefully halted. You should be proud that you actually managed to make me use the power of law. What other divine abilities do you have? Bring them out. Let me see just what you have learned during the days I did not see you. Tian walked towards Su Ming slowly and spoke with a calm expression. Bitterness filled Su Ming's heart. As he watched Tian walk over, he gritted his teeth, lifted his right hand, and struck his forehead. With it, the berserker bones within his body started letting out cracking sounds, and as his power spread outwards, he lifted his hands to form the picture of the moon. God of Berserkers' alteration towards the stars, sun, and moon slaughter. When Su Ming spoke those words, the muddled sky filled with stars was no longer just an illusion. Once all them faded away, a crescent moon appeared in the night. Almost at the instant it appeared, the exact same shadow of the moon formed by moonlight appeared around Tian. It completely enveloped him within, causing his footsteps to come to a halt. He lifted his head and cast a glance at the moon in the sky. Not bad. This art is at least something worthwhile. As he spoke, cracks appeared on his skin, and they appeared right at the moment the moon in the sky started showing signs of crumbling apart. Tian's eyes flashed. He lifted his right hand and seized the air. A violet ray of light appeared in his palm, and as it shone, a long violet sword manifested itself. It was 9 feet and 9 inches long. There was a biting cold presence coming from within its long, narrow body, and there was also the majestic might of an emperor spreading out from within it, as if all swords in its presence would have to bow down and worship it, because it was the emperor of swords. At the instant that sword appeared, Su Ming felt sharp stab of pain in his heart. He widened his eyes and looked at the sword. He had a sudden strong hunch that this sword was not Tian's, but his. That feeling came out of nowhere, but was extremely powerful, as if the sword was a part of his life. Yet at that moment, the sword was in the clone's hands. Tian looked at Su Ming and smiled. He lifted his right hand, and with the sword in his grasp, sliced at the moon in the sky casually. With that one slice, the heavens howled, and time itself suffocated. The moon in the sky exploded with a bang, and even the stars in the sky shattered. The sword had cut down the sky, and a wave of sword aura even came charging down towards Su Ming's head with a sharp whistle. Abyss sword. Not even Tian's clone had noticed this, but at that moment, within one of the torn clouds in the sky was an incredibly beautiful woman. She was originally snacking on roasted seeds while watching the battle underneath, but at that instant, she widened her eyes and looked at the sword in Tian's hand. Right beside her was a shrunken yellow dragon. It had a look of distress on its face, but was still swallowing every single one of the seed coats the woman threw with extremely agile movements, not missing a single one. Chapter 591. The special person in his life. Abyss sword was just like its name. It was a sword from the abyss. It cut through the sky and sliced through the air, slashing through the endless fog behind and revealing a brilliant galaxy after it. That galaxy was where the Immortals were. It was bright young emptiness. There were an endless amount of planets engaged in cultivation there, and a lot of floating continents. Su Ming had come to this place before, and that was when he was on the ancient bronze sword. He had also come to this place once with his will before, when he killed Qian. There was a gigantic vortex in this galaxy that stretched endlessly. At that moment, an astonishing whistle traveled out from the vortex, and soon, as the fog churned viciously, a sword aura shot out. That sword aura was naturally from the sword with which Tian had cut through the sky earlier. It penetrated the sky, shot through the fog, went through every single obstacle in its way, and flew out into the galaxy from the vortex. At the instant it appeared, it disappeared without a trace. At the edge of eastern wastelands, right above the Dead Sea, in the land of the Berserkers, was Su Ming. At that moment, a sword aura just like the one that went into the galaxy charged towards him with a howl. The speed of it was so quick that it closed in within the blink of an eye. The moment it did so, Su Ming closed his eyes and had his right palm turn upwards while his left palm turned downwards. He closed his eyes, and a whirlwind appeared around him. As it rotated with loud booming sounds, it hid Su Ming's body. No one outside could see within it, and there Su Ming's body turned into that of a teenager. His hair turned purple and white, and at that moment, Destiny's presence radiated off him. A loud bang shot up in the sky at that moment. The sword rammed into the whirlwind, and without a single hint of resistance from the wind, it tore through then fell back, simply letting its aura rip through it to charge towards Su Ming, who was inside. But the scene that happened right after caused Tian to experience a huge shock for the first time since the battle started. That shock was even stronger than when he faced the god of Berserkers Spike. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Right before his eyes, he saw the sword aura penetrating the whirlwind, causing it to crumble as it charged straight towards Su Ming. But for some unknown reason, the crumbled whirlwind gathered up together once again, and the sword aura that penetrated through the wind turned back. It was as if time had reversed on everything that had happened just now. If that just had been the case, Tian would not have been too shocked. What truly shocked him was a presence that came forth from the recovered whirlwind. It was one that made his heart tremble. There was no way he would mistake or forget that presence. It almost made him lose control over his mind at that instant. Destiny. At the same time that one word he would occasionally mention in conversation tumbled out of his lips, a fragile person walked out of the whirlwind where Su Ming was. He swung his right hand behind him, and the whirlwind dissipated. What appeared before Tian was a teenage boy, Destiny, whose half of the head was white and the other purple. This is impossible. You haven't woken up in Berserkers' Realm Mountain. You're still in the seal. You can't possibly bring forth the transformation to become Destiny. This isn't you. This isn't Su Ming. This isn't the Destiny I want. Tian's face twisted into a ferocious expression, as if he had gone mad, as if a fatal miscalculation had just appeared in the plan he had prepared for a long, long time. It caused him to be unable to accept this sudden matter. This isn't your path. Tian took a step forward, and with lightning speed, he charged towards Su Ming. For the first time, a killing intent that surged into the sky came from within him. He might have attacked before, but he had never possessed the thought to kill. He simply wanted to restore order. Yet now, his killing intent was incredibly clear. This isn't the path you should take. This also isn't the destiny that I've worked towards for such a long time, and still had hope of obtaining even if I've failed time and again. This isn't you. Tian roared. His body closed in on Su Ming in an instant, and as he lifted his right hand, he went on to point at the kid's throat. He wanted to kill. Su Ming, who had turned into Destiny, looked at Tian coldly with a calm expression on his face. At the instant that finger closed in, he did not dodge, but before Tian's finger managed to touch him, the clone started swiftly moving back, as if time had started flowing back on him, causing his actions to go in reverse. This change caused Tian's pupils to shrink, and for the first time, panic appeared in his eyes. He was not panicking over the possibility of him not being able to escape from the chains of time. What caused him to go into panic was the disaster that was even more alarming among the Immortals. It was something from many years ago, before the time of the first god of Berserkers. That disaster was a terrifying nightmare to the entire true Morning Dao world, and it was precisely because of it that the true Morning Dao world and the Immortals who had yet to recover from it were trampled by the first god of Berserkers. At the instant Tian's actions started flowing backwards, Su Ming took a step forward. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the center of Tian's brows. A bang reverberated in the air, and golden light shone around the clone's body. At the instant the power in the finger was neutralized, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and the golden light that spread outwards immediately disappeared, causing Tian to no longer have the protection from the screen of light. At that moment, Su Ming lifted his foot and kicked the clone. With a bang, Tian was pushed backwards. Su Ming went straight towards him, and in the span of a breath, he caught up to him. With a swing of his left arm, the same moment time started changing again, he tapped the center of Tian's brows. Once it happened a few times, the clone coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he swiftly snapped back to his senses. I would rather not have this plan, because I cannot let you continue living. I will destroy your consciousness here completely. Tian lifted his right hand and had his fingers face in front of him. At the instant Su Ming closed in, he pushed forward. Soar to the white sky. Tian spoke slowly. His other clone had cast this other divine ability all those years ago, and right then, he was casting it again. A strong white light shone from his right hand, and the white light stained the entire sky. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and pointed upwards, and a white sun appeared in the sky. It looked as if a star was plunging downwards, causing the sea underneath to cave in with a bang. The seawater started spreading outwards, and the entire world turned white. The light from the sun turned into the strongest light in the world. A white sky apocalypse. Tian slowly lifted his left hand, and as it got closer to his right hand, which represented the white sun, the process itself represented soaring. Su Ming, who was Destiny, was standing not too far away at that moment. His face was calm, and within his eyes was absolute indifference, as well as a hint of reluctance to part with his life. It was also a deep regret towards the home buried deep in his memories, as well as the ninth summit. Dark Mountain's secret. If I can remember it in my next life, I will search for it. Master, I'll be leaving now. Being unable to find you is a regret I harbor within myself. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother. If we are reincarnated, let's be fellow disciples again. I will have to take my leave first. Who's he? Third senior brother. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. At that moment, a destructive presence spread out from his body. It came from him burning his own life. It was him using everything in his life to activate what little remained of the god of Berserker's hair on his right index finger, which he lifted. That strand of hair had managed to kill Tian's clone in the past. As of then, there was not much left, and Su Ming knew whatever was remaining would not be sufficient to kill Tian. That was why he had used everything he had to fight against him previously, and all of it was for the sake of injuring the clone, to make him weaker. But a pity, the difference in their power was simply too great. He could only marginally hurt him, could not even weaken him too greatly. Oh well. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and it was swiftly lit in flames. At that moment, every single drop of his life was gathered on what little remained of the god of Berserkers' hair wrapped on his right index finger. The hair was immediately set ablaze, and the power that belonged to the first god of Berserkers erupted forth from Su Ming's body. Even though there was only little remaining of the hair, but the power that erupted forth was much stronger than what Su Ming had managed to bring out in the past, because, this time, his life as well as Destiny's power was contained within it. Destiny's power was the overlapping between the past and the future. The burning of his life produced flames that continuously rose and gathering together on the hair wrapped around the little finger, and there was also the increasingly stronger fluctuation of power from all over his body. The sky was white. The white sun illuminated everything and hid it all away. As Tian roared and his hands approached each other, the strongest power of his divine ability erupted forth from the endless white light. At that moment, Su Ming decided to stop gathering power on his right index finger. Instead, he pointed towards the white light that had filled up the entire world, right in the direction of Tian. Then, the power gathered in his finger swiftly shot out like a shooting star. It was also at that moment that the woman's petite face turned solemn as she hid in the clouds. She looked as if she was hesitating about something, but then gritted her teeth. "Oh, fine, I'll help him just this once." As she spoke, she lifted her hand. Her face instantly turned pale, and green light appeared on her hand. She pushed downwards. Tian did not notice this, and neither did the woman. But right after Su Ming pointed forward with all his life gathered in the finger, a song from a sun echoed in the air beside him within the white world. He was the only one who could hear it, and at the same time the song started playing in the air, a bone sun flew out of his body. That sun was given to him by the old sun maker. "What is life? My child, this is the path you chose. Do you understand now?" This was the last thing Su Ming heard before he lost consciousness. A bang that shook the sky and earth stirred up a loud roar in the Dead Sea beyond eastern wastelands, and that roar rang through the air for a long time. Chapter 592, Destiny's Heavenly Punishment. A disaster. A calamity. An elegant brightness. Destruction was a world's most beautiful moment during the course of its existence. At the instant the world was destroyed, everything within it would seemingly turn into an everlasting picture. All those who were qualified and could see this instant of beauty would see this one sight of life that would become an eternal memory in their heads, for as long as they lived. The sea in a circular area of several hundreds of leagues sank several hundreds of feet at that moment. It was pure and plain destruction caused by an impact of an ability in this place, turning it into a sad emptiness. At that moment, the entire world was white. The fog, the sunlight, and also the crash of the power in the world were all in that shade. As the seawater sank and that force crashed into the sea at the edge of the hole could not surge in to fill it up, causing this area to become a pit. The woman's face was pale in the sky. She leaned against the yellow dragon, and as it charged forth, it brought the woman along and left this endless white space. "This is as much as I can do. This is Death region. My power is greatly suppressed here. My abyss builder friend, it depends on your fate now whether you can make it out alive." The girl closed her eyes and disappeared into the distant sky, leaving this white region. She had practically helped him withstand a large amount of the power from the strike just now, and she was in an incredibly weakened state at the moment. She needed to recover as quickly as possible. The whiteness still filled the region even after she left. Within that white shade and the continuous rumbling sounds, Tian took a few steps backwards and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and the crown on his head had already shattered. There were also a lot of tears on his robe, and there was even blood trickling down the corners of his mouth. He was a miserable sight. During that instant just now, he had clearly felt the force resisting against him suddenly increasing explosively, and there was also another wave of power that fought with Su Ming against his divine ability. But that was not all. During that instant, Tian also felt another wave of power coming down from the sky. It was equivalent to him fighting against 3 forces of power by himself. Fortunately for him, the might behind his divine ability was incredibly shocking. which was why he had managed to retreat once it exploded upon crashed into the three forces of power, albeit with much difficulty. He had also paid a large price for it. The golden light on his body was no longer with him, because the jade had shattered into powder. Su Ming. Killing intent appeared in Tian's eyes. Once he took the couple steps back, he swung his arm, and immediately, the white around him swiftly darkened. Then, he charged forward. He could sense that the person who had sent that power from the sky just now had left. He might not know who it was, but to Tian, killing Su Ming right then was the most important thing. That was why he chose not to bother about that person. Instead, he charged towards where he had managed to locate destiny with his divine sense. As the white world continued darkening and the area grew clearer, Tian found Su Ming, who was in the air thousands of feet away, with a single glance. He was still in the form of a teenager and had his eyes closed, unconscious, but he did not fall to the ground. Instead, there was a gigantic bone sun under his body. That sun was 30-something feet big, and melodious notes were traveling out from that instrument at that moment. The light of relocation was also surrounding it. It was shining brighter and brighter with each passing moment. Clearly, it was about to relocate very soon. Once relocation was activated, then Su Ming would once again disappear from Tian's sight, which meant that he would have made it through this disaster. In fact, Tian could already imagine that if Su Ming managed to leave like this, as if everything had been planned, then there was a high possibility that it would be incredibly difficult for the clone to find him, just like what happened a few days ago. If Tian had not fought against Su Ming, he would not have been too bothered by this. He would still be able to find Su Ming sooner or later in the Berserkers world. Yet their fight just moments ago had let Tian see just how much Su Ming had improved. This sort of improvement gave him a feeling that if he had more time, it would be even more difficult than now if he wanted to suppress him again. More importantly, he saw destiny. This was a scene that caused Tian's heart to be in so much shock that he was nearly trembling. No matter what, he had not expected that destiny would rise from his slumber early. This was not his plan. This had completely gone out of his expectations. When he remembered the great disaster that had fallen on the true Morning Dao world all those years ago, remembered that terrifying legend, and understood that all of those things that happened in the past might perhaps repeat themselves not too far into the future and would do so because of him, how could he not be afraid of it? How could he not be terrified? When he saw that Su Ming had sunken into a state of unconsciousness and lost all his abilities to fight, but was just about to be sent away by some bone sun, a freezing glare immediately appeared in Tian's eyes. He swiftly took a step forward, thinking of preventing all of this from happening. Before he came to find Su Ming this time, he had not expected that he would be so difficult to deal with and would manage to force him into such a pathetic state, as well as make him give up so many things. I can't let him have any more chances. Tian lifted his right hand and swung it towards the sky. With it, the empty sky, the sea beneath, and the entire space around them seemed to have frozen up. Under the rumbling sounds, the entire dimension was locked up, sealing away all power that could relocate away from this place. I'd like to see how you can. A cold sneer appeared on Tian's lips. When his right foot landed on the air, his body disappeared, and in an instant, he appeared before the bone sun, on which lay Su Ming. Yet right at the moment his body appeared, the clone's pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This expression was incredibly rare on him, and it appeared because despite the area being completely shut down, he saw that not only did the relocation light did not diminish the instant he arrived, a piercing light erupted forth from that sun. As it shone, Tian could only helplessly watch Su Ming's body turn semi-transparent as he lay on top of that instrument. The power of law. Shock was evident on Tian's face. He knew clearly that only the power of law could execute any form of relocation and leave this place despite him locking down this area. Only those whose level of cultivation had reached beyond Life Palace and who had understood the waves of movement contained with the laws of the world would be able to do such a thing, because his real self could do it. However, his real self could not come to this place, and the power contained within the clone's body could not do this. At the instant he found that he could just watch Su Ming's body disappear, Tian let out a furious roar. He knew that he could not prevent this relocation that surpassed his power. He even managed to tell from the fluctuations of the power that was taking Su Ming away that it did not belong to the land of the Berserkers. Instead, it felt as it had descended from another world, thus destroying his plans. causing this disaster towards Su Ming to disappear, just like this. But Tian could not accept it. As he roared, red appeared in his eyes, and almost at the instant Su Ming was about to leave with the Bone Sun, Tian's voice reverberated in the world. His voice was like thunder, and even contained his will. As it spread out, it caused the sky in the Berserkers' world to tremble. With mine will, I shall activate the Immortals' vessel and have it descend upon Death Void to execute Destiny's heavenly punishment. A gigantic vortex appeared in the empty sky. Its appearance caused the clouds further away to fall back at the same time, and anyone who lifted their heads to look at that moment would find that the sky looked as if it was going through a disastrous change. Far above the sky was a layer of nebulous fog. It spanned endlessly, and Su Ming had moved through it before, in the past, when he was on the ancient bronze sword. That layer of fog was right behind the vortex in the sky. In fact, the appearance of this vortex was due to the fog as well, and it was as if the sky in this entire region had turned invisible. Perhaps more accurately, the sky had moved away to reveal a huge hole. Right behind the endless fog was a dazzling galaxy Su Ming had seen before as well. If anyone stood there and looked towards Death region, they would be able to see the boundless vortex made of fog, and beyond it the 9 cultivation planets. Those 9 cultivation planets surrounded the vortex as if they were defending it. At that moment, as Tian's voice reverberated in the air above the Dead Sea, it seemed to have triggered some sort of divine ability. Suddenly, a strong ray of light erupted forth from one of the cultivation planets. Its color was purple, and at that moment, it illuminated the entire galaxy for a brief instant. An indescribably terrifying presence came from within the purple light, and that cultivation planet looked as if it had turned into a gigantic, enchanted treasure to gather it up, causing the purple light to let out a loud bang that reverberated through the entire galaxy. It charged straight towards the vortex and crashed into it in an instant, making the rotation of the fog to freeze. The purple pillar of light actually managed to shoot right into the fog before it charged past it, with loud banging sounds. This sort of might and terrifying presence caused many of the people on the cultivation planets and continents in this galaxy to be instantly shocked awake from their meditations. All of them turned to look at the spot where that presence came from. The cultivation planets beyond Death region were clearly not just mere decorations. They were the Immortals' priceless treasures, used to keep a lookout on Death region. They only had one duty, and that was to kill all those who left Death region. However, if Su Ming had been awake and seen this scene, he would definitely be skeptical, because when he left on the ancient bronze sword, he had not seen these cultivation planets. The purple pillar of light with the destructive presence shot through the vortex of fog at an incredible speed and descended from the sky above Tian and Su Ming's battlefield. That powerful light spread out endlessly. When viewed from the galaxy, it had not seemed too big, but as Tian looked at it at a close distance as it descended, he saw that its size was several thousands of leagues big. He clearly knew that only short-distance relocation would allow a person to completely disappear. If it was a long-distance relocation, then while the person might have seemed to disappear, in truth, the signs of his or her existence would still be around. Tian himself might be unable to notice Su Ming and destroy him, but once he placed everything on the line and activated the Immortals' enchanted vessel, all of this would change. Destiny die. Tian let out a low roar, but his voice was drowned by the howls from the powerful light descending from the sky. With a bang, that purple light shot down and fell on the Dead Sea. All the water within thousands of leagues was instantly turned to vapor. All the living creatures in the sea also died at that instant. The seawater dissipated, and the world that was a continent under the sea all turned into powder once the pillar of light descended. It was pierced through. This was the power to destroy worlds. Chapter 593, Ugly Little Thing 1. Thousands of leagues of seawater vanished, and thousands of leagues of land at the bottom of the sea turned into powder. A gigantic pit appeared within the Dead Sea. As if it possessed intelligence, the seawater around the pit did not dare to get closer to the purple light crashing down, causing this pit to stay as is for a long time. Tian's hair was a mess as he stood in midair, in silence. The Bone Sun before him had already disappeared, and so had Su Ming. A moment later, Tian lifted his head. His face was twisted by a ferocious expression. An anger so great that it could practically burn the skies appeared on his face, and he let out a roar towards the sky, one so powerful it could shake the sky and earth. That roar echoed in the air and spread to all directions. It lingered for a long time in the area, refusing to disappear. Destiny's heavenly punishment had destroyed everything in a circular area of thousands of lis, but it had not managed to find any trace of Su Ming. Tian had been able to sense that the power from heavenly punishment had affected Su Ming, but he did not die. With killing intent and madness raging in him, Tian cast his divine sense outward and swept through the sky and earth, covering the furthest possible area within the limits of his divine sense. But he could not find Su Ming. He had disappeared just like that from Tian's sight once again, causing him to be unable to find him. He had sent his clone to this place, but the results in the end were the same. Destiny's awakening had especially caused Tian's heart to tremble. He remained standing in midair until the purple light disappeared and the pit was once again filled with seawater. The entire Dead Sea sank a little. I refuse to believe that you can hide eternally. One of these days, I will definitely find you again, and next time I find you, I swear, I will do whatever it takes to make your mind sink into oblivion. Tian closed his eyes, but the dark expression on his face did not go away until he turned around and took a step towards the distant sky. The sky was blue, the sun was bright, especially now that it was near noon. The sun's rays felt warm when they fell on one's skin, forcing people to sweat. Not much of the heat was brought away by the wind. A lovely fragrance of osmanthus could not be sent away by what little wind there was in the area, either. It could only linger around the place where it was born and continue filling it. Laughter, weaving through the trees, came from a short distance away, and some scattered houses could be found in that direction. There were about 100 families there. Chimney smoke could be seen rising in the air at that moment, and amidst the fragrance of osmanthus, the place looked like a paradise. There were a lot of mountains in the area, causing this place to look incredibly secluded from the world. Not many people could be seen moving about, and only some faint trails from carriages could be found on the one and only path leading to the houses. Perhaps it was because it had rained just recently. Despite the bright sun, the ground was still filled with mud. Those who walked on the road would find their feet letting out slapping sounds as they stepped on mud, creating a unique charm to walking about. There was a teenager dressed in clothes that were filled with patches in the osmanthus forest at that moment. He was sitting on some leaves as he leaned against a tree, looking at the sky that could not be hidden away by the forest canopy, immersed in his own thoughts. He looked rather pale, but this pale face made him look incredibly elegant and handsome. He was young, only about 12 to 13 years of age, and the patched clothes could not cover his temperament that could make others grow fond of him the moment they saw him. However, his body looked incredibly frail. His eyes, though, were extremely lively as he looked at the sky while leaning against an osmanthus tree. He stared at the sky quietly. There were some blades of grass in his hands, and as he manipulated them, they were gradually woven into a figure of a small person. All of this was done instinctively. He was still looking at the sky, though no one knew what he saw. Perhaps it was the blue sky, and perhaps it was the white clouds. No one would know besides him. After a long while, the sound of footsteps traveled through the forest, and along with them came a clear voice that belonged to a child. It fell into the boy's ears. "Dog leftovers, big brother, dog leftovers, Ma wants you back home." This was a little girl's voice. There was a hint of innocence within her clear voice, as if she had yet to be tainted by the materialistic world, had yet to begin harboring complicated thoughts. She still retained her childlike, innocent dreams. She was a little girl of 8 to 9 years old, and was dressed in clothes filled with patches. There were 2 braids by the side of her head, but she was not pretty. There was a birthmark on her face, yet her eyes were bright. If anyone looked past that birthmark, they would find that she was actually a very adorable girl. When the boy heard the girl's voice, he averted his gaze from the sky, and a smile stemming from the bottom of his heart appeared on his face. He sat up straight and looked towards the girl running towards him. Slow down, the ground's filled with mud. The boy walked over, speaking gently. There was a doting look in his eyes as he looked at the little girl. "Dog leftovers. Mom made good food today. She made my favorite medicinal herbs. Hurry up, hurry up," the girl said with a smile as she ran to the boy's side. She even lifted her tiny hands and brushed away the mud and leaves on the boy's clothes. The boy patted the girl's head and took her hand with a smile before walking out of the forest with her. "Big brother, why do you always come here? There's nothing here besides osmanthus trees." The girl called ugly little thing blinked her eyes and held the boy's hand as she asked curiously. The The boy smiled and did not speak. He merely lifted his head to cast a glance at the side, and a wizened look that no one else could see flashed past his eyes. When they walked out of the forest, that wizened look buried itself in the boy's eyes, and it could no longer be found. Perhaps only the air around him could sense the sigh he let out in his heart, for it caused the originally clear sky to swiftly turn much darker, dark clouds appearing above. The forest was not too far from the houses. It would only take them some time to reach the place. With the girl, who was clearly in a hurry to eat that medicinal herb, dragging his hand, the boy ran with her to the houses. They ran into some children, who were about their age, playing with each other on their way back. Once they saw the siblings, some of the children started poking fun at them. "Ugly little thing. What good food did your mom make today?" "That's right, ugly little thing. Didn't you say your parents were going to make you clothes without patches?" The girl holding the boy's hand lowered her head, and her body tensed up slightly, but she quickly recovered. She still had her head dipped down, however. She wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, back to an ordinary house not too far away. That was her home. This could not be considered a tribe, because the people here were not related to each other. Perhaps this place could only be called a village. As the boy listened to the jabs and taunts thrown at the little girl, he frowned, but the girl held her hand on his wrist in a dead grip, and there was a pleading look on her face. It made the boy sigh once again in his heart. He could only follow her quietly back home. "We're back. Pa, Ma, I brought Big Brother back. We can eat now." The little girl smiled happily and ran, and once she pushed open the door to her house. Dog leftovers entered the house right behind her. This was a house made of mud. It was not big, and there were only 2 rooms in it. When he walked in, coughs could be heard coming from one of the rooms. "Dog leftovers, did you go look at the osmanthus again? They'll be gone in a few months' time, so you should look at them as much as you can now." A middle-aged man walked out from the other room, speaking to the boy. The man's face was filled with an ancient air. His clothes were simple, and his face honest. When he walked out, he looked towards the boy, and a kind smile appeared on his face. He was not tall, and neither was he strong. Only his hands would give others a unique impression. Those hands were full of scars, which covered many areas, especially on his fingers. At that moment, with just one glance, the boy could tell that were clearly new wounds on the man's hands. Right behind the man was a woman. Her skin was rough, but despite that, her original beauty could still be seen. Time, however, had left too many marks on her, causing her to look older than she really was. She was holding 2 bowls in her hands as she smiled at the boy. "You little rascal, if ugly little thing hadn't called you back home for lunch, you wouldn't have come back. You'll only ever return when it's dark outside. You're still weak. Be careful to not catch a cold outside." A tender smile appeared on the boy's face. He walked up and received the bowl from the woman's hand and spoke softly. "Pa, Ma, I'm fine. All right now, eat more of this mountain herb later. Your grandpa Zhang just got himself a grandson this morning, so he gave us some mountain medicine in exchange for some of your pa straw dolls. He said to use these to provide nourishment for you and our little ugly doll." The woman looked at the boy and the girl, who was cheerfully setting up the table, with a loving look. She walked over to the table with her husband. This was not a sumptuous meal. They only had the soft-looking, well-cooked mountain herbs and some sweet fruit juice. Ugly little thing's cheerful laughter echoed in this normal family, and the woman's love, as well the middle-aged man's gentle demeanor, gave the house a warm atmosphere. The boy looked at them, and a smile appeared on his face as well. That smile came from the depths of his heart. He was thankful to this family, and especially grateful to this little girl called Ugly Little Thing. A year ago, he had woken up in this place, and this girl had discovered him in the mountains when she was out alone picking different types of grass for her father to use for his straw dolls. She had carried him back home on her back, and from then on he lived here. He now had a younger sister, and her name was Ugly Little Thing, because she was ugly, but her kindness, her adorable laughter, and her lively eyes made him constantly remember a frail little body carrying him all the way back when he was still unconscious. He now had a father, and he was an honest, good-natured man. He was immortal, and he lived in poverty while being constantly plagued by sickness. But the straw dolls he made were incredibly lifelike, and they were the toys for the children in the village. He now had a mother as well. She was an incredibly kind and gentle woman who loved her husband, her daughter, her family, and had also showered an outsider like him with ample motherly love. He was Su Ming. A year ago, when he woke up in this house filled with warmth, his cultivation base had scattered, but did not disappear. It was hidden within his body, a remnant that stayed within him after he had made his power explode. Back then, he'd been heavily injured during his fight against Tian, and so that remnant needed time to fully recover. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Ugly little thing, and later on, dog leftovers. This is a break from the all names are in pinyin, because they are pet names. It's a superstition that died down in my generation that you should give children lousy and degrading pet names so that they will have good lives, healthy bodies, and not die, because their lives will be tough enough that they won't get sick and the Reaper won't come for them. I think the wealthy and upper class, the ones who are literate and officials, don't do this thing. It's also only in China and not where I'm from. Chapter 594 Dolls. Fortunately for Su Ming, he had retrieved all the things he had brought out, including the small snake, during the fight a year ago. However, the small snake was in deep sleep, and Han Mountain Bell had also been put away into his storage bag. All of them needed time to slowly recover. For some unknown reason, his own appearance had also not returned to that of an adult. He remained in Destiny's teenage form, and because his father was worried that others would not welcome him due to his hair, he had used grass juice to make a dye for Su Ming's hair. It was black now. This warmth he experienced during the past year was something Su Ming could not forget. It had become a warm memory in his life. He loved this place, loved this younger sister of his called Ugly Little Thing, loved his father who weaved straw dolls, and loved his gentle mother. But he had more important things to do. He had to search for his master and his senior brothers. He had to make himself stronger, for only then could he turn this disaster that was so roughly shoved onto his person to become Tian's disaster when he eventually ran into him in the future. He could not stay here for too long, because if he stayed here, then he could bring death upon this family, because Tian could come at any moment. The year might have gone by peacefully, but Su Ming could not bask in this warmth forever. As he ate that mountain herb, he looked at his younger sister and at his parents, and a thought bloomed in his head, one that had appeared multiple times in the past. If, one day, he managed to find his master and his senior brothers, if they were still safe, if all of the problems disappeared, then he could stop searching for the future. As long as this place still existed, as long as he could still come back, he would return to this warmth and keep his mortal parents company through their entire lives. He would stay with his little sister through her life as well, and watch her grow into an adult, get married, have children and grandchildren, and that would be wonderful. This was a beautiful life, and it made a smile appear on Su Ming's face. Big brother, dog leftovers. Why are you smiling? Ugly Little Thing swallowed a large mouthful of mountain herbs and looked at Su Ming before she asked in her clear voice. Her eyes glowed, and it was a beautiful sight. Dog Leftovers was the name this family had given to Su Ming. At that time, he had been gravely injured and had laid on the bed every single day, as if he would die at any moment. If any child in his mother's hometown was sickly, the parents would usually give him or her a pet name. The name may be unpleasant to the ears, but it contained the family's gentle and familial love. They intentionally made the name sound demeaning so that the child could be healthy from then on. Dog leftovers, food that even dogs were not willing to eat. By that notion, perhaps even the Reapers would not take the child's soul away. Su Ming patted Ugly Little Thing's hair and spoke softly. I was thinking what sort of dowry I should prepare for you when you grow up and marry someone else in the future. Humph, you're just older than me by a few years. Why are you always talking like an old man? I'm also thinking what sort of present I should prepare for my future sister-in-law when you marry her in the future. Ugly Little Thing scrunched up her nose and imitated Su Ming's tone as she spoke. Her parents looked at their children, then at each other, and they both saw the smile in each other's eyes, along with the warmth in their hearts. This was a warmth that belonged to a family. It was a love that would not freeze over no matter how cold the weather turned. A love that repelled the chill from the rain that had chased away the heat in the world as it poured from the dark clouds that filled the sky, causing it to be unable to enter the house. At some unknown point of time, it had started pouring. It was now afternoon. The sky was dark, and the rushing sound of rain seemed to contain some sort of mysterious power that made all those who heard it for prolonged periods to time to be unable to help themselves, but become drowsy. Ugly Little Thing was affected precisely this way. She ate till she was full and patted her little belly, then flashed a brilliant grin at the parents and her elder brother. As she spoke, she gradually started nodding off. Eventually, her body fell into Su Ming's embrace, and she was asleep with a sweet smile on her lips. Su Ming looked at his little sister in his arms with a gentle gaze. He lightly picked her up and brought her to the small bed in the room. Once he covered her with a blanket, he looked at the sleeping, ugly little thing and the distinct birthmark on her face. It wasn't hard to tell just how many times she had been mocked and ostracized as she grew up. But she was a very sensible child. Even if no one played with her, she would play by herself. Even if she was bullied outside, she would wipe away her tears on the way back home and put on a smile so that her parents would not worry. She was kind and did not hate any of her companions who mocked and teased her. She liked them and would help them, and would even choose to run away, dejected, when they repeatedly hurt her. Big brother. Ugly little thing mumbled softly in her sleep, and the smile on her face became even more adorable, as if she was playing with Su Ming in her dreams. This was the happiest event in her heart besides being with her parents. As Su Ming looked at ugly little thing, he gently patted her back, and once he was sure she was fully asleep, he walked out of the room and looked at the increasingly heavier rain outside. When lightning crackled in the sky, thunder would travel forth in muffled rumbles. Ugly little thing's father was crouching down under the eaves, with grass of different colors and sizes placed beside him. He was weaving the grasses together as rain fell on him. Ugly little thing's mother was putting away the dishes. Once Su Ming walked back into the room, she smiled with kindness and love at him. "Is your little sister asleep?" Su Ming nodded and helped put away the dishes. "Oh, there's no need for that. Go and sleep as well. The rain might continue for an entire night, judging by the weather." "It's fine, Ma. I'm not tired." Su Ming smiled and shook his head. The woman looked at him and sighed softly in her heart. When her daughter had carried the boy back a year ago, she had wondered which parent could bear to abandon such a beautiful child. During the past year, his diligence and the attachment in his eyes when he looked at them had made her treat him as if he was her own son. When the rain outside started pouring even heavier and the water had practically connected the sky and the earth, ugly little thing was shocked awake by a clap of thunder. Her mother quickly went up to her and comforted her. With the patting, ugly little thing slowly fell asleep again. Su Ming walked over to the middle-aged man quietly and sat down beside him. He looked at the rain outside and felt the chill on his face. After a long time, he turned his head around and looked at this man who had been his father for the past year. He was completely absorbed in his task and looked as if he did not know that Su Ming was by his side. The grass in his hands seemed to have gained life, and as he continued weaving it in his hands, it started gaining the form of a doll. The different colored grasses were placed into the doll, causing it to look alive. However, many of the grasses had sharp edges. It was nothing usually, but the middle-aged man's concentration and actions made him ignore the pain brought by the grasses cutting into his hands. The scar-ridden hands was a mark of his life of creating dolls. Su Ming watched. At that moment, ugly little thing's father was giving off a presence that he did not understand. He was still immortal, but the dolls he created seemed to have been given life. This wasn't the first time Su Ming watched his father. He'd been doing so over the past year. Ever since he woke up and became part of the family, he fell in love with his father's creations. Every single completed doll seemed to possess signs of life, fascinating him, and he seemed to have gained an epiphany just by watching the process of their creation. As time passed, his understanding grew more, but there was always a veil covering his sight, causing everything to seem as if it was still shrouded in fog. "What is life?" The words contained within the black wooden block emerged in Su Ming's head. "How are your skills now?" As Su Ming continued watching, he did not notice that the sky had turned slightly darker. Usually, at this point of time, it should only be dusk, but the dark clouds and the rain had brought the night earlier. The middle-aged man finally lifted his head and looked at Su Ming sitting beside him. There was a smile on his face when he placed the straw doll in his hand on the ground and asked Su Ming that question. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he brought out the small doll he had created that afternoon in the osmanthus forest and passed it to ugly little thing's father. "I always feel that it's lacking something." Su Ming frowned. "It lacks life." Ugly little thing's father took the doll in his hand and smiled kindly. "As long as it exists, everything in the world possesses life, especially plants. They have even more of it than us. The dolls that are created using grass also need life. I don't know how to expression this life. It's just a feeling. I've been making dolls my whole life. After all, this one you created doesn't have any life," ugly little thing's father told Su Ming. "How do I give it life?" he asked softly. "Use your heart to create it. Think of how you want to create it, and think about the form on which you're basing its creation. I only know how to make 2 dolls, and they are both in the form of children. The girl is ugly little thing, and the boy, it's ugly little thing's elder brother. Ugly Little Thing had an elder brother. Su Ming had heard about him from her before. He was older than her by 10 years, and 8 years ago, he was taken away as a disciple by Evil Spirit Sect, which was located not too far away from this place. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed by, and there was no news from him. Su Ming fell silent. After a long time, he lifted the grass by his side, but just as he was about to begin weaving, suddenly, a barely noticeable glint appeared in his eyes, and he lifted his head. There was a chill in his eyes, but it was hidden. Ugly Little Thing's father clearly did not notice anything. Swathed in his sentiment, he continued weaving dolls, but after a moment, the rain outside the house exuded an even colder chill, and 2 indistinct figures walked slowly towards the village from the distance. As the 2 people came, the rain that fell on their bodies immediately turned into ice that toppled to the ground. The ice was black, and if anyone saw it during the day, they would surely be frightened. Immortals. Su Ming calmly watched the 2 people walking in the rain, noticing how they were heading straight towards Ugly Little Thing's house. Chapter 595, 7 Days. The rain that fell on the ground fused into the ripples that had formed there. They could not be seen clearly, because all the living souls on Earth existed in the ripples of life to begin with. Su Ming stared at the 2 cold figures walking towards him from the distance. They got closer to the house in the now dark world that would usually only be dusk at this point of time. As they closed in, a chilling air spread outwards, making the cold rain become even colder. The lightning in the sky disappeared at that moment, as if it had retreated from this cold and had hidden itself in the darkness, refusing to come out. Only the sounds of rain falling and squelching of feet walking on mud could be heard, the latter gradually growing clearer. It slowly reached the father's ears, causing the middle-aged man to instinctively lift his head. He saw the 2 lean figures walking over to the house in the rain, arriving right before Su Ming and himself. "You are." Ugly Little Thing's father shuddered. When he wanted to stand up, his body shivered, and Su Ming quickly stood up to support him, all while looking at the 2 people coldly. He could tell that they did not harbor any killing intent, or else destroying this village would be as easy as breathing to them. "Kneel and receive the announcement," the person on the left said with a shrill voice. As he spoke, the temperature around them turned even colder, and because Ugly Little Thing's father was simply immortal, he was stunned by the voice and his face immediately turned pale. He suddenly remembered that his eldest had been brought away by people dressed in these clothes 8 years ago on a rainy night just like this. Perhaps it was because the person's shrill voice was rather sharp as well. It also traveled into the house, causing the sleeping Ugly Little Thing and her mother to be shocked awake from their dreams. A barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. These 2 immortals could be killed with just 1 finger if he was at the pinnacle of his strength, but his cultivation base was still in its recovering stage at the moment, and he had no idea when he would reach his peak. Yet even so, even with the 1/10 of power he had recovered at that moment, he could still kill these people with ease. "Junior Brother Zhao." The person standing to the right spoke with a low voice. He cast a glance at his companion, as if he was slightly displeased with what he had just said. "Old man, is Chen your son?" The black-robed person standing to the right turned his head around and cast a glance towards Ugly Little Thing's father, who was currently being supported by Su Ming. He had also caught sight of Su Ming at the corner of his eyes, but he paid no attention to him. As he spoke, he pulled down the black hood covering his head, revealing a pale face that showed that he was about 40-something of age. He looked normal, and only the blue light in his eyes stood out, shining faintly and indistinctly. Ugly Little Thing's father shuddered. If Su Ming had not been supporting him, he might have fallen to the ground due to the cold, biting chill, but the moment he heard that name, he seemed to have gained strength. "Yes, she is my eldest," Ugly Little Thing's father stammered. He did not know what had happened, but from the tone of this person's voice, he felt a stab of pain in his heart that he could not describe. "Chen she has died." The person who answered Ugly Little Thing's father was the person standing to the left, the one speaking in a shrill voice. At the instant these words left his mouth and fell into the ears of Ugly Little Thing's father, the middle-aged man was stunned to his feet, and he felt as if his life had just left his body, causing him to look much older. 2 trails of tears fell down from his eyes and into the ripples on the ground. They could no longer be differentiated clearly down there. At that moment, the sound of something crashing to the floor came from the house, and that was Ugly Little Thing's mother, who had heard those words while walking out of her room. She fainted. Ugly Little Thing was by the side and was looking at the 2 lean figures standing outside her house. The stranger's voice was still echoing in her ears at that moment. But soon her frail body seemed to have lost its soul, for her face turned pale, and she looked as if everything in her world had turned white as well. Old man, junior brother Chen had great potential and was well liked by our sect elder Zhao, who took him in as his disciple. But a few days ago, junior brother Chen died of an accident, and the both of us have come on orders by sect elder Zhao to tell you, since we were close to junior brother Chen. The person to the right spoke in a low voice, and once he finished speaking, he brought out a bag and placed it under the eaves. This is the money Junior Chen gathered over the past few years. We cultivators have no use for it, but to you mortals, it should be able to improve your standard of living. The person to the right might have been speaking in a cool voice, but there was an expression of regret on his face. When he looked at Ugly Little Thing's family, pity flashed quickly past his eyes. On the other hand, the person to the left remained as cold and aloof as ever. Thank you, Immortals. This is Shi Heir's fate. Ugly Little Thing's father cried, and he was just about to kneel towards the two cultivators, but was lifted up by the person to the right. Su Ming looked at everything happening before his eyes. There might be no expression on his face giving away his thoughts, but he knew clearly in his heart that it was incredibly rare for a sect to send someone specifically to tell his or her family of the death. This sort of thing was nigh impossible, unless the person died of unusual causes. Su Ming supported Ugly Little Thing's father and turned his head around to cast a glance at the little girl, who was standing in the house with a dumbfounded expression. He also looked at his mother, who had fallen unconscious. The warmth that had existed previously in this family had shattered because of this nightmare. This must be your other son, and this girl. The person to the right trained his eyes on Su Ming once again, his gaze like lightning. After looking at him for a single instant, he looked at Ugly Little Thing. They don't know the details of Ugly Little Thing's family. Looks like they didn't ask around, and Ugly Little Thing's brother didn't go about telling others, Su Ming thought. By sect elder Zhao's orders, we permit you to give us another child from your family. The sect elder will personally receive him or her as his disciple, and they will inherit the regrets left behind by junior brother Chen. Congratulations, old man. We will give you 7 days to choose the person who will enter Evil Spirit Sect. 7 days later, when we are on the way back to the sect, we will bring the child away. The person to the right spoke slowly, and once he finished his speech, he no longer bothered himself with Ugly Little Thing's family and turned around to leave. The other sect member gave Su Ming and Ugly Little Thing a deep and profound smile before he, too, left. The rain poured even harder. The two people in black walked in the rain, and their bodies turned indistinct, then gradually disappeared. Only Su Ming could see them farther away, turning into long arcs and moving to the sky. Su Ming had seen the evil spirit sect they spoke of during the year he stayed in the village. It was a sect built on a mountain surrounded by clouds, and only when the entire sky was clear could he vaguely see its buildings. However, the two disciples from Evil Spirit Sect were flying towards the east. Clearly, they were not returning to their sect. From what they had said and Su Ming's own analysis, he could deduce that the two people had left the sect on some other important business. They had come here while they were at it to complete this sect elder Zhao's request. That was why they gave them 7 days instead of immediately asking to take that person away. Clearly, taking a child along would affect their other mission, so it would be better for them to take him or her when they came back. It was just as they said. When returning, they might as well take the child while they were at it. To these two people, this was a simple message, but to Ugly Little Thing's family, this was a bolt out of the blue and a nightmare that they could not refuse. It was especially so when the parents had just gone through the pain of losing their son, yet had to face the fate of having another child taken away from their hands. This sort of thing was a disaster to this honest and kind family. Ugly Little Thing's father stopped weaving dolls. He looked old now, and with grief in every fiber of his being, he moved to his wife and began crying silently. The mother was slowly waking up at that moment, and she looked at her husband standing before her blankly before she started weeping as well. Su Ming stood quietly by the side with a complicated look on his face. He could sense the family's pain and their helplessness in the face of fate. Ugly Little Thing did not cry. She bit her bottom lip and lowered her head. We can't let Ugly Little Thing leave with them. She's still a child, Ugly Little Thing's mother looked at her daughter, who was silent and did not seem to be capable of crying anymore. Her heart was in pain, as if there was a knife cutting into it, but she could not fight back. 7 days. We'll leave this place and flee without stopping. Ugly Little Thing's father gritted his teeth and looked at his wife, as well as daughter, before he spoke resolutely. It's useless, Pa. I heard from others that immortals are deities. No matter how far we run, it'll still be easy for them to find us. At that time, all of us will be punished because we angered them. I'll go. I'll enter the Immortals sect, Ugly Little Thing whispered softly, and at that moment, she seemed to have grown up. If I live, then one day, I can be like the Immortals, and I'll be able to find the cause of Big Brother's death. She clenched her fists and closed her eyes. I'll go. In the midst of the family's grief, Su Ming cast a glance at the rain outside. It looked as if the sky was crying. When his voice reached the family's ears, Ugly Little Thing opened her eyes. Her mother was momentarily stunned. When she looked at Su Ming, conflict and hesitation appeared on her face. This has nothing to do with you, my son. Leave as well. Get out of this place. Ugly Little Thing's father immediately said. Su Ming looked at Ugly Little Thing, then at her father and mother. A smile appeared on his face. He took a few steps back and shifted his robes before he knelt down towards the two elderly folk. I, Su Ming, cannot repay your kindness for saving me and keeping me in your home. The care and warmth of a home I've felt this past year is something I've rarely encountered in my life. Pa, Ma, my little sister is still young. I'll go. I never had any parents since I was young. Only my grandpa, one, took care of me, but now, he is no longer around. You are the only ones who gave me this warmth. My ugly little doll, when I leave, you have to be a sensible girl. You have to take good care of Pa and Ma. Don't worry, I'll come back and visit you. Big Brother, Ugly Little Thing opened her mouth, but she did not know what to say. She looked at Su Ming, and eventually, tears fell from her eyes. Pa, Ma, this is settled. I'll go. Su Ming cast a glance at the couple and engraved their image deep into his heart. 1 year was not long, but to Su Ming, it was an experience of warmth he had never felt before. It was wholly different from what he felt in the Ninth Summit or Dark Mountain. *****. Translator's notes. 1. About Elder becoming grandpa here. It was mentioned a long time ago that Su Ming looked at the Elder like his grandpa. Chapter 596, Grass Not Records. It rained for 3 days. The 3 days of rain washed the earth and beat down the osmanthus, causing the land to be wet and all the houses to be filled with humidity. Even after the people wiped the blankets they used at night to sleep, they would still be wet. This was how it was during this season. During the 3 days, very few people left their houses except to hunt. Only when it occasionally stopped raining would a few children run out barefooted to play in the mud. Their happy laughter rang in the air. Usually, at this moment, Ugly Little Thing would bug Su Ming and pick up a handful of mud not too far away from her house to mold it into an unidentifiable animal. Every single time, Su Ming would play with her with a smile on his face. As he looked at this kind and adorable girl, he remembered his childhood. Yet now, what surrounded Ugly Little Thing's family was grief and silence. Su Ming's request had caused them to struggle greatly. They did not know what to choose. This was also why Su Ming was gentle to this family, because if it was anyone else, then this would not even be a choice. After all, how difficult would it be to choose between a child they picked off the streets compared to their own daughter? Ugly Little Thing's father was silent. His wife was also silent. Their gazes would always move between Su Ming and Ugly Little Thing. They would look at the birthmark on Ugly Little Thing's face and her thin body, and their hearts would clench in pain. But when their gazes fell on Su Ming's body, that pale face, that frail body, and the understanding gaze, as well as the expression on his face that treated them as parents, the couple's hearts would clench in pain once again. There were 4 days left, then it would be time for them to make their choice. Pa, you said that we have to give life to dolls when we create them, but just what sort of thoughts do you need to be able to give life to dolls? Su Ming looked at Ugly Little Thing's father and asked softly. On the 4th day since the people from Evil Spirit Sect left, Su Ming placed some blades of grass before his father and started weaving the grass with his head bent downwards. Everyone needs to be moved. Only when they feel touched in their hearts would they be able to create dolls with life. Ugly Little Thing's father answered gently, looking at Su Ming, but the complicated gaze in his eyes could not be hidden away. The dolls your pa once made did not have any life. It was only when your brother Qian was born and I heard his cries that I managed to create the first doll with life. I was standing outside his room back then. For the first time, Ugly Little Thing's father called himself Pa before Su Ming. The word came out naturally, and there was not a hint of artificialness or intentional acting there. When he said that word, he picked up a blade of grass. First, He made a single knot, and then made many more on that blade of grass. When there were a dozen-something knots, he looked towards Su Ming. Before I married your ma, I was a tribe member of Grain Support Tribe. It's a small tribe, and there were only about 100 of us, but we had a long history. I never had the constitution to practice the ways of the Berserker when I was young. I could only be immortal, but my father and grandfather were the tribe's eternal historians. A smile appeared on Ugly Little Thing's father's lips, and there was a nostalgic expression on his face. You know as well that only those who cannot practice the ways of the Berserkers can become eternal historians. They only have one job, and that is to record the tribe's history using the methods unique to each tribe. The legacy of Grain Support Tribe is very old, and no one knows precisely when it started. But we know that it is all real from eternal historian records in the tribe. The recording method we use is called the grass knot record. We use different grasses and different knots to record history. No one can tell their meanings, only the people who have mastered the method. I was my generation's eternal historian, but the disaster that fell on our tribe brought death and separation to my tribe, causing all of these things to no longer exist. I met your ma and came to this place to stay. I'm just a mortal and I don't have any other skills. Trying to survive is hard, but I know how to knot grass. I know how to use these limitless knots of grass to weave dolls. Ugly Little Thing's father looked at Su Ming. When he spoke, his hands never stopped. He continued weaving, and when he finished speaking, a small human doll appeared in his hand. That doll was incredibly similar to Su Ming. This doll is made of 29 knots. I've recorded all 29 of my blessings for you in these knots. It's also a doll. I gave your older brother one when he was born, and also another one for your little sister when she was born. Now, I'll give this to you. Ugly Little Thing's father handed the doll in his hand to Su Ming. Grass knot records. This was the first time Su Ming had heard of this method to record history. It did not matter whether it was when he was in the Alliance of the Western region or when he was in South Mourning. All the tribes he saw did not have this sort of scribe, much less the title of Eternal Historian. But he could tell that it was a position similar to the head of the guards and the chief of hunters in a tribe. Su Ming received the doll, but the instant his hand touched it, a sharp, focused glint appeared in his eyes. He could clearly tell that there was a wave of life force contained within it. That life force was very faint, and if his divine sense hadn't slightly recovered, it would have been incredibly difficult for him to notice its existence. That life force contained a blessing, and there was even a wave of warmth that spread through Su Ming's entire body. He lifted his head and cast a deep look towards Ugly Little Thing's father. If he was not completely certain that this person did not possess any form of cultivation base, and that he was a very ordinary mortal, once Su Ming saw this doll, he would definitely think that this had come from a person who possessed the power of cultivation. The man's ancient face was filled with wrinkles, and they showed all the trials life had thrown at him. The waist that would bend slightly unnaturally when he stood up looked like the helplessness he faced, and the fate he had to deal with during his life had pressed down heavily on his body. But it was a mortal like this, a normal person like this, that had managed to create a doll that contained the power of life. Su Ming had seen many dolls created by Ugly Little Thing's father before, but the life contained within each of them was very weak. It was not enough to cause his shock, but the one in his hand right then had made the scattered power of cultivation within Su Ming's body show a slight ripple. This is related to grass knot records, but more importantly, only when you reach the pinnacle of conveying your meaning through these knots can you surpass the limits of your hands. Because of this, he was able to give thoughts to these grass knots, causing those thoughts to turn into a blessing, despite him being completely unaware of it. These blessings contain his prayer. That is why as long as he is alive, these blessings will stay. Su Ming seemed to have come to a little bit of understanding. It was the same principle as when he drew, and how people would have the feeling of the words other people wrote possessing the might of horses charging in a battlefield. This was all due to a person having reached the pinnacle in a certain craft. It had nothing to do with cultivation, neither did it have anything to do with anything else. It was only connected to the heart. The grass knots you make do not possess life, because you don't know how to make records with grass knots. How about this? I'll teach you. Your big brother didn't manage to learn it, and your little sister isn't interested in this. You make your pa happy that you like this. Ugly Little Thing's father smiled kindly. He picked up a blade of grass and handed it to Su Ming before he picked another one for himself. Using grass knots to record history or thoughts is an ancient method. I don't know everything and can only make simple records. Each knot is different, and with each you make, You must think of the things you want to record. I remember my pa telling me this when he taught me. It doesn't matter whether it's grass knots or string knots. They will need you to use your eyes to see, your hands to touch, and your heart to feel them. The main point of this is that you need to touch it. You must touch and feel the sensation after you make every single knot. It's very strange and mysterious, and I'm not capable of describing the feeling to you. But before we had words, our ancestors used this method to record every single detail in their lives. As Ugly Little Thing's father spoke, he tied 8 knots. Time flowed just like this, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Su Ming was continuously immersed in the grass knot records and continued learning from his father, but the man was clearly not a good teacher because most of the time he made the knots based on feeling, and he could not express them in words. When there were only 2 days left before Evil Spirit Sect came, Ugly Little Thing's father kept mostly silent. His gazes when he occasionally looked towards Su Ming were mostly filled with complicated emotions as well. Ugly Little Thing's mother behaved in the same way. After the rain stopped for a few days, it started pouring once more in the afternoon of next day. The rushing of rain echoed in the air even when midnight arrived. Su Ming lay in his own room and looked at the rain outside through the window, as well as the occasionally flashing lightning, all while listening to the sound of thunder clapping. He could not sleep. There were 8 knots in his hands, and they were all given to him by his father before he went to sleep. Su Ming's knowledge about grass knot records was still vague, even if he had been learning them for the past few days. He did not have a really clear image in his head. When Su Ming touched the knots on the grass, he started thinking about his own past. Ugly Little Thing was in the same room as he was. It was difficult for a poor family like this to provide each of their children a room of their own. Her even breathing had been following Su Ming for most of the year, leaving a deep memory in his mind that would be incredibly difficult for him to forget. He turned his head around and looked at her. As he watched the sleeping girl, a faint smile appeared on his face. However, there were tears flowing down her eyes as she continued sleeping. The words she mumbled caused the faint smile on Su Ming's face to turn into a doting one. Big brother, dog leftovers. Don't go, I can do it. I'll beat them up. Pa, Ma, we'll be together forever. In her world, the memory of her blood brother had become faint. After all, she had just been born at that time 8 years ago. She had only been told that she had an older brother who had entered an Immortals sect. Everything else about her big brother remained a blank. Su Ming's appearance had caused that blank to be gradually filled with his shadow. To Ugly Little Thing, her big brother was Su Ming. Her greatest wish in this life was that her whole family, including her big brother dog leftovers, could live happily together. Su Ming wiped away the tears at the corners of Ugly Little Thing's eyes, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. He did not want grief to take hold of this family. He wanted them to be eternally happy. Ugly Little Thing, I promise you, I will protect your family, up till the end. Chapter 597, Parting. Time passed quickly, and the final day before Evil Spirit Sect came arrived. After it, those people would come and take away either Su Ming or Ugly Little Thing. Then they would send the chosen child to the sect elder Zhao. When morning arrived, the rain stopped. Su Ming went to the osmanthus forest he frequented throughout the year, wiped away the water that had gathered on the leaves, then sat down and looked up. The sky was clear. There were no clouds. It was completely different compared to the previous day. Even though it was morning, the light from the sun was still gentle. When it fell on his body, it felt as if it could chase away the humidity that had gathered during these past few days, and it gave him a warm feeling in his heart. However, the osmanthus in this forest had mostly turned into embellishments on the mud, causing even the mud to possess the fragrance of the flowers. It fused with the sweet smell of the mud after rain, stirring a special emotion in people who smelled it. Su Ming continued staring at the sky just like that. No one knew what he was thinking about, and neither did he himself. His eyes were trained towards the sky, but his heart had become quiet. He started circulating his qi that had lain dormant in his body for a long time, causing the 1/10 of his recovered cultivation base to slowly start flowing. The recovery of his cultivation base was even more difficult than he imagined it to be. The injuries he had suffered in the past were simply too grave, and he was also stuck in Destiny's form. Su Ming had thought about this, and after some analysis, he gained an answer as to why Tian had not managed to find him. Perhaps it was precisely because he was in this form that the clone was still unable to find him. As for why he was in this form, and why he managed to escape from the disaster brought to him by Tian, Su Ming only remembered a song from a Sun before he fell unconscious, but he could guess from this that the person who saved him was the old Sun Maker. Berserker Soul. Once my cultivation base is restored, the most important thing for me to do is to reach the Berserker Soul realm, Su Ming mumbled. In his hands he held a blade of grass. He tied a knot, then another, and yet another, until he eventually created a doll. If Pa can gather up such power in his mind and turn it into a blessing even though he is just a mortal, then the strength of this power would be much greater if a person with the power of cultivation made the records with the knots. Grass knot records should be a unique art. It should be related to curses. This was the first thing that appeared in Su Ming's head when Ugly Little Thing's father was talking about the grass knots. If he focused a curse towards a person on one grass knot, and then another curse on another person, then once he had placed many curses on many knots and turned them all into one single straw doll, then would he be able to create a different type of curse? It's said that some soul catchers use other people's hair to perform the curse, but most of these are just rumors. Even if they do exist, the strength of those curses isn't strong. Those who are truly strong, they can ignore them. But if I combine the curse with these grass knots... A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He dipped his head down and looked at the grass knots in his hand in silence. The morning passed by just like that. When noon arrived, the sun became scorching hot, and the light from the sun slipped through the leaves to fall on Su Ming. The sounds of footsteps traveled into the forest from the area outside. Su Ming averted his gaze from the sky and looked over. It was Ugly Little Thing. She walked over quietly and stopped before him. "Big brother, you can't go," she said softly, looking straight at Su Ming. "You'll die if you go. This is our family's problem. I must be the one who goes." Ugly Little Thing bit her bottom lip. Her voice rang with her determination. "Come, sit beside me." Su Ming smiled. He moved slightly to make some space beside him. The leaves there were clean. He looked towards Ugly Little Thing. The little girl scrunched up her nose. Once she sat down beside Su Ming, she opened her mouth, looking as if she wanted to say something. Su Ming simply smiled and looked at her. "If I will die if I go, then isn't it the same for you? That's different. I'm smarter than you. If I go, I might not die. Big brother, please listen to me this time, please. Let's not talk about that anymore. Stay by my side for a while." Su Ming patted Ugly Little Thing's head and leaned against the tree behind him, then turned his gaze towards the sky. He no longer spoke. Ugly Little Thing hesitated for a moment. Then she leaned against the tree as well. She, too, looked at the sky. As she continued looking at the blue up ahead, she began to feel as if she had flown up and was roaming in the air. "Big brother, just how big is the sky?" "Very big." "Then how high is the sky?" "Very high." "Humph, you're cheating." "Then big brother, here is another question. What is behind the sky?" Su Ming remained silent for a moment, his eyes still trained at the blue sky. Then he spoke softly. "There is a vortex of fog behind the sky." "Then what is behind the vortex?" Ugly Little Thing's curiosity was sparked. She blinked and immediately threw out another question. "There is a galaxy behind that vortex, and there are many stars there, along with many floating continents." Su Ming mumbled. These were all things that he had seen with his own eyes. "What is that place?" It was clear that this was the first time Ugly Little Thing had heard about this. She was, after all, still a child, and once Su Ming started talking about these things, she forgot her entire reason for coming to him, instead becoming more interested in his words. "That is another world." A freezing glare flashed in his eyes when he said that languidly. "Another world? Are they the same as us?" With her age, it was inevitable that the girl would remain completely clueless as to what Su Ming was saying. She frowned. "I, too, want to know that. That is why, someday, I will go and see what the other worlds look like, and I want to see how different they are from us." Su Ming said calmly. The resolve on his face was something Ugly Little Thing could not understand. Perhaps she would remember this scene, and many years later, she would understand what it meant. The sky gradually turned dark. When dusk arrived, the sky gained a crimson-red shade, causing the ground to look as if it had been dyed in a layer of brilliant light. Only then did Ugly Little Thing remember her goal when coming to this place. She immediately stood up and stared at Su Ming. Ugly Little Thing forced down her fears towards the future and spoke firmly. "Big brother, I'm officially telling you this. You can't go. This is my problem. The person who will be taken away tonight is me. You. You have to remember to take care of Pa and Ma. If our elder brother didn't die, would you really want to go?" Su Ming stood up and looked at Ugly Little Thing before he asked softly. There was a strange rhythm to his voice, and when it fell into Ugly Little Thing's ears, a dazed look gradually appeared on her face. I don't want to go. I want to stay with Pa and Ma. I want to be with them for the rest of my life. But I don't want you to go either. I want our family to be together forever. Su Ming stroked Ugly Little Thing's head lovingly, then held her hand and walked out of the forest. Once they were out, the girl snapped out of her daze. She remained stunned for a moment before she broke free from Su Ming's hand and took a few steps, then placed her hands on her hips. Big brother, I might be mild-mannered usually, but when I get angry, I'm really scary, you know? You can't go. Ugly Little Thing puffed up her cheeks. She looked like an adult, and when Su Ming saw it, it made him smile. All right, I won't go. Really? When Ugly Little Thing heard those words, she immediately spoke. Truly, Su Ming answered with a smile. When she heard his answer, the girl relaxed and went up to hold Su Ming's hand, then skipped all the way back home. But the terror and fear towards the future could not be hidden away from her face due to her age. The happiness she put in her actions was what she had learned since she was young, and it was showing up naturally. It did not rain that night. On that night, Ugly Little Thing's laughter could be heard ringing in the house as their family had dinner, but there was a light wobble to that laughter. Her father was silent, and there was grief on his face, and her mother would occasionally turn her head around to wipe away her tears. Dog leftovers, have some more of these. Here. Mother added more food into Su Ming's bowl, and there was a complicated look in her eyes when she looked at him. There was one particular dish which she and her husband did not touch, and which Ugly Little Thing was also avoiding. Only Su Ming alone was eating it. He could not taste the dish, but he could tell that there was a herb in there that had tranquilizing properties. It could make people drowsy. If someone ate too much of that thing, they would fall asleep without realizing it themselves. Su Ming sighed in his heart. How could he not know what the family was thinking about? In the end, they had decided not to have him replace Ugly Little Thing and have him face a fate in which he might die. Instead, they had chosen to let him have a good rest. When the next day arrived, Ugly Little Thing would be gone. Perhaps the couple had struggled and argued about this decision, but in the end, they had chosen to do this. Even if they would feel pain, even if they would end up regretting their decision, at this moment, this was what they chose. Once Su Ming's final dinner with the family was over, he stood up and kowtowed deeply towards them. There was not a single reaction to his actions, because at that moment Ugly Little Thing had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. It was the same for her parents. Su Ming might only have restored a tenth of his cultivation base, but it was enough to let this family fall asleep without their knowledge and allow himself to not be affected by that herb. He carried his father and mother back to their rooms, and once he covered them with their blankets, he looked at the couple, whose hair was now flecked with white. His expression was incredibly gentle when he lifted his right hand and pointed at their foreheads, slowly giving them some of what little remained of his life force. This would allow the couple to be able to recover in the future. Soon, they would no longer be plagued by sickness. Then Su Ming carried Ugly Little Thing and placed her gently in her room. As he looked at the sleeping child before him, he once again heard the words she had said in her weak voice when she had carried him down the mountain. After a long time, Su Ming placed his right hand on Ugly Little Thing's birthmark. When he lifted his hand after a moment, the birthmark had become much lighter. Su Ming covered her with her blanket and walked out of his room, then put away the dishes used during dinner. Once he cleaned them, he rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning up the rooms. As he looked at the house that had grown on him during this past year, a reluctance to part appeared on his face. Chapter 598, Evil Sect. Pa, Ma, in my heart, you will forever be my father and mother. I'll be taking my leave now. Ugly Little Thing, my dear little sister, you have to be happy. Su Ming looked at the house blankly, and the warm memories he had gained surfaced one by one in his head. This was a kind family. Every single member of it was the same. Both he had just arrived, and now he was about to leave. This poor and ordinary family presented him with a warmth he would never forget. Su Ming stood in place for a long time, looking at everything in the house. He then turned around and sat down under the eaves, waiting for the people who would arrive at night. Midnight drew close. There was no rain right then. The light from the moon shone on the ground, causing the night to not be completely dark and making the moon look as if it was adding another layer to this atmosphere of separation. It was quiet all around. Only the snores of Ugly Little Thing's parents occasionally reached Su Ming's ears. That sound, too, brought warmth to his heart. He closed his eyes and only reopened them after a long time. At that moment, 2 long arcs flew over from the distant darkness. After a moment, they descended before Su Ming and turned into the 2 people in black he'd seen 7 days ago. Those 2 people's faces were slightly pale, and when they appeared, their gazes instantly fell on Su Ming. He did not speak, but merely looked at the strangers coldly, and when he did so, one of them suddenly lifted his foot and walked past him with just 1 step. Su Ming did not stop him, but a killing intent the duo did not notice appeared in his eyes. If they dared to do anything to his family, then even if Su Ming had only recovered 1/10 of his cultivation base, he would still attack. Even if he would lose his power once again, he would still kill these 2 people on the spot. Fortunately for the evil spirit sect disciple, he did not do anything out of hand after stepping into the house. Once he went through all the rooms, he saw the herbs in the kitchen, and he came out with a slightly odd expression. He cast a glance at Su Ming, then whispered to the other person's ear. After that, the evil spirit sect disciple who had not spoken coldly to Ugly Little Thing's family 7 days ago cast Su Ming a few investigative looks before he asked languidly, "Not bad. You have a lot of courage despite your age. What's your name?" "Chen Su," Su Ming said calmly. "Chen Su, close your eyes. We'll take you to the sect." The 2 people were clearly bothered by something and did not want to speak too much. The person who spoke waved his arm, and a gust of wind immediately swept up Su Ming. They all turned into long arcs and charged into the sky. Their arrival and departure had not attracted any attention in the area. Ugly Little Thing and her family were still asleep. They did not know that their disaster had just passed. Su Ming was held under one of the evil spirit sect disciples' arm as they traveled in the sky. He looked at the ground growing further and further away, watched the place he had stayed in for the years slowly disappear from his eyes, and stared at the family who had given him warmth until they disappeared into his memories. Then he closed his eyes. He could no longer see the ground, could no longer see his family, and no longer smell the osmanthus fragrance. Evil spirit sect. At the instant Su Ming closed his eyes, a freezing glare flashed past them. This place was located to the east of Eastern Wastelands. One of the clones Tian sent had to set Su Ming to rights, and the other had to defend what Great Leaf Immortal sect had achieved over the years in Eastern Wastelands. However, in the end, Tian was cautious of the most powerful immortal from Evil Sect, who was from the east of Eastern Wastelands, and who was the strongest clone from the person who was considered a powerful warrior among the Immortals as well, Qian. Evil Sect was located to the east of Eastern Wastelands. There were 4 great sects who named themselves after the word evil, using it as a uniform title. These 4 great sects were Evil Dust Sect, Evil Spirit Sect, Evil Lust Sect, and Evil Immortal Sect, which was at a level higher than the other 3 sects. The Evil Immortal Sect acted as the leader and the other 3 as its affiliates. Then once the Evil Immortal Qian sent his clone to this place all those years ago, he had laid waste to all the land, and the 4 great sects became the strongest power in the east of Eastern Wastelands. He even uprooted all the Berserker tribes in that part of the continent, causing numerous tribes to be destroyed and the survivors to be slowly assimilated into Evil Sect. And as time passed by, they would even become disciples of Evil Sect. There were 4 black puffs of smoke rising into the sky in the east of Eastern Wastelands. These 4 puffs of black smoke came from the 4 sects, and the black smoke from Evil Immortal Sect was incredibly thick. It filled the air above the 9 heavens, and it was a sight that brought terror to all who saw it. The remaining 3 puffs of black smoke were slightly thinner, but they were still enough to bring shock to onlookers. This black smoke was a symbol of a strong immortal within the sect. Only those who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm, or who were immortals who had reached Ascendant, would be able to bring out this sort of smoke, symbolizing the strength of a powerful warrior, once their presence fused with Death Region's aura. At that moment, in a place far away from the village where Ugly Little Thing and her family were, was a mountain that towered into the clouds. These clouds surrounded the mountain, causing it to become indistinct. Only when the sky was completely clear would anyone be able to see it faintly from the distance. A puff of black smoke that was several tens of thousands of feet wide connected the mountain to the sky. As it churned about, it exuded a great and mighty pressure that caused all those who saw it to feel their hearts tremble. Strange stones filled the mountain, and while they gave off a ferocious presence, black water could also be seen flowing down them like a stream. An eerie, cold, and sinister air spread out from the mountain. This was where Evil Spirit Sect was located. Flagpoles with flags of different colors were placed in many locations on the mountain. Shrill howls would occasionally come from those flags, filled with endless pain and hate. When they were out, they stayed for a long time, refusing to leave. Entirely black halls filled the mountain. They were scattered and strewn at random, making the mountain seem as if it had been separated into 3 layers. Only the contour of the hall in the highest level was visible to the eye, and most of its other parts were hidden in the black smoke. The largest area filled with these black halls was located at the center of the mountain. Quite a large number of them were floating in the air, and there would be a dried-up corpse hanging on top of every hall. There were also numerous ferocious birds lingering around, occasionally flying down to eat the flesh. A large amount of long arcs weaved about the buildings in the sky, creating a lively atmosphere in this eerie air. At that moment, 2 long arcs closed in on the mountain, side by side, and one of them had a person held under his arm. The person held that was naturally Su Ming. He looked at the eerie mountain and the large amount of corpses hanging on the halls. The evil and eerie air from the mountain came crashing into his face. Boy, this is Evil Spirit Sect. You're lucky that you don't need to go through 9 days of hanging, nor do you need to carry the mountain for 99 days, and neither do you have to be submerged in unclean water. You can become an Evil Spirit Sect disciple straight away. If you are successful in the future, don't forget the both of us. But let me give you a reminder, don't get into conflict with others in Evil Spirit Sect for nothing. This place greatly promotes fights between disciples. All the disciples here already have way more blood on their hands than what you can possibly imagine, the other person said with a cold and ghastly voice. Su Ming looked as calm as usual, but even though he might seem composed, all the other people who saw him would only think he was pale with fright, because his skin color was sickly pale to begin with. Evil Spirit Sect. A ghastly smile appeared on Su Ming's lips, one that went unnoticed by the duo. Perhaps no one here could actually compare to the amount of blood Su Ming had spilled. He wondered, would his arrival here be considered Evil Spirit Sect's fortune or misfortune? Chapter 599, Outer Sect. The mountain could still be marginally seen from the distance, but the grudge-filled fog surrounding Evil Spirit Sect caused the area to be obscured from view. It sounded like there were shrieks and howls reverberating in the air. Those shrill sounds were enough to make anyone's heart tremble the first time they arrived to this place. This was precisely how the 2 people who had brought Su Ming back felt when they first entered the sect. As they flew forward, they misinterpreted Su Ming's paleness, which was normal to him, as fear. That was why they did not see anything wrong in his silence. As the 2 people charged forward, they flew around Evil Spirit Sect's mountain several times before they plunged straight towards the foot of the mountain. They landed right before the gate to the mountain, which had an eerie presence seeping out of it and was black in color. It also looked as if there were numerous vengeful souls surrounding it, looking like they wanted to pounce on all those who wanted to pass through. The people who brought Su Ming had calm expressions on their faces and were completely unbothered by the vengeful spirits. They held Su Ming by his arms and took a few steps forward. Once they passed the mountain gate, a huge flight of stairs leading to the top of the mountain appeared before them. There were plenty of black statues placed on both sides of the stairs. Each of the statues looked incredibly ferocious and exuded a ghastly and cold presence. They were also the spots where the hate-filled spirits gathered. If you walk on this path of no return, you will enter Evil Spirit Sect. Boy, do you hear those shrill cries around you? One of the people who held Su Ming cast him a glance, then spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes. If I let go of your hand and make you go up alone, you might be dragged away by these vengeful spirits before you even manage to take a few steps, and then you'll turn into one of them. The other Evil Spirit Sect disciple spoke coldly, and as he did so, he suddenly lifted his right hand and formed a seal before swinging his arm forward. The path leading up the stairs instantly became different. It might look the same, but an innumerable amount of shadows appeared there. They were shaped as men and women, the elderly and the young. They were all either dressed in rags or were covered in blood, and they were all struggling and howling on the road. Many of them were staring at Su Ming and the 2 disciples with ferocious expressions, as if they were about to pounce on them. There were also numerous vengeful souls like these on either side of the mountain stairs. All of them stretched out their arms as if they wanted to grab the trio and drag them to their side. Welcome to Evil Spirit Sect. Over here, you will know what is hell and what is terror. The 2 Evil Spirit Sect disciples who brought Su Ming to this place smiled at each other and held him by the arms as they strode up the mountain stairs. As they moved up, the hate-filled souls around them swiftly moved away, as if they were incredibly afraid of the two disciples. The souls did not dare get any closer to the three of them, some who weren't able to move away in time. Once the evil spirit sect disciples holding Su Ming closed in, let out soundless screams, and would rather have their bodies crumble instead of touching them. This was even more so for the vengeful souls that were stretching out their arms on either side of the mountain. The moment the three people closed in, they seemed to have seen a frightening presence, for all of them backed away. Senior Brother Zhang, there's something off about these vengeful spirits. They usually aren't like this when I return to the sect. The person by the name of Zhao frowned and spoke in a low voice while continuing to lead Su Ming up to evil spirit sect. You're right. Usually, when they see someone, they will lunge forward without caring whether we are from evil spirit sect. I only remember them moving away in fear when they faced the progenitors of the sect, but now, the other man holding on to Su Ming was also incredibly puzzled. The two of them could not figure out an answer to this no matter how much they mulled over it. Due to uncertainty, they moved even quicker and brought Su Ming up to the middle section of the mountain. He remained silent all the way. He looked at the mountain, at the many black halls littered all over the mountain, and at the corpses hanging on top of the halls. In fact, he could even see some long arcs occasionally flying through the sky. How could Berserkers practice the cultivation methods of Immortals? This was the question that was lingering in his heart when he thought about evil spirit sect. Before long, Su Ming saw a big man of about 10 feet tall standing not too far away on the mountain stairs as the three of them continued moving upwards. He was half naked and carried a huge basket behind his back as he walked down the mountain. Once every few steps, he would lift his hand and reach into the basket to grab some minced flesh before throwing it into the air. There were wisps of black smoke on the torn pieces of flesh, and when they fell on the ground, the vengeful souls would immediately pounce on them, devouring each one. The man had an incredibly ferocious expression on his face. He was also scarred, which made him look terrifying. When Su Ming and the other two saw him, the man also saw Zhang and Zhao. His lips parted into a grin. The scars on his face twisted, making him look as if he had 4 to 5 mouths on his face, and they were all laughing savagely at the same time. He looked incredibly horrifying. Even if Zhang and Zhao were uncomfortable when they saw that smile, they quickly stepped to the side and made way for the man. Greetings, Senior Brother Qian. The duo wrapped their fists in their palms towards the man in respect. When the man approached them, Su Ming saw a red glare lying in his pupils. If he looked into the man's eyes for a prolonged period of time, he would feel incredibly uncomfortable. Why did you bring an outsider back to the sect? When the man walked over to them, he grabbed another handful of torn flesh and tossed it to the side, making the vengeful spirits pounce on it and devour it without care for anything else. Senior Brother Qian, this person is Chen's family, whose sect elder Zhao asked for us to bring back when we went out of the mountain. He's Chen De, she's younger brother, Zhang immediately said while still holding on to Su Ming. Chen De she. The man cast a sideways glance towards Su Ming, and a strange look appeared on his face. When his lips split into a grin, he grabbed a piece of torn flesh from the basket and gave it to Su Ming. I see. So it was Junior Brother Chen. I don't have a welcoming gift for you, so I'll give you this piece of flesh. When Zhang and Zhao saw this, envy immediately appeared on their faces. Su Ming felt a thump in his chest and received the piece of torn flesh before wrapping his fist in his palm and bowing towards the man. Thank you, Senior Brother Qian. You don't have to thank me. It doesn't matter which vengeful soul you feed this to. It will end up helping you do one thing. Only inner sect disciples are allowed to have this. Treasure it well. If you can survive in this place for 7 days, then you can thank me. The man smiled eerily. He no longer bothered himself with Zhang and Zhao, but instead began walking down the mountain. When he left into the distance, Zhang's gaze fell on the piece of flesh in Su Ming's hands. Zhao, who was standing beside him, was also looking at it with a light in his eyes. Su Ming naturally saw their expressions and laughed coldly in his heart. Not only were these people from evil spirit sect sinister, they also loved fighting among themselves. He had just arrived to this place today and had already bore witness to a scheme. That man, Qian, had given him this piece of torn flesh at the spur of the moment after he heard of Chen Dexi's name. By the looks of it, it would seem that he had some sort of grudge against Chen Dexi. This might seem like a gift, but in truth, if he was truly a 12 to 13-year-old boy without a hint of power and he was greedy, then judging by Zhang and Zhuo's expressions at the moment, he would most probably bring ruin to himself. Chen Dashi. Ugly little things, big brother. Just what did you do in evil spirit sect that this sect elder Zhao would ask for people to bring your family here? And why would this Qian, who is a berserker in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm, want to plot against me? Su Ming sighed in his heart and shook his head. Before waiting for Zhang and Zhao to say anything, he handed the torn flesh in his hand to Zhang, who was still holding on to him. Senior brother Zhang, I have no use for this thing. Please take it. Zhang gave him a deep and profound smile, then took away the torn flesh without bothering with any form of courtesy. He cast Zhao a glance, and the violent look that had been in their eyes moments ago disappeared. When they looked towards Su Ming, a hint of praise was now present in their gazes. Junior brother Chen, you may be young, but you already know the principles of giving and taking. Not bad, was said coldly. Senior brothers, who is that senior brother Qian just now? Su Ming immediately asked. He's an inner sect disciple, and we're outer sect disciples. We're different. Remember this, outer sect disciples can fight among themselves. But if we run into inner sect disciples, we have to be careful, because while it's all right for an inner sect disciple to kill you, it'll be huge trouble for you if you hurt an inner sect disciple. Zhang seemed to have decided to warn Su Ming because of that piece of torn flesh. But with your current situation, you'll have your hands full by just trying not to get bullied. You won't have time to bother about offending any inner sect disciples. As they charged up the stairs, Su Ming saw a few other evil spirit sect disciples, and they were all gloomy and silent. When they walked past these people, Zhang and Zhao continuously greeted them, and from this alone, Su Ming could tell that their position in the sect was not high. He could also tell that this sect elder Zhao was also just an ordinary person in evil spirit sect. After a moment, Zhang and Zhao left the middle section of the stairs with Su Ming and walked to a small path on the side. Su Ming could see a gigantic mountain gate in the distance. This is where we outer sect disciples belong to in evil spirit sect. If we go any further, we'll reach the inner sect. The foot of the mountain is where we keep our pets, and also where our laborers stay. Once we walk past this mountain gate, we'll bring you to sect elder Zhao. It's not up to us to know where you'll be placed from then on. But since you gave us this piece of flesh as a sign of respect, allow me to give you a piece of advice. All the berserkers who want to walk down the path of immortals in evil spirit sect need to soak themselves in the evil pool and change their blood to activate the passage of Qi of immortals in their bodies, but only 1 among 10 who step into evil pool manage to survive. Zhang smiled eerily and no longer spoke. In his eyes, this person called Chen Su will definitely not survive past 3 to 5 days. It was especially so when he remembered Chen Dashi's strange death and all the rumors in the sect surrounding sect elder Zhao. He was certain that this Chen Su would definitely die. Soon, they got close to the mountain gate, and when the trio stood by its side, Su Ming immediately saw a gigantic python wrapped around it. That python was hissing with its tongue out and staring at the trio with a cold and dark look, as if it was about to charge forward and devour the 3 of them in one bite. The python was perhaps thousands of feet long, and despite it having wrapped its body around the mountain gate, the remainder of its tail that was not on the gate was still very long. Chapter 600, Sect Elder Zhao. The python was entirely black, the same color as the mountain gate. If it did not move, it could be easily mistaken for an ornament on the gate. At that moment, it was staring at the trio with a cold and sinister expression. A wave of murderous aura crashed into their faces, and Su Ming could clearly sense Zhang and Zhao instantly becoming respectful. I, Zhang Run, hereby greet our sacred beast of the mountain gate. I, Zhuoxing Sun, hereby greet out sacred beast of the mountain gate. The duo quickly wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards the black python on the door. Su Ming was placed on the ground at that moment, and no one bothered with him anymore. The giant python hissed as it swept its gaze past Zhang Run and Zhuoxing Sun. Then, when its eyes fell on Su Ming too looked at it. His power might not have recovered, but he could still sense that the pressure of that python to him was incredibly faint. Based on his judgment, this python was only equivalent to a berserker in the middle or later stage of the berserker soul realm. While this sort of ferocious beast might be rare, Su Ming, if his power had fully recovered, could destroy it with just 1 finger. Almost at the moment the python looked towards Su Ming, it suddenly started moving at a speed that caused Zhang Ren and Zhuoxing Sun's eyes to swim. Its body shot out from the mountain gate, and its huge head appeared 5 feet away from Su Ming. It even stuck out its forked tongue when it hissed, which was almost touching Su Ming. This sudden scene caused Zhang Ren and Zhuoxing Sun to be stunned, and immediately after, their expressions changed. They quickly took a few steps back, not daring to stand in the python's way. Even Sect Elder Zhao would need to be courteous when he saw this mountain guardian python. The two disciples might need to hand this boy to Sect Elder Zhao, but they honestly did not have any need to offend this sacred python, which was rumored to be a creature which harbored grudges for an incredibly long time. Su Ming stood his ground and did not back down. His expression was as calm as usual, but a fierce look appeared in his eyes, and as he looked at the python staring at him, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Get lost." The moment he said those words, Zhuoxing Sun and Zhang Ren's eyes went wide. They had brought quite a large number of people back to Evil Spirit Sect before, and all who saw this python would show respect. None of them would dare to be so disrespectful and tell the scared creature to get lost. At that moment, there was also a huge difference in the feelings Su Ming gave them, as if he had completely changed into another person. What threw them into an even greater state of disbelief, to the point where they were completely stunned, was how the python withdrew slightly after Su Ming said those words. It hissed even more, and its eyes seemed as if they were flashing, but gradually, it started moving farther and farther back. In the end, right under Zhuoxing Sun and Zhang Ren's dumbfounded expressions, the python retreated back to the mountain gate. Su Ming remained calm. All ferocious beasts with this level of cultivation would possess unique intelligence. Perhaps other people would think that the words Su Ming said were normal, but the python could feel a murderous aura that made its heart tremble in fear. From that murderous aura, it could clearly sense that this seemingly weak person was definitely not as simple as he seemed. That was the reason why it chose to slowly back down. Since Zhang Ren and Zhuoxing Sun remained stunned, Su Ming lifted his foot and walked towards the mountain gate. Once he reached the spot behind the two of them, he paused briefly before saying flatly, "Let's go." Zhuoxing Sun and Zhang Ren's expressions immediately turned strange when they looked at Su Ming. They took a few brisk steps forward and walked through the mountain gate to step into the territory of Evil Spirit Sect's outer sect disciples. The both of them could not calm their hearts. The scene just now kept repeating in their heads. Their gazes when they looked at Su Ming also became rather uncertain and filled with surprise. Their behavior towards him was also much better than before. All along the way, Zhang Ren and Zhuoxing Sun's hearts were filled with shock and surprise. In silence, they would occasionally look at Su Ming. When they reached the middle section of the mountain, which was the territory that belonged to the outer sect, they moved past several black halls to appear in a courtyard that was situated in a more remote area. The courtyard was located against a mountain stone. There were 3 black houses there, and it was quiet all around. There was an oppressive air surrounding the entire area. At the entrance to the courtyard were 2 statues. They looked rather similar to the statues on the way up the stairs. There were also vengeful souls surrounding them, causing the courtyard to look even more eerie. It was especially so for the area above. That place was where the smoke was spreading out from Evil Spirit Sect. Because of that, the sunshine on this mountain was constantly dim, and it would never be bright, giving this place an even colder and more sinister feeling. Zhang Ren and Zhuoxing Sun stopped outside the courtyard and wrapped their fists in their palms before they bowed deeply towards the courtyard. "I, Zhang Ren, hereby greet Sect Elder Zhao. I, Zhuoxing Sun, hereby greet Sect Elder Zhao. We've brought the child from Chen's family. This person is junior brother Chen's younger brother, Chen Su." Zhang Ren and Zhuoxing Sun bowed down respectfully and did not dare raise their heads. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He also lowered his head, then wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. He was not too worried about his own safety. Unless he ran into powerful enemies like Tian, then even if he ran into those who had gained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm, he would still be able to fight against them if he recovered. He might only have recovered 1/10 of his cultivation base, but he had been observing his own body during the past year, and he had noticed that all his Berserker bones were still within him. They were all dim, though, as if they were covered by a layer of dust. Yet even so, his body was still as sturdy as it was previously. It would be difficult for anyone to try and injure him. More importantly, his divine sense had recovered a little, and he could open up his storage bag. The small snake might still be in deep sleep and not show any signs of waking up anytime soon, and the Crimson Dragon be in the same state, but he could already use Han Mountain Bell. This treasure might be damaged, but its might when activated was still something that should not be taken lightly. As for the bald crane, Su Ming had not seen it since he woke up, which would mean that it had most likely ran away during the chaos because of its timid nature. While Su Ming could still protect himself with his current abilities combined with his enchanted treasures and the strength of his physical body, he would still choose not to attack if he could. After all, what was most important to him at the moment was to recover his cultivation base as quickly as possible. I might not know what is this sect elder Zhao's goal, but he won't be thinking about hurting me just yet, not when he thinks I'm a member of the Chen family, or else he wouldn't have needed to go through the trouble of asking someone to bring me here. He would have just needed to go down the mountain once, and would have easily dealt with everything once and for all. With his experience, once Su Ming gave a brief once-over towards this matter, he could already guess most of what was happening. At that moment, a hoarse voice came from the courtyard. It was incredibly ghastly, and when it traveled outwards, it caused the cold air around the trio to become so much thicker that the vengeful souls shuddered as well. Leave him here. You two can leave now. Zhang Ren and Zhuoxing Sun quickly obeyed and left the area. When they were far away from the courtyard, the both of them wiped the cold sweat on their faces. They cast a glance behind them, then looked at each other. How we live and die is already predestined, and our fate depends on heaven itself. We can't do anything about this. We're just obeying orders. Zhang Ren shook his head. Zhuoxing Sun agreed to this, but after a moment of hesitation, he spoke in a low voice. That's right. This has nothing to do with us. If Sect Elder Zhao dies, it's also because of him. Senior Brother Zhang, do you think that Chen, is he really a sage and a senior who went into hiding? Quiet. This has nothing to do with us. Zhang Ren immediately shouted lowly with a nervous expression on his face. He grabbed Zhuoxing Sun and took a couple more steps forward before he spoke again in a low voice. He should be. Didn't you see how cautious the sacred python was? When have you seen that old thing being so nice before? This isn't something we can interfere with. We should keep this to ourselves and let it rot in our hearts. We can't tell anyone, or else we might end up offending others. Yeah, thank goodness no one else knows what is going on with this. But there were quite a number of people who saw him on our way here, especially Senior Brother Sean. Oh, right, you're still holding on to his soul flesh. We have to form a single story about this matter. You don't have anything to do, right? Come, let's talk at my place. When Zhang Ren heard about that soul flesh, a pained look immediately appeared on his face. He scanned the area for a moment before he grabbed Zhuoxing Ren and left swiftly. Su Ming near the statues and lifted his head. He looked at the courtyard. It was not big, and there was black smoke seeping out from the ground at the moment. They turned into ferocious shadows in midair, and once they dissipated, they were absorbed by the ground. The process repeated itself, causing all those who saw it to be stunned by this strange sight. When Su Ming looked towards the courtyard, the gate opened by itself without a single sound. Su Ming did not make a sound. After waiting for a moment, he walked into the opened gate slowly. At the instant he entered the courtyard, the gate behind him closed automatically. Your courage isn't too bad. You're just like your older brother when he first came here. This is precisely the quality I want from my disciple. The moment the gate to the courtyard closed, a hoarse voice reverberated in the air. I am Zhao Chong, and I had 3 disciples, but they all died. Your brother was my 3rd disciple, and was also the one I was most pleased with. Before he died, I promised him that I will send his belongings and money back to his family, and he also asked me to accept his brother or sister as my disciple. From now on, you are my 4th disciple. You have the constitution of a berserker, so you aren't suited to practice my evil spirit arts. A year later, I'll send you to the evil pool to wash away your berserker blood, and from then on, you can practice evil sect's divine abilities. But if you don't want to die in the evil pool, then you must take an evil grudge course. These core will allow your body to absorb grudges, and you'll be able to build your foundation from there. Once the hoarse voice said these words, a gourd flew out from the house in the middle. The gourd was black. It was exuding black smoke, which formed into the face of a ghost at times. Mortals would not be able to see it, but Su Ming could see it clearly. The gourd flew to the area before him and fell to the ground. The house to the right is your house. You can go there now. Once the hoarse voice said these words, it didn't speak anymore. Su Ming picked up the gourd without batting an eye and walked to the house to the right. Did he use Chen Dashi to create a core? Su Ming pushed open the door to the house and cast a glance at the house in the middle through the corner of his eye. His divine sense had yet to recover enough, or else he would have definitely taken a look at just how that sect elder Zhao looked. Chapter 601, Healing. The room was not a big one. The table, bed, and all the other furniture was covered in a layer of dust. Clearly, no one had been staying in this room for a long time. Once Su Ming cleaned it up, he sat down on the bed and looked at the dark sky outside the window. His eyes began to sparkle. Gradually, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. The power of the world here is indeed thick. Su Ming had noticed this when he was going up the mountain. As he sat on the bed, the feeling he gained from the presence all around him became even clearer. As expected of the place where a sect is located, there were 3 reasons why Su Ming came to Evil Spirit Sect. One of them was to resolve the crisis for Ugly Little Thing's family. The second was to help her find the cause for her brother's death. And the third was so that Su Ming could recover his cultivation base as quickly as possible. The thick presence here was incredibly helpful towards helping him recover, but the grudge is too deep. Su Ming frowned. The power of the world here might be thick, but the grudge contained within it was similarly thick. If he stayed here for a long period of time, his personality would definitely be affected. He remained in pensive silence for a time. Then his gaze fell on the gourd, and he saw that the ghost face formed from the black smoke was also looking at him, smiling ferociously. It thought that Su Ming could not see it. After all, he was merely immortal in its eyes. Su Ming did not bother himself with that ghost face. He opened the gourd, and an even thicker wave of grudge instantly came crashing into his face. It instantaneously filled the entire room, causing shrill screams to sound in Su Ming's ears. After a moment, his face turned dark and sinister. He poured out a medicinal core from the gourd, which was purplish-black. The thick grudge within it was terrifying. Yet strangely, when he placed the medicinal core to his nose to sniff it, a medicinal fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and it turned into a refreshing feeling. Su Ming shook the gourd slightly, and found that there were about 100-something medicinal cores inside it. He closed his eyes and only opened them again after a long moment. A pensive look appeared in his eyes. This is a very good supplement. If a mortal takes it, they will be able to strengthen their bodies. They will be filled with blood. Just what is this Zhao Chong thinking about? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he swallowed the core. He was familiar with medicinal herbs since he was young, and had ample experience when it came to creating medicinal pills. With just one sniff, he could tell the general effects of this medicinal core. Since he could not tell what was going on with that Zhao Chong, he decided to just swallow one of the cores. The medicine turned into a wave of warmth that flowed through Su Ming's entire body. After a moment, a brilliant glow shone in his eyes. He brought out a few more pills and swallowed them one by one. His cultivation base recovered a bit more after he swallowed those medicinal cores. When it turned dark outside, Su Ming lay on his bed, circulating his cultivation base within his body as he pretended to sleep. When midnight arrived and everything was silent outside, the cold air in his room suddenly turned thicker. A black shadow floated out from the wall by his side. The ghost-like figure floated to Su Ming's bed, as if he was observing him. Soon after, ghosts like these floated out from all the walls in the room. Before long, there were about a dozen of them in Su Ming's room. They floated around while going in and out of the room, but they did not make a single sound. With his eyes narrowed, Su Ming lay on his bed and watched this scene. If he was really a child, then he would definitely be so terrified that he would be shivering when he saw this sight. However, he was Su Ming. He only narrowed his eyes and looked at them coldly. These were indeed ghosts, but judging by their looks, they had been here for a long time. They continued wandering about the room, and no one could say what they were doing. This scene lasted for several hours. When the sky started becoming brighter, all the drifting and wandering ghosts suddenly stopped moving and looked towards Su Ming simultaneously. A murderous look appeared in their eyes. When they looked at him, their gazes seemed to have gained corporeal form. Almost at the instant they looked at Su Ming, they abruptly moved and charged towards him. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He chose not to move and simply allowed the ghosts to surround him. Once they did so, he saw all of them sucking in a breath in his direction. With it, Su Ming could clearly feel a hint of his life force being absorbed. A freezing glare flashed in his eyes. The ghosts slowly retreated once they absorbed a hint of his life force. They returned to the walls around him and disappeared. The sky turned bright at that moment. This room is very interesting. Su Ming opened his eyes and looked at the walls around him with slightly cold eyes. He averted his gaze and picked up the gourd on the ground, then continued to swallow the medicinal cores. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days went by. During them, Su Ming did not get out of the house. Neither did Zhao Chong send any word to him. Everything remained silent. However, when night came, the ghosts would appear. Every single day before morning, They would absorb his life force and leave. Thankfully, they would only absorb a small wisp, and it was not much of a problem to Su Ming. Besides, when he ate the medicinal cores, he could replenish his life force. Su Ming spent most of his time in absorbing the power of the world in this place and used it to recover his injuries. On this day, he finished eating all the medicinal cores. He cast a glance at the gourd and picked it up once he stood up. When he stepped out of his room, he pushed open the door to his house for the first time and walked into the courtyard. It was dusk. The sky was filled with a layer of crimson. The remaining rays of light from the sun scattered on the ground, and it looked incredibly beautiful. With the gourd in hand, Su Ming went to Zhao Chang's house and wrapped his fist in his palm with a respectful expression on his face. "Greetings, master. I've already finished all the medicinal cores." To Su Ming, these medicinal cores were still marginally useful. They could make him recover faster. It might not be much, but if he could get free medicinal cores, he would naturally not let it pass. Deathly silence filled Zhao Chang's house. The hoarse voice only appeared slowly after a moment. "You finished them? There were 100 soul-nurturing cores, and you finished all of them in 10 days? Didn't I tell you to only take one per day?" For the first time, a hint of emotion could be heard within that voice. "My body felt warm and really comfortable once I ate those medicinal cores, so I didn't manage to control myself and ate more," Su Ming said. He did not know what Zhao Chong was thinking at that moment. After a period of silence, another wave of fog flew out from the house and turned into a dried-up arm before Su Ming. It swiftly grabbed his right hand. Su Ming smiled coldly in his heart, but his face was pale. He allowed his right hand to be held by that arm and sensed a wave of cold air rushing into his body, swimming through his body once before leaving. "There are 300 here. Don't you dare eat them too quickly." Once the cold air went away, the black fog also retreated, and 3 gourds flew out from the house before falling by Su Ming's feet. "Thank you, master." Su Ming picked up the 3 gourds on the ground and went back to his house, no longer bothering himself with that Zhao Chong. This person definitely has ulterior motives. If that's the case, I'll just get what I can from him. Once Su Ming returned to his house, he sat down in his room and brought out one of the medicinal cores to inspect it after he opened the gourd. Then he swallowed it. Time gradually trickled by, and 20 days went by. Su Ming had been in Evil Spirit Sect for a whole month now. During this time, the rate of his recovery far surpassed what he had managed outside. His cultivation base had recovered by about 15% as he took in those medicinal cores and absorbed the power of the world in secret. On this day, he finished the medicinal cores once again. Su Ming gave a lazy stretch and stood up, then grabbed the 3 gourds before going to Zhao Chang's gate once again. "Master, I finished the medicinal cores again." This time, Zhao Chang's house remained silent for a much longer period of time compared to the last time. When he eventually spoke, there was a hint of disbelief within the hoarse voice. "There were 300 in there." "That's right. I ate them all." Su Ming nodded. "How many do you eat per day?" Zhao Chang's voice became much darker than before. "Sometimes I don't take any. Sometimes I take about a dozen per day. My record was 100 per day," Su Ming reported honestly. Zhao Chang's house fell silent once again. After a long time, a cold harumph traveled out. "Since you like these medicinal cores, no matter how much you want, I will let you have them." When those words were spoken, a huge gourd about half a man's height abruptly flew out from the open door to the house and fell with a bang before Su Ming. "There are 2,000 cores here. If you can, finish them within a month." Su Ming grinned, then dragged the gourd back to his room and closed the door. Once he inspected it, he started going through his life of recovering his cultivation base again, but he was smiling coldly in his heart. Zhao Chong was really good at holding it in regarding this. On one hand, it was because he had not noticed the waves of power from his cultivation base, and on the other hand, it also let Su Ming see that whatever it was that he was plotting for, it was something of incredible scale. All right, let's see just where this person's limits lie. Time passed as usual, and in the blink of an eye, another month was over. "Master, I finished the medicinal cores." Su Ming stood at the same spot in the courtyard before Zhao Chang's house. Before him was the empty giant gourd. He even tapped it, and an empty sound rang from within. Zhao Chang's house remained silent. When the time taken for almost half of an incense stick to burn went by, 3 huge gourds flew out from inside the house, and each of them contained about 2,000 pills. They landed before Su Ming. This time, this Zhao Chong did not even seem to want to speak. Another month later. "Master, I finished them again." Another month later. "Master, do you have any more?" This lasted up to half a year. During it, Su Ming would take a large amount of medicinal cores from Zhao every month. The number of pills he took already numbered to tens of thousands, and Su Ming was taking more and more in each go. His speed of recovery combined with the power of the world in this place had allowed him to recover almost 4/10 of his cultivation base during these past 6 months. This sort of recovery had made Su Ming see hope, but the effects of the medicinal core were practically insignificant by then. On this day, Su Ming came to Zhao Chang's house once again and said these words, "Master, could you give me another type of medicinal core?" Chapter 602, Fang. Time passed swiftly. Su Ming had already stayed in Evil Spirit Sect for 8 months. With the large amount of medicinal cores and the power of the world in this place, his cultivation base had finally recovered to half of what it was before. Yet the more he recovered, the slower his pace of recovery grew. He had already changed the medicinal cores from Zhao thrice, and he would take in large amounts of those each time. When he went to take more medicine 3 days ago, Zhao had told him, with a hint of resignation in his voice, that he had temporarily ran out of medicinal cores. Su Ming still looked like he was only about 12 or 13 years old. He might have grown a little, but there wasn't much change in him. In fact, Su Ming even had a feeling that his body had reverted to the past, and he could no longer return to how he used to look. This meant that he could only slowly grow up as destiny. To others, no power from any sort of cultivation base could be detected in him. Only those who had reached great completion in the Berserker soul realm would be able to discover anything off about him. However, there was only one person who was at the equivalent to the great completion in the Berserker soul realm defending Evil Spirit Sect, and most of the time, he was in isolation. He would completely ignore what was going on. That was why no one could tell just what was Su Ming's level of cultivation. Zhao was naturally the same, but he had begun to grow suspicious. The medicinal cores he had spent on Su Ming during these past 8 months had almost spent all his money, making his heart clench in so much pain that he had wanted to kill Su Ming several times out of rage. All the disciples he met in the past were never as strange as this one. He had checked multiple times to be certain that Su Ming had indeed eaten those pills, and had even made sure that he was just immortal. He had even used an enchanted treasure to make sure that the child was not hiding any sort of cultivation base. Yet in the end, the answer he obtained revealed absolutely nothing about Su Ming possessing any sort of cultivation base. No matter what, he was just a teenager that had a slightly bigger appetite. Or else it would be incredibly difficult for him to continue giving all those pills to him, when it made his heart ache so badly. Several days ago, he was finally running out of the medicinal cores he could give away. Those he had left were ones he could not bear to use on Su Ming. That was why he could only tell the child with a resigned tone that he was temporarily out of medicinal cores. But he was not completely mortified by this. He had been frequently observing Su Ming during the past 8 months, and while his heart ached at his losses, he also had high expectations based on just how much the child took in. As for Su Ming, the recovery of his cultivation base over the past 8 months had caused his divine sense to be much sharper than when he just arrived. He might not have left the courtyard, but he had scanned everything within the outer sect and Evil Spirit Sect in secret, and he was very familiar with it. Su Ming would also not let Zhao slide. However, he could only see a thick layer of fog within the man's room. There was a bloodiness to that fog, and he could vaguely see a person sitting still in it. Zhao level of cultivation was also rather strange to Su Ming. He seemed to only be at the equivalent of the awakening realm, but when he took a closer look, he found a trace of the waves of power belonging to Berserker soul realm. Besides that, he had found nothing strange about him during these 8 months. Zhao just repeatedly gave him large amounts of medicinal cores. If Su Ming had been without them, he would have taken a much longer time to recover the power he had when all his bones had turned into Berserker bones. That was why he chose not to attack when it came to Zhao. He wanted to see what the other would do once Su Ming finished all his medicinal cores and reached the man's breaking point. 8.5 months since Su Ming arrived in Evil Spirit Sect. Winter came and snow fell from the sky without stop, making the land seem as if it was wrapped in a silvery white robe. Even the moonlight looked as if it was shining with a silver light. The entire mountain was dressed in a white winter coat, and even the black halls were the same. The perfect combination between the black and white shades could cause people to have the feeling that they were looking at an ink wash painting when they looked at this scene. The black smoke that rose up into the sky looked as if it was an eternal existence that would never change in this ink wash painting. On this day during midnight, Su Ming looked at the snow outside his window. He remembered being with Ugly Little Thing's family during winter last year. Big brother, can we make a snowman together? Big brother, you bully. You ruined the snowman. Big brother, why is there snow? I asked Pa and Ma before, they don't know about it. A smile appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. There were an innumerable amount of ghosts floating about in his room, causing that smile on his face to be completely out of place with his surroundings. Su Ming was already used to the ghost's presence. In fact, he had even noticed that all the ghosts that came were never the same 2 nights in a row as they moved in and out of the room. When most of Su Ming's divine sense recovered, he even saw that the ghosts did not just exist in his room. The entire outer sect, besides a few spots, was visited by these ghosts. As Su Ming looked at the snow outside, a freezing glare suddenly shone in his eyes. He let out a cold harumph in his heart and closed his eyes, falling back on his bed. But even though his eyes were shut, he could still sense everything around him with his divine sense. He saw the door to his house opening without a sound. When a gust of cold wind blew in the courtyard, a person walked in. He was surrounded by black fog, and his face could not be seen clearly. But as he walked in, the ghosts in the room froze for a moment before they slowly scattered and left. The person went to Su Ming's bed and looked at him, who looked as if he was sleeping, since he had his eyes closed. The eyes in the black fog shone with a dark light. You little brat, it's time for you to repay me for eating so many of my medicinal cores. Naturally, that person was Zhao Chong. With a swing of his arm, a layer of black fog instantly swept up Su Ming and left with him back to Zhao Chong's house. A freezing glare was hidden behind Su Ming's closed eyes. The man had been unable to discover his divine sense, and Su Ming watched himself being taken into the person's room before Zhao Chong brought him to a rune that was hidden in the black fog in the room. As the rune shone, Su Ming and Zhao Chong appeared within a black mountain cave. From the waves of force from the relocation, Su Ming could tell that they had not relocated too far away. They should still be within Evil Spirit Sect's territory. It might be dark all around, but when Zhao Chong flicked his wrist, dark light immediately illuminated the cave. This was a karst cave, and there were hundreds of dried-up corpses around them. All of their mouths wide open, their eyes lifeless. They only had their skin and bones left, none of them retaining any traces of their flesh or life. All of the corpses looked different, but their poses were the same. They were all sitting down cross-legged. You little brat, you're about to meet your older brother now. Zhao Chong was clearly resentful over the fact that Su Ming had taken great amounts of medicinal cores over the past 8 months. Once he cursed him, he no longer bothered himself with the child and instead sat down cross-legged on the ground. When he formed a seal with his hands, all the fog around his body immediately tumbled back inside him, which made him reveal his face for the first time. He was a middle-aged man with a face so pale it gave him an incredibly feeble look. Once Su Ming saw his appearance with his divine sense, his heart lurched. That face was incredibly similar to that of Ugly Little Thing's father. If their ages were not the same, they would have looked like father and son. Chapter 603. Senior, please spare me. Chen to Shi. At the moment Su Ming saw Zhao Chong's appearance with his divine sense, the first thing that popped up into his head was this person's identity. The man might look like Ugly Little Thing's big brother, but Su Ming was certain that Zhao Chong was currently occupying it. I see, its possession. The freezing glare in Su Ming's eyes was hidden away because they were closed. He had formulated his guesses earlier, but had overlooked possession because there was something in this matter that did not make sense. Zhao Chong was a nascent soul cultivator among the Immortals, and that meant he was equivalent to those in the initial stage of the Berserker soul realm. This sort of person would only choose possession when they were gravely injured. Moreover, if they chose to possess a mortal, then their power would be greatly affected, and these people would usually choose not to possess others because of that. But this Zhao Chong was apparently not the case. Su Ming swept his divine sense through the karst cave, and the dried-up corpses with the same expression and actions all around him instantly made a thought appear in his head. Could it be that it's related to his cultivation method? The corpses around were clearly Zhao Chong's disciples. Su Ming could already imagine these people consuming the medicinal cores Zhao Chong gave them every single day when they were brought to be his disciples. Once they had taken a certain amount, they would be killed, and then all of them would eventually end up here as a dried-up corpse. Ugly Little Thing's older brother was the last person Zhao Chong had possessed. Su Ming was the person who was about to take his place. Zhao Chong had mentioned a time limit of a year before. So he must have wanted me to take one of those medicinal cores every single day for a year. But now, it has only been 8 months, and he chose to take action. By how aggravated he is, it would seem like he harbors a deep grudge against me. Su Ming laughed coldly in his heart. Naturally, he knew exactly what made Zhao Chong act this way. After all, Su Ming had practically emptied out the man's stock, and had even almost made Zhao Chong's heart shatter in pain over his loss. It would also seem like Zhao Chong could not find it in himself to give up on this, which made it seem that he was caught in a bind. This then turned into a situation where as long as Su Ming stretched out his hand, the medicinal cores would arrive on his palm, right until Zhao Chong's pockets were completely emptied. Then, in his rage, he decided to act earlier. Su Ming could already imagine the grievance Zhao Chong harbored and the gloom he felt. Su Ming was not in a hurry to attack. He started sizing up Zhao Chong with his divine sense, and once he scanned this middle-aged man's body, he noticed something strange. If this person's body truly came from Chun to Shi, then he should look like he was in his 20s, but his body now looked like that of a middle-aged man. It should be a diabolical cultivation method. Once he possesses a body, he will start absorbing its flesh and essence. Su Ming sent his divine sense sweeping through all the dried-up corpses in the area. He will also absorb the possessed life force and his soul. Once he finishes absorbing everything, the body will turn into a dried-up corpse. This isn't possession, this is cannibalism. Su Ming focused his divine sense on Zhao Chong. At that moment, the body possessed by Zhao Chong suddenly started trembling, and once he opened his mouth, a layer of green fog swiftly flew out. An indistinct figure, made entirely of fog, gradually floated towards Su Ming. As it tumbled about, Su Ming could vaguely tell that this was a nascent soul. The nascent soul's eyes shone with a fierce glare when it looked at Su Ming. "You little brat, I'd rather devour you first than absorb Chun Da Shi's flesh and essence. How dare you eat so many of my medicinal cores? Damn you, I went through a lot to get those medicinal cores. They came from my blood, sweat, and tears. You sure ate them happily enough, huh? Today I'll make you pay back several-fold for how much you ate." Zhao Chong's anger had been accumulating for the past 8 months, and the grudge he harbored towards Su Ming was incredibly great. As he roared, his nascent soul rushed forward and closed in on Su Ming. When he approached him, a ferocious smile appeared on the nascent soul's lips. He was practically seeing himself taking over Su Ming's body once he lunged at him. Then, he would absorb his flesh and essence and devour his soul. He could already see himself absorbing all the nourishment that had been provided to this body by the medicinal cores the child had eaten during the past 8 months. Ever since Zhao Chong became a sect elder in Evil Spirit Sect, he had taken in countless disciples, and all of them could not escape from his palm. But similarly, none of them had eaten as much as Su Ming, while making him so utterly mortified by the amount he took. In fact, he could still occasionally hear those words that had nearly made him cough up blood every single month over the past 8 months. "Master, I ran out of medicine. Master, I finished them. Master, I finished them again. Could you give me more this time? Master, could you give me another type of medicinal core? The one I was taking no longer gives me any kind of feeling. Master, can't you change it?" Zhao Chong shook his head to clear his mind, then turned into a dark ray of light that charged towards the center of Su Ming's brows. He grinned ferociously, feeling extremely invigorated. This was a joy from being on the verge of breaking free from the torture he had to endure for the past 8 months. During them, and especially in the last few months, he had even wondered whether he had owed this person something in his previous life, because how could he have received such a bizarre person as his disciple? "Let's see you eating more, you jerk," Zhao Chong growled. At the instant his nascent soul touched the center of Su Ming's brows, he rushed into his body. His ferocious laughter reverberated in the host's soul, and Su Ming opened his eyes. There was a cold glare within them, but his expression was calm. In this world, there was nothing else that was less terrifying than possession to Su Ming. Unless the person who was possessing him had a will that was stronger than his, which had been refined into an imperishable will after going through endless cycles of reincarnations in the undying and imperishable world, then all people attempting possession on him were just inviting disaster to themselves. Clearly, it was impossible for this Zhao Chong to possess that sort of will. At the instant his nascent soul rushed into Su Ming's body, Su Ming lifted his right hand and tapped a few spots on his body in succession. Every single time his finger fell, it would look as if he had placed a seal on his own body. After several taps, his body turned into an inescapable cage for Zhao Chong, but the man was completely unaware of it at that moment. He was still immersed in his own joy as he rushed straight towards Su Ming's Dantian region after he entered his body. This was his habit. Every single time he possessed his disciple, he would not devour their souls straight away. He would instead choose to suppress them, then absorb their flesh and blood, and take over their Dantian region so that he could control them as if he were controlling his own body. Then, he would slowly enjoy his meal. Usually, he would need to take a full year to devour a person, and while the process was slow, it was something he enjoyed immensely. At that moment, he was merely acting according to habit by charging towards Su Ming's Dantian region. This little brat has indeed been eating a lot of my stuff over the past 8 months. Even the color of his bones has already changed, and his flesh as well as his blood also feels slightly different. It's your fault for eating so much. Now it's all mine. It was unfortunate for Zhao Chong that he had not reached the bone sacrifice realm before he was made to change his body by those in evil spirit sect and was forced to practice the evil cultivation methods. He might have formed his nascent soul, but his knowledge regarding Berserker bones was incomplete. Besides, Su Ming had all his bones turned into Berserker bones. If his spine had been the only thing turned, then Zhao Chong would naturally have immediately noticed it. In his glee, Zhao Chong did not even notice that Su Ming had sealed all the exits in his body. He was still acting on habit and charging towards Su Ming's Dantian region, and he was getting closer and closer still. He could already imagine it. That Dantian region would be filled with sweetness, and after going through the nourishment provided by the medicinal cores, a large amount of essence would definitely have gathered there. That Dantian region would also be empty, just waiting for him, the only spiritual entity around, to go and devour it. In the past, every single one of his encounters were the same. However, this time, Zhao Chong charged forward with anticipation brimming in him, but when he arrived before Su Ming's Dantian region, he was left stunned. He found himself completely dumbfounded, and his jaw went slack in shock. Unlike what he imagined, Su Ming's Dantian region was not filled to the brim with essence that had accumulated over the past 8 months. There was only a gigantic nascent soul sitting cross-legged there, and he was much larger than Zhao Chong's own nascent soul. Perhaps it could no longer be called a nascent soul. This was Su Ming's nascent divinity. At that moment, Su Ming's nascent divinity had his eyes opened and was looking at Zhao Chong's nascent soul calmly. After recovering from his shock, Zhao Chong suddenly let out a piercing shriek. He shuddered, and as he screamed, he quickly retreated, almost disintegrating in fright. Whatever he thought, he had never expected that the disciple he originally thought was prey would actually be a monster. It was especially so when he saw the divine flow of power within that nascent soul. This was clearly a nascent divinity. Nascent divinity. He's at least at nascent divinity. Damn it, how could this happen? No wonder he took so many medicinal cores. How could this happen? He's definitely not Chunda, she's little brother. At that moment, Zhao Chong's mind was a mess. Terror filled his entire nascent soul. His mind went blank, and the only thought he had at that moment was to rush out of Su Ming's body. He even had a feeling that he had just jumped straight into a trap. When he remembered just how pleased he had been and what he had done, he felt like crying. It was like the creature he originally thought was just a harmless little sheep waiting to be devoured had suddenly turned into an ancient, ferocious beast the instant he opened his mouth to devour it while feeling all smug about it. Damn it, this monster must be practicing a cultivation method that is similar to mine. He wants to devour me. The more Zhao Chong thought about it, the more he trembled in fear. Right at the instant he wanted to rush out of Su Ming's body, a bang went off in his head, and he was bounced off. Then, to his shock, he discovered that Su Ming's body had turned into a cage, and he could not leave. He heard a cold harumph reverberating in his head. Is my body a place where you can come and go as you please? Su Ming's voice was cold. At the same time it reached Zhao Chong's mind, it made the man shiver even more, and his fear grew. As he shivered, he knelt down and started kowtowing repeatedly. Senior, please spare me. Please, spare me. I know my mistakes now. I didn't manage to recognize you earlier. It was entirely my mistake. As long as you don't kill me, then I'm willing to serve you. Senior, please spare me. Chapter 604. 10,000 Evil Ghost Dao. At the instant Zhao Chong knelt down and begged for mercy, fire suddenly erupted from his body. The power from the flames instantly filled the entire area, and at that moment, he swiftly scattered away. This was not self-destruction. He was simply using the chance he created while begging for mercy to make the other person hesitate, and during that instant, he executed the strongest evil art he had at his disposal, which was used specifically for devouring people. He wanted to forcefully take over this person's mind and destroy his soul. He knew that this person's level of cultivation was higher than his, and he also knew that it would be difficult for him to be released unconditionally in light of what he had done, but he still had some marginal confidence that he could succeed. Almost at the instant his nascent soul dissipated, nearly 100 souls appeared in Su Ming's body, and all of them were letting out shrill roars. They were all souls of disciples who Zhao Chong had devoured in the past. Their souls had already fused together with his nascent soul, and as they scattered outwards, it meant that Zhao Chong was no longer the only one trying to occupy Su Ming's mind. There were nearly 100 souls trying to do so at the same time. This was his so-called chance. Su Ming was waiting precisely for this moment. He had already correctly guessed this person's divine ability and its uses earlier, especially when he saw the dried-up corpses sitting all around the karst cave. They were definitely there not just for decoration. A clue was hidden here, and after a brief analysis, Su Ming was certain that Zhao Chong's cultivation method did not just allow him to absorb his disciples' flesh, essence, and their souls. There was another use to it, and that was the ability to use their souls to control their physical bodies, turning them into puppet-like existences. These puppets might not be powerful, but since Zhao Chong did it, then he definitely had a way to transform their bodies. By the looks of it, Chen Dishi's soul was definitely still within, and perhaps Su Ming had a chance to save him. If that was not the case, Su Ming would have killed Zhao Chong a long time ago and would not have bothered with such theatrics. At that moment, Zhao Chong was forced into a corner and had scattered all his souls to charge at Su Ming's mind. At that moment, Su Ming's cold chuckles reverberated within all of the souls in his body. Almost at the moment Zhao Chong and the others rushed into his mind, prepared to forcefully assimilate him, a powerful will abruptly descended on them. The strength of that will was like the might of the world itself, like a limitless, raging sea. As for Zhao Chong and his souls, they were ants in that world, lonely boats in that raging sea. Under Su Ming's will, the souls that had spread out from Zhao Chong's nascent soul started dissipating one by one. They had been extracted from their bodies for many years, and their lives were now connected to Zhao Chong's. However, there was one soul that was surrounded by a gentle ray of light and disappeared from the list of those that would have to die. What was happening in Su Ming's mind did not cause much of a ruckus, but if souls died in his mind, they would also die in the world outside him. Su Ming's will was the strongest force in his body. Under his suppression, all forms of resistance crumbled, including Zhao Chong's. As he screamed in a shrill voice, his nascent soul shattered, and he disappeared completely. The instant that happened, trails of incredibly pure power that belonged to a nascent soul appeared in Su Ming's mind. The purity of this power was what Zhao Chong had obtained after devouring countless souls for many years, and it was what he had stored in his nascent soul to prepare himself to break into the next realm. Yet at that moment, when he died, the power spread into Su Ming's mind and was absorbed by his nascent divinity, causing it to begin recovering rapidly. 5/10 of his cultivation base had recovered previously, and that was inclusive of his nascent divinity, who was halfway to complete recovery. At that moment, once he absorbed the power of Zhao Chong's nascent soul, that pure power and the aura from the world caused the nascent divinity to recover a little more. Even Su Ming's Berserker bones had showed signs of slight recovery after absorbing Zhao Chong's life force. It caused the recovered cultivation base to rise from 5/10 to 6/10. Time passed slowly without Su Ming's notice, as he remained in the karst cave. In the blink of an eye, several days had already gone by. Su Ming sat in the cave and quietly meditated. When another evening went by, he opened his eyes. A brilliant flash appeared in his eyes, and he breathed out a puff of putrid air. His face was calm, and once he cast a glance at his surroundings, his gaze fell on Chen Dishi's body, who was sitting not too far away from him. The physical body was still complete, though on the thinner side, but had very little life force left. It was also an empty shell that was void of a soul. If Su Ming's arrival had not caused Zhao Chong to feel extremely pained at the loss of his medicinal cores, which led to him growing extremely resentful, to the point that he hastened his plan to devour Su Ming, then a few months later, Chen Dishi would have become the same as all his senior brothers. However, Su Ming's arrival had caused Zhao Chong's plans to change. He could no longer care about absorbing Chen Dishi first, which was the reason why the youth had a chance to be revived. As Su Ming looked at Chen Deshi, ugly little thing's adorable smile appeared in his mind. He swiftly lifted his right hand, and a gentle ray of light gradually started spreading out from his palm. A dazed soul could be seen within it. That soul looked just like Chen Deshi. This was the young man's soul. Before Su Ming destroyed Zhao Chong, he had found Chen Deshi among the numerous souls and used his nascent divinity to envelop it, preventing his death when Zhao Chong was destroyed. As Su Ming looked at this soul, he sighed quietly in his heart. There was not much life force left within the soul, and it was the same for his physical body. Even if he fused Chen Deshi's soul with his body and the youth managed to wake up, he would not be able to live past 10 years. Su Ming lifted his right hand and pushed forward. Immediately, that gentle light pushed Chen Deshi's phased soul back into his body. Right at the instant before it fused, the youth no longer remained dazed, but snapped awake. He turned around, as if he wanted to cast a glance at Su Ming, but before he managed to see him clearly, he had already fused with his body. You were originally dead. The only thing I can do is to help you gain 10 years of your life. Use these 10 years to accompany your parents and your little sister. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the karst cave, falling into Chen Deshi's mind. However, the youth was unconscious at that moment. His soul was slowly fusing back into his body. Su Ming stood up and looked at the dried-up corpses beside him. Then, in silence, he waved his arm at them. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You died in Zhao Chong's hands, but your bodies are still trapped here. I'm not a kind person, but I'll help you. As Su Ming whispered softly, a gust of wind stirred up in the cave and blew gently outwards. Wherever that wind went by, all the corpses would turn into ashes before fusing with the wind and traveling into the deeper parts of the karst cave. Su Ming did not know whether it was just a figment of his imagination, but when the corpses turned into ashes, perhaps it was because of their bodies being transformed, but the empty expressions on their faces seemed to have showed release before they disintegrated. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then took a step forward and walked towards the deeper parts of the karst cave, where the ashes traveled. The karst cave was built in the shape of a gourd. When Su Ming reached the other end, he saw an old man in black sitting cross-legged over there. His body was dried up and thin, and there was not a hint of life within him. He was dead. The ashes from the corpses had already floated to this place and were falling on that old man's corpse layer by layer, as if they wanted to bury the old man underneath. Perhaps these corpses that had existed for years contained some corrosive power, but as they fell on it, layer by layer, they also caused the old man's body to slowly show signs of decay. A deep wave of hatred spread out from the falling ashes. Su Ming watched silently. He could already guess that this old man was Zhao Chong's original body, and the disciples he killed might no longer have any souls, but the grudge they felt before they died had made them determined to kill and destroy their master before they disappeared. As Su Ming looked the corpse gradually rotting away before it eventually disappeared from his sight, a sentimental feeling rose in his heart. He turned around and left the place. Once he returned to where he was, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed towards the unconscious Chen Deshi. Immediately, his body flew towards him, and once he held him under his arm, he walked forward, heading towards one of the runes not too far away. Su Ming lowered his head and cast a few looks at it. When he stepped on it, the light of relocation shone from the rune, and in the next instant, it disappeared, along with Su Ming and Chen Deshi. Dusk was over, but the sky was not completely dark above the mountain of evil spirit Sect just yet. Indistinct figures could still be seen on the ground. A dim light shone from the middle house among the 3 houses in Zhao Chong's courtyard, and Su Ming walked out from it with Chen Qian under his arm. Once he stepped off the relocation rune, he turned his head around and cast a glance at his surroundings. He fell silent for a moment, then took off the storage bag and some of the other miscellaneous items from Chen Deshi's body. Once that was done, he had his body gradually turn into a layer of black fog. As it surrounded him, it caused his body to become obscure. With this, Su Ming looked no different from how Zhao Chong looked previously. At the instant Su Ming absorbed the man's nascent soul, he also saw quite a bit of his memories. From them, he learned that Zhao Chong was practicing an art called 10,000 Evil Ghost Dao. This art was incredibly sinister, but once someone mastered it, its might was nothing to scoff at. However, for some unknown reason, it was incredibly difficult for the practitioners of this art to reach complete mastery. Usually, they would mysteriously die when they were halfway through. It was also pure coincidence that Zhao Chong obtained this art. The karst cave was not his creation, but had existed since the start. Once he stumbled upon it, he found the cultivation method for this evil art within the cave. From then on, he started practicing it in secret. This person might be a sect elder in evil spirit sect, but his status wasn't high. Besides, once he started practicing this art, he was unwilling to mingle around with other people. His death should not catch too much attention. Su Ming originally had the idea of turning into Zhao Chong, but after a period of pensive silence, he shook his head. He was a nascent soul cultivator equivalent to a berserker in the initial stage of the berserker soul stage. Even if he was a berserker who had switched to train in evil arts and his death wouldn't capture too much attention, there should still be someone who would come up and investigate this. A flash of light appeared in Su Ming's right hand and covered Chen Dashi's body. Immediately, it disappeared. After a moment of thought, he turned around and stepped into the rune once again. Chapter 605, Investigation. After a moment, Su Ming walked out and crouched down. With his eyes sparkling, he started rearranging the relocation rune to fit the structure of the one he had inherited from Hong Luo. Once he wiped away the traces on top, he walked out of the house without any expression on his face. After a moment of pensive silence, a freezing glint shone in his eyes, and he left the courtyard. He had by then recovered 6/10 of his cultivation base, and he could do many things that he previously could not. It did not matter whether it was about wiping away the clues of his identity, which he left at the gate where the sacred python was, or about the uncertainties and doubts in Zhang Ren and Zhuo Xingsun's hearts. Before long, Su Ming returned with a calm expression on his face. He went back to his room and lay down on his bed. He closed his eyes and started taking a catnap. In the upper region of the mountain that belonged to the inner sect of Evil Spirit Sect was a huge hall that towered into the clouds. It was black, just like the other buildings, and filled with a ghastly feeling. Within the hall were two old men, and their facial colors were gray, causing them to look incredibly sickly. They did not move, and even when they breathed, no movement of their chests could be detected. Behind them was a gigantic statue. It was incredibly big, carved in the image of a man wearing a ghost-patterned robe. This man seemed to be middle-aged, and there were numerous ferocious ghost faces embroidered on his robe. He was stepping on a huge python, and it was hissing while having most of its body wrapped around the man. In the man's right hand was a shield, and there was an innumerable amount of vengeful souls stretching out from it. Each of the faces could be seen clearly, and all of them gave off a forlorn air. A wicked air surrounded that statue, but right on top of it was a black lotus, and sitting on it was a woman. She had a dignified expression on her face, and was incredibly beautiful. There was even a holy air about her. Holiness and wickedness. These two completely different presences fused together on the statue, and all those who saw it for the first time would find that there was something strange about it. There were several bells hanging off the python under the man's feet. When there was no wind blowing, there would be no sound. But at that moment, right at the instant Zhao Chong died, one of the many bells started moving on its own, and let out a clear bell chime, even without wind. The sound started without warning, and it rang clearly through the quiet hall. Then, as the sound gradually spread, the bell shattered with a crack and fell to the ground. At that moment, the two old men, who were sitting so still in the hall that they seemed like corpses, slowly opened their eyes. They were calm as they looked at the shattered bell on the ground. This origin bell is half black. It's from a berserker who changed to practice the evil arts. One of the old men averted his gaze after casting a glance at that bell before he spoke hoarsely. When his voice reverberated through the quiet hall, dark flames immediately lit up all around them within the originally dark hall, causing light and darkness to begin crisscrossing with each other as those dark flames swayed in the hall. The other old man let his eyelids fall slightly. After a moment, his words tumbled out of his lips slowly. This is Outer Sect Elder Zhao Chong's origin bell. Zhao Chong. Is he the person whom the sect secretly baited into practicing the 10,000 evil ghost Dao? I remember that he took in a disciple a few months ago. Investigate this matter. No matter what, we will have to provide a reason if a nascent soul cultivator died within the sect. There seemed to be a lack of harmony between these two old men as they spoke. It was as if they were both giving each other irrelevant answers, as if their final few sentences were not actually directed at each other. Once they finished speaking, two indistinct figures appeared out of nowhere behind the two old men. Once they bowed towards them, they turned around and left the hall. When the two indistinct figures left, the dark light in the hall faded away, and the hall returned to its silent darkness once again, and no bell chimes could be heard any longer. The two old men also closed their eyes. As for Su Ming, at the instant he returned to his room and lay down for a nap, a faint light shone behind his shut eyelids. He might have recovered a 6/10 of his cultivation base, but it would still be to his benefit if he did not reveal himself, because this place was incredibly suitable for him to recover his cultivation base. Besides, Su Ming had a greater goal in mind. If he could restore himself to the peak of his condition, then he was prepared to use this place and its dense power of the world to help him break into the Berserker soul realm. If he let this place slip out of his hands, then it would be incredibly difficult for him to find another one where the power of the world would be this thick. He had never tried reaching the Berserker soul realm, but his master had mentioned a few things multiple times when he was still in the 9th summit. He had to search for a place with enough aura to support himself when he was trying to reach a breakthrough into the Berserker soul realm, or else it would be a high chance that he would end up failing halfway through. Su Ming knew that it would be incredibly difficult for him to try and reach the Berserker soul realm. After all his bones in his body were Berserker bones. If that was the case, he had to find an ample supply of the power of the world for him to absorb, and this place was the most suitable. That was why he did not want to expose himself unless it was absolutely necessary. At that moment, the light in his eyes disappeared. He could sense two figures appearing in the courtyard right outside his house. These two people's level of cultivation was slightly higher than that of Zhao Chong. They might not have reached the level equivalent to the middle stage of the Berserker soul realm, but they were already infinitesimally close to it. There are a lot more powerful warriors in Eastern Wastelands compared to South Morning, especially since the Immortals descended to this place. This is the key reason why the number of powerful warriors in Eastern Wastelands is so much greater than South Morning. Su Ming did not even move a finger, just closed his eyes and slept. Once he sensed the two figures appearing in the courtyard, they charged straight towards Zhao Chong's house, stepped through his door, and moved into his room. When Su Ming saw this, he smiled coldly in his heart. The whole reason behind why he went to the karst cave a second time was so that he could prepare for everything that was going to happen at this moment. He could sense the two figures disappearing from Zhao Chong's house, a clear sign that they had been relocated into the karst cave. After the time taken for an incense stick to burn, they reappeared. They did not immediately leave after rushing out of Zhao Chong's house, but instead went to Su Ming's house. He was pretending to be asleep, and his breathing was even, as if he was completely unaware of what was happening, but he had his divine sense faintly spread out. If anything happened, he would be able to determine whether he should take action. The two people phased through the walls of Su Ming's room, and when they floated inside room, one of them smiled coldly and lifted his right hand, going straight for Su Ming's throat. The other person's eyes sparkled as he kept his eyes glued to Su Ming's body, to observe each and every single one of his actions. All of this might have seemed to have happened slowly and over a long period of time, but in truth, only a moment had gone by since the two figures stepped into Su Ming's room to the moment they struck. As of then, one of the figures' fingers were about to touch Su Ming's throat. He shuddered, as if the sudden cold air had chilled him in his sleep. He turned his head around, and his eyelashes fluttered, as if he was about to open his eyes. It did not matter whether it was his expression or his behavior. All of them looked incredibly real, making it seem as if he was a real teenager, about 12 or 13 years of age. However, there was killing intent hidden within his heart. If these two people were just testing him, he would let them go, but if they wanted to kill him, then he might really have to attack. Yet at the moment his eyelashes fluttered and it looked as if he was about to open his eyes, the person's index finger froze, and when Su Ming opened his eyes, the person was already gone with his companion. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he no longer bothered himself with them. He closed his eyes and continued taking his nap. Soon after, the two figures who had tested Su Ming just moments ago appeared behind the two old men within the black and quiet hall, which was located at the top of the mountain belonging to Evil Spirit Sect. However, the two had blended together with the darkness, and no one could see them clearly. All the dried corpses of Zhao Chong's disciples, which he had absorbed previously in his karst cave, have turned into ashes and buried his original body. His storage bag is still around, and all his other items are also present. Not a single thing is missing. There are no traces of anyone else in the karst cave. There isn't any sign of anyone fighting or casting any arts in there. From the condition of the relocation rune, we were able to tell that it was only activated once before us. Someone went in, but no one came out. We've also investigated the disciple Zhao Chong received 8 months ago. This child is just a mortal and is a bit of a loner. He did not show any signs of venturing out of his room during the past 8 months, but he had an abundance of life force within him. We've asked the disciples who brought this child to the mountain. Their reports are normal, and they didn't find anything strange about him, nor did they suspect anything about the child. We've also asked the sacred python of the outer sect's mountain gate. It does not have a deep impression of this child. We've also investigated the strange behavior of the vengeful souls on the mountain trail 8 months ago when this boy went up the mountain. From our investigations, we found that it was due to Shan 1, acting on his duty and feeding them that day. The two figures spoke one after another. Their voices were cool, and they did not add a single thought of their own. They only reported what they had discovered, because it was not part of what their duty to make any sort of judgments. The hall was silent. After a long while, an old voice spoke up. It's normal that he's overflowing with life force. Zhao Chong must have given the child a lot of soul-nurturing cores. The dried corpses disintegrated into ashes to bury Zhao Chong's body. Looks like this is the karma that all those who practice 10,000 evil ghost Dao have to suffer. This should have nothing to do with the boy. Have him go to Conscience Interrogation Hall to receive an interrogation. If there is indeed nothing wrong with him, then don't bother with him anymore. Even if there is nothing wrong with the child, he cannot stay in the outer sect. Have him placed in the laborer's lounge. This matter is dismissed. The old voices in the hall ended the investigation of incidents brought by Zhao Chong's death, and the hall slowly returned to silence. When the next morning arrived, Su Ming was summoned by an expressionless outer sect disciple and brought to a spacious region near the inner sect of Evil Spirit Sect. There was a double-story building there. Once the outer sect disciple delivered Su Ming to this place, he turned around and left. Come in. A woman's cold and detached voice came from the double-story building. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Shanhen/Shanhen. And here we have the next character under the familiar name series from Dark Mountain. Shanhen is written as Sunhun, Shan 1hen 4, and Shanhen is Sun, Shan 1hen 2. The pronunciation for their names is slightly different compared to the others, who have the exact same pronunciation but different characters. Shanhen, Sunhun, means mountain and hatred respectively, and Shanhen, Sanin, is mountain and scar respectively. Just keep in mind that name stuck together is immortal, and name not stuck together is berserker, and you're good to go. By the way, Shanhen was the trader in Dark Mountain Tribe, and also their chief of hunters. Chapter 606. Junior Brother Chen, where are you going? The power of the world here was incredibly dense, so dense that it far surpassed the density within the other areas. It was as if quite a large amount of the aura in the mountain was being specifically sent to this place. That was why the feeling about this place was completely different from the other places. At the instant this voice seeped into Su Ming's ears, it turned into an indescribable warmth that filled his entire body, causing a dazed expression to appear on his face. As if he had lost his soul, he started walking forward in a dazed manner, then pushed open the door to the double-story building and walked in. Before him was a statue. This statue was not big, and portrayed a woman sitting on a black lotus. She had long hair and was incredibly beautiful. She had her eyes closed, and an air of holiness came crashing into one's face, causing the grudge-filled air in the mountain to seemingly disappear, not daring to come any closer. However, the power of the world was surging towards the statue as if it was the center, circling around it as if it was a vortex, which continuously brought in more power to this place, making it circle and linger around. Su Ming stared at the statue blankly, with a dazed expression on his face. His eyes were empty. Sit down. The gentle, feminine voice traveled forward once again. Su Ming sat down slowly, like a puppet. His dazed expression made it seem as if he had become the age his body promised him to be, causing all those who saw him to lose all manner of wariness. What happened last night? The gentle voice reverberated in Su Ming's ears. It gave him an incredibly kind and cordial feeling, and it sounded like a mumbling from a dream. As if it had made him lose all forms of resistance, Su Ming started mumbling along with that voice. He did not know how much time had passed when, during his questioning, a person appeared behind him. It was an old woman, and her face was filled with wrinkles. She looked incredibly ugly, but that gentle voice came from her mouth. She looked at Su Ming, and the cold, aloof look in her eyes was a huge contrast to her gentle voice. It was as if they belonged to two different people. Think again. Is there something you forgot? She spoke gently and lifted her right hand to pluck out a white strand of hair from her head before placing it on the front of Su Ming's head. She let it float down and fall on top of his skull before it gradually fused into his body and disappeared without a trace. Su Ming mumbled softly and answered everything she asked, as if he had forgotten about time. Only when the cordial, gentle voice told him he could leave did he stand up and walk out of the building in a daze. Only when Su Ming left and returned to his house did that dazed expression in his eyes disappear, and it was replaced by a cold look. A hypnotic art. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and pressed down at the top of his head. Then, a white strand of hair fell from the top of his head, and he grabbed it in his hand. He stared at the strand of hair, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his lips. The old woman's place isn't bad. The density of the power of the world there far surpasses the density here. There might not be many places in this mountain where the spiritual aura of the world is greater than there. It's the perfect place for me to heal my wounds and reach the Berserker soul realm. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he stared at the white strand of hair in his hand. That woman had left it behind so that she could continue observing him. Yet when Su Ming held it in his hand, he could turn its use around and make it into the tool for him to control that old woman. There's no need for me to rush. Su Ming cast that strand of hair a glance. Then while treating it as a blade of grass, he tied a knot on it. At the instant he did so, the old woman, who was sitting down cross-legged in the double-story building some distance away from Su Ming's house, found her cultivation base fluctuating a little. Her eyes suddenly flew open, and she frowned as she carefully observed her body, but she found nothing wrong with her. In silence, she closed her eyes once again. She had already given the punishment hall the jade slip recording everything Su Ming had said. This matter was no longer any of her business. After 3 days of silence, Su Ming sighed and left the courtyard in which he had stayed for the 8-something months. Since Zhao Chong died, he received an order from the Outer Sect that he was expelled out of the Outer Sect and sent to the foot of Evil Spirit Mountain. That was the place where all the laborers and the disciples who had no right to enter the Outer Sect stayed. The people who brought him there were Zhang Ren and Zhuoxing's son. Their memories about Su Ming had all been completely wiped away, courtesy of Su Ming himself. At that moment, their faces were filled with impatience, and once they sent him to the hall that was in charge of managing all the affairs at the foot of the mountain, they left swiftly, without even going in. The person in charge of the hall at the foot of the mountain was a thin, middle-aged man with an ugly face that somewhat resembled a monkey. He kept on sizing up Su Ming. He had been in this hall for many years and had met Outer Sect disciples who had been sent to this place as punishment before, but about half of these would be taken back before long. Because of that, even though there was only half a chance for these people to be taken back, he still did not want to immediately offend them. Of course, if there was still no news after a year, then this man would naturally change his attitude. But right now, he put on a smile on his face and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. I am Qian Shun, and you must be Chen Su, right? Junior brother Chen, don't lose heart. Just think of being sent here as taking a holiday. I do believe that you'll be able to go back before long. So, do you need me to give you a position to manage servant girls, or would you rather oversee our purchase of items from the world outside? Or would you rather become the officer who distributes spirit stones? I'll give you whatever position you want, as long as you ask for it. Qian Shun patted his chest, and when he talked about the position to manage the servant girls, he gave Su Ming a suggestive smile. Managing servant girls is an art itself. How do you make them listen to you? There are a lot of things to learn about this, and you'll need to learn most of these things firsthand, Junior brother Chen. When you have the feeling that what you're doing is right, then you'll be doing it right, am I right? This is a very important position, and it's a position that requires selfless devotion. I believe that you can take up this position, Junior brother Chen. There's also the position of managing the purchases from the world outside. Only an upright person can take it. There are plenty of people in the mountain, and just the matter of taking care of their food and drinks is already a great responsibility. To guarantee their standard of living, the person who takes up this position must be fearless. No matter how expensive it is, he must be able to buy that item. I'm in charge of the distribution of spirit stones as of now, but this post is even more troublesome. You shouldn't be too interested in this. As Qian Shun continued speaking, he watched Su Ming's expression. As of now, he still could not tell just what this kid's background was, and he was most worried about him asking for the position to distribute spirit stones. That was why he mentioned it, all for the sake of testing whether this person would be interested. At that moment, his small, beady eyes were flashing, but the smile on his face remained. This was a person who took advantage of the weak, but steered clear of the strong. He was a tactful person, but would turn hostile once he had a falling out with someone. Su Ming cast Chen a glance. With his experience, he could already tell just what this person's character was, despite only coming into contact with him a few moments ago. Junior brother Chen, a few ladies have been taken up the mountain lately, and they're supposed to go there to search for their fated partners among the Immortals. I heard that. Ahem, that one of them is pretty good. You know what I'm saying. Why don't I bring you to see her? Chapter 607, Qian. The sky was bright, if you ignored the black smoke above Evil Spirit Sect's mountain. The parts that weren't blocked by it were very clear. Because of that, it made the black smoke look incredibly distinct, and at the same time, anyone who lifted their heads upwards would be able to see the blue shade in the sky serving as a contrast against it. There were also some white clouds floating about, and under the radiant sun, a person would inevitably start feeling lazy. If it had not been winter, this weather might perhaps have been even more perfect. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the sky. Qian's suggestive words were still ringing in his ears. This was something he had never experienced before. It did not matter whether it was when he was in Dark Mountain, in the Ninth Summit, or when he was in the land of the shamans. He had never experienced such a thing like this, not before he entered this sect. He was not a successor disciple, and no one paid too much attention to him. He was chased out of the outer sect as if he was banished, and when he came to the laborer's lodge, he met this Qian, who was giving him a filthy smile. And as Su Ming looked at this man, a faint smile gradually appeared on his own face. He suddenly found that he very much liked this feeling. He did not need to use too much of his mind to know why this person was being so friendly. It was all because he still was unable to figure out his origins. After all, on the surface, Su Ming seemed like he was sent down from the outer sect. He looked as if he was banished, and this was the punishment dealt towards disciples who had done wrong in Evil Spirit Sect. Hence, the possibility of these disciples being summoned back existed. Because of that, it was only logical that this Qian would be so logical. When Su Ming thought about this, he smiled at the man and shook his head. Qian did not hesitate even for a moment. His expression immediately morphed into one of seriousness. It gave off a solemn air, and at the same time, there was also respect and admiration contained within it. After casting a profound gaze at Su Ming, he slowly nodded his head. As expected of an outer sect disciple, I originally wanted to use this to test you because I wanted to find out about your character, Junior Brother Chen. If you agreed to go and manage the servant girls and have numerous beautiful girls listen to you and serving you every single day as if your word was law, then I would look down on you. How could we cultivators neglect training our character for lust? This sort of thing is something we must absolutely not do. If you had agreed to this, I would have tried persuading you not to do it, because we're fellow disciples, and I am your senior brother. I have a duty to tell you that this isn't something we should do. Junior Brother Chen, I have always been selfless, or else the sect wouldn't have given me the important task of managing the laborers. And you are the most valiant person I've seen here, and also the person who deserves the most amount of respect among all those here. Qian stated slowly. As he spoke, his expressions shifted and changed, according to what was required in that part of his speech. It sounded as if he had done all these things because he was merely being considerate of Su Ming, as if he was truly just testing him. Then, Junior Brother Chen, please take care of the purchase of items. This is incredibly important. As Qian spoke, he suddenly noticed that Su Ming was frowning slightly when he heard that. A thought immediately appeared in his head, and his tone as well as his words swiftly changed. But even though this is incredibly important, it's impossible for you to do it. His expression changed into that of burning righteousness as he looked at Su Ming solemnly. Because while this might be a great job for other people, this is a dirty thing you should never do. Purchasing items from the world outside requires you to always go down the mountain. This is a humiliation to someone like you who immerses yourself in training, Junior Brother Chen. I'll just be causing you harm and making you waste your training time. What is time, Junior Brother Chen? Time is life. This is something I believe in wholeheartedly. Don't worry, I will never make you waste your life. You don't know about this, but I was testing you again just now. Junior Brother Chen, my respect for you has surpassed the one I hold for everyone else. I'm proud that Evil Spirit Sect has received a talented person like you, Junior Brother Chen. Qian's words continued like flowing water, and since the start, Su Ming had never said anything. Only Qian's voice echoed in the place. As Qian continued speaking, He continued observing Su Ming's facial expressions, and anxiety started gradually welling up in his heart. He found that he could not fully grasp this boy's thoughts. He had seen some of the disciples who had been banished here as punishment by the outer sect, but with just a few words, he could somewhat tell what they were thinking, and from there, he could determine their importance to the outer sect, which would also tell him whether the person had any backing. From there, he could also tell whether he could use that person, and then he would be able to give that person a rank in his heart. He always bemoaned how tough his job was, because he had to observe other people's moods and determine which of the ones that were sent down had to be oppressed, which had to be fawned upon, which had to be treated aloofly, and which he had to be friendly towards. To him, this was his most important task. Yet he could not see through this Chen Su. Right from the start, this person had not said a single word. The composure he maintained also made him seem as if he was not chased away from the outer sect, but was instead akin to one of those rich kids that was occasionally taking a stroll outside. This bearing made Chen's heart thump. He's an ace? He's definitely an ace. This isn't about him having a high level of cultivation, but is a matter about him having a powerful background, or else it'd be impossible for him to be so composed at his age. Chen immediately made an assumption. These are the most troublesome ones. This person can rank in the 3rd tier on the absolutely do not provoke chart I've made after examining all the people sent here through the 20 years I've worked in the laborer's lodge. Chen was smiling, but his heart was on guard. He had met arrogant and aloof ones among those who were chased down from the outer sect, and dealing with these sort of people was a piece of cake to him. He had also seen those who liked putting on airs, those with murderous aura all over their bodies, and had even met those who might be smiling, but whose eyes would be flashing with a sinister glint. He had met far too many kinds of people during the 20 years, and he only had a few words for the disciples who were chased out of the outer sect, which were, "Damn you all. Even if you're a dragon, you put your head down when you're in my territory. Even if you're a tiger, you lie down. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. There's something off about this Chen Su, something incredibly off about him." Chen bent his back a little, and a bright smile appeared on his face. "I know what job suits you the most, junior brother Chen. You're the most suited for distributing spirit stones. Don't worry, so that you will have a better future and evil spirit sect will continue growing stronger, I will selflessly offer you this position. From now on, the task of distributing spirit stones will be handed to you. I know that this job will definitely not enter your sights, but I just realized today that you are even more suited for it than I am. Please don't reject it. This matter concerns the future of evil spirit sect. It affects the entire situation in Eastern Wastelands and is linked to the fates of tens of thousands of people." The compassionate look on Chen's face towards all of mankind, the emotion in his voice, and the slight shiver in it made him seem as if he had turned into the Lord of Eastern Wastelands, and right at that moment, he was handing over to Su Ming. Even Su Ming was momentarily taken aback by his words. If it hadn't been that he was absolutely certain that this Chen standing before him was not hiding anything from him, or had gone through any sort of transformations, he would have thought this man was actually the bald crane. To Su Ming, only the bald crane could even hope to compete with his way with words. As for who would win, Su Ming would lean more towards the bald crane. After all, the level to which they catered to his desires was different. "Give me a quiet and slightly remote place. I want to go into isolation." Su Ming cast Chen a glance and spoke for the first time. His voice was calm and flat, but there was a might within it that allowed no room for dispute. Chen's heart let out a loud thump once again, and he took 2 steps back before carefully sizing up Su Ming from head to toe. Rank increase. This person isn't ranked in the 3rd tier on the absolutely do not provoke chart. He's on the 2nd tier. He was feeling slightly nervous in his heart, but not a single hint of it was shown on his face. He continued showing a radiant smile, and when he heard his words, he nodded his head with a pleased expression. "Not bad. As expected, I didn't misjudge you, junior brother Chen. I respect you." As he spoke, he even gave Su Ming a thumbs up. There was not a hint of falsehood in the pleased look on his face, and there was even sincerity within his respectful expression. He no longer bothered with any nonsense and patted his body with his right hand before immediately bringing out a jade slip for Su Ming. "Junior brother Chen, I respect you, so I won't say much now. You can choose one of the glowing spots here as you please. You don't need to do anything. Just relax and concentrate on your training. Junior brother Chen, I support you wholeheartedly. If anyone from above comes down here and checks, I will bear all responsibility for you." "That's right. I'm that much of a fair and honest person. I'm that much of an upright person. I'm a man who loves thinking for others and won't bother with his own losses. Once we've been in contact for a longer period of time, you'll figure this out naturally, junior brother Chen. There was a rather strange look on Su Ming's face. Once he accepted the jade slip, he sent his divine sense to scan it. Immediately, a map of the foot of the mountain with many glowing spots appeared in his head. Chen was watching Su Ming carefully. A barely noticeable glint shone in his heart, and he was feeling pretty smug about himself. If you choose a spot near the outer sect, then it means that the possibility of you returning there is incredibly high. If you choose a spot in the middle, then it means that you are also uncertain about it. Haha. If you choose the location at the bottom, then it means that you are also at a loss about your own future. This method might not be entirely accurate, but it can also tell just what exactly is going on with you. Once Su Ming scanned the map on the jade slip with his divine sense, he recalled the double-story building near the top of the mountain. After a moment, he chose a spot close to the outer sect. It was the place nearest to the double-story building. Once he chose it, he handed the jade slip back to Qian, who smiled and focused his attention on the jade slip once he received it. Immediately, his expression became a little unnatural, but it soon recovered. However, there was a faint glint in his eyes when he looked at Su Ming. There's no way I can be wrong about this. This person has an incredibly huge background, and he'll leave this place in at most a month. I'll have to serve him well. He might not be among the people ranked in the first tier in the absolutely do not provoke chart, but he's definitely in the top in the second tier. It's a pity that I've never met someone from the first tier in the absolutely do not provoke chart. Well, best not to meet them. Chapter 608. Hair Knot. The place Su Ming chose might be close to the outer sect, but it was actually located behind the mountain and was in a secluded area. Few people went there on a regular basis. There was a simple house there, and it was surrounded by weeds. Clearly, no one had bothered cleaning the place up for a long time. The power of the world here was not dense and could not compare to the density in the courtyard where Su Ming had stayed previously. Obviously, the double-story building that had tempted Su Ming incredibly was even further out of its reach. However, this place was quiet, and it was also close to the double-story building. In fact, if he stood outside the house and lifted his head to look, he would be able to vaguely see the indistinct shadow of the building residing at the upper middle section of the mountain. Su Ming surveyed his surroundings, and he was somewhat satisfied with the place. Chen originally wanted to send someone to clean up, but Su Ming stopped him. He preferred the area to be preserved in its original state, because that would make it look even more secluded. Chen continued following Su Ming around with a brilliant smile even after the sun had set, asking him about his well-being, and even whether he needed servant girls. Even when Su Ming declined, Chen still continued smiling. Only when Su Ming showed hints of tiredness on his face when dusk arrived did Chen bid his farewell by wrapping his fist in his palm before he left. Qian's thoughts and feelings as he left shall not be mentioned for the moment. Once dusk was over and the sky slowly darkened, Su Ming no longer remained in his room. Instead, he sat outside while leaning against the wall to his house, looking at the sky. It was winter at the moment. The weeds all around were covered in white snow. In fact, there were a few flecks of snow floating down from the sky. A snowflake fell down before Su Ming's eyes, and he lifted his hand to catch it. It chilled his palm as it melted. If snowflakes exist to melt on the ground, then can this be considered the snowflake's fate? By then, 6/10 of Su Ming's cultivation base had been restored, but there was still quite some distance before he could fully recover. By his predictions, unless he went to the double-story building, he would need at least 10 years before he could return to the peak of his form, and it didn't matter if he trained here or even in the courtyard in the outer sect. After all, while recovery might have been quick when he tried to heal in the beginning, but the progress would become increasingly harder as he went further down the road. The speed for the final 4/10 of his cultivation base would not be something that the previous 6 could even hope to compare. I must go to that double-story building. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When he straightened his hand, a strand of white hair took form on his palm. There was a knot on that strand of hair. Su Ming placed his right hand on the knot and let his eyelids fall slightly before he started quietly trying to find the sensation contained within the knot, as his father had taught him. Time passed, and it was soon completely dark outside. More snow fell from the sky. It collected into piles, causing the path ahead to no longer be entirely covered in darkness. It was instead broken up by the snow. Su Ming continued leaning against his house while sitting outside. The long, white strand of hair remained between his fingers, letting out a faint fragrance. As he continued holding on to it in the dark, he felt as if he could even touch the fragrance. The night passed without a single word uttered. Su Ming sat by himself the whole time, immersed in the feeling ugly little things father had mentioned as he searched for the quintessence within the grass knot records. Su Ming was not aiming for a curse, neither was he blessing anyone. He was instead trying to aim for the control over someone's mind. When more knots were created on this strand of hair, he would turn it into a doll, and with its power, he would control the old woman's mind. Control over someone's mind would make that person a puppet-like existence. By doing so, Su Ming would be able to enter the double-story building without anyone noticing and practice his cultivation there for a long period of time. He had also thought about using his power to attack, but his cultivation base was not fully recovered at this point. Because of that, there were far too many things that were an inconvenience to him. Besides, he was also thinking of using the building to help him reach the Berserker soul realm, and he needed a person to protect him. If he could control the old woman, then he would be able to get everything he wanted in one go. When morning arrived, Su Ming's eyes flew open, and a hint of understanding shone in them. Without any hesitation, he tied another knot on that strand of hair. At that moment, there were two knots. At the instant the second knot appeared, the old woman, who was sitting on the balcony in the double-story building, shivered abruptly. She swiftly opened her eyes. Surprise and bewilderment appeared on her face, and she quickly spread her divine sense into the area with a grave expression. However, no matter how much she investigated her surroundings, she found no clues or traces whatsoever. It was as if everything just moments ago had never happened, but she did indeed sense a chill just now. It was as if someone had used a needle to poke her. It was not incredibly painful, but it did indeed give her a feeling that someone had used a needle to pierce into her soul. The old woman frowned. After a moment of careful thought, she started searching through her entire body, but found nothing unusual. Full of uncertainty, she put it away for now. Winter always seems longer than any other season. During that month Su Ming was expelled from the outer sect, snow would occasionally fall, and it would come heavier each time. On this day, the snow that filled the sky made it seem like a huge pit had appeared high above. The sky was crying, but it did not seem to want anyone seeing its tears. That was why it turned them into snow, which seemed incredibly soft and gentle. However, once the snow accumulated to a certain degree, it could crush mountains, could freeze all things in the world, and could even destroy all manner of living. Snow floated down and covered the sky as well as the earth, coated Su Ming's house, and even gathered up into a thick pile where he sat to meditate. Su Ming continued holding onto the white strand of hair. During this month, he did not try recovering his cultivation base, but instead immersed himself in trying to understand the feeling, as well as the making, of the grass knot records. There were now 6 knots on the strand of hair. Su Ming did not leave behind too much of his will within those 6 knots. He only left his understanding, and when he touched them with his hand, he felt as if he was touching his own thoughts. Chen would occasionally come over. The hospitality he showed made it seem as that Su Ming was his senior brother, and he himself was the junior brother or just a junior. He came on this day once again. There were a dozen-something laborers with respectful faces behind him. Under Chen's instructions, those people immediately started clearing up the snow. Su Ming closed his eyes and did not pay too much attention to them. If this Chen continued being so sensible, then perhaps Su Ming would give him a serendipitous event in the future. He would lay down the path for him, but it would depend on how this person would understand what Su Ming had given him and how he would walk down it himself. On the 3rd day after the month had passed since Su Ming came to this place, hesitation appeared on his face. He looked at the white strand of hair in his hand. There were still only 6 knots on it. He had originally wanted to tie the 7th knot right at that moment, but he was not confident in it. He looked at the strand quietly. During the past month, he had immersed himself in trying to gain an epiphany about the grass knot records, and the sensation he gained from the knots along with his understanding had increased a lot. Su Ming had tied the previous 6 knots based on his understanding. Yet now, he had a vague feeling that he needed to add his will into the 7th knot, and the addition of his will into the 7th knot would cause it to become a key. The importance of this knot lay in the fact that if Su Ming failed, the strand of hair would turn into dust, but if he succeeded, then with his will in the hair, he would be able to take his first step towards success. I only have 1 strand of hair. If I fail, I'll have to make other preparations. Su Ming's eyes shone. His hands started moving. and he tied the 7th knot. When he did so, a shudder traveled through his entire body, and he forced himself to repeat one single thought in his mind. I'm your master. My will is your will, and you must obey all of my words. Su Ming continued repeating these words in his head and turned them into a will. Then, as if he was writing on a piece of paper, he wrote those words in the knot on the strand of hair. However, fusing his will into the strand of hair was not easy for Su Ming. After all, he was still a beginner in making the grass knot records. He was not like Ugly Little Thing's father, who had naturally discovered the quintessence of these knots due to his talent. More importantly, since Ugly Little Thing's father was a mortal and the dolls he created were also for mortals, though he did feel tired after making several dolls, he did not need to use up too much energy or worry about suffering repercussions. However, that was not the case for Su Ming. This white strand of hair belonged to the old woman, and she had extraordinary power. The amount of power he had to spend as well as the repercussions he had to suffer were naturally much greater, since he wanted to use this art to control a powerful warrior. Even Su Ming found 2 trails of blood falling from his eyes in the form of tears as his body trembled. His ears, too, soon started bleeding. His breathing froze during that instant. When a dozen-something breaths passed, Su Ming let out a long breath. His eyes were bright when he wiped away the blood from his eyes and ears. He lowered his head and looked the 7th knot on the white strand of hair, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This art is indeed frightening. If I can understand it completely, then I'll be able to kill someone without them noticing it, and controlling them will not be a problem. It's a pity that the backlash is also incredibly great, though. Su Ming closed his eyes. Almost at the instant he formed that 7th knot, the old woman, who was meditating in the double-story building, started trembling viciously. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her face turned livid with rage. When she opened her eyes, she stood up swiftly and sent her divine sense outward, but still gained nothing. Her face turned dark. During that instant a moment ago, she had faintly heard a voice. It seemed to be saying something in her mind, but when she tried to listen closely, she could not make out the words. However, she had a strong hunch that the words spoken by that voice were using a unique method to carve themselves into her soul. A mere child's play. Since you refuse to appear before me, then let's have a battle of arts. I'd like to see whether that strange art of yours or my soul-catching lotus art is stronger. The old woman smiled coldly and walked towards the first floor to arrive beside the statue of the woman sitting on a lotus. Once the old woman cast a glance at it, she sat down cross-legged, and immediately, the eyes of the statue started shining with a brilliant light, as if she had woken up, and that light covered the old woman. The next time you come, I'll fight you. The old woman closed her eyes as if she was about to face a powerful enemy. Chapter 609, Chen's Fury. Yet Su Ming never tied the 8th knot on that strand of hair, even after a month had went by. There were 3 times when he wanted to do it, but every single time he would pause in his movements. He could not find that feeling, could not find the vague sensation that Ugly Little Thing's father had spoken about. Like this, he had a feeling that if he forcefully tied the 8th knot, he would come face to face with utter failure, which would result in complete demolition of whatever he had done previously. That was why Su Ming chose to put away that strand of hair for the first time since he started working on it 2 months ago, no longer choosing to try and force himself to finish his work. Instead, he chose to let himself calm down. I need to find someone on whom I cold test the complete doll formed by the grass knot records. Only then will I be able to be certain that nothing will go wrong with the 8th knot. Su Ming let his eyelids fall slightly. It was now the coldest month of the year, and it was close to the first day of a new year. By the tradition in the village, the first day of each year was the most important day in a year. It was the time when the entire family gathered together, and their house would be filled with joy and warmth. Su Ming still remembered himself recovering in Ugly Little Thing's house during the first day of last year. That was the first time he had experienced what could only be constituted as true warmth after he left Dark Mountain. This warmth was different from the 9th summit, but it was similarly precious to him. It was the warmth of having a mother, the warmth of a father's protection, and the warmth born from the joyful laughter of his little sister. It's about time for Ugly Little Thing's family to gather together. Su Ming mumbled softly. Chen Shi's soul had completely fused with his physical body a few days ago, and he was about to wake up sometime soon. But Su Ming had not yet brought him back to Ugly Little Thing's home. He had chosen to wait, because he had been observing evil spirit Sect watching over him after Zhao died. After the 2 months, he could put his mind at ease, because he was certain that evil spirit sect would no longer be paying any attention to this matter. As he continued thinking, he lifted his head and cast a glance into the distance. He then closed his eyes and started meditating in silence. Before long, several people came from the plain of snow in the distance. The person leading the group was Qian, and his face was dark. There was a bag in his hand, and as he stepped on the snow, he approached Su Ming, stopping 100 feet away from him. There was a hesitant look on his face, but after a moment, a cold sneer appeared on his lips. Junior brother Chen, this isn't a bad place, no? The spiritual aura here is abundant, and the view of the snow here is also incredibly pretty. More importantly, this place is quiet and secluded, a perfect place to practice your cultivation and cleanse your spirit. Su Ming remained calm, as if he did not hear any of it. This Qian had been incredibly hospitable to him during the first month, but when the second month arrived, he gradually cut down on the times he came here, and every single time he came, he would size up Su Ming with an incredibly dubious eye. Hey, not talking, are we? Junior brother Chen, you should have told me the truth that you were banished from the outer sect, and I wouldn't have made things hard for you. I would have given you a job, and from then on, you would have done your thing and I would have done mine, and we wouldn't have been stepping on each other's tail. But you lied to me. If I hadn't sent someone to investigate you in the outer sect, I would have continued being deceived by you. It's been less than a year since you entered the sect, and your master went missing 2 months ago. It's because of you, isn't it? That's why you were chased out of the outer sect. Aren't you the sly one? You came here, putting on airs, but is this a place where you can come as you please? I'm telling you, Qian became angrier with each passing moment. He was most angry with himself, though, for actually misjudging a person, for actually thinking that this person had a huge background, because this person had, in truth, nothing. This was a huge blow to his ego. It made him think that there was something wrong with his ability to judge people, which he had honed over the past 20-something years. This was something he could not forgive, especially since he was kept completely in the dark about it. He had only begun growing suspicious because he had seen no effort by this person to contact the outer sect, and because the outer sect seemed to have forgotten about him. If it had been any other time, he would have not been surprised about this, but they were nearing the end of the year at the moment. At this point of time, the outer sect would be hosting their annual end-of-the-year competition, and all the powerful aces in terms of power or background would show up there. In the past, most of the outer sect disciples who had been sent to this place as a punishment would be summoned back during this time. But no matter how much he waited, he did not see anyone making contact with Su Ming. Worried, he used his power and the laborers he had sent outside the laborers' lodge previously to search for news. Yet all the information that was sent back to him made Qian suffer continuous blows to his ego. He was stunned for a long time before he stomped his feet viciously in anger. The information he had obtained had told him everything about Su Ming's origins. Chen, how could you be so sly even though you're so young? No matter what, I will make you learn that you can't lie as you please. Qian was furious. He rolled up his sleeves, and the other people behind him did the same thing. All of them looked murderous. How dare you offend me when you're in my territory? Not only am I going to teach you a lesson today, I'll also send you elsewhere. This isn't a place where you can stay. Qian stormed towards Su Ming, but just as he was about to close in, Su Ming opened his eyes and cast him a calm glance. That glance did not contain any sort of power, but the calm look in his eyes caused Qian's footsteps to freeze. He even spread his arms wide open to block the people who were about to rush forward from behind him. His heart suddenly started racing. As he looked into Su Ming's eyes, his expression gradually turned increasingly more solemn. With his experience and knowledge, he knew that anyone else in Su Ming's place would definitely be panicking, but the person before him was far too calm. This sort of calmness made him gradually made his skin crawl, and he started having second thoughts. Could I be wrong? No way. This brat is just putting up a farce. It's precisely because of this that I thought he was one of those aces earlier. Ace my foot. Qian narrowed his eyes into a glare. Once he thought about this, a ferocious grin curled up on his lips, and he took a couple more steps forward, then lifted his fist into the air. Just as he was about to hurl it forward, he suddenly saw a flash of something in Su Ming's eyes that made goosebumps appear all over his skin. His action froze, and he even took a few steps back, staring at Su Ming for some time. A murderous glare shone in his eyes, and he let out a cold harumph. Fine, since you're just a child, I won't take this to heart, but this is no longer a place you can stay. I'll give you 3 days, 7 days. In 7 days, I'm confiscating this place. At that time, if you refuse to comply. Haha. Chen laughed coldly and left in a hurry with the people beside him. When he was far away from the place, he turned his head back with fear lingering in his heart. He started mumbling in his heart. There's still something off about this. This person might seem like he doesn't have any background or support, but he should have some abilities and skills with him. But that's useless. Once the end of the year competition ends 7 days later, I'll bring some people here and teach him a lesson. As Chen laughed coldly, a shudder suddenly ran through his body, as if he was cold. He quickly wrapped his fur-lined jacket tighter around his body and cursed under his breath before bringing the people behind him to the servant girls' quarters. Better that I find a few women to warm up my body. Oh, this is how you should live life. Isn't it great to sit by the fire and have a woman in your arms during winter? Isn't it just great? My life isn't too bad, I'd say. Qian hummed and forgot about the sudden shudder that had wrecked his body just moments ago as he quickly walked forward. Su Ming looked at Qian leaving. With his power, he only needed to send a little of his qi outwards, and it would be enough to send Qian into a shock before killing him. No one would be able to notice it either. But he did not do it. Instead, at that moment, a black strand of hair had appeared in Su Ming's hand. It belonged to Qian. The boy came at the right time. I can use him to figure out all the various uses for the puppets created using these grass not recording skills. Without any expression on his face, Su Ming started tying knots on that strand of hair. The end of the year was slowly approaching. After several months of preparation, the outer sect of Evil Spirit Sect held a competition among all its disciples. This competition was held only among their own people, and it had nothing to do with the other evil sects. Evil Spirit Sect did this every single year because the evil Immortal Sect that was held at the highest esteem among all the other evil sects would host a large-scale competition among all evil sects once every decade. Evil Spirit Sect, Evil Dust Sect, and Evil Lust Sect would prepare for this festival in secret. Moreover, once the outer sect disciples finished with the end-of-year competition each year, besides taking the winner from this competition as an inner sect disciple, the sect would also host another competition among inner sect disciples, and they would reward the champion greatly. However, this had nothing to do with Su Ming. It was still snowing on the night the outer sect disciples started competing against each other, and on that day, near the end of the year, Su Ming stood up and took a step forward. When his foot landed, his body immediately turned indistinct, and he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already at the foot of Evil Spirit Mountain. He walked into the distance with an indifferent look on his face. The protection rune on Evil Spirit Mountain seemed to have no effect on him. No one even noticed him leaving. In truth, no one in the sect paid much attention to Su Ming. After all, he had the appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old teenager. It was snowing heavily. Su Ming walked in midair with the wind and snow blowing against his face as he moved calmly across the snow-covered mountains, snow plains, and ice-covered forests beneath him. He continued walking until he reached a forest. It was all white because the earth and tree branches were covered by a thick layer of snow, which pressed down on the latter so heavily they bent downwards, making it seem as if they were welcoming Su Ming's arrival. Once the snow and ice melted here and spring made the flowers bloom, this forest would be filled with the fragrance of osmanthus. This was an osmanthus forest. Su Ming could see the village he was so incredibly familiar with through the gaps between the trees and the forest. There were lights in each of the houses, and their color would make a warm feeling rise in the hearts of all those who saw them in this dark and snowing night. A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. He stepped on the snow, and with crunching sounds coming from under his feet, he started walking forward. There was an incredibly normal house before him, and the light from a lamp could be seen shining through its paper window. He could also see the shadow of a little girl combing her pigtails. It had been almost a year since Su Ming left. At that moment, as all the families in the village held their own reunions, he stood outside this house and looked at the lamp and the shadows reflected on the window before mumbling softly, "Ugly little thing, your big brother dog leftovers is back." Chapter 610, Fleetingness and Happiness. A year ago, Su Ming had left with only 1/10 of his cultivation base restored. When he returned, almost a 6/10 of his cultivation base had been recovered. Yet no matter what, he was still Su Ming. He was still the big brother ugly little thing called out to, still the frail but sensible boy in the eyes of ugly little thing's parents. Su Ming stood outside the house and lifted his hand to knock lightly on the door. The sound was incredibly faint amidst the moaning of the blizzard, and it could not be heard clearly in the area outside, but those knocks rang incredibly distinctly within the house. "Who is it?" a feeble voice asked from the house. That voice belonged to Ugly Little Thing, but she sounded quite monotonous and lacking in strength. "It's me," Su Ming replied softly. Once his voice entered the house, silence fell swiftly within it. Before long, the door swung open from the inside, and the wind from the world outside charged inside with a howl, bringing snow in its wake. Yet at that moment, Su Ming's frail body stood between the door and the wind like a mountain and blocked off all the wind, causing it to be unable to blow past him, much less reach Ugly Little Thing, who was looking at him with a dumbfounded expression as tears of joy flowed down her eyes. "Big brother," Ugly Little Thing cried, and went up to hug Su Ming. He patted her back lightly, and continued using his body to block off the wind and snow. "Don't cry, Ugly Little Thing. It's almost been a year since we last met. You've grown quite a bit," Su Ming said, smiling gently. When he lifted his head, he saw a couple standing inside the house. The man's head was decked in gray and white, and there were even more wrinkles on his face. Time also seemed to have left its tracks on his slightly bent body and thin face, as well as his slightly opened lips. He looked as if he wanted to say something in the midst of his tears. This was Ugly Little Thing's father. The woman by his side had even more white hair on his head. Her original beauty was faint on her face and could no longer be detected clearly. Tears fell from her face, but at that moment, a smile Su Ming believed to be the most beautiful in the world appeared on her face. "You came back. We were waiting for you." Those simple words caused warmth to instantly fill Su Ming's heart. He held Ugly Little Thing's hand and led her into the house. Once he closed the door behind himself, he looked at the simple family before him and knelt down on the ground. "Pa, Ma, your son dog leftovers came back." A wave of warmth born from familial love chased away the chill that had blown into the house just moments ago and expelled the cold from the world outside, causing the house to be filled with a warmth that could melt any cold. On this night, Ugly Little Thing's laughter became the same as it was in the past and echoed the warmth. The kind gaze from father would also constantly wander to Su Ming's body, and mother brought out a cotton jacket from the house. She sewed this herself, and it was specifically made for Su Ming. When he put it on, Su Ming looked like a true young teenager. There was no grief on him, no shedding of any blood, no complicated feelings. There was only warmth within him, a warmth that was born from this family. The light from this family was never extinguished. Even as the darkness outside grew darker and the freezing wind became stronger, that light remained as a constant presence, because it might no longer be oil that was making it burn, but the simple, familial love that Su Ming had always desired. It was due to it that the light continued blazing, and it was it that Su Ming cherished. He placed that love in his heart and turned it into a beautiful memory that he would not allow himself to lose. Within that memory was Ugly Little Thing, her father, her mother, and also Su Ming himself. "I will stay with all of you until your lives end." This was what Su Ming had said to Ugly Little Thing in his heart in the past. It was also a string of words he carved into his memory right at that moment. But most of the time, happiness will only last for a short moment, because there is an eye in the world that belongs to loneliness, and it does not want to see too many beautiful moments in anyone's lives. That was why it made fleetingness to be a constant companion of happiness. That was why people always said that happiness would only last for a short while. This night eventually came to an end, just like how all beautiful moments in life would come to an end after a short while. Su Ming still could not stay in this place permanently, because if he did that, he might bring about death and disaster to this family before his cultivation base fully recovered. The only thing he could do was to engrave this fleeting happiness into his heart and leave quietly. However, he left behind a person lying on one of the small beds, a person who was gradually opening his eyes at the moment. He was Chen. He was Ugly Little Thing's big brother, and a pitiful soul. His face should have originally been that of a middle-aged man, but Su Ming could not bring himself to make Ugly Little Thing's parents' hearts break, and neither could he bring himself to make Ugly Little Thing cry. That was why he would rather delay the full recovery of his cultivation base and give some life force to Chen, so that he would look as if he was only 20 years old. This was an illusion. The moment 10 years passed, he would return to how he originally looked. Su Ming left. He smoothed out the bodies of Ugly Little Thing's parents, causing their sicknesses to leave them, and made Ugly Little Thing's birthmark fade a little more. Then he took a step forward, and without even pushing open the door, he appeared outside the house. If not pushing open this door that leads to farewell will mean that I've never left, then I will never push this door open. Behind Su Ming was an endless amount of snow. It covered the path leading to his family's house, and it looked as if it had cut off his path back before gradually turning the area into a white, boundless world. Su Ming walked on the snow alone and left farther and farther into the distance. The snow fell on his hair, his body, and the cotton jacket. It was very cold, but that warmth of the family resided in his heart, warming his body in the snow and allowing him to move farther away. Su Ming left. He walked amid the falling snow, continuing alone as his head turned white. His body gradually faded away from sight and disappeared into the desolate world, slowly hidden away behind snow. The moans from the wind sounded like the notes from a sun, and the snow falling down from the sky were the lyrics to its song. It sang in this endless space, and no one knew who could hear it. That song sang about a city buried in snow, about the loneliness that extinguishes all forms of light, about an unknown person's setting sun, an unknown person's face, and the dozen-something years of childhood that belonged to that unknown person that could not be seen amidst all the unfamiliar sights. Once Su Ming left, Chen Dashi, who was deep in sleep on the bed in Ugly Little Thing's house, slowly opened his eyes. There was a dazed look on his face. He felt as if he'd had a very long dream and had just woken up from his sleep. At the end of his dream was a voice that echoed in his mind. It was also that voice that brought him back from his dream to his home. You were originally dead. The only thing I can do is to help you gain 10 years of your life. Use these 10 years to accompany your parents and your little sister. Chapter 611, Punishment. Qian was feeling pretty gloomy lately and was constantly feeling paranoid. No matter what he did, he was careful. He was never muscular to begin with, and now, he looked even thinner. His facial color was also becoming increasingly paler. Most of the time, there was a dazed expression on his face. Even those beside him would immediately find their expressions changing when they saw him, and they would react as if they had seen a murderous ghost and avoid him like the plague. Some of those who did not manage to avoid him would be filled with anxiety. They would watch their surroundings constantly, though no one had any idea what they were looking out for. Right at that moment, 3 of the laboring disciples at the foot of Evil Spirit Mountain became nervous since they saw Chen staggering towards them while holding onto his head. They were just about to search for a place to hide when he caught sight of them. Stay there. The 3 people shuddered. One of them still did not stop and continued running away with gritted teeth. However, the remaining 2 already had their faces seen by Qian due to their hesitation, and they could naturally no longer continue fleeing. Senior brother Qian. The 2 people who did not manage to run immediately put on anguished faces once they saw him, and there was even a light tremor in their voices. Senior brother Qian, please be kind and let us go. We are very loyal to you. Senior brother Qian, please don't bring trouble to us. Nonsense. Qian glared at them and rubbed his forehead before he put his hand down. There was blood trickling down from his forehead at the moment, and some flecks of dirt could also be seen there. Clearly, he had just tripped recently and injured his head. As if he was feeling indignant towards his luck during these past few days, Qian kicked the tree beside him. He did not use much strength in that kick, but for some unknown reason, that tree suddenly started swaying and crashed down on him and the other 2 with a loud bang. Qian was caught off guard for a moment before he nimbly moved back and swiftly dodged that tree, but a branch had still cut his shirt, causing him to look incredibly disheveled and pathetic. The other 2 people were already running away at maximum speed, and no matter how Qian called out to them, they would not turn their heads back. Don't turn back. That Qian has gotten himself wrapped in rotten luck nowadays, and not only is he unlucky, all those around him will also be unlucky. I know, right? Sixth was with him yesterday, and the both of them fell through a hole in the ice. But since when have holes ever appeared in an ice mountain? I heard about this as well. Apparently, when Qian went to the servant girl's quarters a few days ago, he tripped 19 times. He got so scared he refused to move later on, because he was afraid he would fall to his death. This is nothing. Let me tell you, I saw Qian nearly choking when he was drinking. Misfortune is on him, I'm telling you. These sort of words gradually started spreading through the entire area at the foot of Evil Spirit Mountain, and more people learned of it. In their eyes, Qian was the star of disaster. And wherever he went, all the disciples would run away. They did not dare get close to him. Qian's face was incredibly pale. He hid himself in a small pot and watched the sky with a blank expression. He had a feeling that he might have offended Tai Sui too, because there was simply no reason why he would be so unlucky for the majority of the past month. All of this started when he was heading to the servant girl's quarters that day. He had not just tripped 19 times on the way there, but had actually tripped 37 times, and had fallen until his body started shivering and fear filled his face. He had a feeling that if he continued walking towards the quarters, he would become the first ever disciple to slip and fall to his death on snow in Evil Spirit Sect. From then on, he had to be careful not to fall when he walked, and also had to be careful of holes in ice. When he remembered the holes in the ice, Chen started laughing wryly. He still remembered almost choking when he was drinking water just a few days ago, causing him to feel even his heart trembling in fear when he drank water now. When he ate, he would also observe his food carefully before he even had the courage to eat it, because for some unknown reason, he had nearly been poisoned to death once he finished eating. Damn it, just what is going on? He looked at the small pot where he sat and felt extremely anxious, but could not express it. He had fallen into this small pot after he fell through another hole in the ice, and worse still, this was an enchanted treasure. He was trapped inside and could not get out. He only saw a person passing through the place after a long time had gone by. After a series of shrill screams for help and some thrown threats, he was dragged out by that passerby. After Chen managed to get out, he almost went mad from all the grievances he had suffered. Just as he lifted his foot and was about to stomp on the ground to vent his anger, he immediately placed it down lightly, but when he turned around to leave, suddenly, a glint from a sword charged towards him with a loud whistle from a random spot in the outer sect, causing him to be completely stunned, unable to move from fear. At moment of crisis, that sword glare brushed past his waist and landed on another mountain rock. Soon after, a long arc flew towards him, and within it was a boy. He was mumbling slightly under his breath, while looking very embarrassed. Once he flew over, he grabbed the sword and cast a glance at Qian, who was still trembling with that blank expression on his face. The boy wanted to leave, but felt that he should say something. Just go. Qian wept. I know it's not your fault. Your flying sword went out of control all of a sudden and flew here on its own. Despair appeared on Qian's face. Then, I'll be taking my leave, senior brother. The boy was momentarily stunned, because that was indeed the truth. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately flew off. I knew it. Qian's body swayed and fell to the side. There was a blank expression on his face, and he felt that he was on the verge of going crazy. He just did not know what was going on with him. Today is almost over, right? Qian cast a glance at the sky, and with a bitter smile made a move to get up. The person who had dragged him out of the pot in the hole just now had already disappeared without a trace, and was perhaps washing his hands somewhere to get rid of the bad luck that might or might not have infected him when he pulled Qian out. He was most likely also praying to his ancestors that Qian's bad luck would not affect him. But before he managed to stand up, a cold voice traveled towards him from the sky. Qian, what are you doing there? The person who spoke was an old woman. She was not the one from the double-story building, but was a sect elder from the outer sect. She had some connection to Qian. When he heard that voice, he immediately stood up and instinctively put on a respectful face. But the instant he stood up, his pants fell down, along with everything covering the lower half of his body. When Qian felt the chill between his legs, he was stunned. The old woman was also stunned, before her expression changed. With a dark look on her face, she cast him a cold glare, then left with a swing of her arm, not saying a single word. Qian fell to the ground once again with a thump. He looked at the sky blankly, his mind empty. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. I've definitely offended someone. After a long while, Qian picked up his pants while shivering. At that moment, he looked incredibly haggard, as if he had become much older in just an instant, and he started thinking back carefully on whom he might have offended before his first misfortune. If it had been any other time, trying to recall who he had offended would have been a difficult task, because he had simply offended too many people. However, due to his burning rage towards the matter concerning Su Ming, he had not bothered placing any form of attention on anyone else before his first misfortune. If he had indeed offended someone, then it could only be Su Ming. Su. The more Qian thought about it, the more he believed in this train of thought. Once he remembered how calm that person had been, he became even more certain of his guess, and he immediately stood up, with one hand holding onto his pants, and hastily ran towards Su Ming's house. Su Ming sat outside his place with a strand of hair in his hand. That strand already had 10 knots on it, and it was plaited in such a manner that the contour of a small humanoid could be seen. There were also some weeds before Su Ming, which he was weaving into the plate. Gradually, a doll made of weeds appeared in his hand. There are 10 knots here, and each of them contains a faint power of a curse. This curse won't kill, but it'll cause that person to be filled with misfortune. Su Ming looked at the doll in his hand, and a smile appeared on his lips. After several failures in this experiment, he had finally succeeded in delivering the full force of this curse. It brought him confidence that he'll be able to control the old woman from the double-story building. We don't have much enmity between us, so I won't tie the 11th knot in your hair. Misfortune might also kill a person, after all. Su Ming lifted his head and cast a glance into the distance with an indifferent look on his face. Before long, Chen appeared on the plain of snow far in the distance, but as soon as he took a few steps forward, he immediately fell. However, he continued running towards Su Ming while bruises and scrapes collected on his body. On his way to Su Ming, he tripped another 8 times before he finally managed to reach a spot several dozens of feet away. He then knelt down with a loud thump on the snow. "Sir, please spare me. I understand my wrongdoings now. Please give me a chance and spare me." Chen looked incredibly disheveled. On his way to Su Ming's place, he had tripped several dozens of times and had almost fallen to his death several more. How could he not be afraid, especially since he immediately noticed the weed doll in Su Ming's hand at the moment he saw him? His heart instantly let out a loud thump against his chest. He started crying. Tears fell from his eyes, and he started kowtowing nonstop before Su Ming while pleading for mercy. He was certain that everything that had happened to him was related to this youth. When he thought about how he might have to live this nightmare, in which he might suffocate during sleep just because he was snoring for the rest of his life, a fear towards Su Ming, one that had never appeared even when Qian faced sect elders, rose within his heart. "From now on, unless I summon you, none of you are allowed to come to this place," said Su Ming languidly. At the instant his words were spoken, Qian immediately nodded, and a pitiful look appeared on his face, but his heart was filled with shock. Su Ming's admittance to his deeds had caused the final shred of doubt to disappear from his heart. At that moment, there was a voice screaming in Qian's heart. "He's here. I've finally met the person who ranks first tier in the absolutely do not provoke chart I made 20 years ago." When Qian made this absolutely do not provoke chart, he had wondered whether a senior veteran would take the form of a normal disciple and enter the sect before Qian coincidentally ran into him. He just did not expect that the day would truly come. Su Ming lifted his right hand and slapped the weed doll. Immediately, it turned into a puff of black smoke before Qian and disappeared with a bang. The moment it dissipated, Qian instantly felt his body becoming warmer, though he did not know whether it was just a figment of his imagination. His gaze when he looked towards Su Ming was filled with little amazement, because respect was the emotion that dominated his expression. "You can go now? Without my word, don't come here," Su Ming said calmly. Qian quickly obeyed and left hastily. *****. Translator's note. 1. Star of Disaster, Shgaxing, Sha For Xing 1. Star of Disaster written in Book of Sui, Volume 20, Astronomy. It is written under the peculiar star, Yao Xing, Yao 1 Xing 1, section, and it is said that those born under the peculiar star have 5 elemental qi, fire, water, metal, wood, wind, which is the other name for the 5 stars. Those who see him believe that disaster will happen. The 5 colors of the peculiar star will determine the country's fortune. If the country has gone against their rules and etiquettes towards people, then disaster will fall on the country in the form of famine, floods, or deaths. 2. Tai Sui, mentioned earlier during the introduction to the execution of 3 evils. It's the star directly opposite Jupiter. A Fin/Clash Tai Sui is a term among the people, and it refers to feng shui. You have to pay attention to the location of Tai Sui and make sure not to disturb this star/deity, or else he will bring misfortune to you. For more information, please refer to this link. http://www.onlinefengshuistore.com/tai-sui-grand-duke-jupiter. Chapter 612, 11th Knot. It was dark. The moon and stars shone brilliantly in the sky. There was no snow. Perhaps it was due to the illumination from the moon, because the ground was silver, causing the night to no longer seem dark. When Su Ming lifted his head, he could see a faint light flickering on the double-story building at the upper half of the mountain. Su Ming held a white strand of hair in his hand, and there were 7 knots on it. When he averted his gaze from the double-story building, he looked towards the strand of hair on his hand, and his eyes sparkled. He immediately started moving his hands. In an instant, he tied the 8th knot. At the moment it was formed, Su Ming's heart shuddered. He instantly felt a faint wave of power gathering on that knot, as if it was trying to struggle and fight against it. At the same time, the white-haired old woman who had been waiting for over a month at the ground floor of the double-story building swiftly opened her eyes, and a strange light shone in them. You finally appeared. She formed a seal with both her hands and pointed at the statue with one finger. Immediately, the female statue before her shone with a gentle light, and once it enveloped the old woman, she closed her eyes. Right then, an illusory shadow appeared beyond the gentle screen of light and around the old woman within the building. That illusion was of a white strand of hair. It circled the entire room, and as it went around, another knot appeared on it. An ancient presence spread out in all directions, and as the long strand of hair circled, knots were continuously formed on it, and the ancient, primitive presence grew stronger with each knot. I am your master. You must obey all of my words. An unclear voice reverberated in the room, or more accurately speaking, it echoed in the old woman's mind, causing her body to tremble. She continued changing the seals in her hands and directed the gentle light to fight against the knots in the hair that had appeared around her. By then, there were 8 knots. Each of them contained that ancient presence, causing the voice in the old woman's heart to feel as if it had branded her soul, and it would not leave. This scene could not be detected with any sort of divine sense, and if anyone pushed open the door to the tower at that moment, they would not be able to see the illusion of that long strand of hair. They would only be able to see the old woman sitting alone in the building and meditating. This was a battle of the mind, and it belonged to only Su Ming and the old woman. At the same time the old woman started fighting against the knots in the strand of hair, Su Ming's heart shuddered, and the world around him started changing rapidly. Moments later, he saw a gigantic lotus before his eyes. Faint mumbling sounds came from the lotus, uttering words that Su Ming could not hear clearly. A woman gradually walked towards him. Gentle light shone from her body, and when she walked over, he immediately recognized that she was the statue from the ground floor of the double-story building. However, the woman before him looked as if she had been revived, and with a smile along with an air of holiness, she approached him slowly. My protector from my previous life, I've waited for you for many years. You're finally here. The woman's voice was soft and gentle, and there was an air within her words that shook Su Ming's soul. You once told me before you died that if time could turn back, and if we could go back to the past, we would meet each other again. If you didn't remember me anymore, you would still want us to walk in the snow till our heads turned white. The woman wore a long white robe, and when she arrived before Su Ming, she looked at him with a gentle look in her eyes and a holy expression on her face. Her beauty seemed to have turned into a radiance that made the world lose its color, and it seemed to have branded itself in Su Ming's soul. Come with me. Let me help you release the seal in your memories. The woman smiled gently and stretched out her hand before Su Ming, as if she was waiting for him to take hold of it. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the beautiful woman before him. She seemed somewhat familiar, but this sort of familiarity was something Su Ming did not want. When he looked towards her, he tied the 9th knot on the strand of white hair in his hand, all while having an aloof expression on his face. At the instant the 9th knot appeared, grief immediately entered the woman's face. Tears fell from her eyes, and they landed on the lotus with a light patter. With that sound, Su Ming's world was shattered, just like how that tear disintegrated. At the same time, the 9th knot instantly appeared on the illusory strand of hair surrounding the old woman and the gentle light, and a layer of black smoke spread out. It charged towards the gentle light around the old woman, as if it wanted to rip it apart and rush into the old woman's body. Her face turned pale. The seal in her hands changed once again, and she started mumbling under her breath, as if she was chanting. She even bit the tip of her tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. That blood instantly disappeared right after it left her mouth. Soon after, the world that had shattered before Su Ming rearranged itself, but it had turned into another world, and it was dyed in the color of blood. That blood-red shade was not due to blood, though, but the maple leaves that had filled the entire sky. They were crimson red, and as they floated down from the above, They drifted with the wind before slowly scattering on the ground. Su Ming was sitting cross-legged, dressed in a brilliant, long red robe. Lying in his arms was a woman of incomparable beauty. She was staring at him blankly, and blood was flowing from her mouth, but there was a beautiful and gentle smile on her lips. She lifted a shivering hand and touched his face. The gentleness of her expression brought back the sense of familiarity to Su Ming once he saw her. This time, it came charging towards him like an ocean in an attempt to drown him. Don't you remember? You didn't manage to remember me in this lifetime. I will wait for you, and I will wait for us to meet in our next life. I will wait for you to remember me in our next life. As the woman spoke, her face gradually turned pale and her breathing slowly scattered. However, her gentleness was branded into Su Ming's eyes, causing his heart to tremble. Kiss me. The beautiful woman caressed Su Ming's face and uttered the final sentence in her life. The familiarity in Su Ming's heart turned into a great wave of grief and pain at that moment, for the woman's voice gave him the feeling that he had lost his entire world. He shivered and dipped his head down, looking like he was about to kiss the woman's lips. Yet right at the instant his lips were about to touch hers, Su Ming closed his eyes, and in his anguish, he spoke softly. I only want to use this place to restore my cultivation base and reach the Berserker soul realm. I don't have any intention of harming you. Once I leave, I will return to you your freedom. There is no need for you to do this. You forced this familiarity onto me. This memory is also a part of your soul-capturing art. When Su Ming opened his eyes, clarity shone within them. At that moment, he tied the 10th knot on the strand of hair in his hand. At the instant it appeared, the woman before him smiled brokenly and shattered along with the world. At the same time, the old woman within the gentle light on the ground floor of the double-story building shivered. Her hair no longer remained white, but slowly turned black. The wrinkles on her face gradually faded away and were replaced with smooth, rosy-colored skin. Her age also regressed, turning her from an old woman to a middle-aged one, and her appearance, too, changed into one of extreme beauty. She also looked incredibly similar to the woman on the statue, besides her age. So similar, in fact, that they looked like the same person. The gentle light around her was instantly devoured by the illusory strand of hair once the 10th knot appeared, and that hair charged towards the old woman before it surrounded her. A powerful will that she could not fight against crashed into her and turned into a mighty force of pressure within her soul at that instant. I am your master. My will is your will, and you must obey all of my words. The old woman shuddered again, and her appearance changed once more. Within an instant, she turned into a girl of 20, and there was no longer any difference between her and that statue. Her eyes flew open, and at the same moment a purple glare shone within them. The world that had shattered rearranged itself once more before Su Ming's eyes. He did not see the woman, though. He saw Dark Mountain, the familiar land of his hometown, the familiar voices, and the chimney smoke from his tribe in the morning. He saw a man with long purple hair, holding onto a long blade with an aloof expression on his face. He was walking towards Dark Mountain tribe, and Su Ming could not see that figure's face. He could only see his back and his long hair dancing in the wind. Screams of pain and shrill howls came from the men and the women in the tribe. Their faces were filled with despair and lament. Chen shouted and demanded answers from the man, while tears fell from his eyes. Qian was stunned. Beiling was filled with grief, and Elder's face was pale. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Su Ming saw the entire tribe being killed by that purple-haired person within an instant. Chen's head flew into the air and fell by Su Ming's feet. Beiling protected Qian and was turned into dust. Tong Tong cried, and when the purple-haired person walked past the little girl, he seemed to hesitate for a moment before taking her life. Everything turned into a mess before Su Ming's eyes, one covered in blood. He was stunned. He looked as if he had lost his right to speak, until he saw the purple-haired person turn his head to look at him. Only then did Su Ming see that purple-haired person's cold face, and it was his own. The man was still holding onto a bleeding human head, and when he looked towards Su Ming, he threw it at him. It landed before Su Ming, right beside Chen's head. The hair on that head was white, and it belonged to his elder. Even in the moment of death, he still kept his eyes open, and within them was anguish and regret. It made them look almost blank. The purple-haired man walked towards Su Ming, and when he was right before him, he stabbed the blade in his hand into the ground. With an aloof expression, he tore his shirt open to reveal his chest. Kill me. That was the 2 words this purple-haired man spoke since the start. Kill him. If you kill him, you can take revenge for Dark Mountain. Kill him, and you will be released from your pain. Kill him. A voice echoed in Su Ming's ears. He watched in silence, anguish slowly creeping onto his face. He grabbed the purple long blade before him and slowly lifted it from the ground. Then, he turned around and swiftly cut down the space behind him. Right then, the entire world, along with the long blade in Su Ming's hand, shattered into pieces with a bang. The beautiful woman, who had appeared at some point behind him, also shattered when the blade cut through her, looking stunned even as she broke into pieces. As the long blade and the world shattered, Su Ming's hands tied the 11th knot on that strand of hair. Knots are also disasters. One. I understand now, he mumbled. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. Knots are also disasters. A case of lost in translation. Jie and Jie are both pronounced as Jie too, so it's a wordplay. What Su Ming means here is that if he tries to use these knots to do something to someone else, he will face disasters. Chapter 613, Meeting. The instant Su Ming tied the 11th knot, and the world before him shattered like a mirror and scattered onto the ground. Each of the shards contained the image of the woman looking at him in sorrow, her beautiful face gradually fading into the distance. When the area beside Su Ming turned into white snow once again, and the low house as well as the weeds in the snow appeared, his field of vision returned to normal. He had returned to the foot of Evil Spirit Mountain. At the same time, black smoke surrounded the double-story building at the upper middle section of Evil Spirit Sect. The old woman whose face had turned into that of a young woman was trembling at that moment, gritting her teeth while fighting back with a pale face. Yet all of this changed completely the instant the 11th knot formed on the illusory white strand of hair. Its appearance caused the voice that was echoing in the woman's soul to instantly become several times louder, as if it had turned into some sort of law that was booming in the girl's soul. Eventually, that voice was branded into her soul. I am your master. You must obey all of my words. The young woman shuddered and coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the black smoke around her swiftly charged into her body. In the blink of an eye, all of it disappeared into the young woman's body and vanished without a trace. Soon after, the illusory strand of hair with the 11 knots dissipated, as if nothing had ever happened here. However, the young woman's pale face was a clear sign that what had happened just now was true. Just who was that person? The young woman closed her eyes. She had lost utterly and completely in a battle of divine abilities in the area where she was the most skilled. Right up till the end, she had not seen the person's face. The illusion she had forced on her opponent just now was due to her art. If she had successfully caused him to be immersed in her art, then she would have been able to see his face, and she could have turned the tables around and made him her slave. But she failed. Anguish appeared on the young woman's face. She knew full well what those words that were branded into her soul meant. At that moment, she could not do anything to harm him. This was not a game of words. They were a surge that had branded itself in her soul. She knew that even though she did not know who that person was, he would come at some point. This was a battle of arts without any sort of physical clash. The battle between the young woman's soul-capturing art and Su Ming's grass knot's art had swept through their bodies and souls like a storm. When the 11th knot had appeared, that battle of arts ended. The result of this battle was not death, but a control over the loser's soul. Su Ming opened his eyes as he remained seated on the snow at the foot of Evil Spirit Mountain. In his hands, he held the white strand of hair. There were 11 knots on it, and he had twisted them around to form a small humanoid. A hint of fatigue appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The battle of arts just now was much more dangerous than he had imagined it might be. He had to admit, he had underestimated the old woman. Perhaps more accurately speaking, he had underestimated the young woman who had turned into that old woman. This person's soul-capturing art has already reached a level where it could affect memories. If she had been a little better with it, then the results of this battle would be harder to judge. Su Ming's eyes flashed. He grabbed the weeds by his side and swiftly started weaving them into a small humanoid. After a moment, a weed doll appeared in his hand. Within that doll was the white strand of hair with 11 knots tied to it. Once Su Ming finished weaving, he took a look at the grass figure, and he could sense her presence through it. She hasn't lost her will. She just has to listen to the person holding onto the doll. This is something her soul cannot resist. Su Ming looked at the sky and put away the doll before he closed his eyes and started meditating to train. This was one of the few times when he cleared his mind and trained after coming to this spot. As of then, every part of his plan was ready, and he even had the most important key to launch it. Su Ming could finally calm his heart and wait for daylight to arrive while meditating. The night passed by quickly. When the morning sun started shining and fell on the ground, it caused the snow to reflect its piercing rays of light, and at that moment, Su Ming opened his eyes. He stood up and smoothed out his robes before he started walking into the distance at a moderate pace until he reached the administrative hall for the laborers. He saw Chen scolding a few laborers with a scathing tone as he pointed his finger at them. His spit flew everywhere, but the laborers, who had their heads dipped down, did not dare move away and could only voice their acquiescence. The difference between Chen's current smug expression was too great compared to how he had behaved previously with Su Ming. Su Ming cast him a glance and let out a dry cough. When that cough reached Chen's ears, his scolding came to an abrupt halt. He shuddered and then turned his head around. Once he saw Su Ming, he put on an obsequious expression on his face without a single moment of hesitation and quickly ran over. Once he stopped before him, he looked as if he was about to kneel down and worship him. "Greetings, Senior Brother Chen." "Senior Brother, do you need anything? You can just tell me, and it doesn't matter whether it is possible for me to do it. I will not back down and will complete your request." His attitude immediately made the laborers that were scolded widen their eyes, and dumbfounded expressions appeared on their faces. "Give me a plate to head to the outer sect," Su Ming said flatly. He wanted this plate because the number of restrictions increased the further he headed up Evil Spirit Sect. Even though it was not impossible for him to head up without a plate, but if he had it, it would be much easier for him. Once Chen heard his words, he immediately patted his chest and brought out a blue plate from his bosom, which he handed to Su Ming respectfully. "Senior Brother Chen, this place might only be blue, but it is the plate with the highest authority in the Laborers' Lodge. With this plate, you can even head to the inner sect, but you will be stopped at the mountain gate leading to the inner sect. You will only be able to go in when the people from the inner sect summon you." Su Ming received the plate and gave Chen a nod. The man's spirits were instantly lifted. Su Ming's nod was the greatest acknowledgement to him, and it made him feel quite excited. Su Ming no longer paid any more attention to Chen. He took the plate, turned around, and left. Even after Su Ming left into the distance, Chen continued standing in his spot respectfully for some time, to send him off, before turning around with a brilliant smile. He waved his hand at the laborers, and it was clear that he had decided to let them off because his mood had become much better. Su Ming walked up the stairs leading to Evil Spirit Mountain. There were statues erected on the sides, and vengeful souls surrounded them, but they did not dare approach. Su Ming walked up the stairs. He did not choose to secretly move during the night, but had instead chosen to move in the morning. Due to the blue plate, all the hidden seals were released as the blue plate shone. Su Ming moved past them with ease as he walked forward, and when he arrived at the alley leading to Conscience Interrogation Hall, which was the double-story building, he was blocked off by two outer sect disciples standing there. These two disciples' faces were apathetic and their eyes were cold, as if there was not a hint of emotion present within them. They were staring at Su Ming at that moment without a single word as they blocked his path. With a cool look on his face, he threw the blue plate in his hand towards these two. "Chen Su, from the foot of the mountain. I've come on orders from Conscience Interrogation Hall." One of the two indifferent outer sect disciples received the plate and cast Su Ming a glance with a frown on his face. He had not received any orders about anyone coming up from the foot of the mountain, but once he cast a glance at the blue plate, he turned around and headed to Conscience Interrogation Hall without a single word. The young woman was meditating silently with a sullen face within the double-story building at the moment. She had originally thought the person would arrive the previous night, but she had seen no traces of him even after waiting for an entire night. It was bright by then. She believed that the person would be wary and would only appear at night. Just as she was feeling frustrated and annoyed, she lifted her head with a frown on her face and looked outside the building. After a moment, a respectful voice traveled into the building. "Hall Master, a disciple from the foot of the mountain by the name of Chen Su, is seeking audience." The young woman was feeling incredibly frustrated. Once she heard Chen Su's name, the dumb-looking boy from a few months ago appeared in her head. She had paid no attention to him once she sent him away, and now that she heard the outer sect disciple's words, she learned that he had been sent to the Laborers' Lodge. The young woman did not think too much about it, and immediately shouted at the disciple. Why are you asking me for permission when a laborer asked for an audience? If several dozens of laborers ask for an audience, are you going to come and ask several dozens of times? An awkward look immediately replaced the indifferent expression on the disciple's face outside the building. There was also a hint of wariness in it. He quickly knelt on the ground and voiced his acquiescence while hate burned in his heart towards Su Ming. Once he got up, he was prepared to leave and return to teach that nobody a lesson when the young woman's voice suddenly came from the tower again. Wait, did he say why he's seeking an audience? A thought suddenly took shape in the young woman's heart. She had a feeling that it was a little too ridiculous and inconceivable, but she still instinctively threw that question to the disciple. Hall Master, that person said he came here on your orders, or else I wouldn't have come and asked you about it. The evil spirit sect disciple sounded as if he was wronged. A glint swiftly appeared in the woman's eyes, and after a brief period of silence, she spoke. Bring him here. The evil spirit sect disciple was momentarily stunned. He might not understand what was going on, but he did not dare show it on his face. He was also beginning to feel uncertain about Su Ming, so he put away the idea of revenge and swiftly walked towards the mountain gate leading to Conscience Interrogation Hall. Before long, under his guidance, Su Ming appeared in this place once again. He remained as cool as a cucumber all along the way and looked at the plants that still lived despite it being winter, sensing the thick power of the world in this place. When he arrived outside the double-story building, the evil spirit sect disciple hesitated for a moment before he took a few steps backwards and stopped there. You may leave now, the young woman's voice said from the double-story building. Its voice was incredibly cold, and the evil spirit sect disciple immediately voiced his obedience once he heard her words and lowered his head before he quickly left. Once he left, only Su Ming and the young woman remained in the area. When have I ever sent you in order to see me? After a moment, an impatient and cold harumph traveled out of the double-story building. Su Ming remained as calm as ever, and once he cast a glance at the building, he spoke unhurriedly. Why are you still not greeting me even after you saw me? Once those words were said, they reached the young woman's ears and brought her such a shock that she felt as if the world had shattered. Chapter 614, The Berserkers' Disaster. The young woman in the double-story building opened her eyes swiftly and disbelief showed on her face. She even stood up, and with one swift move, she appeared outside the building. She stared at Su Ming, and the shock in her eyes could not be concealed. She had absolutely not expected that the person who had caused her utter downfall would truly be this boy called Chen Su. She had even personally taken action a few months ago to check whether he had any connection to Zhao Chang's death, but she had found nothing. This boy was incredibly normal and had ordinary potential. There had been no ripples of power that signified any sort of cultivation base either. Yet now, when this boy stood before her, she came to a sudden realization that she had already lost to this boy several months ago. But she still could not believe that this was real. She had wondered who the owner of the voice that had branded itself into her soul could possibly be. To her, there was a high chance that it belonged to an old monster or a person she was familiar with in the sect intentionally changing his or her own voice while attacking her. She had thought about many people, but had completely overlooked this Chen Su. This was a person that was completely out of her expectations. At that moment, she was looking at him blankly. This person appeared to be 12 or 13 years old, but the ancient look and calmness on his face, his words, and his actions were definitely not something a boy could have. Who are you? The young woman's breathing quickened. She only managed to recover from her shock after a long time had passed, and once she did, she looked at Su Ming with a complicated look on her face. Chen Su. Su Ming answered slowly. You killed Zhao Chong. The woman's expression turned even more complicated. Su Ming gave her a faint smile. He did not admit to it, but neither did he deny it. Due to his silence, the young woman also fell silent, causing the area to turn much quieter. Only the light rustles of the wind could be heard echoing in the air, and after a long while, the woman let out a bitter smile and bowed to Su Ming respectfully. Greetings, master. What is your name? Su Ming asked calmly. Bao Qiao. The young woman sighed in her heart. Once she answered his question, her appearance gradually changed into the old woman's appearance, which she had used previously. She no longer needed to test him for anything. Every single word this person spoke brought forth a feeling of absolute obedience from the depths of her soul, and she had a feeling that she had to tell him the truth. It made her understand that besides this Chen Su, there was no one else who could have possibly fought against her the previous night. Bao Qiao, I will not enslave you for the rest of your life. Su Ming looked at the old woman and did not show any hint of emotion towards the change in her appearance. It was as if it did not matter to him whether the person before him was an old woman or a beautiful young one. To him, it was all the same. The power of the world here is thick, and I want to use this place to recover. It won't take me long. Once I leave, I will return you your freedom. After speaking, Su Ming no longer bothered himself with the old woman and walked towards the building. He entered the house and gave an order from inside. I'm currently a laborer at the foot of Evil Spirit Mountain, but I want to stay at your place for a long period of time. Make arrangements for this. Bao Qiu remained silent for a moment, then nodded. This was an incredibly easy task for her. She only needed to say that she wanted Chen Su as her laborer, and no one would suspect anything. Su Ming stood at the ground floor of the building and looked at the lotus as well as the female statue sitting on it. As he continued watching it, the scenes he saw in the illusion surfaced in his head. In the end, he shook his head and headed to the first floor. This was clearly a woman's room, and it was filled with a faint fragrance. Su Ming sat down there and closed his eyes before immersing himself in his meditation. As he circulated his cultivation base, the dense power of the world around him swiftly gathered, and he started absorbing it slowly. At the same time he used it to heal his wounds, he also began walking down the path to restore his cultivation base to the pinnacle of his condition. Days went by, and everything concerning Su Ming working as a laborer at the foot of Evil Spirit Mountain did not bring up any form of attention due to Bao Qiu. People only knew that Conscience Interrogation Hall's Lady Bao Qiu had asked for a laborer, and no one would pay too much attention to this sort of trivial matter. Only Qian would occasionally sigh deeply in his heart. As time continued trickling away, winter too gradually passed. The competition held among Evil Spirit Sect's Outer Sect and Inner Sect had both long since ended. The disciples started preparing and training for next year's competition. Su Ming found his rare, hard-earned peace. No one came to bother him, and he could calm his heart down to train. Besides, there was also someone outside who was specifically tasked with protecting him, and he also had plenty of medicinal cores and herbs to help him. As long as he made the request, Bao Qiu would be forced to fulfill it, even though her heart would continuously ache in pain for having to hand him all those things. Gradually, as months went by and the rainy season arrived, Bao Qiu realized something about Su Ming that made her heart tremble from shock. She remembered clearly that she had sensed no form of danger from Su Ming half a year ago despite being unable to sense the waves of power from his cultivation base. He had just been like a bowl of still, clear water. However, as these 6 months went by, he started giving her the feeling that he was much different compared to the past. Although he was still just meditating calmly, and Bao Qiu still could not tell his level of cultivation despite having the power equivalent to a Berserker at the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, the moment Su Ming opened his eyes, he would always cause her heart to tremble and chills to run through every single part of her body. She would feel as if she was surrounded by death, and even if the brand in her soul did not exist, he would still only need a single thought, and she would die before him. This feeling would only appear for an instant, and it would only reveal itself at the moment Su Ming woke up after a long period of meditation. Yet that feeling that made Bao Qiu tremble as it manifested itself was like a nebulous fog that surrounded her heart, and she could not see through it clearly. This was not the first time she tried guessing just what stage or realm this boy before her would reach once his cultivation base recovered completely. In fact, she could not even tell whether this person was an immortal, a berserker, or a berserker who had changed his blood to practice the ways of immortals. As time passed, and as those instances became more common, she began to grow deeply respectful towards Su Ming, and the amount of respect she had for him was practically at the same level as the respect she held for Evil Spirit Sect's Grand Sect Elder. Over the past 6 months, Su Ming would not say anything except for his requests. He had placed all his mind and soul on recovering from his injuries. The power of the world here was always rushing over at a maddening pace, as if this place was a gigantic vacuum that was absorbing all the power of the world from Evil Spirit Sect. If Su Ming had been anywhere else, he would have definitely been unable to last for so long, because the other powerful warriors from Evil Spirit Sect would have come searching for him a long time ago. Yet he did not need to worry when he was here. Even if someone came asking, Bao Qiu would be able to block off all of these people by just saying that she had entered isolation, and she would be able to erase all their suspicions. During the past 6 months, Su Ming's cultivation base recovered at an incredibly quick pace, and with the aid of the medicinal cores he obtained from Baoqiu, it had recovered to 8/10. With this much of his cultivation base restored, he already had the power to fight against a berserker who had attained great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm. In fact, once he recovered those 8/10 of his cultivation base, Su Ming discovered, slightly to his shock, that he had actually reached the peak of his condition when he initially fought against Tian all those years ago. Yet at that moment his peak in the past was only 8/10 of his current cultivation base. This clear increase in power lifted Su Ming's spirits even more. He was also quite pleased with Baoqiu. This woman had obeyed every single one of his orders and had never bothered him when he was in isolation. She would always choose to stay at the ground floor every single time he entered isolation. Su Ming had been able to tell early on that Baoqiu and Zhao were different. This woman was not a berserker who had changed her blood inheritance, because she was never a berserker, but an immortal. At most, with just another 2 years, I'll be able to reach the pinnacle of my condition, and that peak will be a state which I've never managed to reach before. With the power I'll have then, I will reach the Berserker Soul Realm and manifest my own statue of the god of Berserkers. Then, the possibility for me to jump past the initial and middle stage and head straight to the latter stage of the Berserker Soul Realm will be incredibly high. In fact, I might even be able to reach great completion in the Berserker Soul Realm. At that time, I will aim for taking that very first step in life cultivation, and from then onwards, I will become a life cultivator in this world. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. Over the past 6 months, he had consumed far too many medicinal cores, and all of them came from Baoqiu. At that moment, just as he was about to close his eyes and immerse himself in his meditation, his gaze suddenly fell on the stairs. Soon after, the sounds of footsteps reached his ears, and Baoqiu appeared before him with her beautiful appearance of a young woman, which was a rare sight, since she preferred remaining as an old woman. She walked towards him slowly and placed 2 medicinal core bottles before him. She hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to say something, but in the midst of her hesitation, he had already closed his eyes. Baoqiu turned around quietly. Just as she was about to leave, Su Ming spoke behind her. "What is it? Just tell me." Baoqiu stopped moving, then turned around and looked towards him. "I'd like to keep some medicinal cores for myself." Su Ming opened his eyes and looked towards Baoqiu. "There are 3 months before the Berserkers' disaster arrives. All the members of the sect are in danger, and they won't be able to help me. I can only rely on myself to get through this. If I succeed, then I will be able to stay in the land of the Berserkers for another 50 years, but if I fail, then my existence will be wiped off. I've been training and accumulating a large amount of medicinal cores for the past few years. I originally wanted to refine and create a clone to die in my place, but now I won't be able to create that clone. I'm preparing to use the final 3 months to stabilize my cultivation base and take a chance to fight against it. Evil Spirit Sect will send a Celestial Maiden to help us resist the Berserkers' disaster at that time. But even if the Celestial Maiden is around, it doesn't mean that we will be completely safe. The risk is incredibly great, so I hope you will allow me to do so, Master." Su Ming focused his gaze on her. Berserkers' disaster? Celestial Maiden? Baoqiu was momentarily stunned. Once she cast a glance at him, a strange glow suddenly appeared in her eyes. "You're a Berserker." Baoqiu's heart raced for a while. When she looked at Su Ming, her heart descended into greater shock. She had always wondered about his origins, and now she had at least one clue about his background. "You don't know about this, but all the Immortals who descended in the land of the Berserkers along with the Berserkers who changed their blood inheritance have to face a disaster, and that disaster comes from the Berserkers' sacred vessel. Originally, all the Immortals who show power that goes past the limit set here will make the Berserkers' sacred vessel appear, but with Sir Qian's divine ability, he changed the laws for the Berserkers' sacred vessel's appearance, making it descend once every 50 years. It will last for an entire day, and it will annihilate all the people who show the presence of Immortals on this day. Our Supreme Sir Qian of Evil Sect have also ordered that all those who descended to this land must reveal our power on that day to bring the Berserkers' sacred vessel on ourselves. This is a cruel and brutal trial for us." Chapter 6:15, The Disaster Arrives. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever. He only narrowed his eyes slightly, and the memory of when Hong Luo controlled his body all those years ago to fight against that person from Hidden Dragon Sect surfaced in his head. In that battle, the one who killed that cultivator from Hidden Dragon Sect was not Hong Luo, but the terrifying halberd that had appeared in the sky. Its appearance had put all the immortals of the entire South mourning in fear and awe, causing them to find their breathing still during that instant. That halberd was the Berserkers' sacred vessel in the land of South mourning. Ever since Su Ming came to Eastern Wastelands and learned about Evil Spirit Sect, there had always been a question lingering in his heart. At that moment, he understood. Yet once he understood this matter, he remembered Tian. The man's clone had been completely unbothered by the Berserker's sacred vessel, but he had not chosen to destroy it, and it was clear that there was something about that halberd that made him wary. However, that Qian from Evil Spirit Sect actually had the ability to change the law governing the arrival of the Berserker's sacred vessel in Eastern Wastelands. The strength of that ability might be even greater than what was required to destroy it, and the difficulty of doing so might also be even greater than destroying it. But the sacred vessel was still around. Once Su Ming thought of Tian's actions and linked them to this matter, he suddenly had a strong hunch that there must be some sort of secret contained within the Berserker's sacred vessel, which was why the Immortals did not dare to destroy it. That Qian sure is bold. He actually had the guts to turn the sacred vessel's arrival once every 50 years into a trial for the successor disciples in Evil Sect, so only the ones worthy would survive. When Su Ming opened his eyes, he had understood many things. He also remembered that the title of Celestial Maiden was not limited to one person, but was a title shared among many. This group of people existed in each sect, and their duty was to help their people who descended to the land, covering the Berserker's sky so that they could hide away their presences. But, clearly, the Celestial Maiden's use in Evil Sect was not such. Su Ming cast Bao Qiu a glance before he asked slowly, "How confident are you in living through this?" "I was originally certain that 7 times out of 10 I'd live. After all, I won't be the only one resisting the Berserker's disaster. There are quite a large number of people in the sect who will be fighting against it, and as long as I can withstand one blow from it, I will be able to make it. Besides, I would have a clone serving as my scapegoat. I wanted to use its death and the injuries I would suffer to live through this disaster. But now my chances have dropped to 3 out of 10. Bao Qiu remained composed, as if she was not talking about her own death. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence before he cast Bao Qiu a glance, and then he smiled. "You can just ask for my help if you want it. There's no need to beat around the bush." Bao Qiu's face turned slightly red, but it quickly faded away. She did not speak, because she did indeed require his help, or else she would be wiped away, and similarly, Su Ming would no longer be able to train in peace. This thought had begun bubbling in her head a few months ago, when she first discovered just how terrifying Su Ming was, and since she was not trying to harm him, she did not go against the restrictions placed on her soul. She had restored her original, beautiful appearance before she came here to lay the groundwork for the things she just said as well. 3 months later, I will help you once during the Berserkers disaster. Treat it as a compensation for keeping your soul in custody, using your place to train, and using up your medicinal cores. After that, you and I will no longer owe each other anything." Su Ming closed his eyes. A hint of joy appeared on Bao Qiu's face. Once she got up, she wrapped her fist in her palm and bowed towards Su Ming before leaving the first floor of the building to return to the ground floor. She sat down cross-legged there, and as unknown thoughts ran in her head, she closed her eyes and started meditating after some time. Su Ming's training did not stop because of this. He already had an idea of how he would help Bao Qiu, and he also wanted to use this chance to see whether his guess was correct. If my guess is correct, then I will have to ask her about it later. Su Ming no longer thought about this and placed all his attention on restoring his cultivation base. All his flesh, blood, and bones had turned into those belonging to a true berserker, and his cultivation base had also returned to the pinnacle of his previous power all those years ago. As time passed, and as his cultivation started recovering bit by bit, he gradually discovered that besides his flesh, blood, and bones, the extra 2/10 of his cultivation base had been absorbed by his brain. Perhaps more accurately speaking, the thing that had absorbed those 2/10 of power was his soul. Once Su Ming discovered this phenomenon, his heart trembled. He had a faint feeling that once his lost cultivation base was fully recovered, the increase of those last 2/10 would become the key in him successfully reaching the Berserker soul realm. All of this made him think about the Sun song that had echoed in his ears before he fell unconscious after his battle with Tian. 1 month, 2 months. 2 months later, as Su Ming's cultivation base recovered and slowly increased, his soul gradually fell into a state as if he was asleep. He was immersed in a feeling he could not describe. It was as if he was being nourished. When another 20-something days passed, and there were only 3 days left before the Berserkers' disaster arrived, Bao Qiu slowly walked up to the first floor of the building and appeared before Su Ming. She looked quite calm and did not have the pale look born of despair of someone who only had 3 days left. She cast Su Ming a glance and sat down before him quietly. She, who had resumed her appearance of a young woman, had a sacred beauty about her. She looked at the sky beyond the building quietly and waited for Su Ming to wake up. Even after associating with him for most of the year, she still felt that there was a layer of mystery surrounding this boy before her. At that moment, she turned her eye away from the window, and her gaze fell on his body once again. As she continued watching him, she suddenly found that this Chen Su seemed to be a little different than before. He seemed to have grown a little. He no longer looked as if he was just 12 or 13 years old, but appeared to be about 14 or 15. When he closed his eyes, there was still a hint of youthfulness to his face, but she would never forget the ancient look in his eyes that made her feel as if she was looking at time itself when he shifted his gaze to her. There was a hint of grief contained within that ancient look, and when the sun began setting, it would show faintly and indistinctly in the red glow of dusk. Just what sort of secrets does he carry? Just who is he? He's definitely not Chen Su. What is his name? Where did he come from? He's powerful, so he shouldn't be some random nobody. What sort of person would be able to injure him so badly? These sort of questions had been rising nonstop in Bao Qiu's heart during most of the past year. She started becoming curious about this boy. It was especially so when the black shade in his hair started gradually fading away to show faint traces of white and purple. The mixed shades in his hair did not give him an unkempt look, but instead gave him a dangerous air, causing it to be possible for others to look past the boy's physical age, and then they would be able to see a young man's pragmatism and hardened will. Bao Qiu propped up her chin on her hand and continued watching him just like that, as if she had forgotten about her imminent death 3 days later. When the last rays of light faded away outside, darkness arrived. Then it went away and daylight came once again. Even then, Su Ming continued meditating, and Bao Qiu continued watching him. When noon went by and dusk shone through the window once again, landing on both their bodies, Su Ming opened his eyes. At the instant he did so, he saw Bao Qiu looking at him fixedly. He saw the red rays of the setting sun shining on her face, bringing to light an unparalleled sight. The woman in the scene had a head filled with black hair, and she wore a pink dress. She had her chin resting on her hands, and her eyelashes were incredibly long. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Even the fine hairs of her face could be seen under the rays of the setting sun. Her gradually reddening skin was hidden under the sunlight, and no one could see it clearly. I'm looking at you because of the brand you left in my soul. It'll make me subconsciously attracted to you, and I will feel a sense of cordiality towards you. Once the brand goes away, all of these will no longer appear, and everything will return to normal. Don't misunderstand. Bao Qiu did not avoid Su Ming's gaze. She looked at him and spoke as calmly as she possibly could. Su Ming smiled faintly and did not speak. It's your problem if you misunderstand, though. It has nothing to do with me. I hope you'll keep to your promise, and once your cultivation base is fully restored, you will return me my freedom. Bao Qiu's heart raced, but she kept a straight face and made sure she spoke without emotion. However, even when the red glow of the setting sun moved away, her face was still rather red. Honestly, I quite like your current appearance. You look much better like this than as an old woman, Su Ming said with a smile. There was no underlying meaning contained within his words. He was merely stating the truth. But when it fell into Bao Qiu's ears, the meaning of his words became slightly different. She glared at him, but the cordiality within her soul and the inability to resist him made her expression turn gentle. She still did not move her gaze away and continued looking straight into his eyes. Time continued flowing just like this. When darkness arrived in the world outside and midnight crept up on them to announce the near arrival of the third day, Su Ming started feeling a little awkward. He might have gone through many things, but he had never met a woman like Bao Qiu who would stare at him so intently, and it was not just for a moment. She was staring at him for an incredibly long time. With a dry cough, Su Ming decided to close his eyes and continue meditating. Soon, midnight arrived, and the instant it was about to leave, Bao Qiu averted her gaze and looked towards the dark sky outside the window. At that moment, there were a dozen-something other people from Evil Spirit Sect who were also looking at the sky. They were all sitting quietly in their houses and staring up ahead. Right then, Within the everlasting black smoke at the top of Evil Spirit Mountain was a middle-aged man sitting inside a gloomy temple that worshipped a few indistinct statues. The man wore a long blue robe, and he was the strongest warrior within Evil Spirit Sect, the Grand Sect Elder, Chen. That black smoke came from him, and it was a symbol of his power, which was the equivalent of a Berserker who had reached great completion in the Berserker soul realm, the Immortals' ascendant stage. 50 years. How quick! His voice was hoarse. As he spoke in an unhurried tone, he lifted his head and looked at the sky. At that moment, a powerful cultivation base that could only belong to those in ascendant erupted from his body. At the same time, all the dozen-something people in Evil Spirit Sect, including Bao, started releasing their presence from their locations, and those were the presences of all the immortals who had descended to this place. The Berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance also released the ripples of their power, perhaps in fear, in silence, in arrogance, or in grief, causing the presences of all the outsiders in Evil Spirit Sect to surge into the sky during that instant. Chapter 616, Mountain River, Yellow Sand. Evil Spirit Sect was not the only sect that reacted this way. At that moment, on Eastern Wastelands, Evil Dust Sect and Evil Lust Sect also acted in this manner. They, too, spread out their presences as outsiders and had it move the sky. It was as if they were afraid that the Berserkers' sacred vessel might not detect them. As their presences caused the clouds and wind in the sky to move, the weather in the entire Eastern Wastelands changed, and thunder rumbled loudly in the world. As the world changed, Evil Immortal Sect, which was the core of the entire Evil Sect and was located to the east of Eastern Wastelands, also had numerous powerful presences surge into the sky. What is the Evil Sect? When all the others in all directions cower before the Berserkers' disaster, only we of Evil Sect will stand and fight against it courageously. Now, we will let all of those around us see what they do not dare do. We of the Evil Sect will not only do it, we will also stand against it. We are already here in the land of the Berserkers, so why should we be afraid of that Berserkers' disaster and hide from it? If that's the case, it'd have been better not to have come in the first place. A ghastly voice spread out from Evil Immortal Sect and reverberated in the area, turning into a thunderous rumble that spread through all the evil sects within Eastern Wastelands. The other 4 locations of the continent were a huge contrast to the east of Eastern Wastelands. It did not matter whether it was the Great Leaf Immortal Sect where Tian was or the other immortal sects. All of them did not dare reveal their presences. It was clear that they wanted to avoid this particular day that came once every 50 years until the Berserkers' sacred vessel fell asleep once again. Perhaps their choice was correct and Evil Sect's actions were mad, but this alone was enough to show just how different their beliefs were. One of them would fight against the Berserkers' disaster head-on, and the others would watch it with ghastly eyes, and after they avoided it, they would show their fangs. Just like a fierce tiger and a pack of wolves. When a fierce tiger ran into an enemy, it would usually lunge on that enemy with all its strength and would rarely retreat. However, when a pack of wolves ran into an enemy, they would usually linger around in the area, and even their occasional attacks would be filled with dark, sinister intentions. Almost at the same time the 4 evil sects released their presences, a sudden, loud sound that shook the sky and earth suddenly rang out, and a gigantic crack swiftly tore through the sky. It was as if there was a sharp edge residing in the sky that could tear through everything. That sharp edge cut open the sky, revealing a huge crack that was 100-something feet long. When anyone lifted their heads, the crack above would remind them of a scar which wanted to rip open the sky completely. A great, mighty pressure descended with a loud rumble from the crack to the land. That pressure swept through the continent and covered the entire Eastern Wastelands in an instant. Su Ming's eyes flew open. He lifted his head and looked at the crack in the sky. He could sense the pressure's existence and even its strength. It had already surpassed the might of South Morning's sacred vessel, the halberd. But Su Ming did not feel too much fear towards this pressure, because his entire body was that of a true berserker. However, Bao was different. She was trembling by his side, and her face instantly turned pale. She did not belong to the land of the berserkers. She was an outsider. At that moment, as she felt the pressure spreading out from the crack in the sky, her heart instantly started trembling. A huge wave of terror rose within her, and she could do nothing about it. It was as if a mountain that should never have crumbled had just shattered, and it was collapsing right on top of her. She could not put up too much of a fight under this pressure, as if everything had been predestined. She was fated to be crushed to death by Eastern Wasteland's sacred vessel. It had only just showed the beginnings of its might, and it's already so powerful. But the evil sect members who have descended in this place must have a way to resist this pressure, or else they would have died much earlier when this sacred vessel first descended. That Qian from evil sect won't be asking the others from evil sect to go through this trial either. Su Ming's face remained as calm as ever. He did not help Bao Qiu just yet. The woman right now was swiftly forming seals with her hands as she trembled. Gradually, a holy light spread through her body. Su Ming stopped meditating and stood up. The power of the world in this place had started becoming chaotic due to the changes outside, and it was no longer suitable for training purposes. Once Su Ming stood up, he walked to the window and lifted his head to look at the sky. He narrowed his eyes. He could vaguely sense that once the crack in the sky appeared, the spiritual aura in the entire mountain started flowing backwards, inside it, as if it was being absorbed. The mountain was not the only one affected. More accurately speaking, the entire eastern wastelands was affected. An endless amount of spiritual aura was charging towards the sky like invisible, surging clouds. They were devoured by that crack, as if the Berserkers' sacred vessel needed this vast amount of spiritual aura to rouse from its sleep. Su Ming stood still and watched silently. Bao Qiu was still trembling as she sat behind him, and it was obvious that she was resisting against that might with everything she had. Time slowly passed, and the power of that pressure grew stronger. In the end, it became so strong that it almost felt like it had gained corporeal form, causing the sky to be distorted in Su Ming's eyes. It also became indistinct for a brief instant. Suddenly, a sound that reminded people of something having struck another thing, which might have been gold, rang out clearly and echoed for a long time. It spread through the whole eastern wastelands. It was difficult for anyone to determine swiftly what sort of sound that was. Almost the moment it reverberated in the air, Bao Qiu's body froze, and blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Her face turned even paler, and as she moved her hands, she quickly tapped a few parts of her body in succession. Only then did she manage to stabilize her cultivation base, which had been thrown in chaos due to that sound. The entire evil spirit sect was in a state of dead silence at that moment. When the sound rang out, many of the berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance coughed up blood, and some of them even fell unconscious while trembling. Only the pure-blood immortals who had descended into this land gritted their teeth and persevered, resisting in different manners according to the different levels of cultivation they had. Shindong, the middle-aged Grand Sect elder in that blue long robe meditating in the black smoke at the top of Evil Spirit Mountain, remained as calm as ever. There was not a hint of change in his expression. It was as if that sound that made many people's hearts tremble was nothing special to him. Similar events were happening in all 4 evil sects in Eastern Wastelands. All the immortals who had descended in the land, and all the berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance resisted the pressure. Perhaps the latter ones had done so to survive, perhaps they were pursuing strength, or perhaps they had done so for other reasons. But in the end, they had changed their blood inheritance so that they could practice evil sect's arts, and the price they had to pay for this was also incredibly huge. The price was that they no longer had the right to call themselves berserkers, and even in evil sect, they were degraded to secondary humans. But the price was especially great during the berserkers' disaster that would appear once every 50 years. The pressure they had to suffer was far greater than the one felt by those who had descended to the land of berserkers. It was as if the berserkers' sacred vessel harbored incredible hatred towards these sort of people. Every single time the berserkers' disaster arrived, a large amount of these half-berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance would die because of it. Besides evil sect, the striking sound also spread through the entire eastern wastelands and into the other immortal sections. However, due to them hiding themselves, they did not suffer too much damage. Nonetheless, the impact of that sound to their hearts had caused their impression towards the mysteries and magnificence of the berserkers to increase every 50 years. Mumbling could be heard in the sects that were not fighting against the pressure like evil sect. All of these voices belonged to women, and as they spread out in those indistinct mumbles, a layer of blood-red light covered those sects. These blood-red screens of light would cover the berserkers' sky, making it difficult for the berserkers' sacred vessel in the sky to search for traces of immortals. The blood-red screen was a necessary item for all the immortal sects that had descended to the land of the berserkers. This was the Celestial Maiden's divine ability, and also their function. 8 women in white could be seen within those sects that had descended. All of these women were incredibly beautiful, without exception. At that moment, all of them had closed their eyes and spread out their arms wide open. Before each one was a small red bottle, and within them were drops of extremely valuable blood. The entire reason behind why they could cover the Berserkers' sky was this blood. Celestial Maidens were the only ones that could bring out some of the power within that blood and cover the sky. They were the only ones who could do this, no one else. There was also a Celestial Maiden in Evil Sect, but she was not tasked to cover the Berserkers' sky. Instead, she had another purpose due to Qian's request. At that moment, as that sound in the sky faded away, the second strike followed soon after. It spread out with a loud bang, and it sounded as if it was incredibly close to the ground. Waves of dark light were spreading out from the crack in the sky, and as it shone, it was as if there was something that was slowly revealing itself from inside. The second bell chime caused the Immortals who had descended from Evil Sect to tremble even more. As Bao Qiu formed a seal with her hands, she pointed forward, and immediately, an illusion appeared before her. It was a statue, and it was the exact same one as the one on the ground floor. Once the statue appeared, Bao Qiu's face gained a little color and she looked a little better, but almost in an instant, the third, fourth, and fifth bell chimes traveled forth from the sky, with loud, rumbling sounds. At the instant they reverberated through the air, the dark light from the huge crack in the sky became much stronger and illuminated the ground, causing the entire sky to look as if it had been enveloped by that light. The crack in the blue light could no longer be seen due to it. The only thing that could be glimpsed was a circular-shaped thing slowly descending from the sky under that layer of dark light. That was a monstrously huge bell. It might seem round, but that was just the edge of the bell. As it descended and Su Ming saw its full form, a loud hum started in his head. He took a step forward, and if he had not instinctively controlled himself, he would have walked out of the tower. Han Mountain Bell. Su Ming widened his eyes, and disbelief could be seen on his face. His breathing quickened in an instant. The Berserkers' sacred vessel in the sky was incredibly similar to Han Mountain Bell. However, there were also differences between them, and it was that the picture of the 9-headed dragon was absent from the Berserkers' sacred vessel in the sky. Instead, it had an endless mountain river covering half of the bell, and the other half was a desert of golden sand. Chapter 617, Living Through the Disaster. Great Eastern Wasteland Desert Bell. This is Eastern Wasteland's sacred vessel, your people's vessel. Bao Qiu's hoarse voice reached Su Ming's ears from behind in bits and pieces. Her voice was incredibly weak. The illusory statue before her was also trembling faintly at the moment, as if the bell's appearance had brought such a pressure on it that it would crumble at any moment. Su Ming's breathing quickened slightly, and he only managed to calm it down after some time. He had his gaze trained on the huge Eastern Wasteland's bell in the sky, and his eyes were burning with a strong flame. He finally knew just what it was, that sound that seemed as if something had struck another thing that might be gold. That was a bell chime that came from the bell in the crack, but due to the crack cutting off its sound and the spiritual aura from the world surging into the crack continuously, the bell chime sounded as if it had changed. But once he thought about it, that sound was clearly a bell chime. Almost at the moment Eastern Wasteland's bell descended from the sky, 8 women dressed in white appeared within each of the evil sects in Eastern Wastelands. It was the same for Evil Spirit Sect. 8 women dressed in white floated into the sky, and judging by their expressions, they seemed to not be too affected by the pressure created by Eastern Wasteland's bell. These 8 women were all incredibly beautiful, and there was an indescribable presence surrounding them at the moment. They were floating in the sky, and all of them had a small red bottle before them. A drop of fresh blood swiftly flew out from each of the 8 bottles, and these 8 drops imprinted themselves on the center of these women's brows. It looked as though someone had painted a vermilion mark between their brows. At the instant that happened, the 8 women closed their eyes, and a piercing blood-red light burst forth from their bodies. Their white robes seemed to have been dyed in blood under that light. As it filled the air, it completely enveloped Evil Spirit Mountain, but it was not used to cover the Berserker sky and stop the Eastern Wasteland bell from detecting the presences of the Immortals who had descended here. The red light was instead used to allow the sacred vessel to use its power on these people based on their different levels of cultivation and their limits. It could be said that the blood-red light was a filter. Each time it changed, it would hide away all the other people's presences and only reveal one person's, so that he or she would be able to have a chance to resist the might of Han Mountain Bell alone. That blood-red light could also change all the presences of those who had revealed their power within it, causing them to be weaker than their true level of cultivation. With this method, the people could go through what could only be considered as a true trial. Because the divine ability of Eastern Wasteland's bells would release its power based on the different levels of cultivation it detected, it would not waste even a single bit of its power, neither would it release less than what it required. Yet even so, this Eastern Wasteland's bell was definitely not an ordinary treasure. This was the sacred vessel left behind by the first god of Berserkers in Eastern Wastelands, the priceless treasure used to protect the Berserkers. It had with it a strike that possessed the power to destroy everything. It did not matter what level of cultivation its enemy possessed, it would bring forth a power that was the exact same as its enemy's level of cultivation. But if its enemy was in a particular level of cultivation, then the bell would show the strongest amount of power possible within that stage, and it would be so great that it could destroy all those within that same stage. Yet even though evil Sect had already made such preparations, and the Berserkers' disaster would fall on them once every 50 years, there would still be some who would die under Eastern Wasteland's bell. This sort of indirect control over Eastern Wasteland's bell and change towards the function of the Celestial Maidens was created by Qian, the strongest in evil Sect. This method might be crazy and dangerous, but it could make all those within evil Sect to not want to waste even a single moment of their time and train in a frenzy so that they could fight against the other immortal sects, because they could use enchanted treasures when they fought against the Berserkers' disaster. The blood-red screen of light that had been altered by Qian spread out over all 4 evil sects at that instant, and immediately the first person was chosen to go through the trial from the Berserkers' disaster, and he was the strongest person in the sect, the Grand Sect Elder Shindong. Su Ming stared at the blood-red screen of light with bright, sparkling eyes. He was looking at the 8 women and the blood-red bottles before them. In the midst of his silence, a hint of complicated feelings could be seen on his face. He remembered the dazed celestial maiden that was residing in his storage bag at that moment. A cold harumph came from the top of Evil Spirit Mountain. Bao Qiu finally relaxed under the blood-red screen of light, as if all pressure on her had disappeared, but her expression turned even graver, and a deep anxiety could be detected in her bearing. With a pale face, she looked towards Su Ming's back. She knew that the true trial was about to start. The blood-red screen of light caused the person who let out that cold harumph to be the only person who had his presence revealed. A strong, mighty power erupted forth swiftly at that instant, and it was a wave of power that could shake the sky and earth. It caused Su Ming's pupils to shrink, and he lifted his head to look towards that direction. He saw that black smoke rising into the sky. At that moment, it turned into a gigantic shadow. It was about 10,000 feet tall, and its entire body was a little indistinct, as if it would scatter away if wind blew on it. But the truth was that no matter how strong the wind, it would not be able to blow apart that shadow. This was, of course, unless it was a gust of wind brought forth by someone with a level of cultivation that surpassed those who had reached great completion in the Berserker soul realm or were above the Immortals who had reached ascendance. The shadow seemed like a man, but due to its indistinct appearance, its face could not be seen clearly. However, the presence spreading out from that shadow caused Su Ming's pupils to shrink. The feeling he gained from this person's level of cultivation was similar to the one when he faced off against Sima Xian after he had inherited the legacy from the second god of Berserkers and had mastered his numerous divine abilities. Right at that moment, the illusory shadow seeped through the blood-red screen of light, and at the instant he revealed itself in the world, the Eastern Wasteland's bell let out a deafening chime in the sky. That bell did not even cast any sort of divine ability as that chime echoed in the air. It only used its gigantic body and pressed down on the ground. The bell descended 10 feet, and as it sank, a wave that looked like ripples spread out throughout the land. The ground let out a loud bang, and even Evil Spirit Mountain trembled because of it. A large amount of crushed stones fell from the mountain, and cracks appeared on the ground that started spreading rapidly in all directions. At the same time, the huge, indistinct figure lifted its arms, as if it wanted to push against the sky so that it could hold up the pressure and resist the power of Eastern Wasteland's bell. A low roar reverberated in the air, and it sounded as if someone had been holding on to their breath for a long time before finally letting it out. As that sound spread out like the muffled roars of thunder, the indistinct figure looked as if it could no longer bear with the pressure. Its arms exploded with a bang, as if they could no longer handle the pressure, and right before Su Ming's eyes, its body shattered completely like a broken bottle as that roar continued echoing in the air. However, as it broke down, another person could be seen within the crumbling black shadow. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe with rather long hair. There was an eerie glint in the man's eyes as he shouted at the sky. Is this the limit of the power for late ascendant stage? It's still not enough to destroy me. The middle-aged man was naturally Shindong. As he spoke, he flew up and charged towards the bell. He's at the equivalent of great completion of the Berserker soul realm, the great circle of the Immortals' ascendant stage. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as these thoughts echoed in his heart while he looked at Shindong's figure. But the presence he showed is not that of a person who has reached the great circle. It's instead at a level below that. He's just showing the power for late ascendant stage. This should be related to the celestial maiden's screen of light. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. He could already guess the method evil sect used to resist the Berserkers' disaster, and from this, he could also guess that the bell was displaying the limit of the power for a single stage. As he sank into his thoughts, he lifted his head and watched with sparkling eyes as Shindong got increasingly closer to Eastern Wasteland's bell in the sky. At the instant he was about to close in on it, a wave of ripples appeared from the sacred vessel, and that wave turned into an illusory river flowing down a mountain. At first glance, that river and mountain still were clearly illusions, but they quickly gained physical form, so it soon looked as if there was a river and a mountain in the sky. The mountain and river were, naturally, the things carved on the bell, and its original form was 9 mountains, 9 rivers, and 9 deserts. At that moment, what had appeared in midair was a mountain and a river, but no desert. At the instant the mountain and river appeared, Su Ming immediately saw Shindong's expression turning incredibly grave. When the river descended, it looked as if it had turned into a long dragon. Sweeping down, it charged toward Shindong. At the same time, the mountain let out a loud bang and warped above Shindong, crushing down on him. This might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth, only the span of a few breaths had passed since the mountain and river appeared. As rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, the mountain and river disappeared, and Shindong coughed up a large mouthful of blood, but he retreated with a loud laugh. The 8 celestial maidens changed their footsteps, and the blood-red screen of light over evil spirit sect immediately changed and covered Shindong's presence before revealing the wave of power from another person. The appearance of the Berserkers' disaster in Eastern Wastelands on different individuals made Su Ming see the Immortals and the Berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance appear one by one, as the blood-red screen of light changed each time. The people revealed would either make it through the attack successfully or die in the process. Shrill screams of pain echoed in the air. This is the 9th person, Bao Qiu said from behind Su Ming. With a pale face, she looked at the sky outside the window. Su Ming did not speak. Sorrow gradually appeared on his face. He was not sad for the Immortals who descended to this land or the Berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance. He was sad for the persistence of Eastern Wasteland's sacred vessel, which had not changed since ancient times. Even if that persistence was being used by evil sect in this time and age for it to become the Berserkers' disaster that served as a trial for the people in its sect, it still did not change. Su Ming watched Eastern Wasteland's bell trying to kill all the outsiders who had revealed themselves by spreading the presence of their cultivation base and bringing its might on them to fulfill its mission on this day that would only come once every 50 years. He saw its persistence, despite knowing that it would be increasingly more difficult as time passed. Su Ming closed his eyes. Soon after, a cold chill suddenly surrounded the building where he was. At the same time, the Berserkers' disaster for Bao Qiu arrived. A powerful pressure swiftly descended on the building and landed on Bao Qiu's body. She shivered and gritted her teeth to resist it. Su Ming still stood with his eyes closed. Chapter 618. Obtaining the Seal. Would I have the right to become its master? This thought appeared in Su Ming's heart. Eastern Wasteland's bell. It was the Berserkers' sacred vessel, and was also the treasure left behind by the first god of Berserkers as a blessing for his descendants, one used as an item to intimidate all outsiders. It was the treasure that made even Tian, who had sent 2 of his clones to the place, and Qian from Evil Sect, to only be able to change the laws governing the treasure's descent, not daring to destroy it. Perhaps they could not even destroy it. That one mountain and river is equivalent to the limit of a Berserker in the later stage of the Berserker Soul Realm. If it would bring out all 9 mountains, rivers, and deserts, then what level of cultivation would the wave of power that would erupt forth show? Su Ming opened his eyes. Bao Qiu was trembling behind him. There was struggle on her face, and the seals on her hands were continuously changing as she was gritting her teeth tightly. She did not ask for Su Ming to take action. As the blood-red screen of light completely exposed the building, Bao Qiu's presence and power as an outsider showed up clearly under Eastern Wasteland's bell. Her wave of power was between the Immortals' soul transformation and soul formation. At that moment, as the waves of her power were revealed, Eastern Wasteland's bell descended on her swiftly. The entire building shook. The illusory shadow of the female statue before Bao Qiu immediately crumbled and exploded into pieces. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, and as her face turned pale, she looked as if she was being flattened and would shatter at any moment. Eastern Wasteland's bell descended another 5 feet, and it was like a great, heavy force suddenly appearing on a drowning person, as if it wanted to drag him into the depths of the water. It caused despair to appear in Bao Qiu's eyes. As Eastern Wasteland's bell descended, the faint, illusory shadow of a bell could be seen falling on the young woman. At that moment, it had already landed on the building. It seeped through the walls and began fulfilling its mission to kill all outsiders. Su Ming sighed softly and turned around. At the instant the illusory bell seeped through the building and descended on Bao Qiu's jugular notch, he took a step forward. Right at that moment, he lifted his right hand to gently lift the incoming illusory bell that was descending on her. With it, a shudder racked Su Ming's entire body, but his expression remained as calm as ever. The illusory bell no longer sank down and remained on his right hand. It was forcefully stopped in its tracks. Almost at the instant Su Ming's right hand touched the illusory bell, Eastern Wasteland's bell let out a long bell chime in the sky. At the same time, a powerful will instantly descended on Su Ming's heart. The will did not speak, but instead exuded a cold and ancient air. Once it scanned Su Ming's body, it returned to the sky, back to where Eastern Wasteland's bell was. Soon after, an even greater pressure descended once again, as if it wanted to move past Su Ming and crush Bao Qiu to her death. A mountain appeared in the sky up ahead. That mountain was 100,000 feet tall and towered in the clouds despite being a mere illusion. At the instant it appeared, all those who were watching an evil spirit sect immediately sported changes to their expressions. Shindong's eyes also shone with a glint. Up to now, only Shindong alone had been able to make a mountain and river show up on from the Eastern Wasteland's bell during the Berserkers' disaster. All of the others did not have the right for the bell to react this way, because the pressure as it descended alone was enough to kill them. Bao Qiu, Shindong mumbled softly. The mountain occupied almost half the sky once it appeared. It was green, and as a large amount of life force filled the area, it swiftly descended on the building that protruded from the blood-red screen of light. Bao Qiu was beside Su Ming, and at that moment, she widened her eyes. She could sense the power of that mountain in the sky. This was something she had never expected to see. A mountain manifesting when she went through the Berserkers' disaster. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He suddenly realized that his previous train of thought had been wrong. Once the Eastern Wasteland's bell retrieved its will from his body and the mountain manifested in the air, he found that it was not aimed towards Bao Qiu, but towards him. A faint smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Once he understood this, he looked at the descending illusory mountain once again, and he could tell with just one glance that it did not harbor true killing intent towards him. It would be difficult for anyone else to discover this, unless they were directly involved in this like Su Ming and had the exact same analysis and judgments as he did. Everyone else, they would only see the Berserkers' disaster descending on the building. You, who do not harbor any killing intent towards me, what is with the mountain that appeared because of me and now it descending towards me? If you're not intending to wipe away my existence, then you must surely be a trial. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and at the same time, the smile on his face grew, for within his eyes was a hint of respect. Contrary to other people's feelings towards Eastern Wasteland's bell, he had been sad because of what he saw and respected the sacred vessel's persistence, due to his familiarity with Han Mountain Bell. Even if it was only a treasure, Su Ming still respected it. As the power of that one mountain descended, Su Ming lifted his right hand. He swept his thumb across his index finger, and a thin wound immediately appeared, blood flowing out of it to dye Su Ming's right index finger red. When he lifted his head, he could sense that the power of that one mountain was getting closer, and Bao Qiu was shivering even more violently. At that moment, he pressed his bloody index finger on Bao Qiu's fair forehead. He left a mark of blood at the center of her brows. It was like a symbol. At the instant he smeared the blood on her forehead, Bao Qiu was left completely stunned, because she realized that when the blood appeared on her forehead, she could no longer feel any sort of pressure on her. It was as if she had been placed outside the pressure, as if she had been overlooked by Eastern Wasteland's bell, let off by the Berserkers' disaster. This scene caused Bao Qiu's heart to race. With shock in her heart, she looked towards Su Ming. She had a dumbfounded expression on her face, and there was a huge storm raging in her heart. The various questions that rose within her caused her breathing to instantly quicken. It was difficult for her to understand how Su Ming could make the Berserkers' disaster let her go by just smearing his blood at the center of her brows. She could also not understand how he did it. Just who was he? What level of cultivation did he have? Where did he come from? And what sort of connection did he have with that Eastern Wasteland's bell? She could already guess that there was some sort of huge secret contained within this, though she was uncertain as to what that secret was. Then, as if she remembered something, her eyes went wide, and she stared at Su Ming blankly. Disbelief and dazed confusion appeared on her face. A loud bang reverberated in the world. As all the people from Evil Spirit Sect watched, the mountain that appeared seeped through the double-story building and descended within. Everyone, including Shindong, did not think that there might be another person in Bao Qiu's house. To them, Bao Qiu was the one fighting against the power of the manifested mountain at that moment. Su Ming swiftly lifted his right hand, as his long hair danced in the air and his robes fluttered. He looked at the illusory shadow of the green mountain with a fixed stare as it came charging towards him as if it wanted to crush his soul, and the moment it came close, he pushed his hand swiftly up. A muffled bang reverberated in the air once he pushed against the mountain. That bang spread out like a ripple and echoed through the entire Evil Spirit Mountain, but that sound could not be heard with human ears. It could only be sensed with the soul. It was a sound only for the soul. All those who heard that it would be dazed for different amounts of time, even Shindong. That sound echoed in their heads and refused to leave even after a long period of time has passed. At that moment, Bao Qiu saw something, and it would become something she would never forget. It would even be carved into her soul to become an eternal memory. She saw Su Ming smiling. At the instant he touched the illusory mountain with his right hand, another illusory item appeared around him, and that was another bell. It manifested around Su Ming and enveloped him completely. She could see a faint figure of a nine-headed beast on the illusory bell. The pictures of mountains, rivers, and deserts might not be carved there, but the bell around Su Ming caused Bao Qiu shock once she saw it. She even had a feeling as if she saw the Eastern Wasteland's bell itself. The sound that could only be heard with the soul and would cause others to be dazed had spread out after the power from the mountain clashed with this illusory bell. Bao Qiu bit her bottom lip when she saw no form of killing intent or pressure bursting forth when that power from the mountain crashed into the illusory bell around Su Ming. Instead, that power dissipated as if it had melted, and then it surged into the illusory bell around the teenage boy. When the power of the mountain completely dissipated and fused into Han Mountain Bell, a mountain that towered in the clouds appeared on the surface of Su Ming's bell besides the nine-headed dragon. Thine appearance befits the laws left by mine master, Lishan Xiu. When the outsiders occupy our land of the Berserkers, I shall bring down the Eastern Wasteland's tower. It has 99 layers, and if anyone reaches the top, he shall be my new master. He shall also receive Lishan Xiu's epiphany towards all worlds, and the person shall understand life. Thine power is not enough to withstand my power. I shall grant thee the seal of one mountain, and with it, thou shalt obtain the right to enter Eastern Wasteland's tower and activate the blood trail path. Thou art the first to obtain the seal of the mountain. When Eastern Wasteland's tower appeareth, 26 others shall receive the right to enter after you, in succession. A cold and ancient voice echoed in Su Ming's head. When it spoke, a focused look swiftly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. After a moment, the voice disappeared, and as the blood-red screen of light changed, the double-story building was instantly concealed within it. The one that was exposed outside was another person from Evil Spirit Sect who was using this Berserker's disaster to train. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, even though the voice in his head vanished. But the meaning behind its words was enough for him to mull over for some time. Eastern Wastelands Tower. By the looks of it, this tower will only be allowed to descend once certain requirements are fulfilled. Besides the outsiders occupying the land of the Berserkers, the other requirement is for me to appear. Lai Shanxiu. A pensive look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Bao Qiu was staring at Su Ming with a dumbfounded expression at that moment, and respect gradually appeared on her face. It did not matter whether it was born from the master-servant connection linking her to him or due to other reasons. All races would always respect the strong. That was an eternal law that would never change in all worlds no matter how they had developed. Thank you, Master. Bao Qiu got up, then wrapped her fist in her palm and bowed towards Su Ming. Chapter 619, Vicious. Su Ming was immersed in his thoughts, and he did not pay any attention to Bao Qiu. After some time, she straightened up and meekly stood by the side. Occasionally, her gaze would land on Su Ming, and gradually, a hint of curiosity and complication appeared on her face. She had never expected to meet this person here. In truth, at the moment the Berserker's disaster disappeared from her, when Su Ming smeared that drop of blood at the center of her brows, she had been shocked, but at the same time, she recalled someone. She had absolutely not expected that they would meet in such a manner, and he would become her master. Time trickled by. The area outside the tower was silent, but the pressure and the bell chimes continued outside. When the sky gradually turned dark and midnight eventually arrived, more than 30 people had died under that Berserker's disaster in Evil Spirit Sect. Most of these people were Berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance. These people had betrayed the Berserkers and their ancestors for all sorts of reasons by changing their blood inheritance to practice evil arts. Eastern Wasteland's bell did not just appear above Evil Spirit Sect on that day. Its body had remained above Evil Lust Sect, Evil Dust Sect, and Evil Immortal Sect as well. In fact, the bell had also descended on some of the Immortals who did not belong to any of the sects in the land who had accidentally revealed their power on the ground. They were then killed by the Eastern Wasteland's bell that appeared right above them at the moment they revealed their presence. When midnight was about to arrive, and there were no longer any Immortals who had to go through the Berserker's disaster in Evil Spirit Sect, the blood-red screen of light covered the entire place, as if it had shrouded the Eastern Wasteland's bell's eyes so that it could not see the waves of power from the outsiders, causing it to only be able to slowly fade away during the last moments of that one day. Now it could only wait for another 50 years to appear once again. As time passed, a brilliant glare slowly appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He took a few steps forward to move beside the window and watch the dark sky outside to wait for a scene that might appear once dawn was over. Based on what that voice said, this Eastern Wasteland's tower. While Su Ming was in deep thought, dawn arrived. On that day, the dawn was a scene that was incredibly difficult for all of those in Eastern Wastelands to forget. It would forever be carved into their memories, and they would never be able to chase it away. The immortal sects, as well as those from the evil sect which had descended on Eastern Wastelands, had been waiting for one thing for a long time, but it had never appeared. But on that day, it arrived. Qian from Evil Sect had used a large amount of his power without holding back to change the laws governing the descent of Eastern Wasteland's bell, because he was also hoping for this one thing to arrive. However, no one knew just what sort of requirement was needed for that one thing they desired to show up. All the immortal sects, as well as Tian's clone, knew that one of the requirements for that thing to appear was that there must be enough outsiders in the land of Berserkers. However, as years went by and as more outsiders landed on Eastern Wastelands, the thing they desired still did not appear. Because of that, they reached a unanimous, unplanned agreement, and all of them executed a wide-scale plan that required them to use up a large amount of their power and divine abilities, and had even made them give up an unimaginable price to make Eastern Wastelands ram into South Morning. Since they had no idea how to make that thing appear, they could only fumble around for clues and try out everything that might possibly be the other requirement and hopefully fulfill it. The crash between Eastern Wastelands and South Morning might be a unanimous but unplanned idea, yet Evil Sect and all the other immortal sets had also used their own methods to search for the best in divination and had them predict the requirement for that thing's appearance. It was the reason behind the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands. Because while the predicted results Evil Sect and all the other immortal sects gained were different, The meaning between them was incredibly similar. The crash between two continents would bring forth the key for the appearance of that thing. But no one knew what that key was. However, no matter what, the first Berserkers disaster post-crash was the critical moment to check whether this key had truly appeared, and if it truly happened, then it would mean that the Immortals' prediction was a success. If it did not happen, then they would continue trying other methods, and that thing would surely appear eventually. Because the key might have appeared in this Berserkers disaster to bring forth that thing. That was why all the immortal sects that had descended to this place used everything in their disposal, and even the power of their sects to have their best prodigies descend in the land of the Berserkers. Like Beiling, Qian, Chinchong, Sikong, and also Beefing from Eastern Wasteland's evil sect, along with Yuang from Justice Heaven Dao. These prodigies all descended to this place, and their trial would start once this thing appeared. In fact, they had been sent out to search for the sealed limbs of the second god of Berserkers in South Morning and Eastern Wastelands because their sects believed that perhaps one of the requirements for this thing was connected to the second god of Berserkers. This was a thing that was highly desired by all the immortals that descended on Eastern Wastelands, and it was also something that they had tried to reach with various methods for many years, but never succeeded. This thing was connected to the first god of Berserkers. As the immortals that descended in the land of the Berserkers continuously occupied the Berserkers' territory, as they slowly unveiled the mysteries among the Berserkers that had made them respect this race so much in the past, and as they continued understanding and digging through their secrets, the immortals gradually learned of a secret. There was a tower in Eastern Wastelands, and it went by the name of Eastern Wastelands Tower. There were 99 layers to this tower, and whoever reached its final layer would receive the first god of Berserkers' epiphany towards world planes and plane culpa. Perhaps the epiphany towards world planes could not attract the attention of the few truly powerful warriors among the immortals, but it was different for plane culpa. This was the source they dreamed of tapping, and if they could gain that epiphany, then it would serve as a great help towards the breakthrough in their level of cultivation. The first god of Berserkers' priceless treasure was left in that tower, along with his divine abilities and arts. All of these things were enough to tempt the immortals' hearts, and once they were certain of this, they desired the Eastern Wastelands Tower. More importantly, once they finished analyzing all the clues they had in their possession, they believed that there was a great secret hidden within the final layer of Eastern Wastelands Tower. This secret was related to Great Baron Cauldron. It was the clue that would lead them to the strongest treasure among the Berserkers. This treasure was also related to an order that had come from Sacred Morning Dao Worlds, 1. Morning Dao Planet, and had spread through the entire Sacred World in ancient times. All cultivators of Sacred Morning Dao World, you are to search for the Cauldron of Dao's roots, also known as Great Baron Cauldron. I, Dao Chen Bo, shall give the person who will find this cauldron my inheritance, and he shall also be the sovereign of Sacred Morning Dao World. Su Ming did not know about any of these, but it did not stop him from standing beside the window of the building and looking at the night as he waited for the scene spoken by that voice to appear. At that moment, he was not the only one acting this way. As one of the people who knew about this secret since he was the Grand Sect Elder of Evil Spirit Sect, Shindong, too looked at the sky and waited. Let's hope it works this time. The mystery of the land of the Berserkers caused those truly powerful old monsters to be unable to have their true bodies descend in this place. And even Sir Ji and can only have his clone down here to oversee things. I might have a chance to bring a great contribution to the sect. It was the same situation in Evil Dust Sect and Evil Lust Sect. The Grand Sect Elders in those two sects and all those who knew about this secret were all looking at the sky anxiously. Evil sects were not the only ones that acted this way. Tian's clone was standing in his courtyard silently within Great Leaf Immortal Sect as he looked at the sky. His face was cold and aloof, but a brilliant light could be seen shining within his eyes. Hidden Dragon Sect and Sky Mist Dao also had their own sects in Eastern Wastelands, and those who knew of the secret in those sects were all acting in the same manner. They were all looking at the sky in anxiety and anticipation because they had already given up too much to make this Eastern Wastelands Tower appear. Tian Lan Meng and Tian Lan Yu's expressions were different as they stood beside Sky Mist's ancestor. They were both looking at the night silently. Tian Lan Yu's face was icy cold, like ice that would never melt. As for Tian Lan Meng, there was a constant, complicated look on her face. She seemed rather dejected, as if there were many things troubling her. At the instant dawn was over, suddenly, the expressions of all the people looking at the sky from all the different parts of Eastern Wastelands immediately changed. The long crack in the sky did not close up and vanish as it did 50 years ago. Instead, brilliant rays of light came from within. They instantly illuminated the entire sky above Eastern Wastelands, and not a single dark spot could be seen. Loud, booming sounds echoed in the air, and the crack in the sky swiftly widened. When it started spreading outwards, a gigantic object descended from inside. It was like there was a gigantic rock that caused the crack to be unable to withstand its size. Once it was torn apart, it crumbled, turning into a gigantic pit that was several hundreds of thousands of feet wide. Once that pit appeared, the gigantic object lowered itself, and it was the base of an immense tower that was octagonal in shape. With a loud bang, the entire land trembled, and the gigantic tower swiftly landed on the ground. There were originally a mountain underneath, but it was too feeble and could not withstand the force of the landing. It shattered into pieces, allowing the tower to stand erect on the ground in a stable manner. Its height was endless. The part that was revealed between the ground and the sky was just a part of it. The other half was still in that pit high above. This was a gigantic tower that could stun all those who saw it. The Eastern Wastelands Tower has appeared from now onwards. I will give you 1,000 days to fight for the remaining 26 spots in the tower. 1,000 days later, you will all offer your sacrifices to make the blood-red light from the Eastern Wastelands Tower shine past 10 million lis. The 26 people who will offer the largest amount of immortal souls will earn the right to enter the tower. If the sacrifices offered are not enough to make the light from the Eastern Wastelands Tower shine past 10 million lis, the tower will not open. Within this tower lies my priceless treasure, my divine abilities, my arts, and my medicinal cores, and they can all be used by Berserkers and Immortals. It also contains my epiphany towards the world planes and the enlightenment of the plane Kulpa I gained after gathering all the understanding I have towards all worlds, as well as half of the cultivation I gained over half my life. Within this tower also lies the clue to Great Baron Cauldron, the greatest treasure of the Berserkers, which is also the treasure I had snatched from Chen. I swear by my life that you will be able to find the Great Baron Cauldron with this clue. Su Ming's heart trembled. As he looked at the sky, that unique voice rang in his ears once again. There was arrogance in that voice, along with a hint of wildness. The first god of Berserkers, Li Shanxiu. What a vicious man. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's notes. 1. Sacred Morning Dao World and True Morning Dao World are the same thing. Apparently, that's how the Immortals call it. Chapter 620. Confidence. That first god of Berserkers was indeed vicious. Eastern Wastelands Tower's appearance, the 99 layers, and the priceless treasure at the top were enough to tempt all Immortals and Berserkers. The 26 slots to the tower could incite a bloody massacre, and to prevent any sort of situation that was out of the god of Berserkers' control, such as these 26 people working together to determine the ranks on their own in secret, the god of Berserkers had added that the blood-colored light must span a distance of 10 million lis. Because of that, what he would bring would no longer be just a bloody massacre, but genocide. If too little immortal blood was spilled, no one would be able to step into Eastern Wastelands Tower. If they did not have the right to enter the tower, then they would be unable to receive the great serendipity. That was why Su Ming had sensed Li Shanxiu's viciousness when he heard his voice reverberated in the air. Similarly, it would make all the Immortals who heard it desire that treasure deeply, but at the same time, they would also feel a deep chill run through their bodies. It was not as if no one had ever wondered whether those treasures truly existed in Eastern Wastelands Tower, but most of the people who were skilled in divination had predicted this to be true after all the descended Immortals from the sects came to them. With Li Shanxiu's status as the first god of Berserkers and his level of cultivation, he would definitely not lie about this. This was something that the Immortals had to admit, even though they harbored a deep grudge towards him. Su Ming averted his gaze from the dark sky and closed his eyes. The first god of Berserkers' Eastern Wastelands Tower is not a trap, but a blatant attack. Tian's clone and evil sects Qian will definitely be able to tell that this is a plan to force them to kill each other. They will need a sufficient amount of immortal souls, and if any Berserker will want to obtain this right, they will also have to fight for it with everything they have. It would have been better if there was just one person fighting for it. But there are plenty of tribes, and even clans like Freezing Sky Clan in the land of Berserkers. These clans will be even crazier over the first god of Berserkers' legacy. What a plan. Not only did he just make the Immortals fight among themselves, he also made the Berserkers rise to fight and kill those Immortals so that they could gain a chance to obtain a great serendipity. In fact, there will be situations where people will band together. During these 1,000 days, the eastern wastelands will be drenched in blood. Su Ming opened his eyes, and a brilliant glint appeared in his eyes. Chaos is about to arrive. Su Ming waved his arm and took a few steps backwards before he sitting down cross-legged on the ground. He could feel danger in the air, and he needed to recover his cultivation base as quickly as possible, for only then could he obtain his place in the soon-to-be very chaotic eastern wastelands. 26 slots. There should be 27, but the others don't know about my slot. Bao Qiu had already cleared her heart as she remained by his side. When she looked at him, there was respect and a hint of something else in her gaze. Master, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. If you have nothing else to ask of me, then I will take my leave. My sect members will be coming continuously to learn the reason why that mountain descended just now. Bao Qiu bent her body slightly in a bow towards Su Ming. With her beautiful head lowered, she walked backwards to leave the first floor of the building so that she could return to the ground floor. Just as she was about to leave, Su Ming's gaze landed on her, and despite him seeing her beautiful face and alluring body, his face was as calm as still water. My blood helped you avoid the Berserkers' disaster. What are your thoughts on this? Bao Qiu froze, and a light shudder ran through her body. She lifted her head and looked at Su Ming. There was a slight hint of pity, confusion, and sentiment on her face. All these expressions fused together into an extremely complicated look on her countenance. I thought of nothing. Bao Qiu dipped her head down, as if she did not dare to look him into eyes as she spoke softly. Have you ever met Destiny before? Su Ming suddenly asked, looking straight at the young woman. Once Bao Qiu heard the word destiny, she shuddered again, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Her face instantly turned pale. I've never seen him, never heard about him. Master, please don't force me to say anything about destiny. Every immortal who descends to the land of Berserkers has to swear an oath. And if we say anything about destiny, we will be punished. We will also get our families in the land of Immortals in trouble. Bao Qiu lifted her head and looked at Su Ming with a plea for mercy in her eyes. He remained silent for a moment. Fatigue appeared on his face, and he closed his eyes, no longer interrogating her about this matter. What would he be able to do if he learned about destiny, anyway? What could he do even after proving his own guesses correct? He would still be in Death region, and he would still not know where his memories lay. He would still not know where the girl who had called him her big brother was. In the end, I still need to be the one who tears through this layer of mystery. One of these days, I will break this sky and walk out of this world. That day is already not too far away. At the instant Su Ming closed his eyes, he said these words to himself quietly. Bao Qiu left. After the Berserkers' disaster, Evil Spirit Sect returned to its usual activities. Quite a large number of sect members came to visit Bao Qiu and asked about the mountain descending for her. None of these people noticed Su Ming's presence, not even the Grand Sect Elder Shindong. If Su Ming wanted to hide himself from him, it would be very difficult for the man to find him within a short period of time. All the immortal sects in Eastern Wastelands might seem as if they were in peace after the Berserkers' disaster, for they acted as if it had never happened. But the gigantic pit in the sky, the flattened mountain range, and the tall Eastern Wastelands tower at the center of the continent were a stark reminder that all of it had indeed happened. Perhaps some people had investigated the tower in secret. Su Ming did not know what results they had obtained, but he did discover some minor changes within Evil Spirit Sect after a month had passed since the Berserkers' disaster. A large number of people in isolation had chosen to egress. Occasionally, mighty waves of power would appear on the mountain. None of the outer sect disciples dared to leave the mountain, and a large number of those who had left for training earlier were swiftly returning to their sect every single day, as if they had been summoned back. A monstrously huge mountain protection rune gradually enveloped Evil Spirit Mountain. At the same time it sealed off the mountain, a large amount of power of the world was sucked into the place, causing the place to look as if fog had surrounded it. In fact, some of the outer sect disciples who had been driven to the foot of the mountain as punishment had been summoned back. They returned to their original positions and started making preparations in secret. A tense atmosphere surrounded the entire Evil Spirit Sect. Su Ming was not unfamiliar with it. These people were preparing for war. Bao Qiu would deliver medicinal cores every single day to him, and the quality of those cores was becoming better. From the bits and pieces of the things she told him when she came, Su Ming knew clearly that what he had sensed was not incorrect. They were indeed preparing for war. All of this was due to an order sent by evil Immortal Sect 3 days after the Berserkers' disaster. That order was filled with a clear, bloodthirsty air, and there were only 2 sentences contained within it. Prepare for war. Get ready to fight. During that month, the recovery of Su Ming's cultivation base had sped up due to the medicinal cores. By his calculations, if this continued, then with just another month, a 9/10 of his cultivation base would have recovered, and half a year later, he would be back at his full power. He then would reach a pinnacle of strength he had never achieved before. At that time, he would be able to attempt breaking through into the Berserker soul realm. If he succeeded, then he would be able to overlook all those who had attained great completion in the Berserker soul realm. This was his confidence. Half a year is a little too long. It would have been fine if everything was going on as usual, but now, there's a 1,000 days limit set for the Eastern Wastelands Tower, and because of that, I need to reach the Berserker soul realm as soon as possible. Looks like I'll have to go out and test the secret art I inherited from Hong Luo. Fortunately, my cultivation base is mostly recovered, and I will be able to cast it somewhat. There might be some drawbacks, but I'll have to do this. Eastern Wastelands Tower will not activate if that blood-colored light doesn't reach 10 million lis, but judging from the first god of Berserker's words, this restriction is set for the 26 slots. He didn't mention me. If I have the chance, I should go and check whether it restriction on me as well. If I don't, Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he continued immersing himself in his training. In the blink of an eye, another half a month went by. On this day during noon, Su Ming's eyes flew open while he was seated. A brilliant flash shone briefly in his eyes, and he lifted his head. With a gaze as if he could see through walls, he looked at the sky beyond the building. 3 long arcs were charging towards the mountain protection rune around Evil Spirit Sect. They traveled side by side and looked as if they were shooting stars that were surrounded by black fog. As piercing whistles rang in the air, the 3 long arcs closed in on the mountain protection rune, and with a flash of black, they shot through and appeared within Evil Spirit Sect. Their appearance immediately caught all the people's attention, who fixed their gazes on the trio. By the orders of Sir Qian, Shindong of Evil Spirit Sect come forth and receive the declaration. Almost at the moment those words left their mouths, an eerie voice traveled forth from the black smoke rising into the sky in Evil Spirit Mountain. I, Shindong, greet the 3 evil sect messengers. The trio immediately wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards the black smoke, from which came Shindong's voice. The person in the lead brought out a jade slip, and once he crushed it, an illusionary shadow immediately appeared before him as the air distorted. The shadow's face could not be seen clearly, and only a black robe could be glimpsed on his body, which also covered his head and face. A cold and sinister presence immediately spread out, instantly enveloping the whole Evil Spirit Sect, which caused all the people's hearts to tremble. They lowered their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground in worship. As that cold presence filled the air, the sky, too, immediately darkened, as if a layer of fog had covered it so that the people could not see it clearly. Shindong. A deep voice traveled out from that shadow. There was not a hint of emotion that could be detected from those words, and all those who heard them felt a chill filling their bodies. Bring the Evil Spirit Sect and trample Thousand River Valley. Your goal is one of the branches of Hidden Dragon Sect located there. You have 10 days, and your mission is to kill all of them. Set up a line of defense there, and let it become one of the bases for us Evil Sect to invade all the other immortal sects here. A middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe walked out from the black smoke at that moment. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed respectfully towards the shadow. I understand. The shadow no longer spoke, but instead slowly faded away. The 3 evil sect messengers wrapped their fists towards Shindong in silence. 2 of them turned around and transformed into long arcs that shot through the mountain protection rune, speeding away. The last person remained on the spot after giving Shindong a wrapped fist as a salute. He did not say a word. Chapter 621, Thousand River Valley. Inner Sect and Outer Sect Evil Spirit Disciples, as well as all Sect Elders. Today at dawn, gather a half of our manpower and follow me to attack Hidden Dragon Sect. Dong swept his gaze across the mountain and paused for a moment at the double-story building where Su Ming was meditating before his words tumbled slowly out of his mouth. His words reverberated in the entire evil spirit sect, causing all those who heard it to feel their blood boiling. A murderous aura erupted swiftly among them. The old rules apply. If you kill a person, you will own 7/10 of the things they owned, and it is the same for the things you snatch. Dong's voice reverberated outside the building. That one glance he cast towards the building just now had seemed to clash with Su Ming's gaze, causing the latter's pupils to shrink, but at that moment, Dong averted his gaze. Dong. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. He had underestimated that person slightly. He might not have truly discovered him with that one glance just now, but he must have discovered some clues. But Dong had tolerated this till now. He might have his suspicions, but he had not done anything extreme or investigated anything. Even that glance he had just thrown in this direction was short, and without a hint of animosity. Su Ming had not come into contact with Evil Spirit Sect's Grand Sect Elder before, but from this alone, he could tell that Dong was a very calculative man, and he was definitely not an ordinary person. If he can become the leader of a sect, then his level of cultivation is definitely at the Immortals' ascendant stage. He must also have great intelligence and canniness. Su Ming closed his mind and continued immersing himself in his training. With his current level of cultivation, he could already fight against Dong without being disadvantaged. That was why he was not worried that Grand Sect Elder might discover any clues about him. If worst comes to worst, Su Ming could leave Evil Spirit Sect and search for other places as an isolation grounds, even though it might be a little troublesome. He had also considered Dong, just reporting him to Evil Immortal Sect or telling about him to the strongest person in Evil Sect, Qian. But even if the Grand Sect Elder truly reported this before he investigated it fully, Su Ming believed that with his current level of cultivation, it would still not be easy for Qian to kill him, especially when they were now in the critical stage where the Eastern Wastelands Tower had appeared. The enemy of my enemy can become my friend. Su Ming's expression was calm as he continued training. Once Dong finished his speech, the Evil Spirit Sect made a series of arrangements. Orders after orders were sent from the inner sect, and its disciples who received those orders walked out of their houses to gather at the spot they were assigned to at the appointed time. It was the same for those in the outer sect. After all, most of the Berserkers who had changed their blood inheritance were in the outer sect. As these people gathered together, it could be seen that quite a large number of people had received the order. In fact, when Baoqiu returned during that night, she handed Su Ming a jade sli top. Qian from the laborer's lodge at the foot of the mountain gave you this jade slip. This is the outer sect's summoning order. Congratulations for being summoned back to the outer sect, master. Baoqiu chuckled lightly. Su Ming opened his eyes, and in the end, placed the jade slip by his side. Looks like I will be able to head out with you this time, master. I've also received an order. Tonight, at dawn, I'm supposed to head to Thousand River Valley and destroy Hidden Dragon Sect's branch in the eastern section of Eastern Wastelands. The other evil sects must also have received their orders. Over the next few days, they will completely wipe out all the immortal sects in the eastern section of the continent. As Baoqiu spoke in a soft voice, she sat down before Su Ming and twirled a lock of her hair with her fingers. Most of the outer sect disciples' level of cultivation is low. Will they be useful when destroying Hidden Dragon Sect's branch? Su Ming frowned. They can be used during blood sacrifice. Clearly, you've been treated as a target for this blood sacrifice, Baoqiu said with a smile and winked. She thought it was highly interesting that a powerful warrior like Su Ming would be treated as a target for blood sacrifice by those in the outer sect. However, this is also a good thing for you, master. If you have time, you can go there. Hidden Dragon Sect is skilled with creating medicinal cores, and they are famous for it among us immortals. Besides, when we attack, the laws of Evil Sect depict that we can obtain a 7/10 of the spoils from our kills. I already have very few medicinal cores left, and the ones I gave you over the past few days were given to me because of war preparations. Master, with your level of cultivation, you will definitely be able to sweep through Hidden Dragon Sect's branch without anyone noticing you. At that time, please do give me some on behalf of me, offering you all those medicinal cores during these days. Baoqiu winked, and her smile turned even sweeter. Anticipation shone in her eyes, and there was even a hint of excitement within them. I can also lead the way. I went to this branch before. As Baoqiu spoke, she licked her lips. She was originally beautiful to begin with, and when she did this, she became even more attractive. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence, then nodded. Medicinal cores could serve him in many ways, and more importantly, there might be some medicinal herbs within Hidden Dragon Sect's branch. If he could gather up a large amount, then he would suffer fewer drawbacks when he searched for ingredients to open the subsequent door in the Fragments dimension. However, these were not what mattered most. The most important thing for him to go to this place would be because he had already recovered more than 8/10 of his cultivation base, and he was very close to reaching 9/10. At that time, he would have already surpassed the pinnacle of his condition in the past, and he would be able to cast the secret art he had inherited from Hong Luo, albeit with much difficulty. Extract earthen aura and gather it together to turn it into a soul. However, he would not be extracting earthen aura, but would be drawing out spirit veins. He would gather them up into a dense amount of power from the world, and once he devoured them, his recovery speed would instantly increase by a large margin. It was not convenient for him to do such a thing here, because Evil Spirit Sect was his temporary lodging. However, the mountain in which Hidden Dragon Sect had chosen to set up its branch would definitely have a spirit vein. There might not be much, but if Su Ming absorbed it, it would still be good for him. However, there were also drawbacks to such a thing. Since he would do a forceful absorption, it would turn into an underlying problem, and he would need to solve it by entering isolation in the future. In truth, even if Evil Spirit Sect had not been ordered to destroy Hidden Dragon Sect's branch, Su Ming had already thought about going out to absorb this spirit vein so that it would take him less than half a year to reach the pinnacle of his condition from where he could try to reach the Berserker Soul Realm. This was the most important thing to him at the moment. Dawn was about to arrive. Not a single sound could be heard from the entire Evil Spirit Sect. There were 30-something Evil Sect disciples in the inner Sect square, and they were all waiting there silently. These people were all the ones who were given all the attention in terms of teaching and growth within Evil Spirit Sect. Shan was also among them. An eerie, chilling air surrounded the square in the inner Sect. The sky was dark, and it was a night without the moon. There was also a huge square in the outer Sect, and there were about 200-something people standing there closely together at that moment. These people's attitudes varied greatly. Some of them were waiting silently, some were pale in fright, and there were also some who had killing intent evident on their faces as their blood boiled. All sorts of expressions could be seen on different people. Su Ming stood in a corner. His current appearance was still that of a 13 to 14-year-old boy. His face was pale, and he gave off a sense of frailness to all those who saw him. He was not alone. Right beside him was Qian, who had hurried towards him from the crowd just now. Qian was trembling, and when he looked at Su Ming, an obsequious expression appeared on his face. "Senior, you have to help me. I don't want to die there." Qian had uttered similar words and all sorts of flattering phrases just now. He had not expected that he would also receive the order to participate in this battle. In the midst of his fear, he placed his hopes on Su Ming, and even instinctively mobilized his power as a laborer over the years to receive a large amount of promises for protection within the outer Sect. However, he was still worried. Hence he returned to Su Ming's side and started pleading him for his protection again. Su Ming did not speak and closed his eyes, as if he was dozing off. Before long, as Qian continued pleading for protection, dawn arrived. At that moment, the area around them instantly turned silent. Right before their eyes, the black smoke disappeared without trace from the top of Evil Spirit Mountain, a rare sight. At the same time, 9 figures flew out from the top of the mountain, and the person in the lead was Evil Spirit Sect's Grand Sect Elder, Shendong. Bao Qiu was also among the 9. Su Ming opened his eyes. As he looked towards the sky with a calm gaze, Shendong swept his gaze across the land. When he looked away, he only said, "When Evil Sect rains down slaughter, we leave no one alive." The inner Sect and a large amount of people from the outer Sect shouted at the same time. Within this silent night, their voices reverberated in the air and so loudly that they shook the sky and earth. Those voices were filled with raging, killing intent and also a trace of madness. This was the Evil Sect. With a step, Shendong charged towards the west. The 8 people behind him followed suit, and soon after, 30-something long arcs flew up with a whistle from the square in Evil Spirit Sect's inner Sect. They charged towards the west right behind those 8 people. Soon after, 8 old men at the edge of the square in the outer Sect, who had remained silent all along, lifted their hands, and with a swing, as loud rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, The entire square within the outer sect started trembling like a huge bowl. Then, with the hundreds of people on it, it slowly rose into the sky and charged forward, right behind the 30-something people from the inner sect. Violent gusts of wind ripped through the air and blew on everyone's bodies, causing some of the hundreds of people on the flying enchanted vessel that looked like a square to immediately fall down. They kept a firm grip on the ground, looking like if they did not do so, they would be blown off the enchanted vessel by that gust of wind. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted an instant. After a moment, a gentle screen of light appeared around them, and wind gradually disappeared, to which the crowd let out a breath of relief. All of their faces were pale, and some of those with incredibly low levels of cultivation even almost threw up. Chen was one of them. He was trembling, and he was mumbling under his breath with a pale face. Su Ming would have originally not listened to him, but the man was right beside him, so he could not help but hear some of his words. All deities everywhere, my brother, my sister, my uncles, my aunties, father, mother, please protect me so that I won't get injured or killed. Please help me so that I'll be able to get myself some treasures this time. Please guide me so that I'll be able to get myself a woman. Please lead me. Su Ming closed his eyes, ignoring Chen's nonsensical babble all along the way. After about an hour, a huge mountain valley appeared before them in the night. There were rivers in that valley, and the rushing sounds of flowing water could be faintly heard from within. The rivers there numbered to several hundreds, and none of them ended up connecting to each other. Water was flowing down all of them at the same time. This was Thousand River Valley. Su Ming opened his eyes. His expression was calm, but a freezing glint shone in his eyes. He saw a hanging bridge connecting both sides of that Thousand River Valley, and at the top of the mountains on either side of the hanging bridge was a large amount of beautiful buildings. Lights could be seen shining among them in the dark night. It was dark, and there was no moon in the sky. It was the perfect night to kill, pillage, and burn.